biggest team, Primate, Galarian Moltres, Corsola, hard wins for that Wigglytuff. And then the Gastrodon, not too bad if you're Wigglytuff in that situation too. As long as you really avoid that Credilli and the Fortress, you could have some play. So I wouldn't be super surprised if he does opt to bring it, but I think Zooken's going to be super prepared for it at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be very alignment dependent and trying to put that Wigglytuff into a good matchup. And maybe Spandalicio decides to go with something a little more neutral rather than that polarizing Wigglytuff pick.
Alignment dependent for Wigglytuff. I've never heard of that before.
We've seen a lot of trainers tend to not bring their alignment dependent Pokemon today and focus more on going with those neutral picks that have a lot of more play so that they can kind of dance around a little bit more and not get stuck in like a really bad matchup for that Pokemon.
Yeah, there's a couple players I know that are pretty comfortable with the Corsola versus Wigglytuff matchup. They're like, yeah, I'm not going to win this matchup, but if I can bring the Wigglytuff low enough and maybe I'm going ABA weak to Wigglytuff, I can still have a lot of play in the back end, because if you take out the Wigglytuff, it's probably the counter for a lot, you know, what you have in the back, and on top of it, the opponent's back line Pokemon might be really, really weak to whatever you have in the back, like a Primate, like a Moltres in those situations. So we might see Zooken opt for that strategy as well, because, yeah, those wins for Wigglytuff are so impressive. There's just no way you flip those matchups, right? Maybe if you land a Brave Bird, maybe you land a close combat, but you're just going to lose so much health in the process of even just getting to those moves with those Pokemon weak to the Fairy.
Yeah, it looks like our trainers are locked in and we are ready for game 1 of this series. And we're going to have a Fortress into the Wigglytuff, which is exactly where it doesn't want to be.
A huge call from Zooken. You know, he's nodding, feeling pretty good about this as well. But he is ABA strong into that Wigglytuff. And look at the team composition. He has completely called Spandalicio's line. How does Spandalicio get out of this matchup? It's a real question, because even if you take out, even if your Corviknight goes down and you take out the Moltres, there's still the Credilli in the back for the Marowak. Oh, and I forgot, this one's actually running Heavy Slam on the Corviknight, or Ironhead, I should say.
Ironhead, yeah. He's double legacy Corviknight here. Very interesting. I don't know if Zooken knew that. Looks like he was maybe a little surprised by that Ironhead hit. He was expecting another Air Cutter to come through. Most Corviknights are running paybacks. If you don't read the team sheet super carefully, you can definitely overlook that. I think the Marowak's going to have a lot of play in the back for Spandalicio, though, because he did bait out, or he did get the Moltres out. Zooken safe swapped it, so now his Marowak is a little more free. Yeah,
pretty interesting situation. I haven't really seen this combination at all from any trainer here, but Spandalicio bringing the spicier moveset of Corviknight, Ironhead, and Air Cutter. Very interesting, especially in a Ghost meta, but it really paid off in that matchup against the Flying Dark types. Now, this Wigglytuff doesn't have a lot of play in the back, so it's still not over for Zooken, and that's why he felt so comfortable about just letting the Moltres go and knowing that, you know what, it's actually better, because the Fortress is kind of awkward into Wigglytuff. The Credilli is a much more straightforward matchup, so in a way he draws out the final Pokemon and he gets the even better matchup into Wigglytuff in the back.
Yeah, he is getting really low on this Fortress though, and he's going to pivot out to the Credilli and draw out the Marowak. This matchup is super uncomfortable for Credilli when shields are up, because that Mud Slap pressure is just going to do so much damage to this Credilli over time. So that Wigglytuff in the back is actually looking pretty good now because of the HP left on all of Zooken's Pokemon, and he has to start shielding and save some of that HP.
Oh, and Zooken went straight for the Grass Knot as well. This is a huge shield from Spandalicio. Sometimes, you know, you try to trick your opponents by shielding up there, trying to make it think that you're going for maybe the Rock Tomb, but Zooken in a tough position. Do you double down on not baiting is the real question. I think Spandalicio feeling pretty comfortable. Even if he gets baited, he's going to be in a good spot here as Zooken goes for yet another Grass Knot. Wait, he's actually only one Aster away, I think, from the next one too, so Spandalicio lets this go. It could be Charles now. Oh, he does let it go, saying, you know what, okay, maybe I can just charm down. There's still a full health Wigglytuff in the back and no shields on the side of Zooken, and you only have, what, Sand Tomb and Rock Tomb. They're not going to do that much damage even to the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, he does no shield that from the Credilli. He can always reset his debuff later. He still has that 1 HP Corviknight sitting there in the back, and he's going to Sand Tomb the Wigglytuff. I think that Spandalicio will probably swap after this, because now his attack is debuff and his defense is debuff. So he's got to clear those debuffs and keep his Wigglytuff alive. Yeah. Or he could just go for the Swift and knock it out. I'm definitely concerned about that Credilli coming back in with those acids though. So he may choose to reset the debuff now.
Yeah, we'll see. If you do reset it,
he is staying in, and I'm going for the Swift because he will make it there. Okay, took a lot of acid damage to get there, but Wigglytuff is very thick, and he made it that Swift to knock out the Cradle. He didn't want to swap out.
Yeah, a lot of HP on the Wigglytuff. Debuff, no problem on the attack and defense as Bandalicio finds a way around it on the backs of that very interesting moveset. Corviknight, Iron Head, Air Cutter. I don't know how often you'll find utility there, but he found the perfect time to find the perfect matchup for that Corviknight. A matchup that usually Corviknight loses pretty much with any other movesets, but he found the right moveset for that Moltres for sure.
Yeah, I think the Iron Head is actually pretty interesting with this team comp because you have a Wigglytuff and a Furret. So you're already discouraging people from bringing Corsola into your team. So maybe Corviknight doesn't actually need that payback coverage, and it's safe to run Iron Head, which is a lot better of a matchup into things like Cradily, which is very, very prevalent in the meta.
Yeah, Cradily, a little bit better into Tinkaton as well, right? With Wigglytuff, you're a lot weaker to Tinkaton. Into some of the bulkier steel types like Bastion, the Iron Head is fine in that matchup, especially when shields are up as well. So I actually really like the thought process behind Bandalicio's team building. And you know, he spent a lot of time thinking about it, right? No one accidentally runs Air Cutter Iron Head combination on Corviknight. It is very, very intentional. I mean, if he actually misregistered and just ran Iron Head, that's even more comical, but I think it was very intentional for these situations. Losing lead, not having a lot of places for the Wigglytuff to go, but still finding ways to utilize that fairy type.
Yeah.
Zulkin, he's going to have to make the adjustment here. Down a game already. His back is against the wall. He needs to win this one to have a chance to still make it a day number 2.
Yeah, and our trainers are locked in, and we're going to see what are our lead Pokemon. We have Shadow Kanto Marowak into Forretress. This is a pretty neutral matchup, typically favored for Shadow Kanto Marowak, though, because of that Mud Slap damage. Is going to do a lot over time, and Fortress can only Sand Tomb, which is not going to do a whole lot of damage. Those Bug Bites will add up a lot once he is debuffed, though. And
look at the Corviknight in the back, right? You got great matchups against the Gastrodon and the Moltres. Without the harder hitting payback, the Gastrodon might be a little bit weirder situation, but typically speaking, you're thinking the Moltres is fine into Corviknight, but not going to be the case here. And the Wigglytuff as well. The Moltres does not have a lot of places to go.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who fights for alignment here, and I think Spandalicio will win alignment if Zulkin chooses to no-shield this Bone Club. Seems like he's going to let it go. So Spandalicio will get alignment, but he's actually looking to pivot out and not get farmed down. So he's going to pivot into his Corviknight, into the Moltres. I think Zulkin is okay with staying here because it's not a Wigglytuff.
It's not the Wigglytuff. Maybe he's trying to predict that it might be the Wigglytuff. I love how safe the Corviknight is for Spandalicio in this matchup here. So you can see he was hard pivoting over no matter what, trying to say, you know what, whatever you have in the back, I'm going to have a decent matchup here. But instead of going to Iron Head, he's going straight Air Cutter this time around, and this is not going to help you win the matchup like last time. Can Zulkin find the win condition here? Because now, we get the boost though. That's going to be pretty big for Spandalicio. Back-to-back fly is reach. I think Spandalicio is going to just let this go and try to 2-shield charm down.
Yeah, I think that's probably the play. He does pivot out to Gastrodon now, so Spandalicio knows the full roster of his opponent. So he can throw this boosted Air Cutter and then potentially look to pivot out, or he could probably stay in. He's not going to get Mud Slapped down. He'll reach another Air Cutter. He's boosted again, so now he's going to stay and throw this double boosted Air Cutter into this Gastrodon. Zulkin's thinking about, he's got to start using those shields. My HP is dwindling. We got to do something here.
And actually comes in the Marowak, like I said. I think he's trying to absorb as much of this energy as possible. I think the win condition for Spandalicio is just charm down. Can he do it? It's the question here. There's a fly banked on the Moltres. You can take one Water Pulse though, and you still have 2 shields. It's going to be a tough spot for Zulkin to be in. I think he even whispered a GG's right there. This Water Pulse is going to connect, but the thing is, even if you land it, I think you survive the Mud Slap damage. There's no way you start to punch down here. Just put the Wigglytuff into the yellow. No problem. Here comes the charms. Here comes another one. And Zulkin still 2 shields remaining on Spandalicio's side, but it's going to be the Corviknight, the Iron Head Corviknight that finds the spot here in day number 2 with Spandalicio as his pilot.
What a game. Just charm everything down in the end. We were predicting that Wigglytuff might come out, and it did. But yeah, that Corviknight with the Iron Head, such an interesting moveset. I wonder if more people are going to pick that up now that they've seen it here. Five.
Against it, and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Okay, Archie, no, he goes on the ice base! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to the 2026 Regional Championships here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I am Alpha Phoebe, joined here in the lounge by Home Slice Henry. We had a action-packed day yesterday, battles flying left and right between trainers, talented through and through. Henry, give me some of your thoughts coming in from yesterday.
Honestly, I was so impressed with the level of play. This is only the second tournament of our North American season, and the competition was already ferocious. We had both finalists from last year's Milwaukee competing, and we have an action-packed day 2 ahead.
This is our second regional championship of this season. We were in Pittsburgh not that long ago, and we're going to be going up to Vegas next. After Vegas, we have our first international championship down in Sao Paulo, followed by a few regionals in Toronto and Seattle, a handful of regionals that are still to be announced. Of course, it all leads to NAIC in New Orleans and the World Championships of the 2026 season in San Francisco. We have our championship points on the line in order to qualify here. Henry, take me through some of the options here.
The first place gets a 350 championship points and an automatic invitation, but there's still so many championship points on the line as well. Even 9 through 16's 200 championship points. And for the qualifications, 75 players from the US and Canada, 65 from Europe, 65 from Latin America. So I believe they get more world spots this year, which is very exciting. Oceania gets 10, and the Middle East gets 5.
And speaking of those leaderboards, we have those leaderboards for you, starting in the North America region. All the way up at the top, we have Dunebug 97 with 580 points,
Wow.
followed by Lil Muffins, Dr. Roast Beef, the Dual Police, one of our own casters, Caleb Peng, coming in at number 5 there.
And not only is the action heating up in North America, but the leaderboards in Europe. Z Zweilis, he has had an unbelievable start to his 2026 season. He is more than 100 points ahead of one of our fellow co-casters, Inadequence, the Frankfurt Regional Champion, sitting at number 2.
Of course, Inadequence is not going to be too worried about that, given he does have an automatic qualification from his win. But that's enough about NA. That's enough about Europe. Let's go down to LATAM. They have their own regional this weekend, and all the way up at the top, it is no big surprise. We have Elendia Harjef at 639 points, followed by a North America regional champion, Elendia Steinar.
One thing that I'd absolutely love to see is Harjef and Steinar, they're very good friends, and I've continually seen them kind of joking with each other back and forth, as Harjef will be slightly ahead on the leaderboards and then tag Steinar saying like, what's the view from down there? And then Steinar will get that leaderboard first place right back. So it's been awesome to see the competitive spirit alive and well. And LATAM, I believe, has more championship points right now than anybody.
So there are multiple ways to qualify. We have the leaderboards, as we have mentioned, but there are also those direct qualifications. Of course, we have those 4 from Worlds: Beelzeboy, Patoman, Harjef, and Korlash, followed by our regional champions so far this season of Inadequance and Steiner. We're gonna have a few more coming up this weekend. Of course, we have our regional championship here in Milwaukee, as well as the one down in LATAM.
And Harjef actually he already won a regional as well. So not only does he get qualified from Worlds, but he's also, I guess, qualified from winning a regional this season. So an unbelievable start to the season for one of our best battlers, LNDS Harjef.
So let's go ahead and zoom back in onto the action in here in Milwaukee. We had a number, as you mentioned, of amazing plays, a number of amazing matchups here. Here's our top matchup of the day. You know, I had the pleasure of casting this. It was Leo Geo versus LW Josh. And even in game number 1, we're seeing catch after catch, really impactful plays from both trainers.
It was a back and forth series with Josh being able to take the advantage in game number 1, but Leo Geo, the devastating catch in game number 2. Josh undercharging, but it was just too little, too late.
And in the end game of game number 3, we see Leo Geo reaching for the harder hitting charged attack here. It does not do quite enough to pick up the knockout grass. Now, just barely not enough. One more Astonish comes through, and LW Josh takes victory.
And for the most hype matchup of the day, this catching the Mud Bomb out of the Shadow Talonflame, the entire Incinerate going through, out of pocket, and we can watch this again. He waits the turn. Dapper tried to throw in the middle of the Astonish, but the patience from pocket was unreal.
And our spicy matchups of the day, we have Ironhead Corviknight making a bit of a play here, able to shore up the matchup into that Galarian Moltres.
Next up, Valor Ash and that signature Greninja. Greninja saying, I might be a water type into a grass type Credilli, but I'm taking knockouts. I'm able to get damage onto Firo as well. And with Greninja flipping switch advantage, it set him up for success.
And our third one here, it's Fly Pizza versus Rise to Occasion, catching the Grass Knot onto that Shadow Dragonair, and then later landing the Dragon Pulse. Trainers, make sure you're checking your opponent's team sheets. It's really key to know each and every charged attack that they have on their Pokemon. You know, that Dragonair, it doesn't necessarily only run Body Slam or Wrap or Aqua Tail, it can also run that hard-hitting Dragon Pulse.
One thing that I really like to see throughout the course of day number 1 is not only do we have trainers rising to day number 2, but we've had some pretty unique Pokemon have great results. And that is the most valuable Pokemon, the MVP Pokemon. For me, I had to go with Delusion and the Shadow Empoleon, and it looks like Caleb has also gone with Empoleon from Dapper Discs.
I, of course, had to go for Valor Ash's Greninja. He utilized that Pokemon perfectly in order to take advantage of its fast pacing and hard-hitting Hydro Cannons. And I think very interesting, Shira went for a Firo for Meteor Folion, maybe his MVP pick for this weekend, but I don't think it's necessarily his signature pick of his entire tournament career. Of course, that likely being Bastiodon.
He does like to run Bastiodon, but that Firo, we saw it on a couple teams, and Firo honestly was able to do quite nicely. And now we can see the day 2 usage. Credilli reigning supreme, 81% usage. Clodsire at 331%. But very interesting to watch is the usage from the top 2. Credilli 81, Corsola 56, and then nothing else above 31%. So it's very clearly Credilli Corsola is where teams start, but from there, there's a lot of variety.
You see Murkrow down at 18% as well, but no Firo in the top 12 here. I think you made a great point. There's a lot of diversity outside of those top 2. Players able to show their creativity in how they complete their teams of 6 after they get those meta staples on there.
And speaking of those teams of 6, I want to take a look at our bracket because we had some unbelievable matches yesterday, and this has to be one of the most stacked losers brackets I've ever seen. Rise to Occasion versus Valor Ash, Out of Pocket versus Tomahawk, Pranav versus Leo Geo, and Elam versus Spandalicio.
And on the winner's side, we will be starting here this morning. We have Dapper Discs versus Dre Flames, Meteor Folion versus PJ, Teddy Bear versus J Mills, and Delusion versus LW Josh. I feel like I have to be most excited about Delusion versus LW Josh based on how those two trainers were playing yesterday, just out of their minds.
Delusion was incredible in his matchups, able to get a 2-0 victory against Sceptile Ice and Pranav, two incredibly strong chainers, and LW Josh in that back and forth game, able to emerge victorious.
Of course, we have our tournament leading up to our champion here at the end. Who will be the next North America Regional Champion? Of course, the one regional that we've had so far was not won by a North America trainer. Talk to us a little bit about that, Henry.
So Steiner from Brazil traveled to compete in Pittsburgh and took Pittsburgh by storm, running a team that, by his own words, he said he doesn't usually like to run Bastion, but his teammates said this is the team that will win. He ran it and he piloted it to absolute perfection. Now, Phoebe, I have a question for you. Do you have enough cue cards?
We had such a long opening. We have so much more to cover. Nah, I'm just messing. I don't know why I have so many cue cards. I just like holding on to a lot of cue cards, I guess. We have our promos. Make sure that you are following the channels. Make sure you're going to Pokemon.com/broadcasts to get all the information about this broadcast as well as future broadcasts for other regional events and international championships that are happening. Follow those channels down below. Use that hashtag Pokemon on Instagram as well as on Twitter, and make sure you're following the channels here on Twitch and on YouTube to make sure you don't miss a minute of the action. Now, Henry, that's about it for us. You know, I have all these cue cards, but I think we're about ready to get to the action. Do you have any final thoughts before we toss it over to the casters?
Day one was unbelievable. I cannot wait what day two has in store for us. We already have one champion of the North American season, Steiner, one of our game's best. And I'm incredibly excited to see who joins him and claims the title of Milwaukee Regional Champion.
I'll double down on that and say, let's see if it stays in North America or if it does go to a different region here. I know we have at least one European still in the mix. Let's go ahead and send it to the casters to get ready for the action.
Thank you, Alfie and Henry. I'm Caleb Peng. I'm joined with Heather, and we have day two underway. Super excited to see how this shakes out. Something I really noticed in the bracket is that there are so many names on that winner side, and not a single of them are a regional or international champion. BJ Pava was probably the closest, being a two-time Thailand qualifier champion, but never winning a regional in any of the TPCI regionals. So, you know, everyone else, though, has not even, I don't think anyone else has even touched a grand finals actually in this winner side. So we could very well have a first-time champion here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, it would be super exciting to have someone new, brand new winner. We always love to see new people crowned champion, but we do have some previous regional champions on the loser side as well. So we could have, you know, Rise, of course, looking to continue his streak of winning a championship in every single season so far, right? I believe he's the only one who's done that. So tons of amazing players. Really excited to see the gameplay that we're gonna get into today.
Yeah, he's the only one that's done it and the only one that can do it. So it's a streak that I'm sure he's very proud of, and a lot of his friends and fans are excited to see him do it. We also have Out of Pocket defending Milwaukee champion in that loser side. But on the winner side, we have Dapper Dis and Dre Flames, and you know, you can see a little hint there, the matching jerseys. These two know each other very well. They're friends, they're teammates, they're locals. They also shared a room together at Milwaukee, and I talked to Dre Flames a little bit, and he said, you know what, I talked with Dapper Dis last night, and we both agreed we're not going to scrim for this, we're not going to prep for this, we're just going to go into this matchup and have a friendly match between the two. So I'm excited to see how this goes down. I did ask him, I was like, hey, did you make sure that you fell asleep first or after? Because there's a chance he maybe scrimmed when he went to sleep, but he said no. Yeah, he's like, I trust Dapper Dis. But the teams are super interesting here, and I believe not a single overlapping Pokemon. So 12 unique Pokemon. We got the Murkrow, the Stunfisk, the Wigglytuff, the Empoleon, the Gastrodon, and the Dusknoir on the side of Dapper Dis.
Yeah, and then Dre Flames to bring that Shadow Charizard. I think it's gonna be a little hard to bring into Dapper Dis team because he has so many counters for it. But it would be really cool to see that on the big screen. He also has that Cradilly, and as well as the Shadow Annihilate, Shadow Scizor, Azumarill, and Diggersby. We did not see a lot of Diggersby, but two of them actually made it into day two. So it's very interesting. I feel like Diggersby is one of those Pokemon that kind of fell off. It actually Scorching Sands, the percentage of debuff chance actually got lowered this season, so that could be related. But our trainers are locked in for first match of the day. We're going to see that Diggersby on screen, leading right into that Unova Stunfisk. This is a great lead for Dre Flames.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful lead for Dre Flames. He also has the Azumarill as a potential option here, but comes straight into the Azumarill, or into a Dusknoir with the Azumarill. Azumarill also falling a bit out of meta, but Dre Flames bringing back the Diggersby and the Azumarill core. Very strong core, and this situation pretty good too. Shadow Punch is stabbed, but from the non-shadow, it's not going to hit nearly as hard here. And Dre Flames goes straight away for the play rough. I'm very curious about this play, and we get a shield actually too, because I wonder if it's one of those situations where double Ice Beam is enough rather than throwing a play rough and then an Ice Beam later. But that shield from Daprodus really puts him far ahead now.
Yeah, Daprodus is definitely going to fight for Switch here as best he can. I wouldn't be surprised if we see 2 shields come up so that he can win this matchup and get that Unova Stunfisk off of that Diggersby. He definitely needs to flip Switch here.
Oh, and it's going to be charge attack priority. Dusknoir is going to throw the move first, and Dre Flames is going to let it go. I like this play because if he shielded there, he pressed the Ice Beam. It's not enough to KO the Dusknoir from his health range. I'm actually not even sure if it's enough if he threw the play up. But in comes the Shadow Scizor. Is getting to moves pretty quickly, but the Dusknoir is going to throw a Shadow Punch first. Going to throw up a shield. These Astonishers really chunking the health bar of the Scizor, and now the Empoleon's thrown in.
Wow, Dapper's actually going to give up Switch here and not allow that full farm down and go to his Empoleon. Let's see if he's going to call this bait.
I like the Night Slash. Oh, and he gets baited with Night Slash. Is there a boost? No boost.
No
but
boost.
in comes another Night Slash. And this is a really tough position for Daprodus because he not only still has the Diggersby to worry about with the Unova Stunfisk, his Empoleon is low on health as well. Trying to build the double moves before throwing it. You need to try to grab at least one shield. Oh, wait, Dre Flames actually shields here.
Yeah. He actually gets the shield, so he is doubled up. Will Dre Flames stay in and take this Hydro Cannon on his Scizor? He does. All right, so Empoleon will pace and land a Hydro Cannon on this Diggersby because it will get to the next one in just 5 Metal Claws.
Now, there's a chance that Daprodus might be able to even catch this Fire Punch. You know Dre Flames wants to throw it right away, but no, Dre Flames does throw it in this very moment here. Being one quick attack ahead helped him there, because I was a little worried he was going to charge attack party, but he did throw a quick attack earlier when the Dusknoir came in, so didn't really get punished for that shield on the Scizor, and in comes the Dusknoir. You want to try to get something there, but swapping over, the timing was a little bit weird there because he wasn't at the Fire Punch. You see Daprodus maybe a little frustrated in the situation here he's in, but Dre Flames playing really on point here. Super effective, Scorching Sand's going to come through. No debuff, but really no debuff needed.
Yeah, potentially if he can land a couple Mud Bombs here, he might be able to put this Diggersby into range of a Dynamic Punch. The question is, will Dre Flames overfarm enough to be able to throw a move into that Dusknoir? Dusknoir did not leave with the Dynamic Punch. I believe it only is at a Shadow Punch right now, which would be double resisted by the Diggersby, so not a threat at all.
Yeah, I think if he knows the counts there too, he could just go through double Scorching Sand. Even if you catch a Scorching Sand on the Dusknoir, you're in a good position. He's just a little shy of the double, but the Fire Punch should be enough here. You see Daprodus already acknowledging good games there as Dre Flames going to clutch up game number 1 against Daprodus.
Yeah, what an exciting match. All right, so Daprodus couldn't quite clutch it there. I think he had to give up Switch advantage. He fought for it and then gave it up again, but he didn't want to allow that huge farm down with the Scizor because then he couldn't really eat that energy anywhere. His Unova Stunfisk would have been dead in the water there, but maybe it would have been the better play to just go ahead and let that farm down happen with the Scizor, give it that energy to keep alignment there so that he didn't end up with that Unova Stunfisk on the Diggersby.
Yeah, I agree too. I mean, it's a tough position to come in Unova Stunfisk into a Shadow Scizor with that much energy, but at the same time, your Unova Stunfisk is so irrelevant in that Diggersby matchup, especially with Diggersby with that much health, right? You could kind of do something with Empoleon. Empoleon doesn't really appreciate a super effective Scorching Sand either, but the non-Shadow, I believe, should be able to hang on and at least get a Hydro Cannon off. But really well played from Dre Flames, recognizing that, you know what? I don't need Switch advantage. My win condition is on the Shadow Scizor. And if you look at the team of Daprodus, Shadow Scizor has play into everything. So he knows that if he gets entry on this thing, it's going to be good. And he already saw the Unova Stunfisk, so he knows that even if Unova Stunfisk comes in, he can do something there too.
Yeah, Shadow Scizor is very safe. I would not be surprised to see him bring it again. I think Daprodus got to kind of go into the think tank and really lock in here. See what he's gonna do. We are locked in for our second battle. Let's see, we've got Empoleon into Diggersby. This is an uncomfortable matchup, a little bit on both sides, just because we have super effective damage from the Hydro Cannons onto the Diggersby, also super effective damage from the Scorching Sands onto the Empoleon.
Yeah, and this is a tough position for Dravelins to be in because he has the Charizard in the back. And yes, Charizard can bait with the Air Cutter, but if you don't get the bait off or you don't land a Blast Burn, that's a really tough matchup here. I see the quick swap in Dusknoir into the Diggersby. This is not the best match for Dusknoir either. Oh, and now comes Azumarill, a kind of a late swap there, but maybe just trying to use up the Azumarill as a sponge, right, for all this damage, and then come back in with that Diggersby. Which, what, double Scorch Sand loaded? That's going to be a huge threat to the Empoleon later.
Yeah, that Diggersby energy is going to go everywhere here. Interesting that he did swap so late, but I agree. I think he's just using this Azumarill to sponge all this energy so that he doesn't have to shield. And he's probably going to look to save shields for that Shadow Charizard because it is so frail.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, Dappertus is running ABA Water as well, so Charizard doesn't have a lot of positive matchups, but Shadow Charizard still hits pretty hard here. The Switch Timers are completely misaligned though, and now Dappertus can get a huge energy advantage against the Azumarill. Do you throw a move? Looks like Dravelins is going to throw a move here to try to realign the timers a bit, but that's so much energy now going over the side of the Empoleon. However, this play rough might put it close to Fire Punch range as Dravelins going for the Fire Punch. Oh, it's actually a Drill Peck being thrown.
Yeah, he did swap. I believe that looked like Charge Attack priority, actually, because he swapped in, and then Dappertus waited to throw the move to see what came in, but he did interesting throw the other move and not the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, and great no shield from Dappertus because he knows that Dravelins has almost back-to-back Scorching Sand at 100 energy, so it would kind of be a tough shield to even use, but Dravelins trying to go for the bait, doesn't get it, has another Fire Punch ready here. He is now down a shield though, which is a little bit tougher because this Gastrodon could really go to town against the back line of Dravelins, but you could get an Ember down potentially here and get a lot of energy for the Gastrodon. No, the Gastrodon, the Switch Timer's up. You can see he's trying to pivot over here.
Right over that Gastrodon. Yep, the Charizard's actually on Dragon Breath, which is interesting. Most Charizards run Ember, but this is going to provide a little bit more fast move pressure into this Gastrodon, so it's not as comfortable of a matchup here. And he's just going to look to go straight Air Cutter here and potentially get a boost. We do see the boost. That is actually huge. Those Dragon Breaths are going to start to eat away at this Gastrodon a little bit more now.
Shadow Charizard, though, is super frail. You even have to shield the neutral Body Slam over the Water Pulse. Water Pulse not even needed, but the real question is, can you get enough damage here to finish things off with the Azumarill? Maybe even go for a catch them. That wasn't Charge Attack priority, so there's a chance that Draflames can go for the catch. It's super tricky, though, and Dappertus going to let the Air Cutter go through. Here comes the swap. Do we get a catch? No, but the Switch Timers aren't up yet. You have to throw the Body Slam into the Azumarill.
Yeah, those bubbles are adding up too much on that Gastrodon. He could not go for the farm down there. That would have been a simul KO. He's forced to throw the Body Slam. He undercharges it. Comes back in with Dusknoir for the snipe on the Astonish. Can he get to the Shadow Punch? He can. There are no shields left on Draflame's side. Yeah. This will connect and it will KO this Charizard. And that will leave us at a tied 1-1 series.
What a close series between these two trainers, too. I thought it was really disastrous for Dappertus when he couldn't swap back over to Dusknoir and almost got bubbled down, had to throw the Body Slam, but because Dragon Breath pretty much got a rework, less damage-oriented, more energy generation-oriented, you can't Dragon Breath down the Dusknoir from that health range anymore. I think the old Dragon Breath would have been a different story, but because of that, Dappertus able to get to that final Shadow Punch as well. You see both players recognizing each other's talents as well. We have a tied series between these two friends, these two teammates, and there's so much on the line for both these trainers. Dappertus' highest performance ever was last season, 5th place in Vancouver. And Draflame's highest performance ever was a 7th place finish. But both of them are starting the winner side, and both of them have a chance to take the title from that winner side, have so much room for error, but they have to go through each other first.
Yeah, it's really awesome to see two teammates playing because you really want to root for yourself, of course, but you're also rooting for your teammates. There's so much camaraderie and like just good sportsmanship between teammates. It's amazing to see that play out in front of us.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and they're good friends, right? Like I said, they're even sharing an Airbnb or hotel together as well, and I'm sure they did a lot of preparation for this. However, I did talk to Draflames, and he said he has never played against Dappertus running this team before this regional. So first time both of them are playing into these teams. I mean, both of them are running really unique teams, so I doubt Dappertus has ever played anyone running a similar team to Draflames either. Not many people are running really like half of the team that Draven's running. No one's really running Azumarill, no one's really running Diggersby, and no one's really running Shadow Charizard. I think there's 2 Diggersby, 2 Azumarill in this top 16, and I think he might be the only Shadow Charizard here. But DraFlames is no stranger to Spice, and you know he loves his fire types as well as his name would imply. And Shadow Charizard, once it became slightly meta again, he had to give it a spin, and so far it's paying off well. But does he bring it again for Game 3 is the real question.
Yeah, I think it is a little bit of a liability into Dapper Disc's team, so we might see him bench that Pokemon because he was forced to shield up just a neutral body slam. Right, the Gastrodon didn't even have to go to the water pulse to get that shield because those mud slaps, even though they are resisted, they're only 1 stage resisted because of that fire typing. So those do add up over time. It looks like we are locked in for a Game 3 here. Let's see what our leads are, and we have Empoleon into Diggersby.
Oh man, okay, the backlines are slightly different. Actually very favored for DraFlames in the back. If you get that Shadow Scissor on the Wigglytuff, it is lights out for that Wigglytuff. But the Hydro Cannon's gonna come through. And we saw DraFlames knowing that the Hydro Cannon's not enough to KO. You need to throw 2 of them into the Diggersby. There might be a catch potential. We haven't seen any catch attempts yet so far in this game. You can see, oh wait, trying to catch something on the Dusknoir, but not going to be quite it here. This Shadow Scissor, oh wait, this is like a repeat of last game, except both players swapped out their 3rd Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. So a very similar play to last game. Dapper Disc goes for the catch potentially on the Dusknoir, doesn't get it. DraFlames overfarms a ton and then brings in his Azumarill to soak all of this Shadow Punch damage. It'll be interesting to see if either of them plays for alignment here. I doubt we see that because DraFlames again brought that Shadow Scissor, which is so squishy and really wants to hold those shields. So I don't think he ever shields his Azumarill here to play for alignment that way.
Yeah, I like that play from DraFlames because he's already committed to not shielding up this Azumarill, and he knows that he's not going to have time to get to 2 Ice Beams. So rather, going for the play rough in case Dapper Disc goes for a similar play as last time, bringing in the Empoleon. He wants to do as much damage to Dusknoir as possible. Going to let this go. I think we're going to see a bullet punch down just like that first game because the Diggersby is already almost max out energy, and you can't quick attack this thing down either. Oh, and goes down without getting the Shadow Punch through. That is absolutely brutal for Dapper Disc. He has to come in the Empoleon now, but there's a loaded Diggersby in the back for the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, this energy lead on the Scizor is actually huge in this matchup. All right, so Dre baited the first time. He does get the bait again, and will we see a boost? No boost. Okay, so Dapper's still in this game. Empoleon's Hydro Cannon will knock out from here. Dre does have to shield this up, otherwise it would threaten the knockout on the Scizor here.
Yeah, do you ever... Oh, here comes the combo play. A Scorching Sand comes through. You have to shield this if you're Dapper Disc because there's just no play for that Wigglytuff against the Scizor. What do you do here is the real question. Does he go for another one here? Oh, and catches it on the Wigglytuff. Great catch. Left with the Hydro Cannon as well, but the real question is how do you finish these Pokemon off? You could potentially throw a Swift, do a decent chunk of damage to the Scizor, but I don't think it's going to be enough to knock out.
Yeah, I think he's got to go for the full Charm down here and just hope that he can get to enough Swifts to stall that switch timer and get back out to his Empoleon when that Scizor comes back in. Unfortunately, that switch timer is almost up for DraFlames. I think, oh, actually his Diggersby got KO'd, so the Scizor will come in and farm all the way down. Oh. Will he shield this Swift though? This Swift will do a lot of damage here. Even though it is resisted, it is a stab Swift. He kind of has to let that go because Dapper actually has a move loaded on his Empoleon.
Is this Trailblaze enough is a real question. He throws one more bullet punch to try to get a little bit of chip damage, but I don't think this is going to be enough. Let's see here. It is neutral, and it doesn't KO, and in comes the Hydro Cannon. This is going to be just a straight up shield KO in this situation. If he's at 2 HP, I think it's actually going to be a simultaneous knockout, but it was a shield KO, and Dapper Disc takes the victory here in game number 3.
You could not have a closer game. 1 HP and a dream, but that dream unfortunately came to an end there. DraFlames will go down to the loser's side. He is not out of the competition yet, though. He still has a chance to make a loser's run, so we will see him again later today.
Yeah, what a fantastic series from both these competitors. You know, 1 HP and a dream for Dapper Disc, 1 HP and a nightmare for DraFlames. For those that don't know what happened there, yes, DraFlames threw up a shield, but a shield in Pokemon GO PvP, it blocks almost 99% damage. It blocks all the damage except for 1. And if you have 1 HP on your Pokemon remaining, that damage will always go through, but at 1 HP, it will knock you out. And that's exactly what happened to DraFlames in the end. They're literally a 1 HP difference that decided who was going to win that game. Honestly, if it didn't KO him, then it probably would have been simultaneous knockout. We'd have a game 4 on our hands as we take a look at the highlights here. But what a fantastic series from both these players.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a lot of amazing gameplay there. Again, Drayflames just using that Azumarill as a sponge there to soak all that energy and not playing for alignment, trying to get an energy advantage wherever he could. I think he played that as best he could. And that Wigglytuff really had nowhere to go once that Azumarill was gone and that Shadow Scizor was there lurking in the back. But it was able to get to that Swift, which was huge for Dapper Disc because that put Scizor into a range where he could potentially get that Metal Sound down, or like he did, end up throwing that last move when the Scizor was on 1 HP and getting that shield KO.
Yeah, and I think Drayflames played that as well as he could, right? Because at that point in time, too, you know what the one factor might have been is I think he undercharged maybe a little bit too much. I can't remember if he actually got exactly Trailblaze or maybe one Bullet Punch over, but he ended up taking it one extra charm if it was the case where he went over for him. But that's a really tough spot to be in because it's really hard to undercharge exactly how much you want in those situations. But what a fantastic series, and you can see the sportsmanship, the embrace as well between these two trainers. I'm sure Dapper Disc will be rooting for Drayflames to make it further through that losers bracket, but Dapper Disc will be our first player to make it forward in this winners bracket.
Yes, let's actually go down and hear from him. Homeslice Henry has an interview with Dapper Disc himself.
Thank you so much, Shira and Caleb. My name is Homeslice Henry here with Dapper Disc, fresh off one of the most exciting game 3s we've had in Milwaukee. You gotta take me through that game number 3. The emotions, knocking out that Scizor through the shield to take the win. That was incredible.
Yeah, honestly, the Wigglytuff bring might have been the wrong choice there, given that he brought the Scizor, but I was shocked he didn't bring the Annihilate at all. But yeah, KOing through the shield, I think it was my last hope. I was looking at the health as my charms were coming through and the Swift damage was going off. And I was like, this is my only hope. Hopefully the Scizor's at 1 HP. So yeah, it was cool to do on stream.
And that Empoleon being able to survive that Trailblaze. Empoleon has a pretty sick typing, being a water and steel type. So talk to me about Empoleon, because it's a Pokemon that you really relied on in that series. And it definitely came up clutch. As that Trailblaze, it was really close, but Empoleon was just able to hang on and secure the win.
So I've talked to a few people, you know, you like Shadow Murkrow, Shadow Empoleon, and you notice I have a non-Shadow Dusknoir, non-Shadow Murkrow, non-Shadow Empoleon, and like I just prefer having the bulk. The shadow damage output is nice, but it was nice for living situations, and like I think in game 2 my Dusknoir did a lot of work. It was able to like come back in, dynamic punch the Diggersby, so I prefer non-Shadow, and that's kind of why I ran a non-Shadow Empoleon.
Well, an unbelievable match on stream. I'll give you a moment here. Any shout outs for some trainers? Because I know obviously you have your team on your jersey there. Any shout outs for trainers who helped you with like scrims, preparing for this tournament, or team building in general?
Yeah, definitely shout out to the 3 guys who helped me team build. Flying Pete's over there, Toasty Paw Rick, and Meepy Chu. M Rinker is probably my #1 scrim partner. And yeah, just shout out to Dre. He's a great competitor, and I love the SoCal Swablues, so it's been great.
What an unbelievable match. And you're moving on the winner's side of the bracket in dramatic fashion. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me, and we'll send it right back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Henry, and great to hear from Dapper Disc as well, to, you know, really having a lot of support for getting him there. And I think that's really the story for most of these players, or pretty much all of them, right? Making day number 2, especially on the winner's side, or making it far right in any tournaments. They don't do it on their own. They do a lot of practice tournaments. They do a lot of scrimming with friends and other people they met online. And sometimes, you know, they get to meet for the first time at the regional, but they've been talking for months ahead of time to prepare for these tournaments. And, you know, in a way, they're standing on the shoulder of giants.
Yeah, our community is unmatched. It is amazing the level of support that everyone gives each other just to see each other succeed, right? We all want to do better and push each other to be better. And so it's amazing to see that play out in real time.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of things that are playing out in real time, we got another matchup coming up. It's going to be Meteor Folium versus VJ Pawa. This is going to be a super exciting one as well. Like I said, VJ Pawa is technically the only champion on the winner's side, but it was through the Thailand qualifiers. He hasn't won a regional or international, and obviously not world championships yet, but he still is one of the fiercest competitors. Meteor Fallion, maybe a notorious for his Bastion usage, right? Maybe even more notorious than me even, but he loves this thing, and he loves to bring it in any meta that is slightly or really relevant, and right now, it is pretty relevant. We didn't see him use it once, though, in the winners finals yesterday, just choosing to actually use it as bench pressure. In the past, we see him just force the Bastion and force like a Shadow Victory Bell in the back, and a lot of people hated playing him because it's a coin flip on if you win or not in a lot of these matches. No matter how good you are as a player, that can still be a coin flip. Even if you're the best player in the world, you get a Glare Moltres on the Bastion, it's pretty much game over. But I love that Meteor Fallion adjusted his gameplay style in Milwaukee so far. Let's see if he does it again here in the winners bracket.
Yeah, we saw him use that Firo a lot yesterday, and I think that that was one of his signature picks. I actually chose that as my caster pick for MVP.
Yeah.
Because I really, love to see that Firo gameplay. He employed that so well, and again, Firo is just unmatched coverage, right? It has that sky attack, or sorry, the drill run coverage and the drill peck coverage, right? Both flying and ground type. So it can hit almost anything, right? Not many Pokemon resist both of those moves. So it's just very neutral across the entire meta. And he was very flexible, had a lot of flexible play with that. I'm also curious about BJ Powell's Florges. All right, we are locked in for our first game of this match. We've got Firo into Corsola. This is a really good matchup for Firo. You double resist those Astonishes. BJ Powell immediately pivots out to that Blastoise.
And there's not really a great answer to this Blastoise, so I think Meteor Fallion is going to go for a little chip and dip action here. Quick coming Corsola afterward to get a lot more done here in this situation. Does he swap out? Oh, he swaps out now. Gets the Astonish through as well and catches the Hydro Cannon. Really great plays from Meteor Fallion to put him just slightly ahead in the situation. And look how little damage it does, especially from the non-Shadow Blastoise. Now, this is going to be really awkward for BJ Powell to come into because nothing can eat this ghost damage on his team. Super effective against the Corsola, or a lot of neutral damage on the Shadow Scizor. Really good positioning for Meteor Fallion so far.
Yeah, he's looking to pivot out. That switch clock is just not quite up, so he does get the full farm down with that Corsola, and Meteor Fallion will, it looks like he will get to 2 Nightshades here, which will threaten BJ Powell's Corsola as well. He will take the first one. He will potentially shield up the second one. He doesn't want to take all that damage, let's see. Or he might let it go and put it all on Scizor, because I believe that Firo left with a little bit of energy, so he could potentially outpace something. He does actually just let it go on the Corsola.
Oh, this is about to be really brutal for BJ Powell. He doesn't know it yet, but there's a Shadow Marowak lurking in the background, and a 2-shield Shadow Marowak can spell trouble, but Meteor Fallion doesn't read this, actually ends up shielding the Power Gem, so it is not over yet. Scizor can do some damage, but these Mudslaps are really going to start adding up. Actually, I like this play a lot from Meteor Fallion. Throwing a move first, now we get a shield, and now on 1 shield apiece, Marowak has a lot more play into the Shadow Scizor.
Yeah, get the shield, get the 0-turn swap, come in and start mudslapping. BJ Powell, I believe, can get to 2 moves here, but I don't think he can get to an Ice Slash and a Trailblaze, potentially. Meteor Fallion does not call the bait. He does actually shield it up. So now can BJ get to the next move? I think he will make a Night Slash here. He will actually make a Trailblaze. He does make it all the way there, but he will leave with no energy. I think the Firo is healthy enough to potentially come in and just peck all the way down.
Yeah, not much health left, even boosted here. It's not going to do enough. It did a good chunk, though, with 1 bullet punch, but you can see a little frustration on his face, hoping that, you know, maybe he had some other gameplay in the back, because the pressure from the Shadow Mudslap damage from Marowak is why Mudslappers are so strong right now in this meta.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that we actually saw a lot less usage of Mudslap here in Milwaukee versus in Pittsburgh. In Pittsburgh, day 2, 100% of teams had a Mudslapper.
Yep.
And here in Milwaukee, that's dropped to 50%. So 50% of the people said, I'm not bringing a Mudslapper. I'm bringing a different kind of ground type, right? Every single person has a ground type on their team, but only 50% brought Mudslappers.
Yeah, it's really the fear of that Florges, but there's only 1 Florges in day number 2 in this top cut, and it's in the hands of BJ Powell. So the real question is he bold enough to bring it? Because we haven't seen it have too much play in anyone else's team. He did end up using it a lot in that winners finals yesterday against Abinov, but the real question is he bold enough to bring it into Meteor Fallion's team? Because he needs to have an answer for this core of Shadow Marowak, the Blastoise, the Bastion is not going to do great into it either. So I think you have a lot of upswing. I mean, you all said, the other guys have said that it's fantastic in this meta. I'm still a doubter, but let's see if BJ can prove me wrong.
All right, we've got our leads on the field. We've got Blastoise into Corsola. It's a pretty neutral matchup to start off. I expect them to stay in here, throw a few moves, chip down a little bit before anyone pivots out. They might just play it out completely neutrally. Blastoise will fire off this Hydro Cannon first, and Corsola can easily tank one of these, can tank two of them actually.
Yeah, and there might be a chance for a catch potential as you see the Blastoise on the side of BJ in the back as well here too. BJ Fallen choosing not to spend the shield here. Wants to save the shields for the Fearow, which I think is a solid strategy, but Fearow's not going to do as well with shields up against the Scizor. Kind of like how Scizor didn't do so great into that Marowak. I thought BJ could have gone for a potential catch, but maybe doesn't want to give up switch advantage here. Wants to maintain switch advantage. He's scared of that potential Marowak in the back. But in comes the switch now to the Fearow, and now comes the Blastoise. Hey, both of these are party hat Blastoise as well too. So here for some fun times, and this is going to be a fun time for the Blastoise for sure, as the super effective rollouts are going to really add up, as well as the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, I think Fearow will have to shield this Hydro Cannon because it's going to do so much damage. Yeah, and he does shield that up. The thing is, BJ Pilot's going to pace really quickly to the next Hydro Cannon. BJ Pilot will slightly outpace to the Drill Peck, potentially go for that KO. We'll throw on good timing there just before the next Hydro Cannon is reached. And BJ actually shields this up as well. He wants to get off this energy. This is a lot of energy if you were to let that go. So it makes sense. It's pretty valuable for him to be able to get this Hydro Cannon off. Yeah. And he does actually pull the last shield from Meteor Fallion in this match.
I like the play from BJ here because he's worried that there might be a Shadow Marowak in the back, right? He doesn't want history to repeat itself like that first game here. Oh, in comes a Credilli to catch the Hydro Cannon, but now this Credilli is going to be locked into the Shadow Scizor, and because it takes this Hydro Cannon, it might put it in a situation where the Night Slash will be enough, and you only have to shield the potential Rock Tomb. Let's see if the counter is correct here, and BJ is going to throw the Night Slash right in perfect timing without taking the Rock Tomb damage.
Those bullet punches absolutely decimating the Credilli's health, and now this Night Slash will get the KO. We do see a boost on top of that. These bullet punches are going to absolutely do a lot of damage into that Fearow if it comes in. I think you might have to come in Blastoise here. He does have energy on Fearow though. But did you see how much those bullet punches did? They took 2 bullet punches and that is absolutely shredding that Fearow. I don't think he's going to get to a second move here, but he's going to try. No, he does not. Got to pivot out, and he's going to take this Night Slash. That will be a GG.
Yeah, BJ looking a little down at that first game, but brought the Shadow Scizor yet again, and now finds the matchup he wants. And we got that double boost as well, 4 times stage boost. I mean, even Meteor Fallen's got to laugh a little bit about that. Luckily for Meteor Fallen, that didn't happen in like an earlier part of the match, right? And BJ's thinking, where were the boosts last game? I needed these boosts last game to win that one. But you know what? We'll take a little boost here too. You know, the best ones are when it doesn't really impact the match. The worst ones are when it starts off and there's just no hope of coming back here. As we take a little team of BJ Pawa as well. He's running the Brave Bird combination on the Galarian Moltres. A pretty unique team as well. We don't see a lot of Blastoise in this current meta, but we actually have 2 on stage right now. And of course, the Florges, the lone Florges here in North America at this regional. I know, you know, there's a regional in Brazil and they had a few more Florges, but BJ, having trust in it. The real question is, does he bring it? Because I feel like it has to play. I think if the Marowak comes back, it has a lot of play. But the real question is, does Meteor Fallen go back to the Marowak, or does he double down and bring the Credilli again?
Yeah, I would love to see the Florges come out here. I think it has a lot of neutral play. Even into Bastiodon, it can win that in the 2-shield scenario because you do have that chilling water. It's super effective, and it will debuff the Bastiodon. So I would love to see Florges come out. I think the only thing it doesn't really want to see would be that Credilli because of that acid damage adding up over time.
Yeah,
but I think everything else has got a lot of play into. Our players are locked in for our game 3 in this match. We have the Bastiodon into the Corsola. This is a really good matchup for the Bastiodon. Corsola just cannot keep up with the damage here. So
and we get the instant swap over to the Blastoise. Now, in comes the Fearow. This is not a great matchup, but look at the fast attack pressure on the side of Meteor Fallen. This is the Meteor Fallen we know here, right? You got Bastiodon, you got the Shadow Marowak, a lot of fast attack pressure for the entire side here. I don't know about this swap, though, because it's not really the best position for the Fearow to be in. And BJ, he's going to fight for the switch advantage here, too, but I don't think he can afford to spend both shields because shields down, the Scizor is going to be decimated by the flamethrower of the Bastiodon.
Yeah, it was a really interesting swap, but he didn't really bring a Blastoise answer, right?
No.
I think maybe BJ was trying to bait out this Cradilly so he could potentially come in and farm down with the Scizor, but the Cradilly wasn't there this time.
And
So-
this Fearo's putting in a lot of work too. I didn't realize Fearo could make this matchup this close, but it is going to start closing in on the health bar of here. Oh wait, in comes a Marowak, but you're gonna have to take a Hydro Gun. It's super effective, or spend the shield. You can see Meteor Fallen not loving that he has a shield here, but energy on this Marowak can be pretty useful. You could get a shield back from the Scizor, but I think it's gonna be the Corsola that comes in here instead.
Yeah, I definitely think he's going to bring in the Corsola to soak this energy and kind of neutralize it. And he can get to those Nightshades. He will outpace to the Bone Club here, and then he will pace to another one as well. But again, I think at this point, you're just letting the Corsola go and one shielding the Scizor. Or he actually is going to pivot the Scizor in and go ahead, and he's got to protect this up. He will reach that Bone Club. This is an interesting play from BJ, knowing that that Bastion is still in the back there.
Yeah.
And he's using his last shield now on this. He actually waits a turn and catches the Night Slash on his 1 HP Fearo. Oh my goodness.
BJ needs the boost right now. Can he get it? 1 in 8 chances, and he does not. And this is really devastating for BJ because shields are down, but here's the thing. Even the health bars are low, right? Taking all that Mudslap damage, I agree. I don't know if I love that play because you just put it so that the Bastion can smack you down. The Trailblaze and Night Slash, they're just neutral damage, and Bastion is pretty bulky. It doesn't matter even if you hit it from a Shadow Scizor, it can take this damage pretty good. The real question is, can you get enough Bullet Punch down? But if you stay to Bullet Punch, you give the Bastion more energy, you make it so that Bastion can leave with a Stone Edge. It's going to be really close in this endgame here. As you see, BJ's going to swap over now, and in comes the Corsola. Now, this matchup is actually pretty close. Corsola's going to outpace the Bastion here, but Bastion could tank at least 2 of these Nightshades.
Yeah, the health remaining on both of these Pokemon is very close, so this is going to be anyone's game, and we're going to see how it plays out. We're throwing the Stone Edge into the Corsola. How much damage will this do? Will he have to get to another one, or can he smack down all the way down? I think he will get the full smackdown here. He should be able to live another Nightshade here, and then maybe one more Bullet Punch after that.
This is going to be super close. You can see the stress on BJ's face. Can he get a Bullet Punch out, or can he get a Night Slash? Both will be win conditions for BJ, but no!
Bastion comes out with
There's
a
no
move.
Night Slash ready, and in comes the Stone Edge for the Bastion, and Meteor Fallen is going to take the win over BJ Pawa.
What a close game. It was so back and forth. Twitch timers misaligned. He actually brought the Fearo into the Blastoise, but that was the correct play because he needed that Mud Slapper in the back for that Shadow Scizor.
Yes, it was a funky play for sure, but I think Meteor Fallen was really scared that there was a Florges or a Diggersby in the back, right? Because of how aggressively BJ swapped over there, usually it's because there's a hard counter. But I really like his adjustment there in game number 3 because BJ didn't bring the Diggersby into any of the first 2 games, and Meteor Fallen's like, all right, well, there's not a lot of great checks to Bastion left on his team because you have play into everything else. You have play into Florges. Bastion actually wins the 1 shield into the Blastoise as well. So that, in a way, was his Blastoise counter, but obviously he's not going to stay in that situation if he doesn't have to, and end up paying off for Meteor Fallen. So big congrats to him, too. It's been a while since we've seen him on the stage and making a Phase 2 performance, but he is here and ready to play. And, you know, this is reminiscent of the old Meteor Fallen. A lot of fast attack pressure with the Marowak and the Bastion, but really great position play, and the catch was crucial. If that Night Slash landed on the Bastion on the end, then BJ would have won the game. But getting that catch there was huge, and luckily for him, the boost happened in the second game when he was already out of it.
Yeah, we were a little scared when he pivoted out and gave up alignment there with the Fearo, but he saved it on 1 HP, and that actually saved him that game because it was available for a catch later on. So that was actually crucial. Amazing gameplay from Meteor Fallen there.
Yeah, giving up alignment while using a Bastion is an interesting strategy, but hey, it paid off for Meteor Fallen. As you see, he's excited about this, and he will be facing off, I believe, against Dapper next, or maybe it's a different player, but I think it's Dapper, and we'll be excited to see how that goes. BJ Pawa's not out of it yet. He'll be moving to that losers bracket, has still another chance to make it all the way back to that winner's side in the grand finals.
Yeah, we'll be seeing him later for sure. I believe we have an interview ready with Meteor Fallen as well, so let's head down and hear from him on his gameplay in that series.
All right, thank you, Heather. I'm standing with Meteor Fallen. Congratulations on your Day 2 Phase 2 victory. You brought Bastion only to game number 3 there. Talk to me a little bit about your thought process about why you decided to leave it on the bench for games 1 and 2, but then rely on it for game number 3.
Right, so it's definitely good, but I'm also aware that people are prepared for it, especially when I see the digger speed. I know like the Basti is going to have a hard time if he brings it. So I decided to bench it. I didn't see it games 1 and 2, so I thought maybe I would lead it.
And then going into today, right, you have not made day 2 too many times. What was your preparation, right? You have your matchup beforehand. How did you spend your evening? Were you scrimming? Were you just relaxing?
Well, I mean, I just spent a bit of time preparing. I mean, it's very exciting for me to make day 2 maybe after 1 or 2 years. I haven't made day 2 for a very long time, so I'm very excited. And I did expect trouble for this match, so I know that I have to do something in some game, and I'm glad it paid off.
All right, well, thank you for your time. I don't want to take you too long because you do have a match coming up in not too long. Any final thoughts from you in terms of your play here or going forward?
Well, I would say the game is really fun right now, and I really enjoy it. And shout out to my wife and my testing buddies. Always love you. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. And we're going to go to a break. Caleb has a quiz with some folks about Pokemon usage.
Welcome back to another special pop quiz with Professor Pang. I'm here with one of our top competitors, Rise to Occasion. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. Great to be in the best city in America, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
All right, yeah, you were actually the first champion of Milwaukee as well for Pokemon Go, too. So I'm sure a lot of special memories here for you. Now, this quiz is about how well does Rise to Occasion know Rise to Occasion. Now, last season, you played in a total of 10 tournaments, and you used a total of 31 unique Pokemon. Now, my quiz for you today is, can you name the top 8 most used Pokemon you used last season in the tournaments combined? Now, you will have 3 strikes as well. So if you get 2 wrong, that's okay, but you can't get 3 wrong. And if you get any of them right, obviously, you can keep going forward. Are you ready?
I guess so. This is tough. Wait, I have a clarifying question. Is Shadow non-Shadow the same Pokemon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's get started. Let's go with your first guess.
Primeape.
Primeape is correct. Primeape was actually tied for your second most used Pokemon and at 4 in total. So get a little Primeape up on the board.
I kind of fell in love with Primeape at the end. I used them in like 4 straight tournaments. I'm going to guess Azumarill?
Azumarill is correct as well. Tied with Primeape at 4 total usage. So you are still perfect right now. No mistakes made. Let's stick it right there.
I'll guess Lapras.
Lapras is not on your top 8, so 1 strike.
Okay. Drapion.
Drapion is actually, and number 1 in usage. 6 total tournaments using Drapion. Number 1 right there.
Great safe swap. I felt like you can't go on with Drapion. What else? How about... I'm already struggling, man. How about Dusclops?
Dusclops is not on the board. All right, 2 strikes. Got 1 more lifeline here. 1 strike in, 1 more strike and you're out. What's your next guess?
I need to lock in. Where did we start? We started Okay.
I'll give you a hint. There's another water Pokemon on your top 8.
Feraligatr.
That's correct. Feraligatr is there. It is also tied for number 2 in your usage. So we do have ourselves Feraligatr 4 times, 4 tournaments.
Okay. I remember, this is my guess. I remember like I used Ariados a little bit early, but I don't think I used it enough. Like Diggersby's another one I used early, but I don't know if he's on there. This is tough, guys. I do mix it up. So for people that say don't spice it up, I mix it up a lot. I'm gonna go with Stunfisk.
Stunfisk is not on the board, unfortunately. But you were close. Diggersby is on there. Diggersby is also tied for number 2 in usage at 4 in total. And then your other ones was tied for 3 in total. It was actually Talonflame was there. We had Jumpluff as well, your grass of choice. And then the last one was actually Tinkaton. But unfortunately, we have a slight graphical error, so we're going to use a Bastion to represent the steel. But it was indeed Tinkaton.
Okay. Jumpluff and Tinkaton I probably should have got. Talonflame was a tricky one because I think I used it for like my first 3 tournaments and then I never used it again. So I totally forgot about Talonflame.
And one fun fact while I was researching this is you indeed actually did not use Credilli once at all in the 2025 season, which is pretty impressive because it's a pretty prominent grass type in multiple metas. But speaking of grass types and metas, what is your spice of Milwaukee for this tournament this weekend?
So this weekend I'm actually bringing Shadow Dragonair as a relatively spicy pick. I think it's it can be really spammy to those Aqua Tails, and it can kind of catch people off guard in terms of their counts and stuff. So we'll see how it performs.
All right, and you know, it doesn't have wrap.
I'm actually going with Dragon Pulse.
Oh, that's some spice right there. All right, well, let's get back to the Milwaukee action.
Fear and loathed by many, it is believed to bring misfortune to all those who see it at night. It is said that when chased, it lures attackers onto the dark mountain trails where the foe will get lost.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2026 Milwaukee Pokemon GO Regional Championships. My name is Tom Slice Henry, joined as always by the one and only Alpha Feed. We've had some amazing matches so far. We are working through the winner's side of the bracket here in day number 2. And these trainers know with each win, the competition only increases, but also they continue to fight for that dream of becoming the Milwaukee Regional Champion.
There can only be one at the end of the day on the winner's podium at the #1 spot. And of course, you have to remember that they are fighting to get that direct qualification for Worlds later next year in San Francisco. But there's plenty of action before we get to that point. We're just getting started here in Phase 2. We've made it through a handful of our battles so far, and we've got a few handfuls, maybe a large number of cards full of battles still to come. Up next, we're going to have Teddy Bear versus J-Mills, and they're very star-studded battlers. They're some of the most experienced battlers in this Phase 2, as you were mentioning before, and they're going to have a lot to show up on the stage.
And J-Mills in a bit of unfamiliar territory, just because J-Mills, he's really known for loving the fast move Incinerate. Whether it's Talonflame, whether it's Typhlosion, and looking across the team, no Incinerate to be seen, but we do see a Pokemon that does have quite a lot of fast move pressure in the Shadow Dusknoir. I'd love to see, honestly, the surge of Shadow Dusknoirs. It seems like Dusknoir has proved to be an extremely flexible Pokemon throughout this tournament, and looking across this team, even Murkrow will have to fear a Dynamic Punch, as Murkrow is known for its damage, it's not known for its bulk.
And realistically, I think the Murkrow might even need to worry about a Shadow Punch. Although it is resisted by the Dark subtyping, it is a very frail Pokemon, and as those Shadow Astonishes add up, it could get to the point, depending on if you've chipped before that matchup, right? If you've gotten a few Bug Bites in with your Fortress or something like that, where it could pick up the knockout. And I really want to go into that Dusknoir, right? Because if you're looking at the team, that is the only resist. So I have to imagine that we'll be seeing that Murkrow being brought quite frequently. And the rest of the team, it's not super strong into that Shadow Dusknoir. Of course, as you had mentioned before, the Galarian Corsola has the ability to lose that matchup if the Dusknoir has an immense amount of HP to survive those additional Astonishes coming back.
I believe the exact check is around 89 hit points. You really want to ensure that you can survive the 8th Astonish. Now, that is not a guarantee. It is going to be a little bit of matchup tech that some of these Shadow Dusknoir players will be planning for, knowing that Galarian Corsola is extremely common. Looks like we do have a lock-ins, both battlers exchanging well wishes. Game number 1, J-Mills versus Teddy Bear. It's Shadow Dusknoir into the Galarian Corsola, the battle of the ghost types.
We're going to get an answer to that question really quickly here, whether or not J-Mills has prepped his Shadow Dusknoir for this matchup specifically. And it looks like it is more than half health after those 4 Astonishes. So it looks like we will see J-Mills be able to get to 2 Shadow Punches without worrying. However, Teddy Bear opting for a no shield here, planning to play out the zeros, in which case I believe Corsola would win that matchup.
Corsola able to take the knockout. You like to see the adjustment in strategy there from Teddy Bear. Out comes the Murkrow. Murkrow ever spammy to get to these charge attacks. Murkrow not opting to throw right away, because if Murkrow throws instantly, J-Mills could potentially consider tanking the charge attack and switching. But by Teddy Bear holding onto this energy and trying to make sure that he has a lot of residual energy, it makes it a lot more difficult for J-Mills to try and put it out.
And great timing from Teddy Bear here, throwing the Drill Peck before the next Sparkling Aria is loaded. He has 2 charge attacks of his own. Drill Peck number 1 coming through. The second will pick up a knockout and is thrown immediately. We do see a shield come up from J-Mills' side, not wanting to lose the Lapras quite yet.
After this next charge attack from the Lapras, Teddy Bear's switch timer will be back up. So if he does want to look to preserve the Murkrow, will have the ability to do so. This will do quite a lot of damage. The no shield, Sparkling Aria connects. Murkrow barely hangs on. Out comes Clodsire. And Clodsire is a bit of a problem for the Annihilate in the back. Teddy Bear looks to get some damage, soften up the Clodsire with the Drill Peck, but J-Mills says no as he invests the final Protect Shield.
This is one of the drawbacks of the Murkrow. It does not have super effective damage into the Clodsire. It does not have Drill Run like Fearow does. In comes the Earthquake from the Clodsire. This would do good neutral damage. I don't think it's enough to pick up the knockout, but it pulls a shield anyways.
And this will allow the Annihilate to connect with a charge attack. Ice Punch is super effective damage, but this is a Clodsire. Clodsire was built for this moment to withstand super effective charge attacks. Ice Punch connects, Clodsire does not mind, and now in comes the Earthquake. After this Earthquake, the switch timer should be up for J-Mills if he wants to potentially try and get some Psywave damage onto the Annihilate.
Annihilate just holds on, reaches the Rage Fist, able to get the knockout here, but we see a smirk from J-Mills. Maybe he thinks he's in a good spot to get a Poison Sting down afterwards. It will come down to how much energy remains on his final 2 Pokemon. If either of them can reach a charge attack here, he's going to be in a great spot, but in comes the Galarian Corsola. Maybe a fast attack down is the play.
This will come down to the battle of the fast attacks. Poison Sting versus Peck. The Murkrow is very low. The Clodsire is very low. Stone Edge will take the knockout. It's going to be a dramatic finish in game number 1. Poison Sting versus Peck. It's the Glassy Murkrow flying high and taking the game 1 win for Teddy Bear.
Just barely enough HP to survive those Poison Stings in the end. Peck, a really hard-hitting, good energy-generating fast attack, able to eke out the victory there for our battler Teddy Bear on the left.
And wow, that game about as close as it can get. J-Mills, a bit of a grimace as he tried to get the farm down with the Psywave, spot the Shadow Annihilate. It was low, but just had enough hit points remaining to make that Rage Fist. And that is what allowed Teddy Bear to take home the win. Because Teddy Bear, in that end game, those boosted counters that landed on the Clodsire were the difference between Clodsire farming down versus getting farmed down.
And I was talking about how the downside of Murkrow into the Clodsire was that it did not have access to any ground type damage. However, one of the benefits of its typing is that it double resists those Psywaves from the Lapras. And as you saw, a Sparkling Aria just did not do quite enough damage. Sparkling Aria is a really great charged attack but because it's only neutral into the Murkrow's able to hold on, and because there's such little fast attack pressure into that Pokemon from the Lapras, it just isn't enough to knock out even a glassy Pokemon like Murkrow.
A very rare moment where Murkrow is not bothered by fast attack pressure whatsoever, because we've seen on broadcast, Shadow Talon playing those Incinerates, Murkrow does not have a good day, but Murkrow, those Psywaves that double resist, coming in clutch. But the battlers, they've thought about it, and they're done thinking. They've locked in game number 2. It's gonna be Shadow Dusknoir into the Gastrodon.
Gastrodon is going to be maybe a little more comfortable for Teddy Bear in this matchup because he does not need to worry about a one-shield scenario loss. We see that there is a lot of energy being built up on both sides and a body slam bait.
Ooh, getting the shield with a body slam bait that will help out Teddy Bear's pacing just a little bit. As the, actually a very interesting charge attack priority tie here. Throwing the body slam on charge attack priority to the dynamic punch. Dynamic punch is going to be no shielded, as if you've locked into a double resisted attack, you're probably going to be better off just letting it go. And I love the immediate safe switch into the Clodsire, recognizing that with the Gastrodon off the field, Clodsire is unpunishable as a safe switch. As Murkrow, Drill Peck hits hard into basically everything, but Clodsire is one of the few Pokemon that can actually survive a second Drill Peck.
Even with the Pecks adding up, Drill Peck will not be enough to knock out. You'll see a shield for the Stone Edge coming in from J-Mills. The question is, will we see the Peck damage add up enough after the second Drill Peck, or will J-Mills feel forced to shield because of the outpacing that this Murkrow does with its quick 5 fast attacks to each charge attack pacing?
Teddy Bear did not go for charge attack priority, but it's still enough, thank goodness. And now this Murkrow is looking very problematic for J-Mills, as how does he get damage onto this Pokemon? There is Astonish, which is resisted. There's Psywave, which is double resisted. And this Murkrow is looking to be incredibly powerful. In comes Annihilate, and there's a quick switch to Dusknoir.
This is a little bit unfortunate for Teddy Bear because now he could have allowed J-Mills to get a big farm down. However, J-Mills feeling threatened to throw before the Rage Fist in order to preserve the health on this Dusknoir. 1, 2 more Astonishes does actually reach the Dynamic Punch. This has to pull a shield from the Murkrow, and I think there's just probably too much health remaining on the Lapras in order to get a victory here for Teddy Bear. And that is going to be game number 2 going over to J-Mills.
It really felt like there was an opportunity in that mid-game. Murkrow was on the field. It had a lot of residual energy. It could have been problematic for the Lapras, but Teddy Bear, by giving up switch advantage and bringing in the Annihilate, it allowed the Dusknoir to hit the field. Dusknoir did a great job over farming, not only taking the knockout with the Shadow Punch, but then making a dynamic punch into the Murkrow as well. So the moment Murkrow left the field, things unfortunately got a little bit murky.
And Dynamic Punch and Shadow Punch both being fairly cheap charge attacks is really beneficial for that Shadow Dusknoir. You see just how quickly it paces to that Dynamic Punch after a Shadow Punch. I feel like if we maybe in the days of old where Dynamic Punch was a little bit more energy intense, maybe these plays might not be possible. But with Dynamic Punch's relatively not spread out usage in the meta, I think it's a really interesting charge attack given how cheap it is for how much damage it does.
And Dynamic Punch offers Dusknoir such incredible flexibility. And even in that matchup against the Dark Flyer, being able to make it to that Dynamic Punch and hit for big neutral damage was key. And there was that catch attempt. Unfortunately, did not work out as intended. And then the Dusknoir with the perfect energy management, taking the knockout with that Dynamic Punch. That ghost fighting coverage. Interestingly enough, it's the same reason why a lot of people run the Annihilate. You have Rage Fist plus counter, but different ghost type with that same coverage.
You have a lot of coverage in the typing, but you don't have a lot of coverage in which body parts that you're fighting with. You're not kicking anything, you're just punching. Anyways, our trainers are thinking about their teams for game number 3. It looks like we just have a lock-in. Here we go. Decisive game number 3 between J-Mills and Teddy Bear. It's going to be a Gastrodon versus Dusknoir. We'll see. This is the same leads as game number 2 if either trainer pivots how they play, and it's an immediate pivot from both trainers.
Oh my goodness, Murkrow loves an energy advantage, but J-Mills with the identical swap timing, neither trainer choosing to stay in. And so this is basically as if it's playing out like a lead matchup where neither trainer has the energy advantage. Drill Peck connects, it's a charge attack priority tie, Sparkling Aria fired off by J-Mills.
I think this matchup's going to be very determined by which charge attacks are shield. Sparkling Aria going no shield, that could have been a super effective Ice Beam. I would have probably preferred to see Teddy Bear build up a little more energy just because he's taking basically no damage from these Psy Waves. However, Drill Puck coming through, going to pick up the knockout, and in comes the Fortress. I like this pivot from J-Mills.
Fortress will get a healthy energy head start, but Fortress, it's so good in so many matchups, but it can't do anything into the Annihilate. Quick switch into Dust Noir, answered with the Gastrodon. The big thing that the Dust Noir will have to worry about in this matchup is not necessarily the charge attack pressure, but the fast attack pressure. These Mud Slaps are so deadly. Dust Noir gets the shield, but Dust Noir is already into the yellow.
I was going to say, I'd be surprised to see Teddy Bear throw a Water Pulse here. I think Body Slam is going to be enough damage given the fact that Mud Slap is so hard of a hitting move, but maybe just really wants to ensure that shields are peeled away. Shadow Punch coming through from J-Mills is going to peel away the last shield from Teddy Bear, and the question now is going to be, can you get to enough fast attack damage to knock out the Dust Noir before Shadow Punch?
Oh, that farm down from Gastrodon could seal it. In comes Fortress. Fortress puts up the Protect Shield, but how is this Fortress going to get meaningful damage onto the Annihilate? Switch timer's up. In comes Annihilate, and your options are Sand Tomb, a move that does basically no damage, and Rock Tomb, a charge attack that is resisted. Meanwhile, these counters are just devastating the poor Fortress.
Yeah, unfortunately for J-Mills, I think this game was locked up based on how each player chose to pivot out of the initial matchup. Teddy Bear going to be bringing in the Murkrow. Lapras is probably the Pokemon that he did not want to bring into that matchup. I have to imagine the fast attack damage from the Fortress would have been much preferred if J-Mills could replay this game.
It's so tough in those simultaneous swap scenarios because you don't get to react to what your opponent did. Instead, you are making the aggressive play. So a nice adjustment from both trainers, but it's going to be Teddy Bear advancing 2-1. The Murkrow proving to be an incredibly powerful Pokemon.
And it's really funny, right? Because both trainers opted to change the way that they played out the same identical lead matchup. They were both saying, okay, I don't know if I exactly like how game number 2 played out. It was maybe a little bit more difficult than it could have. Let's make a safe switch out of that matchup. See if I can get some advantage, some energy advantage by switching in a Pokemon that I deem is very safe into my opponent's team. Unfortunately for J-Mills, right, the safe Pokemon he chose, Lapras, just has no pressure into that Murkrow. Again, I would have preferred to see a little bit of an overfarm from Teddy Bear there. You take no damage from those Psy Waves, right? If he had done a few more fast attacks, maybe then he could have gotten to a Drill Peck into the Fortress, because the Fortress's Bug Bites knocked it out before it reached, but the Psy Waves would not have.
I think a very pivotal moment in that match was the decision by J-Mills to opt for the bait. Teddy Bear called the bait. If an Ice Beam landed, switch advantage would have been flipped, and then suddenly it's Fortress on the Gastrodon, which is fine for Fortress, and Dust Noir. We saw Annihilate can't do anything in that matchup. You can throw as many double resisted counters as you want, Phoebe. You are not farming down a Dust Noir. So that was a very pivotal moment of the match. J-Mills was anticipating that Teddy Bear would make a play for switch advantage by putting up the Protect Shield, but Teddy Bear was fine to let it go, and by calling that bait, unfortunately, that sealed Fortress's fate.
Yeah, J-Mills in the earlier games had often gone for the Sparkling Aria. Maybe that's why Teddy Bear felt very comfortable no shielding in that situation. However, half the time in that spot, J-Mills is going to throw the Ice Beam as well, right? Maybe he really wants to pick up that one-hit knockout. Maybe he's learned from the fact that that previous Sparkling Aria didn't do enough damage to the Murkrow. So it's really tough in those situations where both you can change how you play, but your opponent can as well, and exactly how that pans out determines the end of the matchup.
And I want to hear more about these mind games. That was a very back and forth series. And I believe we have Caleb down by the stage with Teddy Bear himself. So we get to hear more about this Murkrow and the mind games, the adjustments between game number 2 and game number 3.
Thank you, Henry. I'm here with Teddy Bear right off his victory. And I think you're the first person I've ever seen no shield the potential Ice Beam on the Murkrow. What was going on through your head at that moment?
So I looked last night, I prepared a little bit. I looked at that matchup specifically. I knew that Murkrow could survive Sparkling Aria, and Psywave was basically doing 1 damage the whole time. So I was like, you know, I'm gonna call the Ice Beam. I think I am in a really good spot if I do, and it just happened to be a Sparkling Aria.
Yeah, it was definitely, you can see frustration on J Mills' face after that. He's like, why would you not shield here? But it does put him really far behind because, like you said, you can't sidewave down, so it's pretty much negligible damage, right? And the Murkrow really coming in clutch here. I know a lot of people kind of pivoted away from it, but it seemed like that was pretty much your MVP in that series.
For sure, it's been my MVP this entire weekend. I mean, it just does so much damage. There's not much that counters it, and the stuff, pretty much everything is 2-shot and does so much damage. It's great.
And, you know, in my mind, you're one of those players that, even though you haven't won a championship, you could take games off of anyone, right? And in last season, the last region you played was Milwaukee. You got 7th place there. You got 7th place at North America International Championships. What are you looking forward to in this tournament this weekend?
I want to win really badly. I really want to make top 3, but I want to win. And I've been practicing. I've been pushing myself, looking at the matchups and trying to get better. And I mean, it's paying off. I've been a lot more consistent recently, so.
I mean, we can see, right? The results definitely pay off there. And J Mills not an easy competitor in his own right. Anything you'd like to say, any shout outs you'd like to give for people that helped you get to this point?
Absolutely. My wife supports me all the time, even though it might be frustrating sometimes, me gone for weekends at a time, but she's always there for me. My family back home, my teammates on the Evan Stonks, my locals in Fort Wayne, all of my friends and family supporting me. I appreciate you a lot.
Awesome. Well, wish you best of luck in this winners bracket, and we'll head back to the castle for some more action.
Thank you, Caleb, for that interview. I think I know the key to doing well in day 2, and it's to have a supportive wife.
Hey, it definitely worked out for Teddy Bear. I always love to hear the shout-outs. There's a great sense of community at these regionals where a lot of these players, even if they aren't necessarily attending a specific event, they're working with other players behind the scenes, helping to team build, helping to practice, especially for these day 2 matchups where there's so much on the line.
And it's really great to hear from him that the amount that he's been putting in terms of his effort is really paying off. You know, he's been fairly consistent. He's done quite well in past seasons as well, but this season in particular seems like he's really taking off, and I'm happy for him.
And we have our next matchup on the stage, Delusion versus LW Josh 91. Delusion with the Corsola, Wigglytuff, Credilli, Shadow Marowak, the Shadow Empoleon. We have seen a couple Empoleon on winners out of the bracket, and Altaria.
On LW Josh's side, he has another Clodsire, one of the few Azumarill, Galarian Moltres, another Shadow Kanto Marowak, Credilli, and the Galarian Corsola. I think, Henry, this is probably the matchup that you and I have been most excited for. Both of these trainers yesterday were playing out of their minds, and I think that this trainer, one of these 2 trainers, whoever wins here, is going to be the trainer that goes on into the grand finals from the winner's side.
This is going to be an amazing matchup. Doing a bit of a deep dive into the teams, the Shadow Empoleon looks very strong for Delusion, but that could incentivize LW Josh to bring a Marowak Azumarill core, as Azumarill really does not want to see that Empoleon, but it does a good job at covering the Marowak from the Altaria, which is Delusion's best counter to it.
Yeah, 2-shielded Marowak is going to have to be key here. I have to imagine that in the 1-shield scenario, though, the Shadow Empoleon just takes too much damage from those Mud Slaps. But let's go ahead into the action. We'll see the leads. It is that exact matchup, the Shadow versus Shadow, Empoleon versus Marowak.
Not what you're hoping to see, as Delusion, the safe switch Credilli answered with the Clodsire, and everything going well for Josh in this early game. This is such a dominant winning matchup for the Clodsire, as Clodsire does not even get close to getting 2-shot by Grass Knot, whereas Earthquake will inflict some pretty significant damage on Credilli.
And I really like this team composition from LW Josh. You know, you're talking about having to cover for the Altaria, the weakness for that Kanto Marowak, but Clodsire with access to Stone Edge is really good into that matchup as well.
Grass Knot number 2 reached by Delusion, but the Clodsire just simply does not mind. and taking a peek in the back, it's the Wigglytuff for Delusion. He was trying to bait out the Clodsire to hopefully let Wigglytuff sweep, but unfortunately there's a Credilli in the back waiting for it. So even with successfully baiting out this Clodsire, this is looking like a bit of a tricky game. The one advantage that Delusion could potentially get is energy management on the Empoleon. Empoleon can exit with close to 100 energy by shielding up the Earthquake and farming down. And this energy could be an opening, because Marowak is a good matchup into the Empoleon, but aggressive switch out. He gave up switch advantage because he was worried about that farm. Could this be the opening that Delusion needs?
Possibly. I think the Kanto Marowak is going to be pretty good into the Wigglytuff as well. However, the downfall here is that if you do get an Icy Wind debuff, and I have to imagine that's the move that Delusion throws, you will not be able to remove it from your Marowak before the switch clock comes out, which, frankly, with the 45-second switch timer, is coming pretty quickly.
I 100% agree with that. This is going to be tricky. The switch clocks are misaligned, but after Icy Wind gets shielded, Josh can have the ability to throw a Bone Club here, but no, he's looking for the farm down. He's getting that farm down, and he exits with the back-to-back Bone Clubs. He didn't need to switch out. He stays in, and by doing so, he now has back-to-back moves into this Empoleon.
He does not have his full attack stat, though it has been lowered by the Icy Wind. However, there's really great patience from LW Josh here, going for one more Mud Slap, knowing he can survive those metal sounds, and this super effective Bone Club is going to pick up the knockout, and he doesn't even reveal his third Pokemon at all.
A very well-played game. It was a back and forth, really tough alignment for Delusion, but we saw the game plan. Delusion wanted the Empoleon energy. LW Josh ended up pivoting out aggressively, giving up switch advantage, saying, if I give this Empoleon a farm down, I'm going to lose this game. And for Delusion, unfortunately, the decision to no-shield the first Bone Club before the Icy Wind was applied is what actually set up that farm down. Whereas if the first Bone Club had been shielded, the Icy Wind had been applied, then suddenly a farm down wouldn't have been possible, and it would have forced Josh to throw a move. But by saving the shield, unfortunately, that Marowak shows why it is very high in usage. It was able to get the farm down and take the win.
Icy Wind lowering the attack stack, but it wasn't quite enough. You can just see how much damage those Mud Slaps do. Bone Club after Bone Club going into the Empoleon. Empoleon, especially a Shadow variant, very frail and does not like to take any super effective damage whatsoever.
And that Empoleon, even with the debuff, that was a debuffed Bone Club, it was still enough to take the knockout. So now, Delusion, he has been very, very good. I believe up till now he was 4 wins, 0 losses on stage. So this is where he's going to have to dig deep, make the necessary adjustments to try and take home this win. Because if he wants to stay alive in the winner's side of the bracket, he's got to win this series. But the first step is evening up the series and winning this game number 2.
And the first part of that is going to have to be making a different team compositional call, right? His team comp was completely called out by LW Josh there, leading the Marowak into the Empoleon, having an answer for the Credilli safe swap. So I think Delusion, if he wants to succeed here in game number 2, is going to have to basically go back to the drawing board, come up with a new team plan, and try to implement it in a way that he can take advantage of that Empoleon in a matchup that isn't the Kanto Marowak.
Yeah, the Empoleon looks so strong, but from the Marowak, it's going to be tough. We've got lock-ins. Game number 2, a fairly neutral matchup, Galarian Corsola into the Clodsire. Now, this matchup, typically, Corsola will emerge victorious, but importantly, more often than not, Clodsire will actually be able to take the 0 Protect Shield. So that could be what Josh goes for here.
We see the first charge attack being launched from the Galarian Corsola. Is going to be that Nightshade, good neutral damage into that Clodsire. Clodsire going for the Earthquake as soon as possible with good timing. Earthquake, very strong, hard-hitting move, going to lower the Corsola just above the yellow.
Corsola should be able to survive a second Earthquake, but not by much. Another Nightshade is going to be thrown into the Clodsire. Josh thinking about it. He can survive this very comfortably, but he's putting up a Protect Shield. He is investing heavily in the Clodsire. Could this be the opening that Delusion needs? Because the bad matchups for Empoleon are only bad if Empoleon doesn't have an energy advantage. And Empoleon, he could try and replicate what he did in the game number 1 and go for farm down after Clodsire takes the knockout.
Interestingly enough, we see LW Josh go for a Stone Edge. They're not going for the harder hitting Earthquake, and now grimacing as Delusion makes another Nightshade. This is not enough to pick up the knockout, and it was a charge attack tie. So now Delusion very incentivized to no shield here, but no, he still goes for the shield and wants the farm, the fast attack down.
He is going to go for switch advantage. Josh opened the door by going for the charge attack priority tie. I imagine we see the Marowak get brought out here because Marowak will get a Mud Slap of energy instead of 1 acid. Oh, actually 2 acids. So that ends up working out a little bit better. The Corsola had just enough HP, but now it's Empoleon time. Empoleon will reach the Hydro Cannon when the Rock Tomb is reached, and Empoleon will win charge attack priority. Credilli can hang on. This is only neutral damage, but it's still going to remove most of Credilli's health bar.
It's neutral damage, but it's neutral shadow damage from a very attack-weighted Pokemon such as Empoleon. Bait coming through does not get shielded. The Empoleon likely would have been able to survive a Grass Knot as well. In comes the Credilli, and this is looking very dire for LW Josh. It is even shields, and he's able to get a Bone Club off before the Rock Tomb. However, he's not very happy.
We did see the free acid sneak through, which is very unfortunate. And Delusion now gets to go for the Grass Knot in the 1 Protect Shield. The only lose con for Delusion should be baiting. Josh knows it. I love the play by Josh to call it, recognizing the fact that that's the only chance to take home the victory in this game. As once Josh overfarmed too much and played to the charge attack priority tie that he did not win, that set up Delusion to make the play for alignment. And with alignment, now we see the power of Empoleon and Credilli, as Credilli is able to take 2 knockouts after Empoleon gets that Credilli low.
And I think this game really came down to that initial matchup, right? It wasn't super hard RPS afterwards, but the choice to throw the Stone Edge into that Galarian Corsola was very costly for LW Josh. He wasn't able to pick up the knockout. It was going to be a farm down from that Galarian Corsola afterwards. Had he thrown the Earthquake, he would have been able to get the Poison Sting down, and it would have been a much different game. The issue being that I think proper alignment would have been Credilli into Credilli, and that's still a little bit awkward if Delusion's able to get an energy advantage from his Credilli.
I agree with that, specifically out of this matchup. Even if you end up leading the Corsola into the Clodsire and soft losing that 0 Protect Shield scenario, whether you get a strong Acid farm down with the Credilli or you end up getting the Metal Sound farm down with the Empoleon, either way the energy is going to be very tricky for that backline. So I do quite like the strategy from Delusion, is even though he was able to adjust it because Josh ended up playing to the charge attack priority tie and accidentally overfarming too much, he kind of adjusted it saying, oh, I mean, if I can win switch advantage, I'll take switch advantage. But you could again see the idea behind Empoleon with energy is quite strong.
You'll have to see if LW Josh pivots a little bit to try to cover for that Galarian Corsola a little bit more. Delusion has been relying on that Pokemon heavily as a pairing agent for that Shadow Empoleon. We'll see if he decides to try to bring maybe something like the Galarian Moltres to have a really hard check, or if he opts for maybe a little bit more neutral play with his Clodsire or with his own Galarian Corsola.
No Azumarill bring from Josh either game, so Josh has not been too worried about a potential Altaria. Altaria could be the Pokemon of choice if Delusion is really trying to call out that Marowak. The Marowak has proved to be a little bit difficult, but the Altaria, if it gets aligned on the Marowak, that would be a really, really good turn of events for Delusion. Looks like the battlers are ready. Game number 3, we've got lock-ins. Delusion versus LW Josh.
This is going to be a great lead for Delusion. The Credilli into that Shadow Marowak. Shadow Marowak has a tiny bit of play here. Basically, if it wants to play out the 2-shield matchup and maybe you call a Rock Tomb, it's not that bad, but we haven't really seen Delusion go for these Rock Tomb baits before, but we see one right now.
Oh, Josh thought about calling it. He called it in game 2, and it was a Grass Knot. Now he shields it, and it's a Rock Tomb. Unfortunate bait calls there. Bone Club no shielded by Delusion, as Bone Club not at its full power. is something that Credilli will be able to survive quite comfortably.
We see a pivot out into the Galarian Corsola, saving his harder check for this Credilli of that Clodsire in the back for later. We see the Rock Tomb going through, going to lower the attack stat of this Galarian Corsola. And do we see a pivot out? No, he's going for more energy. However, he's either going to need to make a catch or have to either shield or give up his Credilli once this Nightshade is thrown.
There was a bit of a grimace there as he went for the debuff, so potentially realizing that he did desync the switch clocks, but he actually decided just to stay in. And now in comes Altaria. Altaria making its first appearance to the battlefield. Altaria not quite in the range where it can knock out with a Sky Attack just yet, but hoping that with enough Dragon Breath, this can be enough to take the knockout. It's going to be close.
It's a really awkward position for Delusion, right? If he brings in the Galarian Corsola, he has to shield the Nightshade. If he brings in the Altaria, he's giving up his secret weapon in this game. He now has LW Josh able to align the Clodsire onto this Altaria, and he no longer has to worry about getting the Kanto Marowak. So in a sense, LW Josh has really won switch advantage here because he's able to avoid that really awful matchup.
Altaria has so much energy, but this is where Clodsire shines. Clodsire in these neutral matchups can just absorb Sky Attack after Sky Attack with no problem. The Galarian Corsola is still hiding in the back, but the unfortunate thing for the Galarian Corsola is going to be the Marowak does have an energy advantage. Marowak banked some energy before switching out. Sky Attack again going to land. There's a catch onto the Galarian Corsola, preserving that Altaria with quite a lot of health remaining.
And that is going to be one of the ways that Delusion can make his way back into this match by taking that super effective Stone Edge from the Altaria and placing it onto that Galarian Corsola. Bone Club coming through right before the Nightshade is reached. I think LW Josh is likely going to throw the second one immediately, so he doesn't have to worry as much about shielding options and could potentially pick up a knockout.
Oh, that is the charge attack priority tie. Josh nodding, he's feeling it now, as Delusion is in a really difficult position where there's going to be a rock attack landing on this Altaria at some point. In comes the Altaria. Altaria continues to farm up. The Rock Slide is reached. The Clodsire very close to a Stone Edge. Josh knows his switch timer should be up shortly. Rock Slide gonna be shielded. Switch clock will be up momentarily. He's trying to escape out of the matchup. In comes the Clodsire. Clodsire met with the Sky Attack. This is not range where Sky Attack will knock out. He's doing the math. Can he get there? And it looks like he will be able to outpace.
Yeah, the Stone Edge coming through first, and even if another Sky Attack was reached, I think Clodsire is just bulky enough to take it on the chin. Stone Edge coming through, super effective damage, able to get the knockout. LW Josh with a sigh of relief, and he is going to make his way to the winners semis. Delusion, he's not out of it yet. He's going down to the loser side of the bracket, and he's going to have a long way to fight if he wants to make it into the losers finals of this Phase 2 here in Milwaukee.
He ended up making the decision to bench the Empoleon in that game number 3. And I honestly liked the decision to try and run with a lead and the closer very strong into the Marowak, but unfortunately, that left him quite weak to the Clodsire. And the Clodsire, maybe not the Pokemon that everyone was worried about in this matchup, but the Clodsire showed its worth as with the Empoleon not on the field, the Clodsire was incredibly safe into that final line.
Yeah, there's that really awkward moment, I want to call it out again, where we had Delusion, and he was in a spot where he really had no amazing choices to make. If he comes in after this initial matchup with a Galarian Corsola, he's going to need to either shield up a Nightshade or lose most of his health bar. If he brings in the Altaria, he's going to reveal that information for LW Josh, and Delusion knows that there's the Marowak already, and he knows that there's no shot that Josh is going to put that Marowak onto the Altaria, and by revealing his third Pokemon, he puts himself in a spot where he needs to make these catches, but it just wasn't enough to fight back from that lost switch advantage.
One thing to note is when he got the catch, he ended up getting what's basically a frame-perfect catch. So he did 3 Dragon Breaths and switched instead of 2. Had he done 2 and switched, he could have snuck an Astonish that would have allowed the Corsola to outpace that Marowak. The problem is that Marowak, if I'm not mistaken, was able to get the double up and win charge attack priority over that Nightshade. That interaction could have played out differently, but that's the level of precision in these day 2 matches. The difference between 2 Dragon Breaths and a switch or 3 Dragon Breaths and the switch, potentially altering a game outcome.
And it's the exact same play you have to make if you want to try to make one of those CMP catches that we saw one yesterday, right? You have to know the exact turn that you need to switch in order to both get the switch in and get your fast attack off and get the catch, right? There's so many small variables at play there, and the one downside of doing that, right, is like, not necessarily in that scenario, but for the CMP catch, right, you're giving your opponent one turn to react. So there is a little bit less of it's like a less likely interaction to occur because they have a little bit more time to react. But we see it on the stage all the time when people go for those moves. A half of a second is not that easy to react to. I don't know the exact number, but I'm going to guess that the average human reaction is a little bit either below or right above 0.5 seconds. So it's really tough. You have to really be cracked at the game in order to make those calls, and it just doesn't happen all that often.
And it sounds like we do have LW Josh lined up for an interview with Heather down by the stage. We get to hear about that exciting best of 3 and that pivotal decision to bring Clodsire in that game number 3. Take it away.
Hi, I'm here with Josh, and we're going to talk a little bit about your match. First of all, congrats on the win. And then second, can you tell me a little bit about the adjustments that you made from game to game? You won in your first game, lost the second game, and then it was decisive game 3. So going into game 3, what were you thinking? What was your thought process, kind of your line of Pokemon?
Yeah, the biggest thing on my mind in game 3, and I think it was sort of like the biggest threat throughout the entire series, I had a lot of fear about the Empoleon and Wigglytuff core. I think my Moltres, my Dilly, and my Claude were very, very good into my opponent's team, but like there was sort of an RPS element where like either the Empoleon or the Wiggly could be a huge problem. And in game 3, I was so worried that he would have the Wiggly in the back, but fortunately it was just the Altaria and the Corsola.
Absolutely. So what made you choose your double ground line? I noticed that you leaned a lot on Marowak and a lot on Clodsire. I know that they both have really good coverage. So what made you choose those two in particular?
Honestly, I'm coming off of like a sort of disappointing run of tournaments. I didn't do very well at Pittsburgh or at the World Championships. This line is sort of like a return to comfort for me. Clodsire, Marowak, Azumarill, like I've used them for a really long time, and they're like very comfortable and common to play for me. And I think Clodsire brings a lot to the table that like a lot of the slappers can't really mirror. And you know, slappers are just so good right now. I feel like you almost need to have one on the team, and Marowak was just the one of choice.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. Did you have any additional shout outs that you wanted to give? I know you gave a couple yesterday. Anyone else that you wanted to shout out before we head back to casters?
I'll shout out the collective again. I mentioned them yesterday, my faction. They did a lot of prep with me last night just to kind of help with my thoughts and think through teams. So big thanks to those guys for helping me out on just thinking about this matchup.
Perfect. You love to see the community working together and help each other out. We're going to go ahead and head back to casters, get back to the action.
Thank you so much, Heather. We are back. So that was the 4 winners round 1 matches. Now, there has been some action going on in the losers side of the bracket. I believe losers round 1 was played off stream, so now we move to losers round 2. So some of the trainers who ended up taking a bit of a fall in this winners round 1, their tournament hopes, they are not out of it yet. But they're going to face some tough competition going up against trainers who just emerged victorious out of losers round 1.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the losers bracket. And unfortunately for me, it seems like Valarash was knocked out 2-0 by Rise to Occasion out of pocket, taking out Tomahawk UK. So Europe's ability to take a second regional from North America is unfortunately not going to happen.
Kronov with the 2-0 victory over Leo Geo, and Elam with the 2-0 victory over Spandalicio. And wow, taking a look across that losers round 2, that's a gauntlet of matches. So I cannot wait. We've got some unbelievable matches coming up with some trainers who have definitely been here before, and one of them is named Elam. Elam running that non-shadow for Alligator, the extra survivability, very clutch in several rounds. And taking a look across Dre Flames' team, what Pokemon wants to see for Alligator? Because I'm looking across all 6, and I think the answer so far is none of them.
Yeah, because it's the non-Shadow variant, the Shadow Annihilate is not that amazing into it, right? If it was a Shadow for Alligator, you're pretty comfortable to farm down with those counters, but the non-shadow variant, I think the best answer is going to have to be with that Credilli, right? It's not a Bullet Seed variant, so it's only going to be neutral damage with its fast attacks. You do get outpaced though, so it's a little bit awkward, but our players are ready. They're already locked in. They've been waiting to play, and we are getting into the action. Game number 1, it's Azumarill versus Galarian Corsola.
This matchup is a very neutral one. Another bit of a setup matchup where for these trainers, they get to have this opportunity to kind of decide how they want to play this out. Galarian Corsola has the edge in terms of the fast attack pressure, but Play Rough ends up being a better move overall than Nightshade. So Azumarill can gain a little bit of ground back that it's losing in the fast moves by landing that hard hitting Play Rough. Elam at 90 energy, going to wait the turn, make sure there's no catch onto a Diggersby, and will get this Nightshade to land.
Nightshade doing a little bit of chip damage, and as you can see, the Azumarill can very cleanly survive the second. We see another no shield from Elam here, going for a survive on this Play Rough. It's not going to be enough damage, and a immediate pivot into the Feraligatr answered by the Credilli. So Dre Flames has landed this Credilli where he wants it to, but he needs to be extremely careful of a super effective Ice Beam.
Oh, and the shield comes up on the Hydro Cannon bait. This is really good for Elam. Not only does Elam begin this matchup with a pacing advantage due to aggressively switching in the Feraligatr, that pacing advantage just increased by having that bait shielded. Credilli is always going to be spamming on Rock Tombs in this matchup, hopefully trying to lower the Feraligatr's attack enough that a super effective Ice Beam doesn't matter. But now Elam can look to farm up just shy, and this time there's no bait. Ice Beam is going to land.
Ice Beam is 1 attack stat lowered, not going to be able to pick up the knockout. Rock Tomb coming through a second time. I do like the no shield on that, even though it is an Ice Beam, because Dre Flames really needs to preserve a shield for that Shadow Charizard in the back. And 1, 2 assets, but switching out, and in comes the Charizard. There is a bunch of energy on the Credilli, but there's barely any HP left in the back for that Feraligatr.
Being up energy as the Credilli is very, very nice. Charizard thrives off of its pacing. It just gets to these blast burns incredibly quickly. It has the ability to bait with air cutters, and now a debuff has been applied, and this is the air cutter bait. Elam calls the bait instantly. Stone cold plays from Elam.
Air Cutter not going to do all that much damage. The debuff has been applied. Blast Burn now coming through at the charge attack tie. Elam does put up the shield here, but there is still energy for that Credilli in the back for Dre Flames. Is it at a charge attack? This charge attack tie is ideal for Dre Flames in terms of limiting the amount of energy that Elam gets.
Credilli takes the knockout. Elam also has energy stored on the Galarian Corsola. It's very, very low, but it has a charge attack banked. That charge attack would be enough to knock out the Credilli. It would not be enough to knock out the Azumarill. In comes Credilli. Dre Flames will be able to take the knockout. An advantage for Elam is that Credilli, as it is going to be resisted onto this Corsola. In comes the Corsola, out comes Azumarill, but Azumarill is going to get the 1-turn switch as it should. And this allows Elam to not have a bubble sneak through. Instead, he's just at the back-to-back Nightshades. Nightshade number 1 is going to land. There's Nightshade number 2 taking the knockout. And Credilli's lack of fast attack pressure into this Corsola is going to be decisive in this game. As in the battle of fast moves, it's going to be Corsola taking the farm down and the game 1 win for Elam.
It really goes to show the potency of that Astonish fast attack damage. Not only does it do a lot of damage, but it also generates energy so quickly. How many Nightshades do we see thrown off from that Galarian Corsola? I have to say it was at least 4.
It was quite a few. Galarian Corsola, I love the decision by Elam recognizing how potent this Feraligatr is. The moment Dre Flames throws energy early, we've seen in a few previous matchups where trainers have intentionally tried to overfarm. I believe there's Teddy Bear with the Murkrow. It's a lot harder to switch in if you always have energy in reserve. But by throwing that Play Rough, that allowed Feraligatr a free switch in, and a bait into an Ice Beam landing really set up Elam for success.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Dre Flames decides to switch things up a little bit with how he plays with that Credilli, especially if it's going to be answering that Feraligatr, which just seems so safe for Elam. Does he call a first attack that's going to be a Hydro Cannon? Does he no shield, or does he maybe counter predict with, because I shielded the first time, maybe Elam goes straight for the Ice Beam the second time and doesn't bait and he continues to shield? It's that mind games that we see between these two, the trainers that are always up on stage that are so interesting to watch.
I love the mind games because you know that your opponent knows. So do you make the adjustment? Do they make the adjustment? Who ends up flinching in this incredibly important matchup? Well, we won't have to wait much longer. We've got lock-ins. Game number 2, Elam versus Dre Flames. And it's the same leads as before. Galarian Corsola into Azumarill. The same team for Elam, but an adjustment in strategy from Dre Flames. The Credillia is gone, and in its place, Shadow Scizor, which would love nothing more than to meet that Credillia.
And it's a bit interesting, right? Because Dre Flames has now dropped his best answer for that for Alligator, which I have to imagine. Elam is a very consistent player, right? And he also likes playing consistently. Having a safe swap for Alligator at the end of this matchup, I have to imagine is what he's going to do, given it worked so well in game number 1. And now Dre Flames is weaker to that play style that Elam is likely going to have here.
Oh, aggressive pivot into the Shadow Scizor. And this is a really interesting turn of events. Scizor is very far behind in this matchup. Scizor should now just have enough for the Night Slash, the no shield. Nightshade connects, devastating damage. And for Galarian Corsola, this is an amazing turn of events. The Nightshade would have done almost no damage to the Azumarill, but now it's devastating onto that Scizor.
Picking up the knockout, getting the attack boost, but it is only one bullet punch that lands onto the Feraligatr. In comes the Azumarill. It has energy from that initial matchup, which is why I have to imagine Dre Flames has decided to pivot out. But Elam can just throw up shields. The Azumarill is so slow to pace to these play roughs. I don't think it'll ever be threatened. Maybe just maybe, we see the Charizard come in later and go for a 2-shield fast attack down, but no! Elam switching it up here, going for the catch of the play rough onto the Credillia.
There's one reason you bank 2 Hydro Cannons, and it's because you know that Charizard is in the back. Charizard hits the field. By getting the catch, it desyncs the switch timers as well. Dre Flames will outpace by a singular turn. Dre Flames is baiting with the air cutter. This will not knock out if Elam calls it. Elam's thinking about it. He calls it again. He keeps doing it. Stone Cold Elam. He can't be stopped with these bait calls. That pressures the shield from the Charizard, and once Charizard farms down, there are 2 Hydro Cannons with its name on it.
That's such a risky no shield there, and we actually see that Dre Flames is letting his health go a little bit lower. I think he was stopping to tap a little bit there, but there are 2 Hydro Cannons left. Oh, actually, I get it. I understand it now. He wants his switch clock to come up so that he could potentially catch on the Azumarill.
Oh, he waited the turn and then pressed it, but Elam did not wait the turn. Elam wanted that knockout. Hydro Cannon lands. Down goes Charizard. Dre Flames trying to escape the wrath of Feraligatr, but Feraligatr shuts the door. Hydro Cannons for Charizard, Hydro Cannons for Azumarill, and that's Elam. 2-0, moving on in the losers round.
This is incredibly well played by Elam. And you know, yesterday I was talking a little bit about how us casters, we have all the information, and I'd like to redact that. Sometimes we have all the information. There I was clearly lacking the crucial information that was in Dre Flames' head. He was waiting for that switch clock. He wanted the opportunity, and had he thrown those Dragon Breaths, had he farmed down immediately, the switch clock wouldn't have been up, and the back-to-back could have been thrown very quickly from Elam, and no catch would have been available. So I like the heads-up play from Dre Flames there. A really unfortunate call was made by Elam for Dre Flames, right? If he had let that Blast Burn go through, if it was a Blast Burn, it would have picked up the knockout, and it would have been a very different game.
I need to go back to revisit these bait calls. The Credillia just did not believe Charizard was ever going to throw its nuke move, and it paid off in a massive way. The Scizor took so much damage from the Nightshade, got the boost, but unfortunately, that boost didn't amount to much, and this decision right here to desync the switch timers, this is what forced Dre Flames into having to wait and take all that extra damage, was because of this catch, and then the bait call by Elam. You can see Dre Flames, he's saying, "Are you kidding me, Elam?" But Elam, not even a single reaction to that. Elam looks as locked in as I've ever seen him. Back-to-back Hydro Cannons loaded on Feraligatr, knocking out the Charizard, and Dre Flames left looking for answers.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I see a little bit of a quizzical look on Elam's side. Maybe he was even a little bit confused as to why Drayflames was waiting. But you see the switch clock. You know, it's got the marker that goes all the way around in the circle. It was still about a little more than a quarter left, right? So I think it was actually incredibly crucial that Drayflames waited this few extra seconds because a quarter of the clock, right, is it's a little more than 10 seconds, right, which is about the time that it takes for a charge attack animation to play through. So really heads up play from Drayflames. Unfortunately, not quite enough, and Elam's going to make his way through Drayflames, a really talented battler, and move his way on through the tournament.
Unbelievable games from Elam. And up next, we actually have our co-caster, Caleb, who is going to be quizzing some people on day one usage. How well were you watching that usage graphic? So Caleb, take it away.
Welcome, trainers. I'm here with Out of Pocket, a multi-regional champion as well as an international champion, and I got a little pop quiz for you at Pocket. It's a quiz about how well do you know yourself. What do you think? Do you think you know yourself well enough?
Kinda. I would say, like, pretty good.
All right, well, let's see how you're going to do here. And, you know, you already made day number 2 in Milwaukee, so already a lot of top cuts here in this season. But last season, you had a lot of tournaments, 14 tournaments in total, and 30 unique Pokemon. Now, the real question is, what was your top used Pokemon? So we have your top 5 used Pokemon here written down, and you get 3 lifelines, 3 strikes and you're out. So you get a couple guesses, but you can't make too many mistakes here. So you ready for it?
Yes.
All right, let's start with the first guess here. Who do you think is, it doesn't be in order, right? Any of the top 5 you name, I'll let you know if you're correct or not.
Okay, for my first guess, let's do Galarian Corsola.
Galarian Corsola is indeed correct. Galarian Corsola was your 5th most used Pokemon in last season, using it a total of 4 times.
Okay, and I'm guessing again.
Yeah, you can keep going, yeah.
Okay, let's do, okay, 4 times. How about Shadow Kanto Marowak?
Shadow Kanto Marowak is indeed on the list as well. It is number 3 on your list here. I don't know where my Marowak ran off to, so we're going to use a Clodsire to replace it for now, but it is a Marowak here. Ooh. Here we go. Okay. Fantastic. All right.
Anyway, how many times did you say I used?
Marowak you used 7 times.
Okay, 7 times. Let's go with kind of, I think it's kind of a freebie, but Azumarill.
Azumarill is correct. Azumarill, number 1 in usage for you at a total of 10 times. So 10 times with 10. 10 tournaments with Azumarill. 10 out of your 14.
That's more than, like, some people enter in, like, 3 years of competition, man. Oh, boy. Okay, let's do... Let's do Drapion.
Drapion is correct at number 2. And you have 1 final Pokemon left to guess here. And in your top 5. You haven't made a single mistake yet, which you're doing a lot better than all the other trainers I've interviewed so far.
Yeah, I mean, Azumarill and Drapion kind of dominated the meta for multiple seasons, so I kind of had a clue as to... I've entered so many tournaments, but those are the ones, like, were basically guaranteed on my team for a lot of them. Okay, so Azumarill, Drapion. How many did I use Drapion?
Drapion, you used a total of 9 times.
Okay, wait, oh man. That means the only turn I didn't use Drapion with Ozzy, I used it with Worlds then. A sweep Neptune. Okay, so for the last one, is that last card in there the Marowak?
No, you already guessed Marowak, so. Huh? Oh, wait, what?
Let's see if Clodsire is it.
Clodsire is not. All right, so you still no, the Marowak ran off, so that's why I used the Clodsire as a replacement. Yeah.
So you just had like random. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know where my Marowak went off to, but you still get 2 more guesses.
And Corso was 4 times. 3 times?
Corso was 4 times. Yeah.
Okay, 4 times. Ooh. Oh, Dugong.
Dugong is correct. You nailed it. At number 4 in total, I believe you said a total of 5 times. So congratulations. You're the first trainer actually to get all of your own Pokemon usage correct. So it turns out you do quite know yourself. And something I felt really interesting as a fun fact when looking through this data is you actually only used Mana Buzz once. And Mana Buzz was pretty meta last season too. But how are you feeling about this current season's meta?
I think it's a lot of fun. I mean, the team I brought has a little dicey situations for some Pokemon, but I feel like what I love about this meta is the most important thing, in my opinion, and I think this is what my wise friend Tomahawk UK once said to me, was that this meta speaks a lot about your understanding of your Pokemon, your familiarity with them, over perhaps do I have an answer for everything? Because in this meta, it's so big, you probably won't. You probably will have to figure something out versus some awkward Pokemon that people may reasonably bring, and that's where the skill expression comes in, and I'm very excited to play more of it.
Awesome. You had a fantastic season last season. What are your goals for this upcoming season in 2026?
This may sound weird coming from me, but I'm trying to be a little bit more consistent. I feel like when I looked at a full record of my last season, it would be like one good tournament, a few awkward ones, a good tournament, a few awkward ones, where like, sure, I may have made a day 2, but maybe I could have played a little bit better in one game to make it a little bit further, or even just some nights could have been top 8s just outright, right? So I feel like my kind of goal is to maybe just repeat top 8s, or maybe just I don't know, maybe be a little bit more confident in my play when match to match. Sometimes like I feel like I've been trying to use new things, like sometimes hand warmers or notebooks, to really see if maybe that'll do something, but I want to be able to find that rhythm and maybe emulate amazing seasons like those of Marto or Patoman.
Great to hear. Holding yourself to a higher standard, even though you're already really, really good. So definitely wise words from a champion. Well, I wish you the best of luck in Milwaukee and defending your title. Best of luck on day number 2, and let's get back to the Pokemon action.
On a moonless night, a strange incident occurred in which every one of a village inhabitant suffered nightmares. The villagers attested that Darkrai appeared before them in these nightmares. It chases people and Pokemon from its territory by causing them to experience deep, nightmarish slumbers.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2026 Milwaukee Regionals for Pokemon GO. We had a little fun segment with Out of Pocket, and he's going to be on stage very shortly in that losers bracket against J Mills. I'm Caleb Peng, I'm joined with Heather, and we have some incredible action coming up.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this match. Pocket's actually defending his Milwaukee Regional Championship title as he won it last year, so it's going to be interesting to see if he can keep going. We are on the loser side of the bracket, so it is win or go home now. So these trainers really have to lock in, put their best foot forward, and just try to win.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of locked in, last time around when Out of Pocket went into the losers bracket early on, it wasn't Milwaukee. He dropped in round 3 on the winner side on day number 1, and he went on to win 11 straight series to take the title. So if anyone's got grit and determination and persistence, it's Out of Pocket, and he won Milwaukee last time around doing some incredible feats and battling a ton of players to get there. And this time around, if he goes all the way, he actually doesn't even have to face as many trainers, I believe. But he's already done it before, and he's looking to repeat it. But he is going against J Mills, who's had an incredible tournament so far.
Yeah, let's take a look at our winner side of the bracket as well. So we were down to 4 remaining trainers on the winner's side. We have Dapper Dix versus Meteor Fallion, and Teddy Bear versus LW Josh later on. So those are going to be some amazing matches to see as well. See who ends up in the winners finals and grand finals.
Yeah, and something we talked about a little bit yesterday for anyone that might have missed it is that there are a couple of people that copied Out of Pocket's team, right? They saw him running in some practice tournaments or maybe some scrims. They're like, hey, I want to do that as well. His very unique deal with Shadow Dusknoir, Guzzlord, Shadow Talonflame, a couple other pieces to as on top of it. And he's the only player to actually make it into day number 2 here, top 16 with that team. So sometimes you know, it might not be the car, it might be the driver. And if it's his own team, he's going to know how to pilot it better than anyone else.
Yeah, it's not always about the team you bring. It's more about being comfortable with the Pokemon that you bring, right? So I've done that before in tournaments too, where I brought Pokemon that I thought were just really good, and then I ended up not doing well with them just because I was uncomfortable with their matchups. I didn't practice enough with them, and I would have been better, most likely, if I had just brought the Pokemon I was more comfortable with. And that's when I always play my best, is when I bring the Pokemon that I really like to play, and I know all their matchups by heart.
Yes.
I can just go with the flow.
Yeah, those comfort picks are really important. I mean, Shadow Dusknoir's kind of mine where I am terrible with it, but I don't know how to beat it either. But both these players do have that Shadow Dusknoir. Seems to be a lot of the ghost of choice for a lot of these players here. Most Aos coursed up before this and past regionals for this season, but people making that pivot over to that Shadow Dusknoir, giving it a lot more coverage into some of those steel types, and you know, just hitting a lot harder, can astonish down a lot of Pokemon. These two teams are actually really similar. There's an overlap between the Lapras, the Fortress, the Clodsire, and then there is
a Dusknoir as well.
A Dusknoir as well, yeah. So just two Pokemon, yeah.
4 out of the 16 Pokemon, yeah.
Yeah, I think Out of Pocket might be one of the few trainers that does not have a Credilli on his team, which Credilli is top usage in, I think, every tournament we've had so far this season because of just how versatile it is, how strong it is. But he opted to go for, you know, a little bit different types of water coverage, maybe like the Guzzlord as a way to kind of close that gap there a little bit. All right, but here we go. Game number 1, Jay Mills versus Out of Pocket. Out of Pocket trying to defend his title, but he has to go through Jay Mills and a whole bunch of people first. It's going to be a Moltres versus the Lapras to start things off.
Yeah, this is a great lead for Jay Mills because you double resist those Psy Waves, and you will survive an Ice Beam or an Aria, depending on what Out of Pocket chooses to throw here. And it actually lets Jay Mills throw first, so he will be landing this move. Out of Pocket immediately no shields. He doesn't care if it's a Brave Bird or... Oh, it is a Brave Bird. It lands, leaves the Lapras very, very low. They both immediately pivot, and you have Lapras into Shadow Talonflame. This is a very uncomfortable matchup for both, I believe. The pacing on those Sparkling Arias is going to outpace the Talonflame to those moves, but Talonflame can actually throw Flame Charge here and boost its attacks. Those Shadow Incinerates will start to really chip away at that Lapras.
Yeah, I don't think J Mills going to shield the first Flame Charge here. Oh, Out of Pocket actually undercharging a little bit, maybe trying to be a very calculated farm down. Let's see if that's going to pay off or not here, but he's got to go and shield again. He burns the second shield. There's almost no health on the Lapras either, but there is the Ice Beam and Sparkle Aria loaded on that Lapras, and gets one more Incinerate to get some extra energy, but no shields already on the side of Out of Pocket. This is a really dire spot for him to be in.
Yeah, he's going to come out one Incinerate away from double fly, though, so he can fire off both of these flies and potentially pull those shields right back, which is...
Oh, Jay Mills actually choosing not to shield a fly. One hit knockout there.
Actually just lets his Dusknoir go, completely sacks it, and puts it all on the Moltres. It seems like he's making a team read that he thinks maybe there's a Dusknoir in the back for Out of Pocket. However, we can see that it's the Clodsire in the back.
I do like this play, though, because there's not too much in the back that could really heavily handle this Moltres, but it is the Clodsire. It's pretty bulky. It's going to be able to take these moves quite well. Jay Mills needs to get to a Brave Bird and a Fly to have a chance. You can see him shaking his head. He knows that Smolch is going to struggle to hang on after that Stone Edge is thrown.
Yeah, this Stone Edge is going to do massive damage, and it will connect since Jay Mills just went down both of his shields. This will likely KO this Moltres, and it does. Yeah. He had to get to 2 moves there, and he just could not outpace that Clodsire. 7 stings to that Stone Edge.
Yeah, a lot of hard-hitting moves from Out of Pocket. You know, it looked really bad for him at first, right? The Brave Bird almost one-shotting the Lapras, then the Simo Swap coming in, Shadow Talonflame into the Water Lapras, which is, generally speaking, a pretty good spot for Lapras to be in. But if you have shields up, you start, you know, double shielding your Talonflame. It could be a good spot. He boosted the Shadow Talonflame and then was able to one-shot the Dusknoir, grab the final shield, and then one-shot the Moltres with the Clodsire. Just really great usage of energy management from Out of Pocket in a tricky situation. And, you know, and I felt like he might have almost made a misplay there because he had to shield another Sparkling Aria to get the full farm down, but ended up paying off for him.
Yeah, he had a plan that entire way through, and Shadow Talonflame is so strong. As soon as it boosts, then it's literally 2 Incinerates to the next fly, and then another 2 Incinerates to the next fly. So you boost, and then you're at double fly very quickly. So it's definitely worth investing your shields in that Talonflame if you're gonna boost. Plus that boosted Incinerate damage chunks away at whatever Pokemon comes in. So even though if you go down 2 shields, you can easily get those shields right back.
Yeah, I know a lot of people thought that Shadow Charizard was going to be the meta flying fire of choice, but it's really the Shadow Talonflame that's really made a splash on the scene. Not a lot of trainers use it, but for the ones that do, they've really had a lot of success with it. We saw that in Pittsburgh. We're seeing that now here in Milwaukee in the hands of Out of Pocket. What does Jay Mills answer this, though? Because the Shadow Talonflame has play into everything on his team.
Yeah, he has no actual resistances to that fire because Lapras is also an ice type, so it takes neutral damage from those incinerates. Again, Cradily is a rock type, but it also has that grass subtyping, so again, neutral damage. So Talonflame actually looks very, very strong here because there's not a lot of fast move pressure into it. The only fast move pressure J Mills has into that Talonflame is that Shadow Dust Noir, and he chose to just sack it completely and put it all on Moltres there.
Yeah, I think, you know, his the Lapras on the side of Out of Pocket is also quite strong, so I wouldn't be surprised if he brings the Lapras in. You see the Lapras is in the back here. It's going to be the Clodsire versus Guzzlord. Guzzlord won the bulkier Pokemon in the Great League, but so is Clodsire. And honestly, I think Out of Pocket feels pretty good here because if he can avoid the Clodsire versus Talonflame matchup, he knows he can save the shields for something else for the Talonflame.
Yeah, this is a very neutral matchup, and as long as, I think he would have stayed in as long as he didn't see that Fortress on the lead, and it's not a Fortress, so he can just stay in. Oh, he does actually pivot out to the Lapras, and J Mills is actually going to fire off this Stone Edge, try to pull a shield or get some massive damage into this Lapras before he goes out to his switch.
Yeah, I think Out of Pocket is predicting that there might be a Dust Storm in the back, so saving that Brutal Swing for later. But this is a really good spot for your J Mills to be in because you only have resisted charge attacks for this Lapras Mirror. Sideway does not do enough damage in these bulky mirror match, which means that J Mills can farm so much energy with the Sidewave on his own Lapras, and that's going to be really difficult for Out of Pocket's backline. You have the Ice Beam for the Guzzlord, you have the Sparkling Aria for the Talonflame, able to grab shields no matter what against those Pokemon or just take them out.
Yeah, and the switch timers are very misaligned here, so Pocket can actually get back out potentially, and he does snipe with that Brutal Swing. He actually has 2 loaded, so he can throw back-to-back here, which will be enough to KO this Lapras. So let's see if he does. He probably will throw right away. Does J Mills want to protect all this energy? He has almost 100 energy here. He does. He's almost at back-to-back Sparkling Aria, and Guzzlord is approaching Sparkling Aria range.
Oh.
He can actually swap back out into Clodsire, though. Save all that energy for later.
I like this play a lot, too. J Mills knowing that he has to throw the full Ice Beam at the Guzzlord, which is really awkward because then he doesn't come away with any remaining energy for whatever's in the back. So rather, come in the Clodsire, absorb this damage, and then go for the Stone Edge and try to save that Lapras for something in the back. He knows that there's likely a Talonflame lurking there, so having back-to-back Sparkling Aria is huge, and that's why Out of Pocket is not choosing to spend a shield here because he doesn't want to leave the Talonflame with nothing to do here. Can he go for maybe a catch here? No, he's going to try to incinerate down. This is so tough, though. Double Super Vector Stone Edge, you have to shield it, but the Sparkling Aria is ready on the side of J Mills. Switch timers are not up yet, which means the Talonflame can still get a lot of headway in this matchup.
Yep, Talonflame will get the full Incinerate down there, and then it's up to Pocket to potentially try to make a catch on the Sparkling Aria, but he doesn't. J Mills actually comes in with Moltres, is going to farm this Lapras all the way down.
Really great prediction with J Mills, and you can see Out of Pocket shaking his head a little bit too. He didn't want to get sniped from the Sparkling Aria, but J Mills one step ahead, thinking he's probably going to do it. And now comes the Lapras with back-to-back Sparkling Aria. This is absolutely huge for J Mills. Didn't want a full Incinerate to sneak through, so he is going to shield up this one. Didn't want to throw the Sparkling Aria right away, but there's no opportunity for Out of Pocket to swap out at this moment.
Here's the thing. Is he in range of one boosted Incinerate on this Lapras? It's going to be so close whether that Incinerate knocks out or not.
Yeah, let's see if the Incinerate damage was enough. No, not quite.
Lapras survives on 1 HP. 1 HP and a dream to get off this second Sparkling Aria. This will connect and KO this Talonflame.
Absolutely huge for J Mills. Maybe a little risky not throwing the Sparkling Aria right away because you're going to have to take Incinerate at some point in time anyway. But it ended up paying off there as J Mills found a way around that Shadow Talonflame on the side of Out of Pocket. That was a really interesting game because both players are weaving in and out with energy on the Lapras, on the Guzzlord, on the Clodsire, and then the prediction, the read from J Mills to come in Moltres into that Talonflame was absolutely brilliant from him, and it put Out of Pocket in such a tough position.
Yeah, and J Mills knew he had to save that shield for that Lapras because the Talonflame also had a move banked. So that was incredible plays from Jay Mills, and his Lapras must have a whole lot of HP. Very good IVs to survive that boosted Incinerate there, because it was pretty low.
Definitely, definitely. And Jay Mills, you know, a lot of accolades on his own right, but he's never won a regional yet or a tournament. So he is looking to extend that and have the opportunity of getting to third places, a couple other top cuts as well. So he's definitely one of those players that can hang with the best. But does he have the determination? Does he have the clutchness to clutch it out in this final pivotal game? Dude, this is the loser's bracket, so the loser of this will be eliminated from the tournament. The winner will still have to face a bunch of other players, but hey, they'll take that option any day over getting eliminated right now.
Yeah, the players are taking their time to really think it through. What do they want to bring in this last line of Pokemon, right? It's really tough. All comes down to this last game. Will they win or will they go home? And our trainers are locked in, and we have Lapras leading into Lapras, the Lapras mirror. This can get very uncomfortable because both Lapras do not have Skull Bash. They have Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. Both are resisted moves here. Typically, you would see trainers bank up a ton of energy and then potentially look to pivot out and save it. But they may also throw here just to try to chip down the Lapras a little bit, especially because Jay Mills has the Clodsire in the back, does not want to see a Lapras, and Out of Pocket has that Shadow Talonflame in the back, which also doesn't want to see the Lapras. They might just stay here and be uncomfortable for a little while.
Yeah, definitely. The longer we're in this, it's better for Out of Pocket because the Lapras matchup versus Talonflame is much more dire. I wouldn't be surprised if Jay Mills swaps over to the Clodsire once this Lapras is closing in on Stone Edge range, but no, opts to go for another Sparkling Aria as well. I mean, the Clodsire has a lot of play into the Talonflame too, so he has options to, and so does Moltres, right? He's bringing like his 3 best neutral answers to that Talonflame. I mean, super effective answers, I guess, with the Lapras and the Clodsire, but Moltres not too bad into Shadow Talonflame as well, especially if there's no shields available. Let's see if both players go for anything. Oh, it looks like Out of Pocket's going to win Charge Attack priority in this mirror matchup. I don't think a Sparkling Aria is going to be enough, but this means that Jay Mills also presses Sparkling Aria. Both are going to be launched. I think it's going to be maybe a simultaneous side wave down.
Yeah, both trainers could look to pivot out here potentially and save their Lapras though for a catch later on. So we might see that happen.
Oh,
they both simul pivot out, and we have Guzzlord into the Clodsire. So honestly, this is probably where you want to see the Clodsire because those Stone Edges would one-hit KO that Talonflame, whereas Guzzlord can take those moves, doesn't have to use shields here.
And like you said, there's not that much fast attack pressure on the side of Jay Mills. So unless there's a Shadow Duster on the back, the Talonflame has a lot of play into whatever it may be, and it just so happens it is going to be the Moltres. Moltres is okay, like I said, if there's no shields, but with shields up, the Shadow Talonflame is going to continue to be a problem. The Jay Mills needs to be able to grab a shield here, which I don't think Out of Pocket is going to do. So maybe he can get a shield on the Talonflame later. That's his only chance to have a shield advantage on the Moltres to have a shot to take out this Talonflame. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if at any point either trainer is able to catch on their Lapras as well, as they both have a Lapras available for a catch. Jay Mills actually looking to pivot out here into his Moltres, and Pocket immediately answers with the Shadow Talonflame. This is a very uncomfortable matchup for both Pokemon. However, Talonflame wants to try to boost the Incinerates as soon as possible, ends up giving Jay Mills actually an extra Sucker Punch, which is gonna be pivotal in this matchup specifically because you take that extra Sucker Punch damage on Talonflame, which you wouldn't want to. Jay Mills looked like he might have been trying to go for the full Sucker Punch down, but you take a lot of Incinerate damage in the process. Does Out of Pocket choose a shield? Is going to shield, tries to get this final shield, do as much damage as Moltres as possible. He actually has a lot of health still remaining. Oh, I like this play from Jay Mills because he's able to get the Sucker Punch down before the 5-turn Incinerate is going to register, so he can negate a lot of that damage, and he has a move loaded on the Moltres and the Clodsire. Can he go for it? Oh, he tries to go for it. He catches it on
Out
the
of Pocket
Lapras.
makes an unreal catch. All of that energy down the drain on his 1 HP Lapras.
That's absolutely huge. He paused there too, right? 'Cause that's a 3-turn move there. But Jay Mills, can he still get to it? Oh, he tries to.
Jay Mills goes for a catch and fails it.
All right, let's see what Jay Mills does as well. He could get to the fly still.
Does survive
I love
that Dragon
play.
Tail.
He did the transfer damage over to the Lapras to negate the Dragon Tail damage. Grabs the shield. He still has a move on the Clodsire, but there's so much energy in Guzzlord, and Guzzlord is going to throw the brutal swing. Is going to get Charge Attack priority, and Out of Pocket clutches out here in game number 3.
Out of Pocket will be moving on in the loser's side bracket. Jay Mills will be going home. Pocket will continue to defend his title.
Wow, what a series right there, especially that final game, that game 3. It really shows the prowess of the mechanical skills of both of these players, right? You can see the sportsmanship, the respect as well, too. Out of pocket, using that 3-turn move of Dragon Tail, has to pause there, knowing that J-Mills is going to throw a sucker punch to throw on good timing there and get as much energy as possible before throwing the move. But out of pocket, because he paused, was able to swap and catch it on that 1 HP Lapras, just like you said that the players would try to do. J-Mills, on the hand, it might look like for some people it was a failed catch attempt because he swapped to Lapras, but instead what he did was he was transferring the damage over, getting his sucker punch energy, but swapping to Lapras to take the Dragon Tail damage so he could get the fly later. But because Out of Pocket has so much energy on the Guzzlord and he was going to win charge attack priority, the game was pretty much over. J-Mill still fighting to the very end, and what a fantastic series from both these trainers.
Yeah, that was so close, and it all came down to the wire there, and both Pokemon ending up with a move at the end, and Guzzlord winning that charge attack priority. Go ahead and look back at it again. So look at our replay. We got the Moltres swapping into the Talonflame. This is actually, like I said before, an uncomfortable matchup for both Pokemon here because those sucker punches do so much damage to the Shadow Talonflame, but the Incinerates in turn do so much damage to Moltres. Moltres will edge out in the 2s there usually, but yeah, we see that amazing catch from Out of Pocket. You can see he is so relieved to make that catch.
Yeah.
He's like, oh my gosh. That was pivotal for him, getting that catch and not taking that move on the Guzzlord or potentially going down another shield there.
Yeah, and you know, if he gets that fly off, he pretty much wins the game, right? Because he had the move banked on the Crosshair as well. I guess there's a chance that Out of Pocket could have caught the Stone Edge on his Lapras. So he had a few potential win conditions, but those are not easy to execute on. And that's why Out of Pocket is your reigning Milwaukee champion. He's looking to repeat that here this weekend.
Yeah, it gets down to the wire, and you're on stage. You got everything, just the blood rushing, right? The adrenaline going, and it's just so tough to make those decisions in those split seconds, but that's what makes these trainers the best of the best, and that's why we're here watching them.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to hear what Out of Pocket has to say about that. I'm sure he's feeling really excited about that matchup. Let's hear what Henry has with the interview with Out of Pocket on the floor.
Thank you so much, Caleb. My name is Homestead Henry here on the floor with Out of Pocket. I feel like I keep saying with the most dramatic win we've seen, but that game 3 was crazy. It looked like Pocket had no way out, but getting that catch, talk me through the emotions of that game, because I know that had to be just from feeling it was so over to making that winning play when it mattered the most.
Yeah, J-Mills played really well against me. I felt like he had a team that was very close to mine, right? He had, I believe it was Moltres Cordilli for Talonflame Guzzlord. And because of that, he had no fire resistance. And basically that meant that the matchup was going to be about how can I set up my Talonflame? How is he going to work around my Talonflame being so good? And I feel like he picked really good options, right? He played for Lapras with energy. He had plans where he was going to like take I knew that his plans were going to be around like taking a shield and then switching out and then setting up the Moltres on his side. And I felt like that was a really good series. In the 3rd game, when my Talonflame's Incinerate didn't land, you saw I was like, oh boy. Because I knew that I had to do the exact way, I knew I needed to play the exact way I did to win that game, or else I was kaput, right? And I felt like I executed my win cons very well. I'm pretty proud of how I played. I am still a little shaken up after that match, a little pumped, got the adrenaline flowing. And very excited to be in the top 8 here. One thing I mentioned in the segment that I did with Caleb was that my goal was to be a little bit more consistent. Of course, day 2s are always great. They get you a lot of championship points. You get to be on screen more. But what I really love is, of course, getting prized out in the top 8, and also more championship points, more glory on my side, on my end. I like seeing that. I feel like the best players right now are very consistent, not just day 2ing, but even winning a few more matches to get top 8 or top 4 or getting a medal. And I feel like my goal is always to get, I set my goal for this season was to have a few back-to-back, maybe get 5 or 6 total, and at least one IC top 8. That's kind of the goal, and I feel like I'm making headway into that right now.
So yesterday, you had mentioned in your interview, 100%, you were winning it. I got to talk with you after that one because I know that match had to have your blood pumping, your heart racing. So does a close match like that, does that give you more confidence because you solved what looked unsolvable? Or is it a little worrying?
I'm just going to take it a game at a time. I always say 100%, but sometimes there's always like the lingering doubt, like, can I actually do it? If I face someone good, if there's someone really good across the table, will I be the one that, when it comes down to it, comes out on top? And that type of match that really gets your blood pumping, really it gives me a lot of confidence going forward. I'm really excited to show what I can do in Milwaukee today.
Unbelievable plays from out of pocket. What a dramatic game number 3. His hopes of retaining and reclaiming his title of Milwaukee Regional Champion still alive. So big congratulations to Pocket, and we'll send it back to the casters.
Thanks so much, Henry, for that interview. That was amazing to hear from Pocket. We're going to hop right into our next match here, and we have BJ Pawat versus Pranav. So again, on the loser side, it's win or go home. And we've seen these trainers a few times on stage. We've seen their teams. Let's take a look at it again. So we've got the Florges on BJ Pawat's side. We haven't actually seen him bring it much. I'm curious if he'll bring it into this match, especially since there's a Murkrow on the other side. You got that Unova Stunfisk. It's got some play for sure. Pranav has been employing his Corviknight a lot, and it looks like that has a lot of play into BJ's team, so we might see that one come out again.
One of the few players that have double flyers as well, right? And Corviknight is so interesting because it's a flyer that can beat a lot of the steel types or things that typically beat flyers, such as like Bastiodon. It's got play into Empoleon as well. Tinkaton, of course, is a very positive matchup, so he can play a lot of ABA flying strats to really cover his weaknesses. Let's see how these players are going to play it out, though. Game number 1's underway. It's going to be Diggersby versus the Murkrow to start things off, and it's kind of a weird matchup here because you have all neutral moves on the Diggersby, and because it's so bulky, it can dish out quite a bit of damage in this head-to-head, even though flying types are usually pretty good into ground types.
Yeah, interesting. Pranav does not actually throw immediately, even though he would win that charge attack priority. He chooses to overfarm a little bit. Maybe he was expecting a catch on something. He just wanted to farm up to double before throwing. That works too. But you can see how much those quick attacks are adding up on that Murkrow. That Murkrow is already in the yellow, and Diggersby can easily tank this Drill Peck here. It will actually survive too. So even though it's a ground type, looks like it will win the zeros versus this Murkrow.
Yeah, and it looks like Pranav is going to not throw yet again, trying to charge up extra energy. He wants to really avoid this Diggersby on the Corviknight. That's a really awkward matchup for the Corviknight. Getting to double Drill Peck. Unlikely BJ is going to shield here, knowing that there's 2 Drill Pecks available. He's going to let it go and maybe try to bullet punch down. Could even maybe Astonish down, would be really aggressive here, but no, he comes in with the Shadow Scizor instead. Gets 1 bullet punch through, another one should knock out if this one doesn't. And honestly, this alignment is going to be pretty important in this specific situation because you really want the Corviknight on top of that Scizor. The Scizor, if you start boosting here, it could be a much different story for Pranav. I know he's looking with bated breath to see if this Night Slash is going to boost. A boost would raise your attack by 2 stages, 1 in 8 chances, and no, not going to happen on that first one. Because Scizor's so frail, you could potentially even go Air Cutter. You see BJ trying to swap over, but Pranav really smart, throwing in between the bullet punch to avoid a potential catch.
Yeah, he did want to catch that Air Cutter because he definitely doesn't want to take a payback on his Corsola. He does pivot anyway, and we saw Pranav got the boost, but then he swapped out with the energy anyway, came back in with his Cradilly so that it can avoid that Scizor. Because even though the Scizor is in the red, you can never acid that Scizor down, and you would have to throw a move into it. So this is a really smart play from Pranav coming in with his Cradilly here, and he starts debuffing the Corsola immediately, which makes sense. You want to take less damage, save health from these Nightshades.
Yeah, really interesting play from BJ. He didn't throw the Nightshade, even though he reached the Nightshade before the Rock Tomb was thrown. So now these Nightshades are doing less than they could have done. Maybe he was hoping that Pranav would trip up a little bit on his timing of the move because they swapped at different times there. It's a little bit out of sync, and maybe he could sneak Astonish too, but that was not the case, and Pranav was really on point with his mechanics here too. BJ might be able to swap here, but Pranav overfarming a little bit, goes for the grass. I like this play too because I don't think he's going to plan on shielding the Cradilly anyway, so wants to put it as low as possible. Maybe could sand tag down, put it in Air Cutter range. In comes the Corviknight, and almost at back-to-back, now at back-to-back Air Cutter. I don't think BJ can afford to shield. He does shield.
He will lose this charge attack priority, though, if he chooses to throw his move.
Wait, it wasn't the back-to-back.
He was one off the back-to-back Air Cutter, so he does get this move off. And Pranav is going to no-shield it.
This is a bold no-shield, but it is a debuffed Corsola, and Pranav knows that he has what it takes to get to this air cutter before getting bullet punch down. So he's going to take this first game here. Only a few more HP left on this Corsola. Doesn't actually get the sand attack down. Is there any way you can survive the acid? No, there's just way too much health left on this Credilli. Made it close, but he gets the acid down, still with a shield to spare.
Yeah, that Credilli survived on 2 HP there. That was so close. He might have been in Astonish downrange, but just not quite. And Pranav knew that. He's very precise. He knows his Pokemon's damage ranges, so he knew that he would survive that and he could save that shield safely.
Yeah, I think BJ's going to be kicking himself a little bit after that one, because if you look at the health on the Credilli, if he just threw the first Nightshade right away, that would have been a different story, right? The Credilli would not have the health to pull off that acid down. It would have been taken out pretty much at certain points, or just be way too low, and Pranav had to swap out earlier. But he did still have a shield, so maybe Pranav could have spent a shield elsewhere instead. But yeah, great plays from Pranav. Pretty much very little misplays that I can see, right? I think BJ could have potentially went for the aggressive Astonish down on the Murkrow. That energy on the Corsa will probably go a lot further than the energy on the Scizor. And Scizor also taking a lot of that peck damage, not really going to appreciate it.
Yeah, and then that also forces Pranav to really try to predict what's in the back line for BJ, not revealing that Scizor. So he would have to say, okay, where do I want to take this energy? Do I want to take it on my Corviknight, or do I want to bring Credilli into that Corsola? So gives a little less information to the opponent, but if you come in that Scizor, you know, he's immediately coming in Corviknight. And I would expect that BJ knows he's bringing Corviknight pretty much every game here.
Yeah, that's a really fantastic point actually too, because showing the Scizor is much more detrimental for BJ's team. Corsa more generalist, and it also has decent matchups into Credilli, especially up energy. So let's see how BJ's going to adjust here. Game number 2 match point for Pranav. Let's see if BJ can force it to a game number 3. He swaps in right away with the Murkrow, and in comes the Blastoise. We saw this with BJ first, Meteor falling in earlier, and this Blastoise is going to be in a very positive matchup against these frail flying birds.
Yeah, what's interesting here is that Corviknight is actually weaker to Digger Speed. So swapping out, even if Pranav gets switched, he might end up with a Corviknight on the Digger Speed, or he'll end up with a Corviknight on the Corsola. Either way, it's going to be uncomfortable for him.
Yeah, and Pranav's going to reach the second drill peck in time. BJ going to throw up the shield, trying to get that final shield for Pranav. It could be kind of dicey though. If Switch Timers aren't up after this, Pranav can go for the farm down, but BJ going for one more rollout here and grabbing the final shield from Pranav. Does BJ let the Blastoise be farmed down, or does he go for a hard pivot?
Seems like he's going to let it just go and let the Murkrow get the energy. He doesn't want to be trapped in this matchup. He wants to be able to swap out.
And we get 2 back-to-back drill pecks. It's going to do a lot of damage now onto the Digger Speed. And like you said, even though Corviknight's not great into this, with double drill peck landing, it's going to make this matchup a lot easier now for that Corviknight. But here's the thing, you have a lot of play into everything in the back line. So with the energy on BJ's side, it's still anyone's game, and he still has a shield.
And Pranav's going to immediately pivot into his Credilli here. He's going to take this energy from the Digger Speed, and then I would think BJ Powell's going to look to swap out here. His Digger Speed does not want to stay in that matchup, especially being in Grass Knot range. He does pivot back out of the Corsola into this better matchup for the Corsola. So he's going to go ahead and debuff here, which makes sense. You want to take less damage from these Astonishes, less damage from the Nightshades that will be thrown. Corsola can tank 2 moves here easily though, so I expect that he might save shields for Diggersby, honestly. Because Diggersby could be his win con here. But he does actually overfarm a lot here and lets Pranav get another Rock Tomb before throwing his energy. So now he is double debuffed. These Nightshades are not going to do a lot. He's still going to have to get to 2 moves regardless here. But Switch Timers are coming up soon.
Yeah, interesting play again for BJ. Does not throw the Nightshade and opts to get debuffed yet again, which makes things really uncomfortable. Now he can swap over, but look at the health on the Digger Speed. You're pretty much in air cutter range at this point in time, and Pranav not going to throw the move, wants to overfarm. I like to play a lot from Pranav. He knows that he can tank the Fire Punch. Having more energy on the Corviknight later is going to make this really difficult for BJ. He might have a shield, but he has almost no health remaining, and at 2.5 air cutters, this is going to be plenty of energy to take out this Digger Speed, and there's a chance to even boost on top of it. I don't know if BJ has a win condition.
Yeah, this is looking pretty dire for him, and Pranav still has 3 Pokemon on the field here. Yeah, he has to shield this Corsola. Unfortunately, Pranav is going to pace to another air cutter so quickly, and Corviknight is not in Nightshade range. He had to get to 2 moves there, so that is going to be a GG. This air cutter will KO. He got that boost. It wasn't super necessary, but that will definitely be a KO there.
All right, big congrats to Pranav to take the very decisive 2-0 victory. 3-ball flex as well. That Corviknight was eating good that game, and you know, he's feeling good about that as well too, right? He's another one of our players that has made a lot of day 2, a lot of top cuts, but hasn't quite won that regional yet. And he is on the lose side, but he's fighting through it here to have a chance to win it all.
Yeah, that Corviknight has been so safe for Pranav. I feel like we've seen him use it a lot in this series so far, and I think he really, really likes that Pokemon. And I mean, it's doing really well for him, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, you know, again, Corviknight is kind of like one of those very high skill Pokemon, right? It doesn't hard beat much, especially with Payback. It doesn't even hard beat Tinkaton as much as it used to with Ironhead outside Spandalicios. But that being said, though, there's a lot of utility with it. If you know how to manage your energy well, go for base, or know when to throw the Payback, it can really pay off heavily. And Pranav is one of those trainers that has a lot of skill up his sleeve to do it here. I had a sneak peek at his elo on the Go Battle League, and he's definitely on the leaderboards here too. So he knows the game inside and out mechanically, and he's showing it here on the big stage in Milwaukee.
Yeah, he is one of the best trainers out there. He is so sound, and he is so precise in his move timings as well. Yeah. Never throwing on bad timing, always making sure to fully maximize his energy, so that way he doesn't give his opponent any free fast moves, which we saw earlier, right? BJ kept overfarming with his Corsola versus Pranav's Cradily, and maybe he was trying to get him to give him a free move, but Pranav said, no, I'm going to throw on perfect timing every time. He is locked in, and I'm excited to see how far he goes.
Yeah, I love seeing that double bird strategy as well, too, right? The Corviknight, a little bit bulkier version, the steel typing as well, helping cover a lot of the Murkrow weaknesses, and Murkrow just a heavy hitter as well. I mean, he safe swapped the Murkrow, and in came a Blastoise, and he still won that matchup and got so much mileage out of Murkrow, almost taking out the Digger Speed to the point where even though he was down a shield, there's just nowhere for BJ to go in those situations. Really sound performance from Pranav. I'm very excited to see him continue on his journey in this loose bracket.
Very impressive gameplay, and we're gonna go ahead and hear from him now. I believe Nick is down on the floor with him for an interview.
All right, thanks, Heather. I am here with Pranav. Congratulations on your loser's side win. I do want to ask you, Murkrow, it was one of my caster predictions to perform well, and you're one of the few that are in top cut with it. You safe swapped it in one switch against Blastoise. Talk to me a little bit about why you like Murkrow and how powerful it can be as a safe swap.
Sure, like I was totally on the Galarian Moltres train. I mean, after Worlds, seeing Beelzeboy and me running myself, I really saw the value in it, but because there's so many fighters and just like different matchups than from what it was pre-Worlds, I just thought Murkrow was a really good fit. And one of my favorite streamers, CCO, he really liked the bird, so I had to rep it for him.
Yeah, it's kind of taken the reins away from the other flying dark type. You know, of course, Moltres doesn't typically beat the fighters, but Mandibuzz has typically, especially if it's running Air Slash, so it's kind of filled in that slot in the meta. I want to also talk about Corviknight, right? You're running a double flyer composition. Yeah. Talk about how you run 2 flyers in a meta where maybe people were thinking about bringing Bastion on a little bit, and why Corviknight might help a little bit there.
Sure, I think they actually, if there's no electric type, they honestly pair really well with one another, because Murkrow is like susceptible to the rocks, you know, the dillies and that kind of thing, and Corviknight has more of that bulk, can actually beat Bastiodon. I didn't even know that until Pittsburgh, so I just really thought that with its steel flying coverage and just like how it like interacts with other components in my team, it would pair really well.
All right, well, thank you for the insights. I do want to say real quickly that this is 2 for 2 interviews that I did day 1 that have done quite well in day 2. So if you want to do well, you got to get interviewed by me. Last question. Any shout outs that you'd like to make, friends, family, folks at home?
Yes, shout out Elite TMs, especially Elam for being my, we drove up together from Chicago, SJ, Signal, Soph, all of them. Shout out Jocko Loco, we've been talking a lot, he's a really good friend. And shout out Martine, he's a homie. Also shout out my girlfriend, I love you.
Well, a little Murkrow told me in the ear that you might be seeing Elam up soon-ish, but let's go ahead and send it back to the casters for the next set of battles.
All right, thank you, Phoebe. Great to hear from Pranav as well. And I feel like a lot of bittersweet moments here in Milwaukee. We had Dapper versus Trade Flames, good friends, teammates as well, rooming together. And then we got Elam coming up. It will be facing against Pranav in that loser's bracket. So the loser that will be knocking the other one out of the tournament. And, you know, it'll probably be a fun time for sure, but both our fierce competitors want to take the glory for themselves, I'm sure. But I'm excited to see how that one will go. However, we have some more matches to go in this loser bracket. We have Delusion versus Rise to Occasion. Rise to Occasion, one of the best and most decorated players in our circuit, will be going against Delusion, who's been playing absolutely amazing this entire weekend.
Yeah, and Rise is actually looking to make another Milwaukee win. He has been a champion here before, so it would be really amazing for him to be able to be a double Milwaukee champion for sure. But Delusion is not going to let him down easy. He is going to play his best, and he is an amazing trainer. We might not have seen him much on the Play Pokemon circuit, but he's been in grassroots and he's doing a lot. He's very, very good player, so I'm excited to see this matchup. And we've got Shadow Empoleon, which was his signature pick. I think Rise's signature pick is probably that Shadow Dragonair. Those are both very interesting Pokemon to bring, and we haven't seen much of them. But both of these trainers are bringing them in battles, and it's very exciting to see those.
That's right. I mean, I'm super excited to see that Shadow Dragonair because we saw that matchup yesterday against Flying Pizza. It took him by surprise, right? When the Dragon Pulse was even thrown, I think he just assumed it's wrap, but instead it was the hard-hitting neutral Dragon Pulse. And I had the pleasure of speaking with Rise on Friday before tournament. He was saying, yeah, I think a lot of people don't really know the counts of Shadow Dragonair, especially Dragon Pulse, and also even if they do, if I get in a situation where I throw that Dragon Pulse, it can be really good for him too. So we're gonna see if he brings it into the team or not. I mean, looking at the team compositions here, right? It's got a lot of play into pretty much everything except for the Empoleon and the Wigglytuff. So not really, I mean, it has ways to chip those matchups, but it's not great, right? If you're running the Shadow Dragonair there, but the Dragon Pulse can really shore up that head-to-head matchup in the Dragon types. Altaria on the side of Delusion. Here we go, game number one, Delusion versus Rise to Occasion on this loser's bracket. It's gonna be a Credility lead into the Shadow Dusknoir. Overall, a really solid matchup for Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, this is a fairly neutral matchup, but Dusknoir does have that hard-hitting dynamic punch. However, Cradily can debuff before he actually reaches that move. Rise is going to immediately no-shield this. He knows he survives it just fine, and then Cradily cannot threaten to acid down the Dusknoir afterwards. So he's going to go ahead and fire off this dynamic punch. Delusion has a decision to make. Will he take this move? It's going to do a lot of damage even though it's debuff, and that does connect and almost knocks out the Cradily. He actually does get the full Astonish down as well. This Dusknoir is loaded, very low on HP, but he will reach a dynamic punch versus his Wigglytuff before he can get charmed down.
It is a debuff dynamic punch, but it is from a Shadow Dusknoir as well, too. You can see Rise to Occasion ready for this Wigglytuff, running that ABB line. Two Pokemon really strong into Wigglytuff in the back. Delusion, though, running more of an ABA line, meaning that the Empoleon has a lot more play into the Credily, into the Corviknight. However, it has less play into the Corviknight than the Credily, so really good spot for Rise to Occasion to be in. Does he go for the shield? Oh, he chooses not to shield. I like this play, too, because if Delusion is going to stay in this matchup, it's not going to be great. If he swaps out, Rise can throw a debuff. Oh, actually choosing not to debuff, coming straight into Corviknight. This is a Shadow Empoleon, and the Sand Attack's damage is really starting to add up. Corviknight actually has a pretty solid matchup into Empoleon. Again, Corviknight, one of the flying type Pokemon that has a lot of play into steel types.
Yeah, the thing is, he can easily tank a Hydro Cannon even from a Shadow Empoleon, and then Shadow Empoleon does not have a lot of fast move pressure with those metal sounds being resisted. They're doing very little damage here. Rise can actually just go straight Air Cutter here, potentially get a boost and boost those sand attacks and do even more fast move damage into this Empoleon. I mean, look how much damage those sand attacks have already done. This Empoleon is almost in the yellow already.
Yeah, first Air Cutter was not enough though for the boost. Does he go for another one here? Can he get the boost is a real question. Delusion going to spend the final shield, needs to try to get rid of this Corviknight, needs to somehow get this Empoleon onto the Credily. In comes the Wigglytuff, but Rise is ready and he has the energy for this Wigglytuff as well. Throws on Charge Attack priority, but the Wigglytuff's going to get the Swift off first. This is resisted. Oh, but Delusion going for the undercharge. I like this play.
Yeah, he really wants to get more energy on his Empoleon versus this Cradily. And even if Rise fully undercharges this Rock Tomb, it still will KO this Wigglytuff. So Empoleon will be able to come in here and get probably 2 Metal Sounds worth of energy here. Rise still does have a shield though, and he is at an Air Cutter. He has it loaded. He's gonna go ahead and immediately throw that.
I'm actually surprised he didn't go for the payback because he definitely had time, but this plus the sand attack should definitely be enough. And again, you have to get the 2 Hydrocannons here, and you just don't have the health to do it.
Yeah, very well played by both trainers there.
All right, Risication closing it out there too. The strong ABB line composition really paid off for him, and just getting the matchup he wants, right? Delusion playing it a little bit more risky, running ABA. Essentially what that means is you're weak in the lead, but you're also weak in the backline Pokemon, so you can't really swap out, right? It's a Dusknoir, and you don't really want to come in Empoleon into that because you have to worry about the super effective Dynamic Punch. Even Shadow Empoleon is not going to appreciate the neutral Shadow Punch either from the Shadow Dusknoir as we take a look at the really anti-meta, very interesting Spice team from Risication. I did a segment with him, and he says, hey, I actually do play a lot of Spice, and I do think he does like to go outside the box a little bit, right? He has some meta picks like the Credility, like the Wigglytuff, but he's willing to go outside the box, running that Shadow Dragonair, the Shadow Dusknoir, which in a way has become meta in Milwaukee, but it's really paid off for him in this tournament so far.
Yeah, and he did allude that he has been playing a lot of Shadow Dragonair in the Go Battle League, and we have seen that actually on stream from him. So he has been practicing a lot with that Pokemon, and he's been doing well with it in the Go Battle League as well. Makes a lot of sense that he chose to bring it here because it's now a comfort pick for him. Right? Even though we consider it very spicy, he knows all of its matchups very well because he's been playing it so much. I don't think he's going to bring it into Delusion. However, because of that Wigglytuff and that Shadow Empoleon, I think he's going to keep hard countering that Wigglytuff and try to give it nowhere to go. I don't think he's going to give it the opportunity to potentially get lined up on that Dragonair because that would be horrendous for Rise.
Yeah, I mean, even the Cordillera is pretty strong into Dragonair, right? You have a lot of play, you could debuff it, you kind of have to try to at least go for the Dragon Pulse, right, in certain situations. So I do think it's a great call for Risication to not bring in Game 1, maybe not even Game 2. I mean, I would love to see some Shadow Dragonair action, but if we want to see it, Risication's got to go further in this bracket to have that situation. And he is maybe on his way to it as he finds a fantastic lead. Corviknight into Wigglytuff, and he is exactly where he wants to be with this Pokemon.
Yeah, so Corviknight here has to just go straight Air Cutter. You wouldn't want to throw that resisted payback. Funny enough, if he had the Iron Head, that would be a much better matchup. These charms actually do add up over time. It is still a very solid matchup for this Corviknight though, but it would be even better if he got a boost here. So we'll see if that happens. But Wigglytuff can always debuff him as well through the Icy Wind. Delusion actually hard pivots his Cradilly into it is met with the Shadow Dusknoir by Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, I like this play from Delusion here too, drawing the Dusknoir out because Dusknoir is pretty strong into the back line of Delusion. So a little bit ABA weak to Corviknight, but ABB strong in the lead to that Dusknoir. So he needs to draw this out to have a chance here as Rise to Occasion going to build up to almost double Dynamic Punch. First one's going to come through. It might it should KO at this range, and if not, the Rock Tomb's reach. Oh, Delusion doesn't want to find out. He's going to try to go for the next Rock Tomb here. Throws right away and lets a full Astonish through, even though the Dynamic Punch wasn't reached yet.
Yeah, so Rise is definitely going to shield this because he wants to land this Dynamic Punch and get rid of this Cradilly. It is a threat to his Stunfisk in the back, so he doesn't want to let Delusion save it and swap back out. And it looks like Delusion will let this go and will probably come back in Wigglytuff and farm all the way down. Rise will not let that happen though. He immediately pivots back to Corviknight, and because Wigglytuff saved that energy earlier, he can come back in and immediately debuff the Corviknight. So now Corviknight's debuffed, he's going to be really looking for that boost here in order to get some more damage onto this Empoleon.
Oh, this is a huge charge like priority
fire off that first Hydro Cannon, and Corviknight is in range at this point, and so will KO. Rise chooses to let it go, and he has a Unova Stunfisk, which is a pretty good answer to Empoleon. It will outpace here to 2 moves before Empoleon can get to 2.
Yeah, and pretty much in Mud Bomb range at this point in time. Hydro Cannon is not actually going to be enough to take out the Unova Stunfisk from this range, and you're throwing resisted Metal Sound as well, so not in the best position if you are this Empoleon. Delusion needs to try to make a catch somehow too, but even the catch is dicey because Risication could also undercharge. He's going to try to see, maybe even pause here for it. Oh, he does make the catch!
Huge catch by Delusion there. Rise probably just wants to get rid of this Wigglytuff, honestly. I don't think Small Bomb will even KO. He might actually get a full Thunder Shock down here, and he will get Icy Winded. Oh, he doesn't even make the Icy Wind. He gets the full Thunder Shock down, and he's 1 away from a move. Rise makes the catch of the Hydro Cannon onto his very low HP Dusknoir. This will KO. Doesn't matter how much he undercharges this.
That's a huge catch from Rise Vacation. What you can do, I can do better. And he finds the win condition there. I don't even know it's fully necessary, as Hachiko would have put them, Sunfist low, but he said, you know what, I'm just gonna go for it and see what happens here. He takes the 2-0 victory over Delusion, and his hopes of being a repeat champion in Milwaukee, in his hometown, is still alive. And we heard him talk about this yesterday too, right? He went to school just a couple minutes away, grew up pretty close to the convention center as well. This is his hometown, his home city, and he has a lot of friends and family here in person, I'm sure, all around the world cheering him on as well.
Yeah, I know this particular championship means a lot to Rise, so I know he is locked in and he is ready to go and make that loser's run and hopefully end up in the grand finals.
Yeah, he's got a lot more to go through, but that's a great start there with the 2-0 victory over Delusion. Delusion, I think this is Delusion's best performance so far, and what a fantastic run all weekend from Delusion, facing some of the best and beating a ton of them there too, starting day number 2 on the win side, but just coming a little bit short here. Really tough line calls for Delusion against Rise Vacation. Rise Vacation winning pretty much every lead that he got in these matchups.
Yeah, definitely a tough matchup there, especially because he kept aligning the right Pokemon on that Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff could not find its target Pokemon. Yep. But Rise, again, it was not bringing that Dragonair because he didn't want that bad matchup. He could not risk it, so it makes sense to just try to target that Wigglytuff. And he predicted pretty much perfectly both games where it would be, so he could line up his Steel type on it, line up those answers to that Wigglytuff, and not let it get too far ahead.
Yeah, and something I love about Pokemon Go is that every split decision you make can change the entire course of a tournament. I remember so distinctly yesterday when we were casting Rise Vacation and Flying Pizza's games. He caught a resisted Grass Knot on his Shadow Dragonair in a game where he's already down 0-1, and he was about to lose that second game to Flying Pizza in that loser's bracket, I believe. If he lost there, like the entire script of day number 2 is completely flipped on his head. Who knows who Delusion would be even facing right now? But that 1/2 second catch that he made on that Shadow Dragonair just snowballed Rise Vacation to the point where he beat multiple other opponents here, and the narrative for him to be a repeat champion is still alive. It's so amazing to watch here. And again, there's something really interesting to think about when you think about this game too. So many little micro decisions can change the entire course of a tournament.
Yeah, and again, best of the best players, they know when to make those critical decisions. So let's go ahead and hear from Rise himself. Henry has an interview with him.
Thank you so much, Heather. My name is Homeslice Henry, live here on the floor with Rise to Occasion. I feel like I keep interviewing this man, but if I am, that means you're doing something right. Fresh off a 2-0 victory on stage against Delusion. Really seemed like a key in that matchup was Corviknight, who ended up bringing up both games. The Steel Flyer, we've seen Steel Flyers of the past in Skarmory. So what made you want to put Corviknight on the team?
It's pretty safe in this meta. Oftentimes there's not really a hard punish to it. At the same time, it doesn't really hard punish anything. Even like Mud Slapper sometimes can give it a run for its money. But I like the flexibility of it, and the quick energy pacing now with Air Cutter is nice.
And it seemed like it was really clutch, especially at neutralizing that Wigglytuff, because it seems like that Wigglytuff could have been a little bit problematic for your team, where you had a few Pokemon like Dragonair that really didn't want to see it. Dusknoir, Astonishes, which hit hard on everything, don't do a lot of damage there, and the Stunfisk, which takes super effective damage from Icy Wind. So next, I do want to cycle back to something we talked about in our previous interview, and that is this regional meaning a little something extra to you, because this is your hometown, you're back, where you grew up, and now looking to, I believe you were the Milwaukee Regional Champion in the past, looking to reclaim that title. So talk to me again about what this means to you being back here in Wisconsin, in Milwaukee, and looking to reclaim that crown.
So yeah, that was a special moment. The first season we had of Go, it was a shortened season, and I was able to win here in my hometown, back when you had to get top 2 to qualify for Worlds. So that was just a really proud moment, and it's been a while now, but to do well in Milwaukee, my hometown, is always special.
And I know you have some friends and family in the crowd cheering you on here, which has to be pretty exciting as well. And they get a little wave in, which is awesome. So talk to me about what it means, because I know obviously you have great support from the community itself, but getting to go out to a regional, perform at a high level like you do, and having that support of not just friends, but family as well, cheering you on from the audience.
Yeah, having them here, getting to watch in person is special. Back in the Los Angeles Regional, I had some family there for the first time, so that worked out really well. I told them this doesn't always happen. I compete a lot. So to have them here is extra cool.
Thank you so much for joining me, Rise. And hey, if you keep winning, I'll probably keep interviewing you. So good job here on stage, and we'll send it back to the casters.
right here, so far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other, so we got a lot. And now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
My name is Marto Galde and I'm from Argentina. If I won the World Championship, I will call my family. They would be so proud of me. It would be unbelievable. My favorite Pokemon changes from time to time. Right now, I like Grookey a lot. It's my favorite starter, and I haven't even played the Galar game. The furthest I ever traveled to a Pokemon tournament was Worlds 2022 in London. The experience for me was mind-blowing because I got fifth in the world, and it was not something I didn't expect, and it made me so happy. In this moment, I look up to Colin Six a lot because I feel like he's one of the best players in the world, if not the best, and I feel like he's way ahead of a lot of players. So I like to stay up a little late. Sometimes when you play video games, it is like that. So when I'm competing, I like to eat healthy stuff because if not, the stomach might be a bit bad. But my favorite food is burgers. I don't recommend to eat them in a tournament though. It would probably be Grookey. It's just so fun and goofy. I love it.
Chandelure haunts dilapidated mansions. It sways its arm to hypnotize opponents with the ominous dancing of the flames. The spirits, burned up in its flames, lose their way and wander this world forever.
Sometimes, on a dark night, your shadow thrown by a street light will suddenly and startlingly overtake you. It is actually a Gengar running past you, pretending to be your shadow. Gengar possesses potential victims' shadows in an effort to steal away their lives. Should you feel yourself attacked by a sudden chill, it is evidence of an approaching Gengar. There's no escaping it. Give up.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, and thank you so much to me who kicked it to the casters 4 short minutes ago. My name is Home Slice Henry, once again joined by Alpha Phi back in the booth for more exciting Pokemon GO action here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
You just heard a chilling story about Gengar from Caleb Penn, and these battles give me chills. I am spooked and ready to continue the action here in Milwaukee, and we are going to be going back to the winners side of things. We are in the winners semifinals. There will not be one, but 2 winners semifinals that we will be going forward from, and the winner of those will be making their way to winners finals.
In the winners semifinals, the first one, we're taking a look at Dapper Discs versus Meteor Folian. Dapper Discs with the Empoleon non-Shadow Duststorm mentioned in interviews prefers the bulk of the non-Shadow Pokemon. Look at the big smile and the thumbs up. They're having fun with it. And pairing that up with the Murkrow, Stunfisk, Wigglytuff, and Gastrodon.
On the other side of the field, we've got Big Man Blastoise, the Galarian Corsola, Shadow Kanto Marowak, Bastiodon, Meteor Folians. Maybe not favorite pick of this current season, but in past seasons it has his favorite pick, that Fearow and the Cradilly, a really fearsome team he's got there.
Both trainers have locked in immediately. We are locked and loaded. Game number 1, winners, semifinals. It's gonna be Murkrow into the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Not the lead that Meteor Fallion was hoping to see.
However, there is some play if you're able to land that super effective Rock Slide, but pivoting immediately into the Happy Birthday Blastoise, we see the Murkrow throwing the Drill Peck for some good neutral damage.
Blastoise really does not appreciate Empoleon. Empoleon's ability to shut down Blastoise energy can be very tricky, but Dapper Discs reads it as a bait out and is actually going to be saving the Empoleon and bringing in the Dusknoir.
Dusknoir's not going to like these Hydro Cannons, however, because it is the non-Shadow variant. It's able to take one on the chin, but needs to shield up the second. And I have to imagine Dapper's going for the full Astonish down, coming out with good energy that could go anywhere.
With this being the non-Shadow Dusknoir, that does mean that suddenly these charge attacks are a lot less threatening to the Shadow Marowak. So Marowak more than happy to no shield. There was a bit of a shake of the head from Dapper when the Blastoise made the second Hydro Cannon. I wonder if Dapper potentially had a miscount there and was attempting to go for the charge attack priority tie, but unfortunately was not able to get it.
In comes the Dynamic Punch. This is going to be really hard-hitting neutral damage and an immediate swap out into the Fearow. It can take those Astonishes, no problem. Counter swap into the Murkrow. Murkrow is going to not really appreciate the Pecks and the Drill Peck coming back its way.
Murkrow puts up the shield, but this now means all shields are down, and Empoleon has a drill run on it in the future. Back-to-back Drill Pecks are reached, and no charge attack priority tap from Meteor Fallion. Meteor Fallion could look to go for a double shield farm down here, as Fearow does not win charge attack priority over the Murkrow. Oh, there is the charge attack priority, and that is going to be catastrophic for Meteor Fallion. As Meteor Fallion, you see their Dapper didn't see the sneak, he's surprised, but this means that, unfortunately for Meteor Fallion, instead of getting the farm down, he's forced to throw all this energy.
Now the play is going to be in Meteor Fallion's hands. He needs to make a catch because the Empoleon, it hasn't come out yet, but it will not be able to Metal Sound down here. And in it comes the Empoleon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to get to the Hydro Cannon. Will we see a catch?
Oh, there is the catch from Meteor Fallion. The Marowak had a Bone Club loaded. Bone Club does not go off as Switch does take a turn. Hydro Cannon takes the knockout. Can the non-Shadow Empoleon hang on for Dapper Discs? He ran the non-Shadow specifically to tank hits like this. Drill Run lands. Empoleon hangs on. Is it enough? It is not. He still gets farmed down. And Meteor Fallion and this Fearow are unstoppable.
Really impressive catch there in the end game by Meteor Fallion. It was he had, this is actually a VGC term, he was pinned. There was no win conditions there for Dapper, right? If he throws the move immediately, he loses the energy. If he doesn't throw the move immediately, he gets hit by the Bone Club. And it wasn't the Shadow variant of the Empoleon, so it might not have picked up a knockout, but I think it would have been really tough for him to find a win condition in that end game. Maybe if he's able to overfarm and land a hard-hitting Hydro Cannon into the Fearow, but it would have been really tough.
I think the only way out would have been to predict Meteor Fallion's snipe attempt and to make the catch onto the Dusknoir, because Empoleon was just outside of Drill Run range. And so when Empoleon was brought in here, if Empoleon ended up switching to the Dusknoir here and catching the Bone Club, then maybe there could have been a chance, but that would rely on one Metal Sound knocking out the Marowak.
It would also rely on Meteor Fallion not going for a Mud Slap. If he goes for the Mud Slap, that would knock out as well. And if he's able to survive the fast attack, or maybe Dapper isn't tapping for a fast attack because he just wants to get a catch, then it allows him to still land that Bone Club through. Here we go, game number 2. Winners semifinals. Meteor Fallion up 1-0, and not a great matchup, switching immediately into the Fearow.
And if Empoleon really wants to stay in this matchup and force alignment, it will have the ability to do so, because there is a secondary Bastiodon counter in the back, that of course being the Dusknoir. The final Pokemon for Meteor Fallion is the Marowak. Marowak would really not like to see the Murkrow unless Meteor Fallion has the ability to get shields down, because then Murkrow would not have the firepower needed to take the knockout, whereas a Rock Slide would be able to knock out that Murkrow.
The bait here for Meteor Fallion is great, right? It's less energy than the Drill Run. Run. However, it doesn't really shore up the fact that he counter-swapped here into the Fearow. He's behind energy. Swap from Dapper into the Dusknoir. Feels it's a very safe Pokemon, and he does know that he's retained that Empoleon in the back for the Bastiodon.
Bone Club is going to connect onto Dusknoir. Dusknoir tanking that pretty well, but the Bastiodon with the catch. Bastiodon, due to the fact that this is the regular Dusknoir, I don't believe we'll be able to get a Smackdown Farm Down before the Dynamic Punch is reached. It's going to be close, but Dusknoir, it has the bulk. It's getting to the Dynamic Punch, and Dynamic Punch will inflict big, double super effective damage. Meteor Folly knows with an Empoleon awaiting the Bastiodon, the shield cannot be used here.
That is a lot of damage coming through from the Dynamic Punch. In comes the Empoleon, unable to get a farm down before the Flamethrower is launched. This is just neutral damage going to go into the Empoleon. Pretty frail, but Flamethrower from a Bastiodon is not going to do a ton of damage.
I like the decision to overfarm quite a bit. You have to be careful of a potential switch into the Marowak. Empoleon one off the move, but I believe it is in Mud Slap range. So we will need to see a pretty immediate switch out into the Murkrow, as Murkrow will be behind by a turn, but it can get the turn back by throwing the Drill Peck as soon as it gets it. It does not decide to do so, and instead will look to farm up, and a free peck goes through as Meteor Follian goes for the bait.
This is a really tough spot for Meteor Follian, right? He needs to be able to land a Rock Slide, but he's going to be slightly behind here. In comes the first Drill Peck. It's going to do it's going to do 1 damage through the shield, and the second Drill Peck is going to come through 1 fast attack later and secure game number 2 for Dapper Discs here. It's going to be tied up 1-1.
And in this game, we really saw the limitations of the Bastiodon, and part of why, despite the fact that Bastiodon did end up winning a tournament, I'm still not a big believer. Bastiodon, it's exceedingly inflexible, which means in those bad matchups, it doesn't really have a way to fight back. Whereas something like, let's say, a Fearow or a Shadow Marowak, if Shadow Marowak is against the Flyer, but it's able to make it to a Rock Slide, that's going to be big damage, like into a Murkrow. Murkrow is getting knocked out there, and that is an added level of flexibility where you are not just entirely relying on the Bastiodon being in a winning matchup. So I'm pretty confident that this Bastiodon is getting benched because it is far too much of a risk in what is a very important upcoming game number 3.
An additional thing that's a little bit awkward for Meteor Follian is the Empoleon, right? Meteor Follian does not have that many great answers to it. We saw the Bastiodon paired up against it in that game number 2 in an immediate swap out. Corsola is probably the best neutral answer, with Marowak, the Shadow variant, being the best super effective answer. Blastoise is really uncomfortable because those rollouts are resisted by the steel typing of that water and steel type.
We've got lock-ins. Game number 3. It's Murkrow, and it finds its target in the Galarian Corsola.
And Meteor Follian is ABA weak to that Murkrow. We see it actually staying in, throwing the Drill Peck before likely pivoting out. Fearow is going to put up a shield. This Drill Peck would do so much neutral damage in this Flyer versus Flyer matchup.
In comes Empoleon. Empoleon not normally a fan of this matchup because Drill Run will hit for super effective damage, but Empoleon importantly will be up energy, and it can trade the shield advantage for an energy advantage to always be able to outpace this Fearow. The one thing to watch for is, does Meteor Follian take advantage of the desync of the switch timers by shielding up the Fearow, because Fearow can potentially dance out of this matchup and be a bit problematic later on.
We see Meteor Follian building up more energy. I have to imagine he's going to throw a move right before the next Hydro Can is loaded for Dapper. This is not the bait. Shield does come up. I have to imagine we'll see Meteor Follian pivot out once more.
There's the pivot into Galarian Corsola, but Galarian Corsola has got a big energy head start. The switch into the Murkrow, but Murkrow's getting KO'd. Oh my goodness, Empoleon banks all the energy it could ever want, but Murkrow getting hit with a Power Jam, it will not survive, and it gets knocked out. And suddenly, this game might be going off the rails for Dapper Discs.
In one hand, you have an immensely loaded Empoleon. On the other hand, you just lost your Murkrow, which was so good into the team of 3 that Meteor Follian brought. maybe Dapper's predicting the Bastiodon in the back, and that's why he's not opting to preserve that Murkrow?
Oh, that does not pick up the knockout. That's unfortunate. Dapper does have a lot of stored energy on the Empoleon. Does Dapper even consider just going for the Metal Sound down here? There's the switch into Fearow, and Empoleon, it's gonna need Hydro Cannon to pick up the one-hit KO onto the Marowak, and even though it's super effective damage, I think Marowak can hang on.
It's not the Shadow variant of the Empoleon here, so this is going to be the downfall for that choice here, right? These extra damage that you get from the Shadow variant into the Shadow variant would have meant that is the knockout. However, Metal Sound's not enough damage here. We see that those Mud Slaps are enough to secure victory for Meteor Fallion there in game number 3. A really tight endgame there for both of these trainers.
It really felt like Dapper was seeing ghosts in that game number 3 as he ended up, he could have potentially thrown one Metal Sound in the Hydro Cannon and then pivoted back into the Murkrow, because Murkrow could have still been able to outpace there, because if you only throw one Metal Sound on the move, then it's only at one Astonish and you're able to outpace, get a move, get some big damage. But unfortunately, ended up kind of throwing away the Murkrow, saving all the energy, hoping it was the Bastiodon, but it was not. And the Marowak being able to withstand that Hydro Cannon, not by much, but just enough.
I have to see if Dapper does decide maybe at a future tournament to bring a Shadow Empoleon, just because of this one instance where the Shadow variant would have been the game changer. And he was seeing ghosts, right? On the other side of the field was that Galarian Corsola, but I'm not able to pick up the knockout here. The Nightshade comes through and does so much super effective damage. The non-Shadow variant unable to withstand it, and although he has so much energy loaded onto this Empoleon, it just wasn't quite enough to make it out through this Marowak.
Oh, that was such an unfortunate game. It really felt like Dapper was at an advantage from the start, as the Murkrow was so strong into the team. But a lot of the times, if you end up being ABA weak to something where your lead and your closer are weak and you switch in your one counter, because this is a game of incomplete information, you don't know what your opponent has in the back, it's almost a bluff saying, I am strong in the back. And that could have made him think it has to be the Bastiodon. And so he ends up not valuing the Murkrow, because the Murkrow can't do anything to the Bastiodon. He throws it away just for the Murkrow to be the Pokemon that would have won that game. So the bluff ends up working out for Meteor Fallion there, projecting strength where there was weakness, and Dapper unfortunately ends up falling for it.
I do want to congratulate Meteor Fallion, right? He had said it's been a while since he's made a day 2, and not only has he day 2'd here in Milwaukee, but he's earned himself a medal, getting all the way to that winners finals. As we tell his tale here at the Milwaukee Regionals, we have some tales of transformation as well going on in this current season. We have the current event, or the next upcoming event with the Witch Hat Ursaring and Ursaluna. I'm very excited to see those Pokemon appear not too long.
And some new Pokemon, it looks like Poltergeist and Sinistcha. So some new Pokemon arriving to the world of Pokemon GO as well. And some new Shadow Pokemon. Shadow Yamask for Shadow Kofagrigus and Shadow Phantom for Shadow Trevenant.
Given those are coming from 1-star raids, my guess is it's just the original Shadow Yamask and not the Galarian form.
Okay.
I know the Galarian form has seen a little bit of play in recent times, but let's be honest, the original Kofagrigus is quite a strong Pokemon as well.
And one interesting thing about the Runerigus, I believe the most recent time we saw it was Ashton Ash. At Worlds, the incredibly close game against Mung Mi, where the Runerigus was barely able to hang on and take a knockout against Dedenne, is the Runerigus does have coverage, whereas the Kofagrigus, which is getting the Shadow, typically does not. I believe it's typically on Dark Pulse and Shadow Ball. So Return's a very expensive move, but it does give Kofagrigus, for the first time, a little bit of coverage into a Dark-type Pokemon that previously it never had.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's also not a bait move, right? It has those hard-hitting moves like Shadow Ball and Dark Pulse that take a bunch of energy, and Pokemon that we see really thrive in the Go meta often have a hard-hitting move like Shadow Ball or Dynamic Punch, and a cheaper energy move like Shadow Punch like Dusknoir.
and Dust Noir. It's put on quite a show here so far, but it honestly felt like it was the Firo in that final matchup. Firo, it has really nice coverage, the flying ground coverage. If there's not a Corviknight, and so far it's been really successful at dodging the Corviknight teams, Firo has just been a very consistent safe switch. You can kind of put it anywhere on a team, and it's going to, at bare minimum, hit something for neutral.
And I think Firo's a great example of something that counteracts what I just said. Drill Peck really isn't a bait move, right? It's fairly cheap, it's very quick to get to, but it's also incredibly hard hitting. So if your moves are very good as well, then you can still thrive even if you don't technically have a bait. And I think that's been the case for a lot of different Pokemon. You know, Hydro Cannon on Swampert, that's not a bait move, that's a hard hitting, same type attack bonus move.
But if you have a fast move that allows you to get to those moves quickly, that can be the big difference maker. Our matchup on stage is going to be Teddy Bear XD versus LW Josh 91. Now, Teddy Bear has made it to several top cuts in the past, looking to improve upon his previous best performance, because he knows if he wins, this is a guaranteed top 3, and that means a medal.
And LW Josh has been on a tear with his Clodsire, Azumarill, and that Shadow Kanto Marowak. He said that these Pokemon are very comfortable for him. He's used them a lot. They've been good. Of course, the Kanto Marowak hasn't been around for forever. Neither has the Clodsire, but Azumarill has been a very strong pick for since basically the beginning of time.
Azumarill truly does feel timeless. Metas rise, metas fall, and somehow Azumarill is always, at bare minimum, a pretty decent Pokemon to bring. I think, taking a look at this matchup, I think the Clodsire could be a very limiting Pokemon for Teddy Bear. Because Teddy Bear, his choice of steel type is Tinkaton. Tinkaton has a pretty poor matchup into the Clodsire. There's Annihilate, which doesn't want to see the Clodsire. There's Cordillea that doesn't want to see the Clodsire. There's Murkrow that doesn't want to see the Clodsire. This, as well, is a Stone Edge Clodsire, which means it is going to have that big, super effective damage into the Murkrow, picking up a one-hit knockout. So I think it's going to be a tricky matchup for Teddy Bear off of team composition. I think the Galarian Corsola could be an important Pokemon to rely on, as if it's able to avoid the Galarian Moltres, it does look very neutral. But that Moltres-Corsola matchup, pretty catastrophic for the Corsola, unless Corsola is able to get a farm down at some point and get a big energy advantage.
I think Azumarill is also pretty safe for LW Josh, right? The hardest answer is going to be that Tinkaton, but I feel like Tinkaton's pretty hard to bring into a team that has 2 ground types. That's enough talking from us. Let's go take a look at what these players think going into game number 1. It's going to be Murkrow into that Clodsire.
And that is exactly what you're hoping to see, as LW Josh running a line that is ABA strong into the Murkrow with the Azumarill and the Clodsire. Clodsire finding its intended target, and importantly for him, the Galarian Corsola avoids its worst matchup.
Importantly for Teddy Bear, he's able to get the Cordillea off of this Clodsire matchup, so it's going to have pretty solid matchups in the back. Of course, it really would love to see the Azumarill, but it doesn't really mind to see that Galarian Corsola either.
Normally, Peck is a very, very powerful fast move in neutral scenarios. Oh, very nice catch onto the Galarian Corsola, but in this matchup, the bulk of Clodsire, we see why it's surging in popularity. It's really able to take that fast move pressure that not a lot of Pokemon can in neutral matchups.
Bringing in the Corsola in turn here means that the Azumarill is going to be available for the Murkrow in the back, but we'll have to see exactly how LW Josh plays this out. Going for the fast attack or charge attack here, the Nightshade is going to just barely pick up the knockout.
Back in comes the Murkrow, all the energy it could ever ask for. There is a specific breakpoint that Murkrow can reach in this matchup to do a little bit of extra peck damage. Something to watch for as Murkrow tries for a farm down. Oh, Murkrow's getting a farm down too. Murkrow exits with so much energy. That's a big swing of momentum for Teddy Bear.
LW Josh does have the benefit of Azumarill's high bulk, and bubble damage is very meaningful into a frail Pokemon like Murkrow, and given the amount of energy that this Murkrow has, he has to come in with the Azumarill.
I would imagine we see an immediate switch into the Cordillea now, because, oh, actually no switch from the Cordillea, staying in with the Murkrow. This allows Azumarill a big energy head start, and there is the Cordillea. Murkrow, massive energy banked, but in doing so, the Azumarill is so far ahead of this Credilli and up a shield as well.
No shielding makes a lot of sense given the Clodsire is likely going to be an immediate answer from LW Josh. Grass Knot, I have to imagine, is the move of choice from Teddy Bear given he wants to be able to do a little bit more damage with this charge attack.
Can Grass Knot knock out LW Josh? Says yes. LW Josh will put up the shield. Finally at shield parity for a brief moment, but now Teddy Bear has to decide, does the final shield go to Credilli? And Teddy Bear says yes. The switch clocks are misaligned. Energy management will be key in this game. I imagine Teddy Bear will not go for the charge attack priority this time, instead wanting the flexibility to, if Josh shields, switch out and combo play with the Murkrow. Murkrow does have a lot of energy, but instead a no shield Credilli. In comes the Azumarill.
No shield makes a lot of sense, right? Because the combo play was available, but 2 whole drill packs here. It's not looking very good for LW Josh. He's likely going to no shield this one, or actually shields the first one, but a second one's going to be coming right after, and he can't really throw this Ice Beam, right? He needs to get the bubble down in order to land the Ice Beam into that Credilli.
There is not a charge attack loaded on the Credilli, so for Josh, he has to get the farm down, but it's him who's getting farmed down. Murkrow farms down, and Teddy Bear escapes with a Game 1 win.
A little bit too much pressure from that Murkrow. I don't think LW Josh quite expected how strong it was into the team, especially that it landed on a pretty neutral matchup. I think really key for Teddy Bear there was the catch of that charge attack into the Galarian Corsola, soaking up that damage into a Pokemon that is significantly more bulky, basically using it as a third shield in that matchup where you can kind of just ignore the amount of damage that's coming through.
That was such a big swing of momentum in this game because he does not win the game without having that second protect shield for the Credilli, and being able to get that catch set him up so well. Credilli, after shielding, takes the knockout onto the Clodsire. Back in comes the Azumarill, and farming up a little bit of energy. So that way, by having an energy advantage, it forces the Azumarill to farm down. Azumarill's charge attack is meaningless because if Azumarill throws the charge attack, it's getting outpaced by that Credilli. So a great call out from you. And with very nice energy management, Teddy Bear kind of puts Josh in an impossible endgame scenario.
One thing I've been starting to notice a lot is just how impactful catches are in this current season. With the shorter switch clock, it's so much harder to try to regain energy after a catch occurs by doing some fast attacks and then switching out, because the percentage of the switch clock that you eat up by that is so much larger now with a 45-second switch clock.
And that can be a big advantage, where even in that game where there wasn't a saving of the Corsola, Corsola just got knocked out. Even if it's just wasting your opponent's energy, it can be incredibly effective. We have lock-ins, game number 2, but that's not the lead Murkrow is hoping to see. Murkrow cannot catch a break, as now it leads into Credilli. The reason why this matchup can be so catastrophic for the Murkrow is Murkrow is really reliant. It's so frail. It's reliant on its big damage output, but Credilli can slow things down with a Rock Tomb. Landing the first drill pack is quite nice for that Murkrow. There's the catch attempt, and Teddy Bear does it again. The Murkrow stays safe as the bulky Galarian Corsola tanks the hit.
A really great adjustment from LW Josh here. He's brought the Moltres, going likely for a full farm down here. Although a catch was made, it's not going to be quite as impactful as it was in game number 1, given the ability of this Galarian Moltres to farm this Galarian Corsola all the way down, come out with energy that will be very good into either Pokemon in the back for Teddy Bear.
Oh, that's unfortunate. 5 Sucker Punches, able to pick up that full farm down. In comes the Murkrow, and for Teddy, he's baited out the Galarian Moltres, which is what he wanted to do to try and set up the Gastrodon in the back, but this Moltres almost feels like it is unstoppable. Back-to-back flies loaded. Murkrow, its 2 Protect Shields gone in a split second. Teddy Bear might have to hope that he can get the farm down, but the timer's available for Josh if he wants it. There's the Clodsire. This could be the opening Teddy Bear needs. He's going to look to bank a lot of energy and send out the Gastrodon.
This is a bit awkward for LW Josh. He's going to allow this Gastrodon to get a big amount of farm for relatively little energy. Of course, the Earthquake's going to do some damage in return. He's going to need a second in order to threaten a knockout. Body Slam coming through. Interesting bait from Teddy Bear. 2 shields on the side for LW Josh. Will he choose to shield?
He's thinking about it. He calls the bait. No shield on the body slam. And with both protect shields still intact, that is a little bit nice. Charge attack priority, body slam to the earthquake. He stares up at his opponent. He clicks no shield. He's confident in the fact that he will survive. His counts are accurate, and he does survive. And this should be knocking out the Gastrodon.
We see Teddy doing a little bit of mental math here, going to try to count how many fast attacks he needs to get. Oh no, LW Josh switching out into the Moltres. It's not going to be able to get to another fast or charged attack, and now it comes down to a fast attack down. Can the Murkrow get to 3 charged attacks, or will LW Josh get a fast attack down?
He's shaking his head. He thinks that may not have been the play. He brings in the Credilli. Credilli needs to get to the Rock Tomb before 3 Drill Pecks are reached. Credilli does have some residual energy. Every time Murkrow throws, that's another Acid Sneak for the Credilli, and Credilli should get the outpace here. Credilli makes the Rock Tomb on charge attack priority, which means all Josh has to do is shield. Teddy Bear will have known this as he didn't see the Acid Animation. You can see there, leaning back in his chair, so close to the Murkrow sweep, but Credilli just enough energy in reserve to make the Rock Tomb on charge attack priority, knock out the Murkrow, and force a game number 3.
Unfortunately for Teddy Bear, you can only have 100 energy on your Pokemon. You cannot have back-to-back-to-back charge attacks loaded. Murkrow would have loved that. It would have been his win condition, but not possible in the game we play. So although LW Josh gave him a lot of more space to breathe by bringing in that Galarian Moltres and allowing for that fast attack down, it wasn't enough to give Teddy the win.
And that's where that energy cap can be very catastrophic at times, because Teddy Bear could never afford to throw into the Moltres, because Teddy Bear needed to exit the match with 100 energy to have the chance of outpacing the Credilli. So Teddy Bear exactly did what he had to. He played to his win con. Murkrow has now led into a Clodsire and a Credilli. 2 bad leads, it's 1-1. I wonder what Murkrow could do if it even led into more of a neutral matchup or a positive matchup instead of such a negative one.
We'll have to see if Murkrow does make a 3rd lead appearance on the side of Teddy, right? He obviously feels very comfortable with that Pokemon even into a losing matchup. And really key here in this endgame, right? Teddy threw the body slams as opposed to the water pulse, right? So that allowed LW Josh to have a lot more flexibility with his shields, saving them for that endgame to prevent that Murkrow from being able to land a really oppressive Drill Peck into the Credilli.
I really liked the idea behind the Murkrow energy. It didn't quite work out, but I have to wonder if Teddy Bear will have second thoughts about safe switching the Galarian Corsola, because the Galarian Corsola safe switch, it worked out really well in game 1, but with the Galarian Moltres hitting the field, tanking the Power Gem like it's nothing, exiting with 100 energy, and firing off fly after fly, peeling away those shields, it definitely made the game quite difficult. So either a Corsola lead or just benching the Corsola, to me, makes more sense.
All right, this is our second winners semis. Our trainers are locked. This is a decisive game number 3. On the left side, we have Teddy Bear with the Gastrodon seeing its worst enemy on the right side, Credilli.
And this is not where Teddy Bear was hoping to find the Gastrodon, as Gastrodon would love to find the Clodsire, but instead Clodsire will be lurking in the back. An overfarm from Josh. Water Pulse from Teddy Bear, no shielded, so this damage will land before any debuffs get applied. Credilli absorbs that damage. There's a switch into his own Credilli. Oh, but he goes for a Rock Tomb. This could potentially backfire in a very large way. He had a very good answer to this with the Clodsire, but by debuffing and then bringing in the Clodsire, potentially it could misalign the timers. But no, he's staying in this matchup. There's the switch, but look at that. Teddy Bear has already burned almost half of his switch timer. This could be his way back into this game.
As I was talking about earlier, this time that LW Josh took to build up more energy might be a little bit costly. We see the next Cross Knot is loaded for the Credilli. Earthquake is loaded for the Clodsire. Now LW Josh needs to be very careful about how he plays these next few seconds out. Will the Gastrodon make its way back in? If the switch clock is up now, and it comes in immediately.
Immediately answered with the Earthquake. We know Earthquake does have the ability to pick up a 2-hit KO, but Teddy Bear doing what he can, dancing out of this bad matchup. Switch clock not available for Josh. Will Josh have to throw the Earthquake, or can he escape? He cannot escape the matchup. The Body Slam is reached, but can Body Slam pick up the knockout? I think Clodsire may be able to hang on, but Josh, he puts up the shield. He is protecting it, and there is the switch. Out comes Galarian Moltres.
He might have fumbled a little bit in that mid game, but I really like this end game play from LW Josh. Going to be able to get a huge energy advantage with his Moltres. Those fast attacks coming in from the Gastrodon do absolutely nothing. They are double resisted. And now in the back, it's the Murkrow. There is the Credilli as well, which I believe has some energy remaining, but there are nearly 2 flies loaded on this Galarian Moltres.
This is where the pacing of the Murkrow can help Teddy try and claw his way back into this game. Murkrow has to shield everything, but the thing to watch for will be, I believe there is energy on all of Josh's Pokemon. He was able to save charge attacks left, right, and center. The no shield, not letting that fly land. And now does he bring back in the Credilli, or will it be the Clodsire? In comes the Clodsire, there's the Stone Edge right on cue, and Murkrow has to decide, is it worth the final Protect Shield?
Protect Shield comes up. There is energy on the Credilli on both sides. We see a simultaneously swap. Teddy Bear is going to catch this Rock Tomb. However, LW Josh is the one pumping his fist, happy to be able to almost pick up the knockout. One more acid comes through. He has energy. The fast attacks, the Pecks are only neutral damage. Rock Tomb coming through at the same time as the energy is loaded for Teddy Bear, and LW Josh is going to take this game number 3.
The energy management from LW Josh. It got really scary in the mid-game. He desynced the switch timers, but an important part of that game and why it was able to flip back for LW Josh, Teddy Bear chose not to bank Credilli energy, but instead threw the Credilli energy to burn the switch timer. And in doing so, he didn't have the charge attacks loaded, whereas Josh made sure to always have those charge attacks banked. And having that energy in reserve was key. As Murkrow, it's so powerful with shields to hide behind, but with all those charge attacks banked, there just weren't enough shields for Murkrow to protect itself.
And I'd be really curious to hear from Josh at some point in the future about if he had designed, if he had engineered, you know, maybe taking a little bit of notes from Z's Wireless, you know, the reverse engineer, as a few of our co-casters like to call him, that end game where he switches in the Moltres because of the counter swap back into the Gastrodon, right? It allowed him to get so much energy, nearly 2 charge attack on that Galarian Moltres, and that provided so much energy, so many options for him in the end game. He had 2 charge attacks on the Moltres. He had 1 loaded on the Credilli, as well as 1 on the Clodsire. So much energy on all of his Pokemon, and even though he had misaligned the switch clock, he was still able to take advantage of it in a different way.
And we're getting even closer to crowning our regional champion here in Milwaukee. But before we do, we're going to hear from a regional champion from Sacramento, S. James P.
My name's Sean Plowski. I'm from Wildwood, Missouri. Well, I started playing Pokemon GO from basically the very beginning. Took a little bit of a break and came back to it, and that's when PvP came out. I was using stuff like Lucario and Metagross and Ultra League, which is typically not what you would see. Those are a couple of my favorite Pokemon. I feel like I've been honing my skills as the years go on, and now I'm here. My first tournament was in Peoria last year. I was just happy to be there. My last tournament in Louisville, it didn't go exactly how I wanted it to. So for me this time, there was a little bit more of an expectation that I wanted to do well. I really just wanted to do it for me. I think I do it because it's still fun for me. I don't know if I'd still be competing if I didn't make all the relationships that I've had. You know, they have a lot of experience playing the game, so just bouncing ideas off of people like them, it's really helpful. A C team that I might like, I changed like 1 or 2 things about it. I know how to use the stuff I'm gonna bring, and I'm not just like going in with a big question mark before the tourney. I've always been a person that's tried to use more flexible Pokemon. I don't really try to go for like RPS per se. Being able to adapt to any situation, it's how you gotta go. You're gonna lose eventually. Like, there's a lot of good players out there, and there's gonna be some tough matchups. I'm a very competitive person, so I think the biggest thing for me is just trying to not get too down after like 1 loss. Game 2 of Winners Finals, I wasn't sure if my Aerial Ace on Jump Bluff would knock out of pocket to Zoomerl. I think I said out loud, I don't think this KOs. And it did. I was just shocked, and I feel like that gave me such a rush to go on and compete for the rest of the tournament. I felt very comfortable after that. I know out of pocket pretty well. I played him in like 3 different regionals now. So we're pretty familiar with each other, and I know he's a really good player. The Winners Finals and the Grand Finals, I think he won Game 3 in both of those. So I don't want to leave any window of opportunity where he can come back from that.
Absolute fireworks on stage.
SJ
is your Sacramento 2025 regional champion?
I mean, this was really the goal. I just wanted to qualify for Worlds, and winning Sacramento did that for me. Feel good to win a regional. I don't think the feeling will ever not feel good. By the end of it, I'm a little mentally spent, but I'm just really happy I was able to get it done. Last time for Worlds, I didn't really like my team, so for this go around, I would like to, spend a little bit more time on it and find a team that fits my play style again. With Dash, I don't think I've gotten the opportunity to play him head on in a while, maybe ever. He took a break, came back, and won the first regional of the season, so I would like to play him. I would love to win the World Championship, but there's a lot that can happen in this game, so you just kind of have to take things one step at a time. It would mean a lot. I don't even know what that could possibly feel like. My name kind of speaks for itself in terms of like factions and grassroots formats. I feel pretty solidified at this point, and now it's just a matter of going and doing it at Worlds.
Hello trainers, my name is Will Dunphy. Let's take a look back at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Pokemon like Cradily, Lapras, and Dusclops were meta staples, but picks like Galarian Moltres, Shadow Kenta Marowak, and Tinkaton set themselves apart. There were plenty of meta surprises too, like Senhudigo's Turtonator and Toedscruel, Lyle Jeffs III's Shadow Dusknoir, and Tonton Batus's Dragapult. After 2 days of extremely hard-fought battles, only Spain's Patoman and India's Beelzeboy remained. These two trainers were destined to meet on Championship Sunday in the arena for the very first time. On a Sunday morning unlike any other, the roar of the crowd was carried onto every street corner by the soft California summer breeze. As the palm trees swayed and Pokemon fans took their seats, Patoman and Beelzeboy clashed on center stage. Beelzeboy struck first, and he struck ferociously, dominating Game 1 with a triple Brave Bird barrage. Patoman rebounded in Game 2, overwhelming Galarian Moltres and delivering back-to-back Sparkling Arias to knock out the Shadow Steelix. Beelzeboy clamped down in Game 3 with a lights-out bait call on Patoman's Shadow Kenta Marowak, and then leaned on his mighty Shadow Steelix to win Game 4, forcing the bracket reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Patoman brought both of his Rock Tomb users to corner Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres, but the trainer from India was one step ahead.
He gets the resistant grass knot on his Moltres here!
Patoman's strategy unraveled completely when Shadow Steelix connected a stadium-shaking crunch onto Galarian Corsola. After stumbling in Game 2, Beelzeboy unleashed his fury in Game 3, leading Shadow Annihilate for the first time in the entire series. This decision paid off, big time. Patoman's Cradily outlasted Beelzeboy's team in Game 4, and the table was set for a decisive Game number 5. In the final battle of the 2025 season, Beelzeboy's Galarian Moltres and Shadow Steelix shattered Patoman's shields and shredded through his Pokemon's HP. Then, with Patoman's 3 remaining Pokemon and Beelzeboy's championship dreams on the line, Beelzeboy turned to his final Pokemon, Lapras. Beelzeboy's Lapras reverse swept Patoman's entire team, striking decisively with Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria. The crowd cheered as Beelzeboy became our 2025 Pokémon GO World Champion, proudly hoisting his trophy for India.
It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator! It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World Commander! It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion!
Beelzeboy proved to countless trainers that the key to becoming a world champion is trusting in yourself and your Pokemon. The future of competitive Pokemon is incredibly bright, and we can't wait for you to be a part of it. Visit Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you in the arena.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here at the 2026 Milwaukee Pokemon Regional Championship, and we are still going on to the loser's side. We have a huge match coming up between two titans. We have Rise to Occasion versus Out of Pocket. This is going to be a crazy match.
Yeah, these are both multi-time champions of regionals, of an international out-of-pocket, runner-up for Rise Occasion as well. So much online for both of them because the winner of this will have a chance to be a repeat Milwaukee Regional Champion. Both of them have won it here in the city out-of-pocket only a couple months ago last season. And funny enough, they faced off last season in Milwaukee. That was the last time they actually faced off against each other on the competitive stage. And out-of-pocket, able to knock out Rise Occasion in that loser bracket 2-1 just a couple months ago. And so you know Rise Occasion is looking for some redemption. You know he wants to try to upset out-of-pocket here and reclaim that title for himself.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting match. A little bit of a grudge match because of that, because they faced last year, or earlier this year, similarly in the losers bracket. So they both really want to win this and continue on and try to become the Milwaukee Regional Champion for the second time. If we take a look at their teams, we've got the Shadow Dusknoir, Shadow Dragonair, Corviknight, Cradilly, Unova Sunfisk, and Wigglytuff on Rise's side. Pocket, of course, rocking the Shadow Talonflame, Clodsire, Guzzlord, Fortress, Lapras, and he also has a Shadow Dusknoir. I think that's the only overlapping Pokemon that they actually have.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, Rise Occasion's Corviknight looks pretty strong here. He's been leaning into it a lot, and yes, there's a Talonflame to worry about from the side of out-of-pocket, but he has the Shadow Dragonair, he has the Unova Stunfisk, he has two really great answers to that Talonflame, and because of that, I think out-of-pocket would rather play more neutrally, try to neutralize the Corviknight with maybe like a Lapras. You know, Clodsir's not great. I mean, it's really just Lapras, right? Everything else doesn't have the best answer. Dusknoir, maybe, you know, a little bit there, but the Corviknight looks really strong to Rise Occasion, and I think out-of-pocket's probably going to play a little bit safer in the first game. Maybe back against the wall, might, if you lose the first game, has to bring the Talonflame if the Corviknight becomes a huge problem. But overall, the team composition looked pretty strong for Rise Occasion here.
Yeah, I agree. That Shadow Talonflame is looking really hard to bring, and I know that he did face up against Unova Sunfisk and Dapper Disc's team, and that actually sent him into the losers bracket here. So I'm sure he's a little worried about that Pokemon, especially paired with that Shadow Dragonair. We have both trainers locked in, and we are about to find out what they're leading. We've got Lapras leading into Corviknight. This is a very neutral matchup to start us off. I believe Corviknight will easily live 2 Sparkling Arias, and then Corviknight's got to choose whether it's going to go for the hard-hitting payback or that air cutter and try to get a boost. Rise just goes immediately for that payback. No hesitation. Pocket immediately, no shields.
Things are looking pretty good for out-of-pocket if he just stays in this matchup and plays it out. Rise Occasion really needs to try to bait out this Guzzlord if possible, because Guzzlord looks really strong into the back line of his team. And I think it's something that he's got to worry about as well. He's probably thinking it through here, knowing that he needs this backup plan. But the problem is Lapras is really safe into the back line of Rise Occasion as well. Let's see what he does. He's going to take another Sparkling Aria. And at this health range, even the Guzzlord can handle the Corviknight no problem.
Yeah, this Corviknight is getting dangerously low. I wonder if he's just going to go in, reach for that payback.
Oh my gosh!
And Pocket goes for the catch, gets the catch on the payback. This is resisted damage. It's not going to do a whole lot here. Guzzlord is very bulky. Yep, he's still in the green. He can actually farm up a lot of energy here. Corviknight banks a move and then gets out to the Unova Stunfisk. And Guzzlord is really core breaking this back line here for Rise. It puts him in a really uncomfortable position because these Thunder Shocks are doing nothing to this Guzzlord. He's got to start getting to these Mud Bombs to get some damage on this dragon.
Yeah, you know something's not terrible here despite throwing resisted Thundershock. It's just pretty bulky in its own right too, even against the bulky Guzzlord. So it has some play, right? And honestly, the catch was fantastic for out-of-pocket, but it makes this matchup head-to-head a little bit better for the Unova Sunfisk because it did take a good chunk of damage from that payback as well. You can see almost in territory of another Mud Bomb. In comes the Fortress, and surprisingly, Rise Occasion actually does a discharge. Both moves going to be neutral here too, and Mud Bomb generally the better move to throw in almost any situation unless you're going for an undercharge here. But now comes the Dusknoir, and he gets the matchup he wants. He gets resisting all this bug bite damage, and the Astonish damage is really starting adding up really quickly here.
Yeah, these bug bites are kind of chunking the Dusknoir though, even though they are resisted. Dusknoir does not have a lot of HP, so each bug bite is doing 1 damage here, and is slowly chipping away at this Dusknoir. Now he is going to start getting these Shadow Punches, and Pocket's going to decide if he's going to shield. I wouldn't be surprised to see a no shield here. Just let your Fortress go at this point. It's done its job. It's gotten this Dusknoir into a pretty good range where another Pokemon come in and deal with it. Pocket comes in, tries to throw his move, I'm not sure if that was a cap tie or not, but Dusknoir would typically win that cap tie. So it was. His move did fire off. So that's correct.
Yeah, I guess a great bait there too. And even though Rise Education, kind of a tough backline into his Guzzlord, kind of carved himself out a nice potential win condition here too. Has the air cutter banked from earlier. I don't think this is enough to KO the Guzzlord, but that actually might be even worse for Guzzlord because you can maybe sand attack it down. Let's see, he's putting it in the red here. In comes the Lapras. Oh, we get the attack boost as well too, leaving with a sliver held on this Guzzlord. But I don't know if that's going to matter because you have priority with the sand attack and the Thunder Shock damage, and unless you can hang on after one of those fast attacks, the Guzzlord's pretty much out of this game.
Yeah, this is going to be a race to see if Pocket can get to double Sparkling Aria here before this Stunfisk reaches another move. It's going to be very close. I'm not sure how many side waves away he is from that next Aria, but this is going to be a race to it. It looks like he does just barely outpace this Stunfisk, so he will get to this Aria and get this KO.
Yeah, Ricecation nodding, acknowledging too, knowing that he got outplayed in this particular game. The huge payback catch really helped out of pocket here, and unfortunately can't get to that air cutter as well. Wasting so much energy on that resisted attack on the Guzzlord. And that really just shows the skill for out of pocket because that's one turn move sand attack versus one turn move side wave. There's no way to fully predict when the opponent is going to throw the move there. And you can't avoid the catch either. Ricecation, you can't throw in between a fast attack because it's all going to happen at the same time too. So really great plays for out of pocket. Bringing in the Guzzlord, which is not a great matchup for into the Corviknight, but with how much work the Lapras did for out of pocket, it really helped him open up that game and also close it out.
Yeah, and sometimes these top players, they really rely on their intuition in those moments, just kind of feel it out. When do I feel like I should catch? When do I feel like they're going to throw? Because there really is no way to predict when your opponent's going to do that. Like you said, one turn attack into one turn attack, you can't actually predict the catch or determine when your opponent's going to throw that move. There is no timing, right? You just throw when you get the move or over farm to some amount, but you have no way of knowing when they're going to throw it. So that was a very good catch by Pocket. Really put him in the driver's seat in that game.
Yeah, I wonder if, curious that Ricecation threw the discharge at the Fortress. I don't know if we would have put it in a range where he could have astonished down rather than throwing that Shadow Punch, right? Because he had a lot of energy on that Dusknoir that he pretty much couldn't utilize because after spending that one shield against Guzzlord, he didn't really want to spend the next one on the Dusknoir right away because he knew the Lapras in the back could still get to another move.
Yeah, that definitely, I think, might have played a little bit of difference. I think the Fortress might have been a little out of range. The Mud Bomb damage wouldn't have been that much more than the discharge, but Mud Bomb is definitely the better move to throw there. I think maybe Rise thought that Pocket was going to swap in his Lapras, and so he tried to throw the discharge instead. Ended up landing on that Fortress, but I don't think that the damage difference really mattered that much, although maybe he would have considered going for the Astonish down if he had landed that Mud Bomb instead of the discharge there.
Yeah, it's not quite like throwing a Shadow Ball into a Noctowl mirror, which Ricecation unfortunately had the unfortunate pleasure of doing. But, you know, he has corrected from his ways, and having all these charge TMs dropping at these events allows you to kind of maneuver around and put your moves on the right situation. Let's see how Ricecation is going to adjust here into this second game, into out of pocket. He has his back against the wall too, and again, the last time these two faced, out of pocket did take the 2-1 victory over Ricecation. Ricecation actually started off that series 1-0, and out of pocket went back and took the next two games. So let's see if Ricecation could take a page out of pocket's book. This is a fantastic way to do it as he gets the Corviknight into the Guzzlord to start things off. Yeah,
we do see that Shadow Talonflame in the back line there, so alignment is going to matter a lot here, and who wins Switch is going to determine who comes out on top most likely. Getting that Talonflame aligned to that Unobin Stunfisk in the back is going to be horrendous for Pocket, but Rise wants to keep that Wiggly away from that Fortress, so actually Wiggly does not have a lot of places to go in the back line now that we think about it, because this Guzzlord's up front. Rise is probably thinking about that. I wonder if at some point he is going to swap to try to draw something out that the Wiggly can then get aligned to the Guzzlord later on. Yeah, Ricecation going for the bold strategy of being ABA weak to that Talonflame. Oh, and he doesn't see it coming. He brings in his only Talonflame answer now into the Fortress. That's absolutely huge for out of pocket. He's feeling good about it too. And I like this play from out of pocket because he already has a game win over Ricecation. He could play a little bit riskier in game number 2 because he knows that he could have at least a third game to readjust if he does lose this one. Ricecation though doesn't bring the Dragonair, and you know,
know, he does have Sumpus, but it's pretty much being used right now against the Fortress. It's going to be quite low, and even though you have super effective electric moves for the Talonflame, you're still taking neutral damage from those Incinerates, and they're really going to start adding up against this Sumpus, even if he can save it for later.
Yeah, Rise got to be wondering what's in the back. What is the third Pokemon for Pocket?
Oh.
It's got to be another answer to that Wigglytuff. Pocket actually comes back in and snipes with this Brutal Swing. Sumpus will survive this, and Rise can potentially bank energy and get back out. Oh, it wasn't actually a cap tie.
That is one of the most brutal situations to be in as well, because you get your opponents to get their move off, but on top of that, it also allows them to get the move off first. And you see out of pocket, he's like, wait, hold on, no respect for the Talonflame here, and Talonflame's going to go to absolute town on this Wigglytuff and the entire backline of Risecation. First, Icy Wind's going to come through. Out of pocket's going to shield it here. Now he'd go for very easy, proper timing. Throw one Incinerate and then throw the Flame Charge to start boosting this attack back up. Or could just even offer the double 5, but he's going to go for the Flame Charge instead. This increased Flame Charge damage could be really nice. Risecation, I think, is this his first shield or his second shield? But either way, he's in a really tough position.
Yeah, I believe they both have one shield remaining. Yeah, this Talonflame is in the driver's seat here, and it looks like Pocket is at the back-to-back fly now. He will have to use his second shield here, though. Will he immediately throw the attack, or will he go for another Incinerate? He actually swaps Fortress in to snipe down the Wigglytuff. If you get a few bug bites in, get some extra damage here.
Wait, this game is not over, because if Risecation gets to a payback against the Talonflame, yes, Out of Pocket has 2 moves, but if he throws on Charge Attack priority, he takes out the Talonflame with 1 payback. You see Out of Pocket maybe shaking his head a little bit, realizing that, oh, did I make a grave mistake? I think maybe he did. Risecation swaps over. I love this play. Oh, he catches the fly.
Makes an unnecessary catch, too. He could have just thrown his move and on Charge Attack priority with that Talonflame, because Rise still has a shield to hide behind.
Yeah.
So he goes for the move now. Gets the catch. Pocket is just upset with this play for sure, but that was a very good play by Rise. And a very good catch as well.
Yeah, giving Rise a sliver of hope there in the end. Very well executed from Risecation. Able to clear his debuff, right? Because even if Pocket threw the Incinerate to take out the Sumpus, doesn't throw the move, he can only throw 1 move on that Charge Attack tie there. So even if he has back-to-back Flame Charge, it doesn't matter. He's only going to get 1 off before the payback comes through, and Risecation just spends the 1 shield. Very easy there to win it all. And, even more fantastic, he's able to catch it to make things even more easy for his Corviknight. Wow.
Yeah,
ABA weak to Shadow Talonflame. Stumpus pretty much not even relevant into that matchup there outside the final catch. But Risecation still finding a win condition here too. He's still in this tournament, and we are down to a final decisive game number 3 between these 2 previous Milwaukee Regional Champions.
Yeah, I think a slight misplay by Pocket in the mid-game there versus the Wigglytuff. He actually allowed the Wigglytuff to get to another move, and Pocket could have thrown a move to prevent that, potentially pull a shield from Wigglytuff, or just get rid of it before it got that second move. So he had to actually shield his Talonflame again, and so he had no remaining Protect shields. And I think that might have been the difference. Rise saw that and took advantage of it, and he knew what his win condition was from that point. He had to farm down that Fortress, come out with a move, and then he also made a catch on top of that. But at that point, the game was already sealed.
Yeah, that's really tough for Out of Pocket too, because he gets everything he wants, right? He gets the Talonflame on the 2 things that are really weak. Those are the 2 weakest Pokemon into Talonflame, right? And he got those matchups he needed there. And Risecation didn't even have the Dragonair. He had the Sumpus. It didn't really do anything, right? It pretty much was taken out by the Guzzlord and the tag team of Guzzlord and that Fortress. So the real question is, can Shadow Talonflame have any utility into Risecation's team if he's able to play that well-rounded without even having his answers on it?
Right, now the question is, now that he's brought the Shadow Talonflame, does Rise try to bring a counter to it? Because he was just ABA weak to that Shadow Talonflame. If he had seen it in the lead, it would have been disastrous for him. Does he bring his best counter to it, which would be that Shadow Dragonair? Let's find out. We are locked in for our decisive game 3. We have the Shadow Dusknoir Mirror. This will be very interesting to see which Shadow Dusknoir will win this cap tie here, or if one will potentially over-farm and try to just go for the full farm down. They are not throwing a move. They are just farming. Pocket makes the catch onto his Fortress and swaps it in.
And Dusknoir on the side of Out of Pocket has a lot of energy. Has a move Bank 2 for later, but now we get Rise Vacation. Base out the Corviknight though, which is not too bad because now you have the Guzzler more free to do some damage into that something, but this is still not a great matchup for that Fortress, and catching that Shadow Punch also puts you dangerously close to Payback range. Payback's not going to be enough to take it out, but you could probably Sand Attack down and get even more energy now on the Corviknight, and this is so awkward because you debuff the Corviknight, which means it gets even more energy now against the Fortress, but you have to throw the Rock Tomb at some point to do some damage here, and now Rise Vacation farming up even more energy, and I wouldn't be surprised if he pivots out here. Actually opts to throw the air card instead, so a little bit of a breather for Out of Pocket. I think he could have gone for the full farm down. That would be even worse for Out of Pocket.
Yeah, I think he was trying to avoid Pocket getting to a Sand Tomb there. So Pocket will come in and throw this energy. He will not get to a second move though, so if Rise chooses to shield this, he can Sand Attack this down. Yeah,
he got the Sand Attack through, which means that the Dusknoir actually survives there and swapping out with literally 1 HP. That could be crucial for later, and now he's going to clear the debuff. Really great place from Rise Vacation. He is down a shield, and Guzzlord is up a shield and up energy, so the game is not over yet. Let's not forget, Rise Vacation also has a catch opportunity of himself with that Shadow Dusknoir in the back.
Yeah, they both have a catch opportunity later on in the game. Right now, they've got to stay in this matchup. Pocket is going to start investing his shields in this Guzzlord. Probably wants to shield the Mud Bombs. The Air Cutters are not going to be quite as threatening. They could be if that Corviknight comes in and starts boosting, though. But at some point, you got to protect HP on this Guzzlord since it's your last healthy remaining Pokemon.
Yeah, I like to play from Out of Pocket to shield up the Guzzlord against the Mud Bomb, because the Mud Bomb is just neutral damage, but the Air Card doesn't do much unless it's boosted, right? And it might not get boosted, so there's a much better usage of shields for this Guzzlord. There's so much health left on this Guzzlord. Oh, and does a catch as well, wasting some of his energy on the Guzzlord.
Oh my gosh, what a catch. That's actually huge. He can save the HP, save his shield still, and he can potentially come in now with the Corviknight and look for a boost. Pocket is out of shields. He has to eat every single move that Rise throws. He could potentially go for a catch at some point, but it's going to be really tough to catch against a one-turn fast attack.
Absolutely, and Rise Vacation, and Out of Pocket has played really well, pausing, trying to make those incredible catches, but Rise Vacation is a whole different beast here compared to some of the other opponents Out of Pocket has faced. Out of Pocket at the back, almost at the back-to-back Brutal Swing. It is close. He might be able to get it, and the something is coming up soon. There's another catch opportunity. Does he go for it? Oh, he catches again!
The catch! Oh my goodness, what a play from Rise. Pocket's gonna fully undercharge this, try to farm down, but the Stunfisk did leave with a little energy, and he can actually make it to a Mud Bomb here. And Pocket fails the catch.
And you can see
this Mud Bomb will land on this Guzzlord, and that is, he said GG, he knows.
Rise Vacation. Feeling it right here. He wants this title back from Out of Pocket. He wants the redemption back in this head-to-head matchup as well. And like it happened last time around, went down, the first game was Out of Pocket, and then came back to win the next two. This time, the script was flipped. Rise Vacation losing brutally in that first game, but what incredible game number 3 between these veteran players there, and what incredible, the 2 catches in that game. He saved both Pokemon for that low in health, and Out of Pocket trying to make his catch of zone, but obviously a lot harder to do on that 3-turn Dragon Tail with the Guzzlord. And wow, what a performance from both these players. And yeah, I don't know, maybe more chances for us to see some Shadow Dragon action, but if Rise keeps playing like this, we'll have a lot of opportunities for that.
Yeah, the level of gameplay is just insane, and this is the losers bracket. This isn't even the winners bracket. Like, it is cutthroat down here. I mean, they are both multi-regional champions, right? And we have another huge match coming up after this too. Like, the level of play is just insane, the level of competition, and everyone wants to win. Everyone's on their A game, everyone's locked in, and Rise took that just by a sliver, and that was amazing to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a really interesting position there too, right? Because Shadow Dusknoir Mirror, you don't see it super often, but maybe in this meta, we should have seen it more often there. But Out of Pocket maybe expecting that he wasn't going to win that charge high priority, so wanted to go for that catch. His backline was fairly weak to Rise Vacation, especially that Corviknight. And, even the Stunfisk, you're resisting the Thundershock damage, but the damage just really starts to add up from this Pancake Pokemon, and the incredible catch as well there too. Almost perfectly undercharged that, but that's a really tough position because there's still energy bank, but you need to leave with back-to-back moves on the Guzzlord. Unfortunately, not able to do it there. And you can see the passion from Rise Vacation as well. He's ready, and he's ready to claim another regional title here in the season.
Yeah, he is locked in and he is ready to make this losers run, and he is trying to get to those grand finals the best that he knows how.
Yeah, I mean, again, a regional title every single year of the official circuit for Pokemon Go. No other trainer has done it. No other trainer can do it except for that man right there. He's the only one to be able to really continue that trend going on. And I mean, that's so impressive, right? I mean, some people play their entire career trying to even just get to that grand finals, trying to get one championship, but he's getting one every single season.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at our losers bracket and see what we're working with, see who's still in this competition. So we see Rise obviously won versus Pocket. He will be facing Dapper Disc next. But before that, we will have Pranav versus Elam. Again, 2 world-class trainers, and these 2 are actually teammates as well. So we see another teammate battle.
Yes, yeah, and this is going to be a very exciting one too, because both of them are quite competitive and very, very good at this game. Obviously, Elam has a little bit more accolades in the championship series circuit, but Pranav, again, one of those players that hasn't won a championship, but he's taken down multiple champions in the past himself. And, you know, one of his first breakout performances was actually in Milwaukee in 2022 as well, making that top cut, making that day 2 performance here. And the winner's side, this is such a cool winner's bracket, because if you look, no regional champions, no international champions on this winner's side at all. All 2-1s as well, super close series. And we have a Meteor Folian versus LW Josh 91 matchup in the winners finals, which I feel like is something that people would not have predicted with so many champions, previous champions here, right? Like Ricecation, like Out of Pocket, like Elam. You would think it's one of them at least, at a minimum, maybe 2 of them in the winners finals. But instead, first time winners finals for both of LW Josh and Meteor Fall. I'm really excited to see how they perform, and you know, they've been performing so well, and everyone's running such weird spice. It's amazing. I don't even know what the spice is anymore. We got a Firo, we got a Bastia, we got one Florges who's knocked out already. Like, whatever we think the meta is, all these players at Milwaukee are putting a spin on it.
Yeah, I think both of those trainers have very interesting teams, because LW Josh has that double ground. He's got Clodsire and the Shadow Kanto Marowak. And then obviously on the other side, he's got, what was his spice pick? He's got the Firo.
Yeah, it's the Firo,
yeah.
Yeah, your pick of choice too, actually. Yeah.
And that has been crazy to see. Firo's been so good, so I'm excited to see that matchup later. But right now, we're getting into Pranav versus Elam, 2 world-class trainers. They are so good at this game. This is going to be intense for sure. So let's take a look at their teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder how much of these 2 have practiced with each other in preparation for it, right? Because sometimes even if you're both going to the same tournament, there's over 100+ players. What are the odds you're going to run into them? And that's exactly what we have right here on that loser side. It's going to be Pranav running the Credilli, the Murkrow, the Fortress, Corviknights, the Galarian Corsola, and the Unova Stunfisk. The double flyer strategy, one of the few trainers to run that in this tournament, but it's really paid off for Pranav.
Yeah, Elam has got that for Alligator, and he has been using it a lot. He's been banking up energy, swapping out, just using that as really good neutral damage, and it is a pretty good neutral pick right now. It fell off for a while. First it was Shadow for Alligator was everywhere, then people started picking up the non-Shadow, and then it kind of fell off, and now it looks like it's making a comeback a little bit.
Yep, definitely. And Elam's Togekiss pick is so interesting, right? This meta is like almost reverse of what you think. It loses to Murkrow in the head-to-head because it just loses Charge Type priority, but the Dark type is beating the Fairy type. Meanwhile, Togekiss is beating Corviknight, the Fairy type beating the Steel type. It's just completely wonky how this meta has developed, but that's what makes it so exciting here. Game number 1 is underway. It's going to be Pranav versus Elam to start things off, and it's going to be the Feraligatr versus the Corsola.
Yeah, so this Feraligatr is going to do super effective damage with these Shadow Claws, which are going to tick away at this Corsola, putting it into double Hydro Cannon range. He's going to go ahead, bank up a lot of energy. He's farming up over. Pranav actually throws on suboptimal timing there, gives Elam a free Shadow Claw, which is interesting. I guess he was trying to, I think he was trying to wait for Elam to throw that Hydro Cannon, but Elam just never did. He said, I want maximum energy on this Feraligatr all time so that you can't swap out, and if you do, I'm gonna punish it, and I'm gonna throw a Hydro Cannon into whatever you bring in.
Yeah, Pranav worried about maybe a potential catch there too, but does have to throw on bad timing. You know, and it's a tough position because if he doesn't throw on bad timing there, he has to throw eventually on bad timing because Elam's at the back-to-back, so he'll never be able to throw it on good timing after that point. In comes the Murkrow though, one of the MVPs for Pranav, and it's taking so much damage. I love that play. He left with the Drill Peck, and now comes in the Unova Stunfisk.
Yeah, this is actually really good for Pranav that he brings in the Stunfisk here, because the Credilli is sitting in the back for Elam, and that Stunfisk wants no part of that Credilli.
Let's see if Elam can make some work happen on this Stunfisk. There's still the Credilli in the back, plus the Fraugator. So this Murkrow has a destiny with a lot of work to do here if it wants to try to win a game for Pranav. Both shields, I would assume, will be spent on this Glassy Dark Flying type here as we get the guaranteed debuff coming through yet again. If you can take out this Fortress, though, that is going to give Pranav a fighting chance. Switch numbers are coming up soon, though, so there could be a potential catch opportunity. Let's see if it happens or not. But no, not going to be the case. And Pranav overfarming a little bit before throwing this Mud Bomb.
Yeah, I think Elam wants to keep alignment here and just let this Fortress go. It's done its job, and he wants to bring in the Credilli and align it to this Stunfisk. He still has that energy on the Gator in the back, and he does not want to take a discharge on that Gator.
I like this play from Pranav as well, too. Soften up the Credilli, right? Your attack's not debuff, so just get this move off now because Stunfisk will likely lose charge attack priority against everything else in the back for Elam. And now having almost 2 Drill Pecks loaded here, do you spend your final shield if you're Elam? You know you can tank this, but you also don't want to take it before throwing the debuff. So he's going to throw up the final shield here for the Credilli. And I love this play from Pranav. He saved the Stunfisk for later, so he can still clear this debuff for a later matchup here, but I don't know if he even needs to.
Yeah, he's got a lot of energy on this Murkrow. I think the Credilli is going to live the Drill Peck, though, because he does have that debuff. Murkrow has to throw eventually. He at the back-to-back. He's over, actually. He has a lot of energy here. I don't think this is going to quite KO. The Credilli's Rock Tomb will fire off. And then how much energy did that Gator leave with? And will Elam swap out, try to combo play, or will he stay in and get this acid damage?
All right,
Nub actually swaps out and clears that debuff, and Elam comes in with that Feraligatr. He's actually 1 away from a move. Does Pranav remember how much energy he has? He remembers and throws on Captai there to get rid of this Feraligatr. Will he survive the acids, or will the Pecks knock out the Credilli
I think
first?
Pranav doesn't think he will. He said GG's already, but it looks like it's going to be
It's
a tie here. Wow.
Cyborg.
What a fantastic game number 1 against these top tier trainers there too. He thought that he's going to hang on, and he did everything he could. Here's the funny thing. He went for an extra peck to try to get a little bit more energy, throwing charge attack priority against Fraugator. I don't know, and it might not make a difference if he just threw right away because he took an extra Shadow Claw worth of damage, but that could have been the difference maker in that head-to-head matchup. And that's a tough situation, right? Trying to keep track of the energy on the Credilli. He's trying to see if you need another Drill Peck or not, because he didn't think it survived the acid damage from the Credilli, but the Credilli was actually a lot lower than he probably remembered.
Yeah, the other thing is when you're in that mindset of I need to maximize my energy, sometimes you try to do that too much.
Yep.
And he was trying to maximize his energy there and throw on Captai because he knew he would win it versus the Feraligatr. And sometimes you do that just to maximize your energy and you forget, hey, I should actually just throw immediately so I stop taking more damage here, right?
Yes.
So trying to optimize your play actually ends up being the suboptimal play.
Absolutely. Yeah, we see a lot of top trainers actually do that too. They're so good mechanically at the game. They're always trying to play as efficiently as possible, but sometimes you just need to get rid of the Pokemon in front of you and try to survive with as much health as possible. Look at the health bars there too. I actually don't think it would have made a difference if he didn't, if he took the Shadow Claw or not, because it looked like he was well within range of acid damage there, literally only living out 1 HP on that Murkrow. What an exciting game 1 there too. All smiles from both these players as well too. I mean, this is one of those times where both of them want to do as well as they can, but they can't be upset, right, if their friend makes it past them and stuff too.
Yeah, and so essentially what happens in a tie is that game, we just wiped the slate, never happened, we're still at 0-0, and so we have essentially the restart of the series for us here. And these trainers are really thinking about what lines they want to bring, what adjustments they want to make, what order they want to bring those Pokemon in. Maybe they'll bring the same Pokemon, maybe they'll swap one out. We've seen Elam a lot of times bring the same 3 Pokemon into a trainer because he just likes those 3 Pokemon. He might change the order, or he could run it back. But we've seen him consistently choose what it seems to be his strongest 3 Pokemon in that matchup and then continue on with those. So I'm wondering if he's going to do that same thing here.
Yeah, and the ties are really interesting because this could go to essentially 4 games, right? The first game pretty much doesn't count. I believe in Pittsburgh, 2 of the players sitting next to me, they were on the tables for a while, and I thought, maybe they had some connection issues, but no, they're playing the entire game, and I talked to one of them after. They apparently tied 3 times at the tables, which that would have been an interesting match on the broadcast. Maybe a little too long there, too, but that's probably the record amount that I've ever seen in any competitive play. So I don't know if these 2 will tie 3 times or even 2 times, but I'm sure we're getting some exciting matches as we go into game number 1 here, as we are going to wipe the slate clean from that first one. It's going to be the Murkrow versus Credilli, and Credilli does win all the even shields. shields in this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Pranav goes for the cap tie here, and he does throw on charge attack priority there. He knows he will win it. And Elam is most likely expecting a shield from this Rock Tomb. Elam actually chooses a shield because he knows that he's going to debuff this Murkrow. The next attack will do less damage, so he would rather take a debuff Drill Peck here than a full power one.
Yeah, and Pranav has answers to this Credilli, right? Everything's kind of a little bit neutral. I really like that he threw on charge attack priority because if he wanted to swap there, he at least doesn't get in a situation where he's swapping and getting debuff right away on his next Pokemon. Looking like Elam not going to throw this one right away, expecting that there could have been a catch. He's not going to charge attack priority anyway, and he wasn't really planning on spending another shield. Oh, he does catch a Rock Tomb though on the Galarian Corsola. We're not thinking, all right, was this the right play or not is the real question. The Feraligatr, though, is going to really enjoy this debuff Corsola, as it's going to be Elam charging up a little bit energy before swapping over to Feraligatr.
Yeah, banking that move is going to be huge later, because when he brings that Cradily back in, he can immediately debuff whatever he brings it into, or he can potentially just snipe something down with that energy later when shields are down. So, very good play, banking that energy and bringing in the Feraligatr. He's not really threatened by these Nightshades because, again, they are debuffed. He can get to this Hydro Cannon easily. This will come close to KOing. I'm not sure if the Corsola will just barely live or not. It's very, very close. Corsola does not hang on, and he brings back in the Murkrow. Cap tie on the Hydro Cannon and the Drill Peck. Will Elam choose a shield? And he's thinking about it.
Yeah, he decides to let it go too, trying to see what's in the back. Hasn't even seen a third Pokemon yet. I like this play a lot from Elam because the bug bite damage really starts chewing through the health bar of that Murkrow. Could not have even reached another Drill Peck even if he wanted to. And in comes the Rock Tomb from the Fortress. Rock Tomb from the Fortress. The Rock Tomb loaded on the Credilli as well. This Corviknight for sure will be debuffed.
Yeah, and he's got to hope that he starts getting some Air Cutter boosts here to even out this matchup. He's actually just going to go straight for the payback, even though he is debuff. He's not messing around. He said, I'm not taking that 30% chance of getting a boost or not.
Oh, we actually get the shield.
Payback. Elam shields up. He said, you're not debuff enough yet. I don't want to take this move. Well, let's debuff again. He will outpace, though, to the payback, so he will be taking this payback at -1 power.
I think Elam is one bug bite away, if not two, from the Rock Tomb. Can he get there? Oh, he gets it right now, and he does throw the Rock Tomb. You have to shield this here, Pranav, because you cannot hang on to the bug bite damage from the Fortress, but there's still a move loaded on the Credilli. What are you going to do here? Because if you swap over to Credilli, you could get farmed down here. He is going to risk it, though. He is going to throw the Rock Tomb. The real question is if the Murkrow can farm down this Credilli, because the Acid's not doing nearly as much as the Bug Bite, you might be able to take out the Fortress here. Can he do it? A few Bug Bites away. One more away. He gets the Drill Peck. 1 HP.
Will one Bug Bite KO.
Oh!
He gets DRE.
And here comes the
his
Drill
move
Peck.
off. The Bug Bite damage does not register, and he actually gets that move off and gets the Drill Peck KO.
And you see both trainers laughing about it a little bit too. I mean, it came down to the wire in the first game, and it came down to the wire in the second game as well. Murkrow hanging on, getting the Drill Peck off to KO the Fortress. Frustrating times for Elam for sure, but he's got to adjust for game number 2.
Yeah, Elam was really hoping that the Bug Bite damage would go through first. That way he would not get that Drill Peck damage. It's been a little bit of an inconsistent mechanic in the game, but we see sometimes trainers get it, sometimes they don't. So he was really hoping that that Bug Bite would KO. Unfortunately for him, it did not. And fortunately for Pranav, it did. It didn't. So he got that Drill Peck off. What a close game.
These games are so close, right? First game a tie, second game came down to literally 1 HP and getting the move off as well. It's a really tough spot for Elam to be in, because if he goes for the combo play, yes, you take out the Corviknight, but then you give the Murkrow all the energy it needs to get to that Drill Peck. Exactly perfect. Just getting to that Drill Peck in time. It does not get better for Pranav than that in that situation.
Yeah, literally the perfect farm down. So now they need to adjust, and we're going into a game 2. Potentially decisive game 2 here. If Pranav comes out victorious here, then Elam will be going home. But Elam still in it. He can take this game potentially, make it tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, we are in this losers round 3, and again, a lot of our previous champions are in this loser side. I mean, all of them really, and only one can make it out of the losers bracket to go and challenge someone in that losers final. So we're gonna see if Elam's able to stay in this losers bracket and force a game 3 here, or Pranav gonna continue to play his clean games here and take this series. He's trying to decide here too. That double fire strategy has been working so well for him, even to Fortress. Like, Fortress is really uncomfortable for that Murkrow. but he has a Corviknight for it, right? And the Corviknight covers it. The Credilli, kind of awkward for the Corviknight, but the Murkrow kind of covers it, right? I mean, it doesn't really win that matchup straight up, but you could chip it down, do a lot of damage, force some shields early from Elam, and then, you know, just maneuver around. And both players playing really neutrally in these matchups, and I really like it because it allows for a lot of skill expression, and it's hard to follow, right? This is not a Bastion on Altaria. You don't know how the matchup is going to go because of that, and it allows trainers to really push the limits of their game knowledge and their expertise and mechanics. Here we go. Game number 2 is going to be the Fortress into Credilli. A fantastic lead for Pranav. He's going to finally bring out the Fortress in this series.
Yeah, that's exactly where Pranav wanted to see that Credilli. Elam's going to safe swap this for Alligator because it's not an easy way for Pranav to deal with it once it gets up energy. So Elam's going to actually fire off this Hydro Cannon first before Pranav gets to a move, and Pranav's going to shield it. He wants to keep health on this Fortress because he knows it's going to be critical in dealing with that Credilli later on. However, the switch timer is now very misaligned. He's actually just going to choose to throw this Rock Tomb into this Feraligatr, and then he's going to pivot out into that Murkrow. Feraligatr already has quite an energy lead here, and he's going to go straight for this Ice Beam. This is going to be huge damage if he goes unshielded. It might even get the KO. Pranav does correctly shield up that Ice Beam. He does not want to let this Murkrow go that easily.
Absolutely massive shield for Pranav, and we get the switch over now to the Fortress, the matchup that Elam wants, but the problem is his Credilli doesn't have a lot of utility now into the Fortress in the back, and there's so much health on that Fortress still, and you're taking so much damage onto this Fortress. Well, look at how much energy is on this little bird here. Do you spend a shield here or not? Elam trying to figure it out. I mean, he knows he's only one peck away. He's shaking his head. He's like, man, this is a tough spot to be in. No shields on the side of Pranav, but he has so much energy. And now comes the Fortress, and Pranav and Elam, knowing that he came to swap out this matchup, is going to throw a neutral rock to the debuff here.
Yeah,
I mean, what can he do?
These switch timers are so misaligned, Elam is still stuck here. He cannot get out to his Feraligatr, so he's forced to just throw this Rock Tomb, try to get as much damage and debuff as he can onto this Fortress. Fortress actually gets to the move one turn ahead of the Feraligatr. Feraligatr came in, tried to throw that Hydro Cannon, didn't quite get there, so he has to force his shield up this Sand Tomb now just to get his Hydro Cannon off and get rid of this Fortress, which has been such a problem for him. He is trying to undercharge here. What he doesn't want is to let the Murkrow come in and farm down his Feraligatr, which inevitably might happen. Okay, so he does get the Bug Bite down there. So Elam comes in and takes that Acid, tries to get ahead on energy there. Murkrow has a move loaded already. This is going to do massive damage, and I don't think he's even seen the Corviknight in the back yet. Pranav hasn't even brought that Pokemon in, and now he's going to show it. He's going to bring it in and go for that Air Cutter to try to get that KO. I think he might just barely live this, but the sand attacks afterward will take out this Credilli, and that is going to be all she wrote.
Pranav taking the series 2-0 with a tie to start things off here against these two fierce trainers. Really well played, and finally catching a really good lead for Pranav. That Murkrow put in so much work in the entire series. You can see the sportsmanship, the embrace, the friendship, and camaraderie as well between these two players. And Elam, in a way, kind of passing the torch, right? He's already won championships. He's already gotten a lot of medals here, and now it's going to be Pranav's turn. He'll be facing off against Rise Occasion, I believe, in this next set of battles.
So Rise will actually be facing Dapper Diz.
Oh, Dapper Diz, sorry.
Yes.
Getting a little ahead of myself here.
Yep, a little ahead. Yeah, but they are on in the same round 4, I believe.
Yes.
They're both in round 4 now, on that loser side. So yeah, what a series. That was a crazy first game with the tie, and then the second game with the 1 HP survive.
Yep.
And that double flyer combo is working so well for Pranav, and he mentioned that in an interview earlier where he was talking about, as long as my opponent doesn't have an electric type, I'm running double flyer, because those two complement each other very well, and they really do, and we're seeing it, and he's going so far with that combo.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a really nice combo that he's cooked up here, and something that I really haven't seen anyone else try yet, but I love that he was able to dip into this strategy and just showcase it time and time again in these different matchups here. And, you know, really expert precision. Look at that damage, knowledge that Elam has, perfectly undercharging to get one more acid off there to give himself any chance of a comeback as possible. But it just was so hard of a lead, and it got even worse and worse as it went on with that Murkrow farming down the Feraligatr as well.
Yeah, and just not being able to save any HP on his Gator really cost him too, because they stayed in that initial matchup so long, and Pranav chose to fire off that Rock Tomb and get those Bug Bites into that Feraligatr, which made it so much easier to deal with later later on. So I think that saving that Gator may have been pivotal for him, but again, he safe swapped and he was like, I have to get out of this lead immediately, right?
Yeah.
So that was very intense for him, but that for Alligator, unfortunately, just could not quite carry him through that match.
Yeah, the Alligator definitely had a lot of utility for Elam all throughout the tournament, especially non-child for Alligator, but unfortunately in that situation, it was just a little bit outpaced, or the charge attack priority for the Murkrow every time, and you know, Pranav constantly leaving with energy on it, constantly leaving with the move to ensure that he get his moves off first was crucial for that victory. Now, if you're at home and you want to participate in one of these tournaments yourself, maybe feeling a little intimidated, well, here's a great way to learn the game. Find a Pokemon League near you. Make sure to scan that QR code, whether it's on your TV, computer, etc. If it's on your phone, borrow a phone to scan it as well to get the correct website and start finding events near you. And that's how you get better and better at the game, playing against in your local tournaments as well. And a lot of these players are in these local tournaments. I faced Dapper twice, actually, a couple of weeks ago. He was running this team. I was like, you might have a good shot at Milwaukee because you play really well, right? He faced players like Elite, Haydonis, a lot of Ash and Ash, a lot of medal holders in our community as well, all in that local group. So you can face some of these players you see on the screen, even in your local community, and that's such a great way to practice for when you decide to come out to one of these regionals, internationals, and hey, if you do well enough, you'll even go to Worlds.
Yeah, that's how I started to learn Show 6 as well. I actually went to my local, and I knew nothing about it. I had only done Go Battle League prior to that, and it was a whole new format to learn. Yep. But I slowly learned it, and you know, I'm getting better and better every time. So now I'm competing in regionals as well. Just got my first top cut in Pittsburgh also, so that was pretty awesome. But yeah, just go ahead and start at your local community, learn that Show 6 format, or another great way to learn it is to watch these regionals too.
Yeah, learn those matchups as well, and you know, try to glean as much as you can from these top players. But speaking of top players, we have Dapper on the stage against Rise to Occasion. Dapper definitely the underdog, at least on resume, at least on paper, but he's beaten a lot of tough trainers here. He beat Out of Pocket on day number 1. I remember that matchup, and you know, trying to make it as far as possible in day number 2, beating his teammate Trade Flames, but falling to Meteor Folian. However, he has that Empoleon and the Wigglytuff combination. Again, another really tough matchup for Rise Occasion to bring the Shadow Dragonair. And also the Murkrow, right? It just paces and hits so hard too. The Murkrow is going to be pretty interesting. I think the Corviknight is still going to be really good for Rise Occasion. Outside of the Unova Stunfisk, the Corviknight's quite good into the team of Dapper. It can win the 2-shield situation against the Murkrow, and that's where the downside of Murkrow comes in compared to the other Dark Flyer of Galarian Moltres. Unless you have Iron Head like Spandalicio, you lose that matchup with the Galarian Moltres. But in the 2-shield, because you're throwing resistant peck damage, and you also can boost with the Corviknight, you win that straight out with the Corviknight. And someone like Rise Occasion, I assume he would also know that matchup.
Yeah, looking at these teams, we have a few overlapping Pokemon. Both trainers have Wigglytuff, and they also both have a Dusknoir. However, Rise Occasion's Dusknoir is Shadow, whereas Dapper is non-Shadow. So it's got a little bit more bulk to it, and Rise is going to hit a little bit harder because it's got that extra 20% Shadow damage boost. And they also both have a Unovan Stunfisk as well. They've chosen that. Our Dapper is running double ground. He's got Unovan Stunfisk and a Slapper, whereas Rise chose to just forego the Slapper altogether this time.
Yeah, it might be a kind of a hard game to bring out the Unova Stunfisk. It has some play for sure, but if you get it onto the Gastrodon, it is not going to be a good time. Otherwise, it does have some utility here, and we saw Rise Occasion use it a lot against Out of Pockets. You know, you take Super Effective Hydro Cannons, but you also get to those discharges pretty quickly. And it's not too bad against pretty much everything else outside that Gastrodon.
Yeah.
Really good into that Murkrow as well.
That Unovan Stunfisk is his best answer to that Empoleon, though. I mean, Corviknight's pretty good into it, too. Dusknoir does fairly well because it's got that Shadow Astonish damage into the Empoleon, but it is a non-Shadow Empoleon, so it is a little bit thicker. It will get a little bit more damage off in that matchup. And we are locked in for our first game here. We see the Empoleon, and we see the Shadow Dusknoir.
All right, this is not a bad matchup for Rise Occasion here. We see an instant swap over to a Wigglytuff. Rarely do you see a Wigglytuff safe swap but wants to draw out, I'm not sure, he may try and draw the Credilli, right? But unfortunately, no Credilli for the side of Rise Vacation. Instead, having the Corviknight, and the Corviknight has a lot of utility into the Empoleon. However, you're able to debuff the Corviknight in this matchup, so it could make the matchup a little bit easier for the Empoleon later on.
Yeah, if we notice, Rise actually brought his 3 best answers to that Empoleon.
Yeah.
He is definitely worried about it. He knew that it was coming. He said, I'm not giving that Empoleon any room to breathe. I'm not giving it anywhere to go. I'm just going to bring my best 3 answers to it. And I think that's going to serve him well in this game so far. It has, as he has his Steel type aligned to this Fairy type.
Yeah, I neglect to forget that he could also boost back up. So he got debuffed, but then he also boosts back up. So he's back on even damage here. Throws another air cutter as well. Maybe another chance for a boost. Let's see if he gets it or not. It could be the difference maker if he goes Sand Attack down this Wigglytuff. No, I think the Wigglytuff gets an Ice Wind either way. He does get another boost though, and the Ice Wind's going to come through. So going back to that regular damage for the Corviknight. However, it did its job. It neutralized the Wigglytuff, the biggest threat to that Dusknoir. And now comes a safe swap. Unova Stumpus really strong here into Rise Vacation's team, but you also are letting yourself have the Empoleon matchup now into the Unova Stumpus, which is exactly what Rise Vacation wants.
Yeah, and that could be an awkward matchup later on if the Empoleon gets up energy, gets an energy lead on it, because then typically the Stunfisk will outpace it when it's on even energy. But with that Empoleon up a Metal Sound or 2, could be very uncomfortable later on. However, Rise seems to be in a pretty commanding position here. He is going to fire off this Dynamic Punch. Will be neutral, will not threaten a knockout, but we do see the first shield come up from Dapper Disc.
This is a really weird situation for both players here because you have the Unova Stumpus on both sides, and you have the Empoleon. The Empoleon doing resisted damage to the Unova Stumpus. You can't take it down. In the head-to-head matchup, you can't Thundershock down either. Double Wrist is there too, as we see the Empoleon's doing coming. I love this play from Dapper Disc because he already knows everything in the back. Or actually, I don't think he's seen the Unova Stumpus, but this is a worst-case situation for him, right? So he knows that if he gets energy lead here on the Empoleon, he might have a chance. He's reading that Rise Vacation likely has the Unova Stumpus now that he's shown his other Pokemon.
Yeah, he had to make that read. Rise knew Dapper Disc's entire line up until that point, and then Rise has just now revealed Stunfisk. It's an uncomfortable matchup because you can't Metal Sound down here, and that Mud Bomb does a lot of damage to this Empoleon. He will make a parting Hydro Cannon here. He cannot quite get the Thunder Shock down there. It will threaten the KO here. If Rise chooses to no shield it, he does shield it up. That is his last Protect Shield. Dapper Disc still has 1 Protect Shield. And he actually comes in, fires off the Mud Bomb. It looked like on Charge Attack priority, and Rise's Stunfisk actually wins that Charge Attack priority, so he does pull the last shield from Dapper.
Oh, and you can see Rise Vacation trying to swap out there too, but unfortunately not able to. That's really good for Dapper just because look at the health bars. Everything in the red. The real question is, are you close to move? Air Guard is not going to do it. The Thundershock is going to pretty much take you out too. I mean, Air Guard, no, it's not going to do it from this range. But let's see. He does go for it. It's not going to be enough, but the Sand Attack after it might be, especially if you boost this attack.
This is going to be so close. Rise's Dusknoir is also still alive. I'm not sure if it has a move or not. He does get the boost. He gets the farm down. Will the 3 Sand Attacks KO? 1 Sand Attack will KO the Wigglytuff.
Wow.
And Rise takes the very, very close game there.
That was the win condition for Rise Vacation. He needed that boost. I don't think the Sand Attacks would have been enough without the attack boost. You can see Dapper Disc even surprised. Even with the boost, he's like, wait, that was enough? But because the Sand Attack, a 1-turn move, is going to take precedence over the 2-turn move, if you get 3 Sand Attacks off in the time that Dapper is going for 2 Thunder Shocks, he's only going to register 1 Thunder Shock there. And, you know, I think that could have probably been a tie for Dapper Discs because I don't know if he could win that. There's still the Dusknoir in the back and the Wigglytuff with very low health. Maybe you survive the Astonish and you win that game for Dapper Discs, but that would have been a really close game either way. The boost coming in, absolute clutch for Rise Vacation, just like Corviknight has for the entire weekend for him.
Yeah, I think both those Pokemon were pretty much on 1 HP in the back line there, that Shadow Dusknoir and that Wigglytuff, so it may have been a simul if the Stunfisk had simuled with the Corviknight there. But we're gonna hop into game 2 here and see what our trainers are thinking. They're not quite ready yet, but they're still thinking about it. What do you think Dapper Disc will do to kind of adjust? That was a really close game. It honestly could have gone either way, so I don't think we're gonna see any huge adjustments on either side. I think maybe they'll consider bringing a Wigglytuff because they both brought Dusknoir in that first game. Wiggly is a little bit harder to bring, I feel like, for Rise because Dapper Disc has that Empoleon, which is just going to do so much damage. Those Metal Sounds will add up, and also the Hydro Cannons will do a ton of damage too.
That's right. And we actually have a slight update too. So Dapper just requested if the judges could take a look to make sure the damage registered properly. Definitely within his right to do it. And I think a really good thing to do just to make sure everything played out exactly as possible. So matches under review. Players are, trying to think out potential other situations, other teams. Either way, it'll either be a rematch of that game or to go straight into game number 2 here. But I think, it did look really, really close. A game that close, I do think, is always worth taking a second look at it.
Yeah, especially as a player up there, you cannot review your own footage.
Yep.
So you do have to ask for the judges to go ahead and review that for you, just to make sure everything happened as it should have. And it's tricky, especially with those one-turn fast attacks, that sand attack damage on the Unobid Sunfisk. If it doesn't register properly, then that could cause some issues there.
Oh,
so
we get a little replay.
We're
This is
gonna go
cool. I wonder if they can slow it down. Oh, perfect. Great job production here. As we see, slowing it down here too. Wow. It's hard to say because sand attack usually doesn't do that much damage, right? Even super effective. But with the boost, it was weird. I mean, I get why Dappertis was a little bit confused there too. I wonder if we could roll it back again, see, because it looked like one sand attack did a good chunk of damage, like 3 or 4 HP in just one sand attack.
Yeah, they did do a lot. I think that 2 sand attack registered though for the 1 thunder shock, so I do think everything registered properly. I think the boost just kind of propelled those sand attacks to do just a little bit more damage, which then led to Kane owing that Sunfisk.
Yeah, usually people complain about boost from like a Shadow Cicero, but even boost on a Corviknight these days can make the decision here. And judges, we do have a update. So the judge said that there is no extra sand attacks. The damage was registered properly, and both trainers acknowledge it. Dappertis is not going to appeal that decision, so everything went according to plan. It's just that, how often do you see that matchup where you will have a sliver health on Sunfisk and a Corviknight and it boosts, and like for most people, I don't think they know how much damage that is. I surely didn't as well when looking at that.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good point. You don't always see those damage ranges in practice because it's a chance of a boost. So if you're practicing against a Corviknight and it doesn't boost on you, then you don't actually see the boosted sand attack damage, so you don't have a feel for what that looks like. So it could just look like, oh my gosh, they got like 5 extra sand attacks there, did so much damage, but in reality, they just boosted, and now they get a potential break point there.
Yeah, and again, the narrative, right, for these players, Rise Occasion, swapping and catching Grass on Dragonair, now needing the boost to win the game, just getting so many victories on split little decisions there, and he's trying to go for more. He is on match point. Can he do it, or can Dappertis win a game here to force a game number 3? This is kind of an awkward matchup for the Empoleon and for the Corviknight. I think Rise Occasion could probably go straight payback and get a lot of damage done here, but there also is a catch opportunity. Oh wait, he actually swaps over to Wiggles Up. I like this play from Dappertis too, to waste some of the energy from the Corviknight. And now that the Corviknight is lower on health, this Wigglytuff has a lot of play into it.
Yeah, it's going to force Rise to swap out here and draw out the Cradily, which is exactly what Dappertis wants to do. He wants to make sure this Cradily does not land on that Stunfisk in the back. So he is going to go ahead and fire off this Rock Tomb here, debuff this Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff does have an Icy Wind loaded, so it will be able to fire that off very quickly and debuff this Cradily. It looks like he's going to wait to fire that off because he doesn't want to give Rise extra farm, because Rise is going to get this full acid down on this Wigglytuff. So very smart decision by Dapper to undercharge that as well, because he actually wants to come in and get more farm on the Pokemon that he brings in. He wants to fully Metal Sound this all the way down and come out loaded with energy on this Empoleon.
Yeah, it's a funky play for those that are less experienced, but these are really calculated plays from both players. Undercharging, and actually like this play from Rise Occasion. He doesn't want to give the farm over to Dappertis here, as he's going to leave with the Hydro, and actually a little bit over Hydro Cannon energy at this point in time there too. And now comes Stunfisk. Shadow Punch is going to come through. This is going to be a bait move, but we grab the shield from Dappertis. This puts him in a really tough position.
Yeah, and that's the tough thing about leaving Pokemon, undercharging moves, leaving Pokemon with that much HP, is that with the faster switch clock, the trainers can just switch out and keep that Pokemon for later and clear any debuff that you might have put on it. So now he's in a really uncomfortable matchup here, and he has gone down 2 shields. Rise still has 2 shields on his side, and he gets to choose where he wants to use them. He's not even shielding yet. He said, I'm keeping my shields for the last second. And Dapper will go ahead and fire off another Mud Bomb here. Rise has a decision to make. Will he keep this energy or will he let this Dust Noir go? And he just lets it go.
I like this play a lot from Risecation, knowing that he could try to take out this, Sunfist here. And he has 2 shields. So even if Dapper goes for a combo play, it's not going to be ideal. He expects Risecation to swap there, and that's exactly what Risecation does. Now he has to spend a shield, though. This is actually a little bit more awkward now for Risecation. I can't remember if he left with the move or not on the Credilli, but if he didn't, it's going to spell disaster. Oh, wait, he gets the air cutter off, though. This is huge. If Dapper he needs to leave with back-to-back moves and take out the Corviknight. I just don't think that Unova has what it takes.
Yeah, I think he's in a really tough position here. I do believe the Cradilly did leave with that Grass Knot too, and it would win the charge attack priority over that Stunfisk. So I don't think there's anything Dapper can do here. He's trying to undercharge and get a full farm down. He's got to come out with 2 moves and win charge attack priority, but Rise is just going to make it to this payback, which is going to do huge damage here and threaten the KO on this Stunfisk.
Yeah, and this is going to put the Stunfisk really low. I mean, Sand Attack is definitely within range at this point in time, too. In comes the Rock Tomb as well for extra flair from Risecation. He gets the 2-0 victory over Dapperdis, and he's going to continue his loser's bracket run here in Milwaukee.
What impressive plays on both sides. Rise felt in control that entire time, especially after that undercharge on the Cradilly, and then he just swapped out and saved it, right? He didn't allow that huge farm down, and that's something that wouldn't have been possible a few seasons ago, because just even a year ago, we had a 60-second switch timer. So he would have been locked in and forced to just let that Empoleon farm him all the way down. However, with the new 45-second switch timer, he can just get back out and save that Cradilly for later.
Yeah, I mean, just like 2 months ago, it was even longer than 45 seconds as well, too. So all these little changes throughout the years has really made the gameplay super dynamic, and that's what makes this game super fun to watch here, too. Really great plays from Risecation, and Dapper just trying everything he could, right? I don't really think he made any misplays, but just really tough alignments for his team composition, and just Risecation just being a slightly ahead. And again, the boost from game 1, they probably tied that game, or Dapper might even have a chance to win that game if he was able to Thundershock down that Corviknight. But Risecation, though, the plot armor is strong with this one, and he's also very talented, so it is looking like he cannot lose here in his hometown as we take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, I think it was also very interesting that Rise just went so hard into that Empoleon because he knew it was coming. I wonder if Dapper ever could have just left it on the bench and chosen a different Pokemon to bring, knowing that Rise was going to be targeting that Empoleon.
And, I think this Empoleon took an extra Astonish there, even after getting to the Hydrocan. I don't know if that would have made a difference or not here. I mean, I think Risecation was just so far ahead with the 2 shields early on. Shielding the Stunfisk twice really put Dapperdis behind, but at the same time, too, you kind of need it, right, for the rest of the team composition. You need it for that Corviknight, and, Risecation rises to the top yet again here in this loser bracket. He still has to go through a couple more rounds to have a chance to fight for his title back, but we have more losers bracket and a winner's finals ahead of us.
Yeah, I think it was very tough alignment there, not getting the Wigglytuff on that Dust Noir too, because you really want to be able to resist those Astonishes. The Astonishes anywhere else on Dapperdis' team just do so much damage, and they have so much fast move pressure, so you really needed alignment with the Wigglytuff, which we see a lot. Wigglytuff is a little alignment dependent, so he really would have preferred to have that on the Dust Noir. If he had that alignment, would have been a different game. Unfortunately, couldn't make that happen.
Yeah, the pairing of the Corviknight and the Credilly, just really strong answers to that Wigglytuff. And even though you almost take out one of the answers, in comes another answer as well. And both players just undercharging as much as they could in those matchups. So, great performance from Dapperdis. And in my mind, too, one of the better players that haven't won a tournament yet, but consistently making a lot of top cut performances here. And, facing some of the best players in the world here in Milwaukee in previous tournaments here. I wouldn't be surprised if he grabs a medal sometime down the road. Well, we have some more action loaded for you all coming up next. It's Pranav versus Teddy Bear. Stay tuned, though. We'll be right back.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the competitive circuit of Pokemon. I'm Caleb Pang. Let's dive into the story of Yakai 0904, the hero of Hong Kong.
Welcome to the stage, the hero of Hong Kong, Yakai!
Yakai was a 16-year-old trainer from Hong Kong, attending his second ever World Championships. Prior to competing in World Championships, Yakai watched the inaugural 2022 Pokemon GO World Championships in London from home. He came to admire APAC trainer Crescent Angels, the third-place finisher at Worlds, after seeing his epic catches and gameplay.
Hana is going to need, but that Sableye makes the catch!
14-year-old Yakai wanted to follow the footsteps of his favorite player, and sure enough, he qualified for the 2023 World Championships.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
The epic tournament in Yokohama proved to be a tough hurdle for Yakai, who was quickly eliminated from the tournament after being swept in back-to-back series. After such a devastating result, Yakai contemplated skipping out on the 2024 World Championships, but after a first-place finish in the 2024 APAC qualifier for Worlds, Yakai made the trek to Honolulu, Hawaii. Over 200 GO trainers flew into Honolulu from their respective regions to try and take home the coveted World Champion title. Over half the competitors represented Europe and North America, home of the previous World Champions. However, one trainer came to defy all odds, Yakai, the hero of Hong Kong. Yakai powered through the first day of competition undefeated, taking down 3 regional champions along the way. In the winners finals of his bracket, Yakai closed out the day with a 2-0 victory, earning himself a spot in the top 32.
The double resistant licks, and Yakai takes a clean 2-0 victory versus Steinar.
On day 2 of the World Championships, Yakai battled through a gauntlet in the winners bracket and did not drop a single game in his first 3 series, a feat that was unmatched by anyone else.
Yakai taking this series 2-0.
Can he get there? No, a Dragon Breath down, and Yakai here in this situation, a clean 2-0 sweep.
Number 1, this is Lurgan Rocket on the left, Yakai on the right.
It's over. Conceding the matchup, Yakai staying in the winner's side.
This secured Yakai a top 3 spot as he headed into the winners finals of the World Championships. Seated across from Yakai in the winners finals was Marto Galde, an Argentinian player and one of the most accomplished trainers in the world, having previously finished 5th at the 2022 World Championships. Yakai continued his win streak in Game 1 of the Best of 5 series against Marto, but Marto struck back in Game 2, handing Yakai his first loss on the day.
Marto swapping out to his Lickitung.
Marto is going to be able to even up the series 1-1.
Both trainers split the next 2 games, and with that, they were at a decisive Game 5.
What a matchup here! It's the Skarmory into the Lantern!
In this final battle, Yakai led his Skarmory into Marto's Lantern, the worst possible matchup for Yakai. But Yakai decided to put all his hopes and dreams into his Altaria.
But it all comes down to this Altaria. Marto, he has no answer for it.
With Yakai's bold no-shield calls, he completely turned around the game, defeating Marto and punching his ticket to the Grand Finals. On the final day of World Championships, Yakai was matched against the decorated veteran Inadequance, running an unconventional Giratina team. Yakai was at a vast team disadvantage, and he recognized the mountainous task ahead of him.
And he has that opportunity to claim that first title for the APAC region.
In Game 1 of the Grand Finals, Yakai wrestled away the switch advantage from Inadequance and perfectly lined up his final 2 Pokemon for the win. In Game 2, Yakai found himself in a great lead matchup with his Skarmory on Inadequance's Wigglytuff, but a huge no-shield call from Inadequance on his Lantern allowed him to take the driver's seat. With his back against the wall, Yakai double-shielded his Skarmory and made an incredible last-second catch on his Charger Bug to realign the Skarmory against Wigglytuff, putting himself up 2 wins in epic fashion.
He's on the board! Yakai pulls off another game against Inadequance. We are on match point!
On match point, Inadequance core broke Yakai's team with Poliwrath, placing Yakai in an impossible position, resulting in a loss for Yakai.
And Inadequance is not out of it yet!
Trying to slow down Inadequance's momentum, Yakai found himself in a positive lead in Game 4. But to many people's surprise, he gave up switch advantage after losing his Altaria to Inadequance's Clodsire. Yakai boldly farmed down the Clodsire with his Skarmory, making the read that he needed an energy head start for Inadequance's potential backline Skarmory. Yakai's calculated play fooled even Inadequance into saving his Giratina for Yakai's final trump card, his Lickitung, the hardest counter to Giratina. With both trainers on their final Pokemon, Inadequates could only watch as Yakai's Lickitung chipped away at Giratina's health bar. And with a 3-1 victory, Yakai earned himself the title of World Champion. It all started in 2022 London when 14-year-old Yakai watched the best trainers in all. 2 years later, Yakai, the hero of Hong Kong, rose the World Champion trophy himself and inspired a new generation to pursue their own dreams. Yakai's story is proof that the path to being a world champion isn't always an easy one, but with hard work and perseverance, you too could be the very best. Thank you for watching this showcase of the Pokemon Championships history, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Yakai's story unfolded in Yokohama, but we are here, 2026 Milwaukee Regional Championships. I'm Alpha Phoebe, joined by Home Slice Henry, and we are nearing the end of the day. We are down to our last few battlers who are vying their way for that championship spot. On the loser's side of the bracket, all that remain are Teddy Bear, Pranav, and Rise to Occasion, who is waiting in the loser semis.
Look at the gauntlet. Rise has gone through 2-0 against Valor Ash, 2-0 against Delusion, 2-1 in a very close series against Pocket, 2-0 against Dapper Discs, and Rise awaits the winner of Teddy Bear versus Pranav. So what started with so many trainers at the beginning of day one, only a few trainers remain. We're down to 5 trainers. 3 on the loser side of the bracket, but on the winner's side, awaiting their matchup is Meteor Fallion and LW Josh.
Meteor Fallion with the Bastion and the Fearow, quite a fearsome opponent, but these two trainers are going to be waiting in the sidelines as our losers bracket action continues on the stage.
And this matchup will be a good one. It's going to be the battle of the Murkrow. Teddy Bear XD having the Murkrow paired with Gastrodon, Credilli, Corsola, Shadow Annihilape, and Tinkaton. And for Pranav, opting for a double flying strategy. Corviknight Murkrow with Fortress, Credilli, Galarian Corsola, and Unova Stunfisk.
And that Murkrow is going to be kept a little bit safe from that Tinkaton by the presence of Corviknight on the side of Pranav. But remember that is not running Iron Head, so all of that charge attack damage is going to be walled. We'll have to see if Teddy Bear's willing to bring that Pokemon out to play, especially with the very fearsome presence of the Unovan Stunfisk from Pranav.
It's a bit tricky. I feel like Teddy Bear has been limited into not really being able to bring that Tinkaton because there's been several tough matchups with Clodsires, and it's really difficult a lot of the time to bring Clodsire into Tinkaton teams. But I do think that Tinkaton could potentially be a bit of an interesting pick.
I do want to call out, I'm surprised, I don't think I've heard this mentioned before, Pranav actually does not have a Mud Slapper on his team. There have been a number of players who have said, oh, it feels almost like necessary to bring a Mud Slapper to your team due to the presence of the Steels and the Poisons types, but instead, just opting for the very bulky, fairly fast-pacing Unova Stunfisk for that ground-type coverage. It's not going to do as much damage, though, with its fast attacks. That Thundershock is not going to be hitting super effective into too many things on Teddy Bear's side.
We've got lock-ins. Game number 1. It's the battle of familiar foes as Tinkaton is greeted with Corviknight. Immediate safe switch by Teddy Bear into the Corsola, and Corsola will swiftly be answered with the Murkrow.
And Pranav's created a very interesting team composition here. He's gone ABB into a Pokemon that Teddy Bear has brought with that Shadow Annihilape, right? He's pulled out one of the answers to Shadow Annihilape with the Murkrow here, but in the back is Galarian Corsola.
Galarian Corsola, that is Annihilape's worst nightmare. I would argue even worse than Wigglytuff. At the very least against Wigglytuff, you have fast move damage, but you do not have it here. Murkrow going to Murkrow actually throwing 2 and the move, so this Astonish will not register unless Teddy Bear decides to put up the shield.
And it's a bit interesting. I'm curious if one more fast attack would have knocked out. We'll find out after this Power Gem. Pranav able to get a shield back for the shield that he's going to put up now. Had he gone for just 3 pecks, he would not have knocked out, so I really do like that play for Pranav, throwing 2 and then the charged attack.
Ooh, an aggressive pivot. Pranav going to switch back into the Corviknight. Corviknight up energy, going to connect with an Air Cutter onto the Shadow Annihilate. Annihilate always has to no shield the first in case of an Air Cutter boost. Air Cutter, 30% chance to buff up its attack, and there it is. Suddenly, this Corviknight looks a lot more threatening.
Rage Fist coming through for that Annihilate. That is 100% guaranteed to get the attack raise, and a second Air Cutter is now loaded for the Corviknight, throwing well before a charge attack would be reached by Teddy Bear. No shield comes up. This is going to knock out that Shadow Annihilate.
Teddy Bear was forced to actually click no shield because that Murkrow banked a charge attack. Murkrow going to win charge attack priority, so if he shields and farms down, the energy doesn't go anywhere, so he's forced to instead trust in the Tinkaton. In a funny turn of events, Tinkaton actually walls off the energy from Corviknight. Corviknight, the sand attack's hitting for super effective damage, but that's all that Tinkaton can. Like, Tinkaton can't really hit back either, so it is a very uncomfortable matchup on both sides, but the sand attacks are continuing to add up as Tinkaton approaches 100 energy as it gets the farm down.
Might have preferred to see Pranav switch out at some point there, given that he did get Fairy Winded down. However, now going into the Murkrow, because he didn't switch out, he now has a switch clock available, but a charge attack tie that was a play rough going in at the same time as that Drill Peck.
And this play rough, it's easily going to be enough. It would probably be knocking out from full HP, but it's Galarian Corsola in the back, and Galarian Corsola is just simply too bulky. Even if Pranav hadn't given up the switch advantage, this would have looked very favorable with the Galarian Corsola doing great into that Annihilate. But unfortunately for Teddy Bear, there's just not the damage output needed. Pranav continues his wonderful run here in Milwaukee, as he's going to take a Game 1 win and loses round 4.
2 more Astonishes to reach this Nightshade to get the knockout. Even if Teddy Bear had reached another play rough, it would not have threatened a knockout. So a really tough end-game scenario there for Teddy Bear, where he just really had no available win conditions. And I think a really great team of 3 brought by Pranav, able to utilize a lot of neutral play in that mid-game, switch in and out of matchups where he can prevent a farm down in the very necessary situations and build up energy, use those charge attacks, and pull away the shields from that very squishy Shadow Annihilate.
I really like that Pranav has successfully identified how safe the Corviknight is in this matchup. Corviknight, whether it's as a safe swap, whether it's as a lead, obviously leading into Tinkaton is amazing. The Corviknight doesn't really have any bad matchups. The closest to a bad matchup that it's going to have is going to be that Credilli, and even that is still very fine. So the scenario of Pranav putting up the shield to farm down just to pivot back out into the Corviknight, because he knows the Corviknight doesn't really have any answers. So no matter what happens, he's going to get value out of that Pokemon when it's on the field. The important thing is just to not put it at an energy disadvantage, and switching in did exactly that, where he was able to get ahead on energy and make the Annihilate's life quite difficult.
And really interesting, Pranav left his hard check for this Tinkaton on the bench, right? That Unova and Stunfisk did not come out in that first game. We'll have to see if he likes the neutral play that he brought into that game number 1 going into a game number 2. Of course, it is a bit more of a risky Pokemon to bring when your opponent does have Credilli on their line of 3, as well as Gastrodon.
We've got lock-ins. Game number 2, and you better believe it. It's the Battle of Murkrow. Murkrow versus Murkrow, both trainers with the Galarian Corsola in the back, happy to avoid the Murkrow. And for Teddy Bear, Credilli, and for Pranav, that ever-present Corviknight.
Very interestingly, they get a charge attack tie after what seems like a very random number of fast attacks. It was 7. Jetpack coming through, Pranav wins the charge attack tie, which will be crucial information going into the rest of this matchup. What is also key is looking at their combat power, right? If they are the exact same number, it's possible that they could tie again, and it could be different if they actually have the same exact attack stat, but given they are different numbers, it's highly unlikely.
Teddy Bear did not go for the charge attack priority, instead choosing to just go for the extra peck. Teddy Bear now going to look to take the knockout, and Pranav more than happy to concede switch advantage in exchange for a shield advantage. So Murkrow able to take the knockout onto Murkrow, but now in comes Corviknight.
It's a little bit awkward because Corviknight is likely never getting a fast attack down here. Maybe he's going to take the first foul play and then pivot into the Corsola and get energy on 2 of his Pokemon, or maybe he just throws an Air Cutter before the next Drill Peck comes out, opts for the latter, throws this Air Cutter, it's going to pick up the knockout, and he's got additional energy to bring into his next matchup.
You have to imagine Teddy Bear is pretty happy with how this played out, because Teddy Bear now gets to send out the Credilli, and basically 1.5 Pokemon got knocked out courtesy of that Murkrow, because the Corviknight has already taken so much damage. The Corviknight, if it is a high bulk Corviknight, should still be able to withstand the Rock Tomb. It is important for Pranav to try and make sure that he never ends up in a scenario where the Credilli has energy and he only has 1 Protect Shield remaining, because sorry, I misspoke there. If the Credilli has energy and you only have 1 Pokemon left remaining, then Credilli can apply permanent debuffs.
Right. It's a little bit awkward now because he was forced to switch out to retain that Pokemon in the back, but it means that the Pokemon he's bringing in is going to be debuffed by the Credilli, by that Rock Tomb, and it means that this Nightshade is doing a little bit less damage to that opposing Galarian Corsola. Pranav still has some play here. Good timing by Teddy Bear, throwing right before Pranav gets to the second charge attack. Now Pranav has a choice. Shield up and throw the Nightshade immediately, or let it go. It seems like he wants to shield to throw the Nightshade and preserve this Corsola for later.
Corsola will be able to take the knockout. Switch Clock will be available for Pranav once this charge attack goes through, and he's looking to utilize it. In comes the Corviknight. Corviknight, it's going to be a race to the charge attack. Corviknight going for the Air Cutter, just getting whatever damage it can. Teddy Bear winces, hoping this is not enough for the payback. It is going to be an Air Cutter. Air Cutter not going to be enough to knock out, but an immediate Rock Tomb. Return fire from the Credilli.
Fast attack damage is going to be key here in the end game for Pranav. He's got to hope that he can farm down, because this Credilli is likely going to outpace, given he is completely energy dry.
It's going to be a race to the finish, and Credilli hangs on, very low HP, but gets to the Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb will give Teddy Bear the equalizer he so desperately needs. And folks, we're going to a game number 3.
That was a really tough endgame for Pranav. He really didn't have the option to go for any more energy on his Corviknight, right? Had he gone for the payback as opposed to the Air Cutter, maybe Teddy Bear opts to throw his charge attack first and pick up the knockout before that damage even lands. Really tough. Not that many options for him in that endgame.
I really felt like the Murkrow was the key for Teddy Bear. The Murkrow being able to, even though it had to give up both shields, the Murkrow did an amazing job of getting through half of Corviknight's health. And Corviknight is very scary to Teddy Bear's team, but suddenly with half of its HP gone, it's a lot less threatening, and Credilli actually did very fine there.
And Pranav had a good team composition into Murkrow lead, right? He had 2 Pokemon in the back that were weak to it, and it was Murkrow in the front, so I have to imagine he was pretty happy to see it in the lead. The issue was that neither of his Pokemon in the back had the ability to farm it down, so Teddy Bear was very comfortable just staying in with that Murkrow, not switching out, and maintaining switch advantage here. And in this season of the 45-second switch clock, switch advantage hasn't always been key, but sometimes it's incredibly key, as we saw in this past game.
Especially when you're able to control the match, apply those debuffs when your opponent is switch locked, and really make their life quite difficult. I have to imagine the Corviknight will come every game for Pranav. The Corviknight is just so safe, but maybe an adjustment in strategy in terms of trying to put the Corviknight in a better position for success. Because the Corviknight, unfortunately, down all of that health, it just really struggled. It really felt like it couldn't really gain any meaningful ground, as it was already at below half HP, dangerously close to Rock Tomb range, and that made things pretty comfortable for the Credilli.
Makes me wonder, could he have brought in the Galarian Corsola and gone for an Astonish down? It's still resisted damage, but it's resisted double damage. But we don't have any time to think about this. This is a great lead for Pranav, bringing in the Fortress for the Credilli.
Oh, that is so tough. In comes Corsola, quickly answered by the Murkrow. Teddy Bear does have the ability to try and generate a shield advantage out of this matchup, because Murkrow cannot quite pick up a knockout with a foul play from full health, because it's Galarian Corsola. Part of the reason it's on so many teams is because it's able to shake off this damage, one peck and the foul play, and Pranav actually has back-to-back charge attacks loaded.
I'm really not a big fan of Teddy Bear's team composition here. He's brought a safe switch Corsola, and in the back he's got Tinkaton, right? If you're bringing in Corsola, you're likely going to be drawing out the Murkrow, right? Then what is the Tinkaton doing?
Maybe Tinkaton could go for a big reverse farm. Pranav did not want to risk a last-second charge attack. In comes Tinkaton, and I love this play. The pivot into the Corviknight. Corviknight is so safe. Tinkaton versus the Fortress, a bit of an awkward matchup for both parties. As now Pranav, he feels like he's made a bit of a misplay going for the payback. Teddy Bear's thinking about it. Teddy Bear does put up the shield, and that's a lot of energy from which he does not get any kind of results.
I have to imagine that Pranav's going to no shield this charge attack. The issue becomes he needs to pivot this Corviknight out once again, right? It's going to be one of his best answers for that Tinkaton, and had he stayed in and potentially allowed for a big farm down, maybe it's not quite as awkward for him. In comes the second charge attack. This payback is going to do a little bit less damage because of that Rock Tomb debuff.
The tricky thing is the dance in and out of these matchups. In comes the Fortress. Switch timer just not available. So the Rock Tomb will get applied, which means Fortress, which already doesn't have the strongest matchup into Tinkaton because it's running Sand Tomb instead of Earthquake, is now going to be in an even more difficult spot. Fortress trying to go for a Play Rough there, it looked like. Play Rough is resisted, but it is by far the more efficient charge attack.
Sand Tomb coming through, going to lower the attack of this Tinkaton, and meaning that this is going to do just a little bit less damage, or sorry, lower the defense of the Tinkaton, do just a little bit less damage.
Looks like 2 Play Roughs plus the Fairy Winds may actually be able to take the knockout. Teddy Bear over farming right before the Sand Tomb is available. Tinkaton is going to make this Play Rough. Pranav no shields, hoping that he can hang on, but he cannot. Tinkaton takes the knockout. There is still the Corviknight and the Murkrow, both at about half health. I believe the Murkrow does have a charge attack loaded, but ideally that charge attack is hoping to land onto the Credilli.
Credilli is swapped in, Drill Peck thrown at the same time as this Rock Tomb. Charge attack tie is going to go to that Murkrow. Teddy Bear thinking about what his best win conditions are for the remainder of this game. Shield goes up, preventing that damage from applying, and a Rock Tomb goes back, and a no shield from Pranav.
I think this is what Pranav has to go for, trying to save that Protect Shield for the Corviknight. If Corviknight, especially if it's able to ramp up its sand attacks, try and take a knockout with an Air Cutter. Air Cutter, it's not known for its damage in neutral situations. Credilli is a pretty bulky Pokemon. Pranav needs this knockout. Air Cutter lands. It does not knock out, but the sand attack after does. No boost comes through, and now Corviknight, these sand attacks are its best friend, but its charge attacks do not help it. Pranav goes for the Air Cutter as Corviknight desperately tries to remove Tinkaton from the field.
Does Pranav need a Air Cutter boost here? He does not get it. He's at a second Air Cutter. Will this payback knock out?
And just, he gets to the payback. It was very, very close. This is resisted damage. Payback, the significantly harder hitting move. Payback into the Tinkaton, takes the knockout, and Pranav finds a way. The Murkrow, the pivotal decision of the match, the charge attack priority tie with the Credilli, choosing to say, I'm trusting in the Corviknight. If I shield the Murkrow, that's just going to give farm to the Tinkaton, making the right read. And Pranav continues what's been an amazing run in Milwaukee. He's not out of it just yet.
A little bit dicey in that mid game, right? He was doubting himself a little bit when he pivoted in with the Corviknight, but really great energy management with the Corviknight as well as the Murkrow, able to throw charge attack after charge attack, really pressuring his opponent to utilize his own energy, right? Throwing that Rock Tomb into the Murkrow, and then the no shield, really great call there, right? Coming in with the Corviknight, picking up the knockout with the Air Cutter, and then having enough energy, having enough damage to pick up the final knockout and secure victory.
Looking across the team, one may ask why the double flyers, but it really felt like the double flyers were key in this game because Murkrow, anytime it ran into a matchup that it really didn't want to be in, which in this matchup was basically just the Tinkaton, the Corviknight did such a good job at shutting down the Tinkaton. Now that Corviknight is running the moveset of Air Cutter and Payback, it is actually walled by the Tinkaton, and that was big. The Air Cutter putting it into sand attack downrange. The Air Cutter, Pranav not getting the boost he was hoping for, but what he did get was Payback.
Teddy Bear actually in the end game reaching for the player of maybe hoping for a no shield from Pranav, thinking maybe this is my only win condition here, but no win condition available. Payback just enough damage to pick up the knockout, even though it's resisted by that fairy subtyping of Tinkaton.
A very interesting matchup between the two steel types that I believe have quite a bit of lore between them, but the tournament keeps on going. Pranav just one to stay alive in the loser side of the tournament, and now he's going to be matched up against Rise to Occasion, trying to reclaim his crown as Milwaukee Regional Champion.
These are the losers semifinals, so the winner of here will go down into losers finals, wait there for winners finals to wrap up to see who they'll be facing up against. But you can't think about that yet. You've got an opponent across from you who is raring to go as well. They are fighting for their lives here in this tournament on the loser side of the bracket.
And what started with so many trainers descending to Milwaukee is now down to the top 4. 2 on the winner's side, 2 on the loser's side. And having that opportunity to play in the loser's finals, it feels like it opens so many doors, because then suddenly you get back to the winner's side of the bracket, which is what all these trainers have been fighting for throughout the entire day. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Rise started on the loser's side of the bracket, so he's just had to have win or go home matches again and again and again, and Pranav has had a massive loser's run as well.
And they've both had a really, really long day, but congratulations to them to making it here in the losers semis. That does actually guarantee both of them either a third or a medal or a 4th place medal. Obviously, don't really know what the winner of this match in terms of what their placement is, but the loser will be getting a 4th place medal, which is definitely one that I know a lot of people out there really covet.
Very, very fair point there. I have to imagine, even though this is a guaranteed medal, these trainers are not satisfied by any means. There is still so much at stake. They've battled throughout this entire weekend to get to this point, and they don't want to stop now. But it really feels like each match that these battlers play, the stakes go up, and honestly, the level of play just keeps increasing and building throughout this weekend. So these matches upcoming should be absolutely incredible.
And both of these trainers are going to be pretty fresh off of their last battles. Of course, we literally just saw Pranav. Rise to Occasion did not play all that much longer ago. Looking at the teams themselves, really interesting bring from Rise with that Shadow Dragonair, of course, not running Wrap as its secondary charged attack after Aqua Tail. It's actually running Dragon Pulse, so that's something that Pranav's gonna really have to watch out for.
A lot of opponents have run the Unova Stunfisk against Rise, and honestly, Rise has been able to handle it pretty comfortably. The Unova Stunfisk has frequently ended up on the Dust Noir, and that worked out pretty well for Rise, as the Dust Noir being able to survive a Mud Bomb and not be able to be Thundershock down proved to be difficult for previous opponents. So for Pranav, I imagine he's been in the crowd watching these previous matches, trying to figure out who will I play next, and these trainers have been theory crafting lines and trying to figure out ways to gain the upper hand in an incredibly close matchup.
And I think that's one of the drawbacks to the Unova Stunfisk, right? Even a very squishy Pokemon like Shadow Dusknoir can very comfortably take a charge attack, whether it's Mud Bomb or Discharge. It's such a bulky Pokemon of its own, it really struggles to output very meaningful damage unless it's super effective.
And my goodness, I do hope we get to see the Dragonair. We saw the Dragonair yesterday. Today, it's been a bit absent. It feels like he's gone up against quite a few different fairy-type Pokemon. And that's not where Dragonair wants to be. But personally, I like seeing unorthodox Pokemon do well. I'm hoping Dragonair gets to make an appearance, because Dragonair, with this Dragon Breath rework, it has incredibly fast pacing. It is spamming out those Aqua Tails with lightning speed, and Dragon Pulse, a bit of an unusual choice as well, also gives it very nice play, shields down.
Our trainers have locked in. This is the losers semifinals. Corviknight for Rise to Occasion on the left, with Galarian Corsola on the right for Pranav.
This matchup, Galarian Corsola would love if he could get a shield call right with correctly shielding a payback. Pranav thinking about it, does he dare to try and call a bait? He calls the bait! It's the payback that lands, and that's devastating damage onto that Corsola.
Lots of super effective damage, but really not threatening a knockout or putting it in range of a fast attack down. It's even still probably outside of a range of fast attacks and Air Cutter, so feeling quite comfortable actually pivoting now into the Credilli. Rise is loading up on energy, but throws the payback before pivoting out or doing anything else.
Immediate no-shield from Pranav. That means for Rise, he's gotten a lot of value out of the Corviknight. As 2 paybacks have connected, out comes the Shadow Dragonair. Shadow Dragonair will be taking some pretty significant damage from the Rock Tomb. It's not going to threaten a knockout, but you're going to notice Dragonair's health bar is going to drop precipitously.
The really awkward thing here, I feel like, for Rise is that he's going to have to throw Dragon Pulse if he wants to threaten a knockout. I don't think Aqua Tail is going to be enough, so he's going to utilize utilize all of this energy, and because Pranav no-shielded both of those paybacks before, he still has both of them. Shields up the Dragon Pulse. Is he actually in spot for Acid Down? Yes, he is, and he's got so much energy going into this next matchup.
Pranav saving those Protect Shields for the pivotal moment, getting that shield call right, shielding the Dragon Pulse, and now this is a loaded Cradilly. Out comes Unova Stunfisk, and Stunfisk, oh, Rise thought about catching, but the catch does not go through. Pranav opting for the Rock Tomb bait, and the bait is successful, grabbing the shield off of Rise.
Even if he had got the catch there, it wouldn't have been the best thing. We actually see fairly similar simultaneous swaps here. Pranav going into the Galarian Corsola, throwing the Nightshade, undercharging a bit to try to get a little bit more energy back into the Unovan Stunfisk matchup.
Very nice undercharge by Pranav. Back in comes the Unova Stunfisk. Stunfisk would really love if a Mud Bomb plus 2 Thundershocks picked up the knockout here. Rise, he's going to be full charging this Mud Bomb, getting the excellent. Corsola, it's going to be 1 Thundershock range, and that is best case scenario for Rise, as that Astonish does not register.
I think Rise's Unovan Stunfisk heard me talking a little bit of trash about how much damage Charge attacks put out, getting just enough damage in so that 1 Thundershock knocks out. In comes another bait. This is a Rock Tomb. Rise to Occasion could call this. He saw Pranav bait once earlier into the Unovan Stunfisk, but does put up that shield last second.
That's such a tough, pivotal moment of the match for Rise. He knows with almost certainty it's a Rock Tomb because this is his final Pokemon. He has no ability to reset the attack drop. But if it's a Grass Knot landing, he loses almost his entire health bar. He waited the entire countdown to put up the Protect Shield at the last second. And now Stunfisk gets to continually hit for super effective damage. But that Rock Tomb attack drop looms large as suddenly Corviknight can survive 2 discharges.
Payback comes through and it does not do quite enough damage, but it might put this Unovan Stunfisk in range for an Air Cutter. Air Cutter is going to be resisted by the electric typing of the Unovan Stunfisk. Discharge comes through, does not pick up the knockout, but another one is almost loaded.
Oh, great counting by Pranav right before the discharge is available, going for the Air Cutter. Air Cutter is resisted, but at this point, you just need whatever damage you can get. In comes Cradilly. Rise with the prediction, predicts the switch in, throws the Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb is going to be just missing the knockout. Acid goes through, and now is this one sand attack? It is. Corviknight emerges victorious there. What a game.
Really great play from both of our trainers up on stage. Pranav just barely taking the game out of Rise to Occasion's hands there. Really smart play with the Corviknight, pivoting it in and out, making the right calls with his Cradilly, throwing the Rock Tomb both times because of the immense pressure that Grass Knot has on to a ground-type Pokemon such as Unovan Stunfisk.
It really felt to me there were 2 big moments in the match where it could have gotten away from Pranav. That Dragon Pulse by Dragonair. Pranav saying, you know what, all you've thrown so far is the heavier hitting move. Payback twice, shielding the Dragon Pulse. As you identified, once you shield the Dragon Pulse, you can farm down. That energy goes everywhere. It's a very big problem. And then that Rock Tomb. When it's your final Pokemon, it feels, it might feel almost obvious that it could be the Rock Tomb, but if Pranav goes for the Grass Knot and you know Shield, that's almost your entire health bar gone.
And Rise to Occasion might be kicking himself in the butt a little bit, given that he did go for the Dragon Pulse. Maybe this game plays out a little bit differently if he goes for double Aqua Tail and is guaranteed to land one of them into a Pokemon, so that this endgame, you know how close it was just a few Thundershocks in the endgame to claim victory for Rise here. Had that little bit of extra chip damage landed, maybe this endgame's completely different.
That's a very fair point. That Cradilly having just that little bit of health remaining proved to be quite difficult to deal with. But when your opponent has already no-shielded 2 charge attacks, maybe you think, you know what, they're just going to keep no-shielding until I bait. So you feel like you have the full send of the nuke move. And Pranav getting that shield call was just so incredibly important towards flipping the momentum of this game, because at first things could have definitely gone a very different way, but those 2 pivotal moments, Pranav getting them both right, really set him on the road to success.
And it's interesting to see that Pranav, I feel like, has switched a little bit around the Pokemon that he's willing to bring from each matchup to matchup. And I think it just goes to show how well and how familiar he is with his team of 6. But our players are ready into this game number 2. It is a Ghost type versus a Ghost type. It's spooky season here in October. Shadow Dusknoir versus the Galarian Corsola.
Galarian Corsola does have the ability to win the Zero Protect Shield after 4 Astonishes. Rise's Dusknoir was still in a health range where it was outside of the yellow, so he should be able to survive the 8th Astonish. So if Pranav goes for the farm down, Rise should hang on. So Pranav will go for the Nightshade. Pranav knows. Pranav has presumably watched those previous games and realized that this Dusknoir and these Dusknoir players are specifically teching for this matchup.
Nightshade pulls the shield. 2 more Astonishes will be necessary to knock out. Pranav puts up another shield. Really wants switch advantage here in this game, given that he's brought Fortress as a really hard answer for Rise to Occasion's Credilli.
Oh, Credilli is not going to have a good day there. And unfortunately for Rise, he doesn't have a lot of fast move pressure available. Out comes the Unova Stunfisk. And Stunfisk, this damage landing on it could be very beneficial for Pranav because Grass Knot does not one-shot from full health. But each Nightshade, each Astonish that lands gets it closer and closer to Grass Knot range. And that is a very big benefit for Pranav.
Pranav's going to be really happy here when he sees the Pokemon that Rise to Occasion counter swaps to. He has so many options here. He brings his Credilli. We're going to see a counter swap into Credilli and an immediate counter swap into the Fortress. He could have potentially thrown a Rock Tomb, right? He would have been up energy, could have gotten the debuff first. But I think he's really just absolutely fine doing this chip damage with the Bug Bites. Rock Tomb comes through, does not threaten a knockout, and we're going to see a Rock Tomb in return. Good neutral damage onto the Rock and Grass type that is Credilli.
Pranav is nodding. He's beginning to feel it. Rise has landed a charge attack. Pranav has not, and the health disparity. Pranav still has the advantage. I love the undercharge by Pranav because he wants to try and exit with residual energy for this Stunfisk. Another Rock Tomb from the Credilli due to the Rock Tomb debuff that will miss the knockout. Switch timer coming up soon for Rise. Can he save the Credilli? Yes! There's the switch into the Stunfisk, but it's answered with Credilli.
And incredibly important here, Pranav did not delay his switch clock at all, so he's able to make this catch. Although it is just the Mud Bomb, it's very important that he does not fall behind in energy in this matchup. Another Mud Bomb coming through. Pranav actually opting to build up additional energy here to try to knock out with a Grass Knot into this Unovan Stunfisk, and then have additional energy for... Oh, there's a shield. I had forgotten. I was going to say, why is he not just throwing the Grass Knot? There's a shield remaining on Rise to Occasion, so it's really important that he keeps up this energy pace so he can throw a Grass Knot later, and hopefully the switch clock's actually up for Rise so that this game is not completely over.
Rise has made some impossible catches today. He's going to need another one. That's what this game will come down to. They both overfarm, simultaneous switch. Pranav has the charge attack banked. In comes Fortress, met with the Stunfisk, and the Sand Tomb will connect.
And really importantly, we need to look at the amount of health remaining on Pranav's Credilli. It's pretty low, so if a fast attack down occurs here, maybe a Mud Bomb knocks out and it'll come down to who wins the charge attack tie. There's 1 HP on that Unovan Stunfisk.
And it's Credilli winning charge attack priority in the Battle of Titans. Pranav versus Rise to the Occasion. It's Pranav. This is his moment. 2-0 victory. He's moving on to the losers finals.
Congratulations to Pranav. A really impressive performance there against Rise to Occasion, who is an absolute titan both in person and in his performance at the Pokemon Championship Series here. Milwaukee has been one of his best performing regional locations, and a 4th place finish is nothing to laugh at, right? He did really well here. Pranav, one of his best performances ever. I have to imagine he's incredibly happy with how things have gone today.
Pranav, for years, has been one of the best grassroots players of our game. And to see him put it together on the big stage is incredibly, incredibly exciting. Pranav, much like Rise, I believe both of their days started on the loser side of the bracket. It's been a gauntlet, back and forth. And honestly, this series felt like a gauntlet as well.
So many people I have heard comment that the loser's side of this bracket, frankly, looks like the winner's side of a bracket of any other tournament that you could see. We had Rise to Occasion versus Pocket earlier today, right? What an incredible matchup that is. That could be happening on the world stage. But Pranav just showing that he has what it takes to push through these really tough matches, through these really tough battlers, and make his way to be the last person here standing on the loser's side of the bracket, going into what will eventually be a loser's finals.
what a loser's run. What a loser's bracket. The competition, it's only heating up. I know it's fall, Phoebe. Temperature's starting to cool a little bit, but inside we are feeling the heat. Incredible gameplay back and forth. Murkrow now guaranteed a top 3 finish. There's a Fearow on the winner's side of the bracket. It seems like, one thing I really love about this meta is it really seems like you can run so many different flying types and have success. We've seen Shadow Talonflame, we've seen Corviknight, we've seen Murkrow, we've seen Galarian Moltres, we've seen Fearow. The flyers are everywhere, Phoebe.
Yeah, that's one thing I'd really like to take a look at, kind of as the dust settles after this tournament. You know, don't get me wrong, I'm still incredibly excited to see the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals that we still have in store. But the meta diversity that we'll have in these top 4 battlers is not necessarily, it's never happened before, but I feel like this has got to be a breakout performance for diversity in terms of Pokemon usage here.
And let's look at this losers bracket. Pranav 2-0 versus Leo Geo, 2-0 versus BJ Pawat, 2-0 versus Elam, 2-1 versus Teddy Bear. The one game he's dropped all day, 2-0 versus Rise to Occasion. I very much believe that momentum can have a large impact on this game. And it's hard to argue against the momentum of Pranav going into these losers finals. He's going to have a massive hill to climb because whoever he faces in losers finals, he's gonna have to beat them. And then if he can get past there, he's gonna have to win 2 best-of-5s. But there are 2 people on winner's side who have a lot to say about that. That's Meteor Follian and LW Josh, who have made it to our winners finals. They're guaranteed a top 3 finish. Only 3 trainers remain. But now they want to book their spot to the grand finals. And staying on the winner's side of the bracket, the path gets dramatically easier.
You're talking about momentum. Rise to Occasion clearly has a lot of it. But you have to remember that Meteor Follian and LW Josh have not lost a set yet in this tournament. So they also have momentum going into winners finals. Of course, whoever loses will have lost a little bit of that going into the losers finals. But realistically, everyone still has such a great shot. As we wait for the winners finals to get set up, let's go ahead and take a look at some social media posts that you all have been putting out there. Marto Galde getting top 16 in the Belo Horizonte Regional. I'm sorry, I probably butchered the name, that name. Dissatisfied with my result, but at least he got 200 championship points. He's pointing at the exit sign, but realistically, he's not exiting the championship series. He is moving his way forward, closer and closer to qualifying for Worlds this year.
And he had an unbelievable last season. Purple Kyogre, anyone else a hoarder, and showing 1,000 rare candy XL.
Oh
Phoebe, I was happy when I got 296. 1,000 is, oh my goodness, that's 3 mythicals he could max.
And he's saying he's gonna put it into his Shundo Meloetta. I think that's a really, really great, obvious place to put it. We have our trainer, Elendia Steiner, our past North America Regional Champion, getting tied for 5th in the LATAM Regional here. I would be lying if I said I didn't have higher expectations. I mean, who wouldn't? He just came off of a win.
Very true.
He's disappointed with his gameplay today. I wish I could have won a medal for Florges, another Florges believer such as yourself. I hope to show my best version at LAIC.
And from Virtually Marty, cuddled up with his blanket and locked into the hashtag Play Pokemon Regionals, once again getting annoyed at me talking to him because he wants to watch. Oh, that's absolutely adorable. And got the regionals on in the background as well. Looks like the perfect setup.
And if I can spy with my little eye, that is the video game that they are watching, which is definitely having a grand time here in Milwaukee as well. And you know what else is happening here in Milwaukee?
Oh?
The Solosis Community Day, which started not that long ago. It is that 3 times dust. If you want to be able to, you know, you have the XL candies or the XL rare candies for that shiny Meloetta. You need that dust as well.
True.
So make sure you're getting out there, catching those Solosis, getting that extra dust. I think at the venue, it's going to be a 6 times bonus multiplier because you got that 2 times at the venue, that 3 times of the event. 2 times 3 is 6. It's some quick maths with Big Phoebe.
Always love the quick maths, but you know what else I love is winners finals. And we've got the winners finals coming up. It's gonna be an unbelievably good matchup as, oh, they're actually on the stage already. Speaking of quick, they are getting these trainers on stage lightning fast. Meteor Fallion, that Firo has absolutely been the MVP. Firo has been brought to almost every battle, and Firo once again avoiding a matchup with a Corviknight. No Corviknight on LW Josh's side, so Firo once again looks very, very strong.
However, there is still a Corviknight in this tournament on the loser side. So depending on exactly how these matchups play out, maybe that Firo will have to fear. I need to stop making fear puns. We'll have to be afraid, you know, we can change up the word I'm using a little bit there, of having to face that poor matchup later on. Of course, that's not where we're at right now. We are winners finals of this. Meteor Fallion versus LW Josh. Because this is now a winners finals, we are doing a best of 5 match. So in the last set, you saw, oh, a trainer was down 2. Oh, that's the end of what's going on. No, that's not the end here. We have to get to a 3-game win state here for either trainer. It could be a best of 5. We could go all the distance. I think I was going for some sort of quote there, but I definitely messed it up. We could go all the way to a game 5 here, and for these two trainers, I think it would mean the world to them there, right? Because this is their breakout performance for both of them. Meteor Fallion, I believe, has never been to a winners finals before. I'm not 100% about LW Josh, but I believe it is as well.
I believe this is uncharted territory for all 3 of our trainers who are still in this tournament. So it'll be very exciting to see a first-time regional champion hold up the trophy. But to start the winners finals, there's always that worry of the Bastiodon. It has been brought to a few games. I feel like it hasn't necessarily found the targets it was hoping for. I really feel like leaning into the Firo, as Firo, again, Credilli and Azumarill are a little bit uncomfortable for it. But across the board, like, my goodness, there really isn't a check to Firo energy.
No, and there frequently isn't, right? The flying damage from all Pokemon, you know, we've talked about Talonflame. You're talking about Firo now. On LW Josh's side, he has that Moltres, right? There are very frequently few resists to flying type damages that are brought here, but here we go. Winners finals game number 1. It is the Galarian Corsola into the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Shadow Kanto Marowak going to have a pacing advantage in this matchup. But for the Galarian Corsola, it's the bulk that can be key. Marowak strikes first with a Bone Club, but Corsola not worried about that. Immediate no shield, and will get to return fire with the hard-hitting Nightshade, as Marowak now has a shielding decision to make.
I have to imagine that no shield comes up given the pacing of this Galarian Corsola. You are quite comfortable to take one, but an immediate pivot out into the Blastoise, which is a little bit interesting given you do not threaten with your fast attack damage. However, the energy advantage that has been garnered by this Blastoise is quite nice into the Credilli. 1 Hydro Cannon does not knock out, but 2 does threaten. Not quite, though. The rollout damage will need to add up a bit more.
Does Meteor Fallion decide to throw on alignment to try and outpace? No. Instead, gonna opt for good timing. No bait from Josh. Gonna full send a Grass Knot, and Party Hat Blastoise puts up the shield. It does not want that damage to land. Another rollout and another Hydro Cannon. It looks like Blastoise actually may be able to outpace here and make it to another Hydro Cannon before the Grass Knot is available.
Right, the 7.66 pacing of the Credilli is a bit of a weakness for it. Hydro Cannon not quite ready in time, going for another rollout, and I have to imagine since we saw 1 shield investment, he's going to put another up and potentially go for a rollout down. But LW Josh going for the swap and the Bone Club. This is not going to threaten a knockout. I don't think we're quite at 2 Hydro Cannons loaded for Blastoise. It could throw 1, but in the back, it's another Kanto Marowak, and LW Josh has Clodsire as well.
That's not what Clodsire is hoping to see. All the shields you could ever ask for, but the one thing you can't shield is the Mud Slaps. Mud Slap connecting onto the Clodsire, and Clodsire has to hope it can get this Marowak somehow into Earthquake range, because this looks like a very dire situation.
Poison Sting is being resisted by the ground subtyping of that Marowak. Ground subtyping. The ground typing, it's only single typing. Bone Club coming through, going to pull the shield away from LW Josh. And if you remember, there is plenty of energy on that Blastoise. Don't think this Earthquake is going to be enough to knock out. And that Galarian Corsola has some energy and a good amount of health left. An immediate pivot, Hydro Cannon thrown as well. There's 1 more 4 rollout necessary for another Hydro Cannon, but LW Josh still has Credilli in the back as well.
There is the Hydro Cannon. It is reached, and the wins from Josh. The Blastoise energy was just too much for this team to handle. He even got his Credilli on the Blastoise, and it did not matter as the Blastoise picks up, I believe, at least 2 of the 3 knockouts and still got big damage on the 3rd. Blastoise, the key to victory in game number 1 for Meteor Fallion.
We talk about some water types being really good into Credilli. You know, the one that has been very prominent here in Milwaukee was that Empoleon, but Blastoise has a good amount of play as well because it has neutral damage with those rollouts, and Hydro Cannon pacing is quite nice into a slower pacing Pokemon like Acid Credilli. You have the opportunity, as we saw, to win certain shield scenarios, especially if you're up energy. So I like that play from Meteor Fallion, leaning into Blastoise as a very safe Pokemon into LW Josh's team and trying to take advantage of how good it is in neutral matchups.
It really feels like Blastoise can go anywhere. Just about any composition Meteor Fallion wants to run, any core he thinks could be interesting in a game. You can put it as a lead, as a safe switch, or even as a closer. But as a safe switch, getting up energy on the Blastoise. It was up 2 rollouts out game Credilli, and it just did not matter. But looks like the battlers are locked in here. We've got lock-ins. Game number 2. It's going to be Galarian Corsola into the Blastoise.
This is the one neutral matchup that Blastoise actually does not like in the slightest. Hydro Cannon ×2 is not enough to threaten a knockout with a rollout damage, so the Galarian Corsola is very safe. And I like this transition from LW Josh trying to mitigate the damage and the pressure that this Blastoise is putting out there.
Blastoise makes Hydro Cannon number 2 on charge attack priority, the nose shield by Josh. Josh knows that Corsola is built for moments like this. It's able to withstand this damage, and now Corsola getting very close to the back-to-back Nightshades. 1 Nightshade, not a problem for Blastoise, but a 2nd Nightshade will actually be an issue.
We see Meteor Fallion actually pivoting out, given that it is not afraid of the Astonish damage, but it does need to be afraid of this Power Gem. Power Gem coming through, going to be super effective damage. Fearow very frail, no shields the Power Gem, and in comes the Credilli. Drill Peck's going to come through, but does this Fearow have enough health left to reach a 2nd Drill Peck?
Even if it does, I don't know if it's going to matter, because taking a peek at the back lines, there's Bastiodon, there's a Marowak, and with 2 shields on Marowak, Marowak just looks to be an absolute terror in the end game. Credilli, if it puts up the shield, which it does not, I was going to say maybe that's an opening, but with 2 shields Marowak, this game looks like it's going to be extremely difficult for Meteor Fallion.
And LW Josh at that moment when the Fearow reached that 2nd Drill Peck was shaking his head a little bit frustrated, but now that he sees the Bastiodon out, you gotta have to imagine he's incredibly happy. The one thing that Meteor Fallion does have is a little bit of health left on Blastoise. However, the Mud Slaps are neutral here, and you're only going to be able to reach 1 Hydro Cannon, and you actually do get the fast attack down, but you're only going to be stripping away 1 shield here with this Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, and 1 shield is not enough. Even if the Marowak had 0 shields, Bastiodon still could not win. The inflexibility of Bastiodon is, again, its downfall. We've seen Meteor Fallion a couple times bring out the Bastiodon in these game number 2s after he's up a game, and unfortunately, it appears this is just a bit of a known tendency. The Bastiodon finding the Marowak, and there's just nothing Bastiodon can ever hope to do. Meteor Fallion knows it's over, so to save time, he's just gonna no shield, and LW Josh gets a much-needed equalizer in game number 2.
I have to imagine that Meteor Fallion's trying really hard to land that Bastiodon into the Credilli, or land it into the Azumarill, where it walls all the energy off from that Azumarill. However, because the lead matchup was Blastoise into Galarian Corsola, he did not have the ability to dictate switch advantage, and that's why we saw him pivot out of that matchup into the Fearow and try to win switch advantage there. But Credilli, just too strong of a Pokemon, able to win switch back for LW Josh, and we just saw how potent this Marowak is when it has shields. Even if you're up against a water type like Blastoise, you just don't have enough fast attack damage.
LW Josh did run a line that was ABA weak to the Bastiodon, but the Bastiodon was not able to find that target. Now as Meteor Fallion, typically Meteor Fallion has shied away from Bastiodon in game number 3. This is not a decisive game number 3 though, as keep in mind this is the winners finals, this is a best of 5, but If you win game 3, it puts you only 1 win away from Grand. So this is an incredibly important game. One trainer has locked in, the other trainer making last-second adjustments, taking a look at the team sheet, last moments, because this is a massive game ahead.
Neither trainer here wants to be the one who is down 1-2. It is so much more comfortable to not have to be 1 game away from being knocked down into the loser's side of things. We see our second trainer lock in. Here we go into game number 3. It's not decisive, but it is impactful for the rest of this matchup. A very neutral lead here, Galarian Corsola into Clodsire. And I think we've seen both of these trainers have to play this match out before. We'll have to see what sort of learnings that they've taken from those past experiences and how they implement them here in the winners finals.
Typically, with a double Earthquake, Clodsire will be able to emerge victorious in the zero protection scenario, just because even though Poison Sting does such little resisted damage, Earthquake is such a significantly better move than a Nightshade. In the back for Meteor Folian, being able to potentially bait out the Credilli could be very important, as the Credilli looks hyper strong in the back, but the Marowak struggles to find targets.
And it was LW Josh who had thrown Earthquake into Stone Edge into a Galarian Corsola, so we'll have to see if he makes the same play, maybe expecting a shield, or if he goes for the Earthquake. It is Earthquake this time. He's learned his lesson, going to land that hard-hitting, same type attack bonus damage into the Galarian Corsola. Not quite a knockout, but we actually do see a pivot into the Fearow, which is answered by the Credilli, and in the back is Marowak versus Blastoise. So if all shields stay in play, that's actually advantageous for LW Josh.
Being able to bait out the Fearow is what Meteor Folian was hoping. One unfortunate thing about trying to bait it out is the fact that the Corsola got so low. Fearow, if it wants damage, it's forced to match Protect Shields. Josh putting up the first Protect Shield means that these future Drill Pecks will be doing quite a bit less damage. Fearow already had an energy advantage. It is a pacing advantage as well, and that pacing advantage on full display. Josh going to be no shielding because Drill Peck, when debuffed, not really a problem for Credilli. Switch timer coming up soon for Meteor Folian, reaching for the switch timer, but it was about a second from coming up. And unfortunately, the Rock Tomb, unfortunately for Meteor Folian, the Rock Tomb will land on its intended target and pressure the final shield.
The one thing that is going for Meteor Folian here, though, is that the fast attacks that are adding up are quite nice and putting the Pokemon in range of 1 more charge attack. We actually see simultaneous swaps and a Poison Sting down from LW Josh.
The patience by Josh, what a play, committing to the farm down, getting the farm down, and now has charge attacks loaded. In comes Blastoise. Blastoise going to take this Earthquake, but this Earthquake is a lot of health gone. The rollout takes the knockout, and Josh still has the Credilli and the full health Marowak. There's a lot of energy left on that Fearow.
We actually see LW Josh waiting here, and that allows Meteor Folian's Switch Clock to potentially come up, but no! The Grass Knot is reached, and this is going to knock out the Blastoise. Now the Fearow has to knock out the Credilli. It needs to knock out the Marowak in the back, and LW Josh still has a shield. He needs to pivot right away.
There's the pivot, but he's too far behind. I think Fearow's going to be making it to 3 Drill Pecks because a Bone Club will not do it. He no-shields the first, but this Fearow looks like it's going to run away with this game. Credilli had some residual energy, used it to knock out the Blastoise, but the Fearow is so close to the 3rd move.
Will he be able to reach a Bone Club here? Will it be enough? No, actually, Drill Peck coming before the Bone Club's even reached. Although Bone Club would be double resisted, it might put that Fearow into a acid down range, but no, Drill Peck picking up the knockout, and there's still way too much health left on this Fearow, and Meteor Folian in the winners finals is going up 2-1.
That was a really tough spot because he committed to the farm down, which is what he had to do. But Meteor Folian recognized Fearow energy is unpunishable on this team. I've already seen the Clodsire, which is very bulky. It's out of the way. If I save this energy, if I bring the Blastoise in to absorb that Earthquake, then I can trust in Fearow. And it was that Marowak in the back, and the double ground strategy from Josh presumably was influenced by that Bastiodon brain game number 2. So preparing for a Bastiodon, but when you do that, that's when Fearow can strike.
I'm a bit curious Had LW Josh came in with the Kanto Marowak into the Blastoise as opposed to the Credilli and saved that energy on the Credilli for later, could he have built up enough energy in order to threaten with a Rock Slide into that Fearow? I think that would have been potentially a play for him in order to come out. Hydro Cannon from a Blastoise does not threaten a one-hit knockout into the Marowak, so even if that Blastoise made it to 2, maybe there's a little more play for him.
I think it would have been tough because Blastoise does have a lot of bulk to it, but if you're able to tank a Hydro Cannon, which Marowak can, and get the farm down without a second one being reached, maybe there's a chance. But the battlers are not wasting any time. We're locking in game number 4. Meteor Fallion, 1 win away from Grands, and it's the same leads as before. Corsola into Clodsire.
And we see the Galarian Moltres in the back for LW Josh, and it's a little bit uncomfortable for him now because he really would prefer, or excuse me, the Galarian Moltres in the back on he would really prefer it on the Galarian Corsola for Meteor Fallion, so it will be interesting to see if he decides to pivot out and try to save this Clodsire for later.
The double Galar backline for Josh could actually be a little bit of a problem as in comes the Blastoise. Blastoise farming up quite a lot of energy. There's the switch into the Corsola, and Clodsire, as you had identified, saves a bunch of energy for later and by giving up switch advantage. If Josh is able to win switch advantage in this mid-game, the Galarian Moltres could be quite strong. He doesn't know it yet, but Meteor Fallion is actually ABA weak to that Galarian Moltres.
He's really going to need to preserve this Blastoise if he wants to have play in this endgame. LW Josh no shielding this next Hydro Cannon. It is a charge attack tie. Will we see Meteor Fallion shield? No! He's giving up the health on his Blastoise. This won't pick up a knockout, but will he pivot out afterwards?
The switch timer will be available. If he wants to pivot out, it's his. In comes the Corsola. Corsola, can it get the farm down? It does get the farm down. That is big, as energy is stored on the Blastoise. There's energy on the Corsola as well. This could influence Josh to send in the Clodsire, but no, in comes the Moltres. There's the catch onto the Clodsire, able to catch the Power Gem. What a play.
The issue for Meteor Fallen right now is that his switch clock is so far from coming up. He would love to bring in the Kanto Marowak at this point, and I think he's going to no-shield here, right? He's going to be able to get an energy advantage with the Kanto Marowak by getting a farm down into the Clodsire. Clodsire has no ability to threaten with any of its charge attacks. The question becomes, can he reach 2 Rock Slides and a threatening amount of charge attacks with the Blastoise?
This is going to be a very, very close end game. The Galarian Moltres still at full health. Can he get 2 Mudslaps here? He does get 2 Mudslaps, and that is a big energy head start. The good news for Josh is that everything is very, very low. It's a Bone Club bait. Josh, with his life on the line in the winner side of the bracket, he's thinking about, he called the bait! Josh, what a call! The no-shield, and that immediately puts him in the driver's seat of this match.
Sucker Punch is going to do so much more work now that that charge attack was no shielded, rock-sided shield at this point. There is not a chance that this Blastoise can reach enough charge attacks to pull the knockout into this Moltres. There is no Ice Beam available for it, so the first Hydro Cannon can be let through, and he's going to be able to Sucker Punch all the way down.
Great situational understanding by Josh. It's not enough for the Skull Bash. He does not have to shield a Galarian Moltres flying high, and we're going to a game number 5.
What an incredible no-shield there from LW Josh in the winners finals, to be able to sit there up on the stage after 2 long days of battling and to have the guts to say, this isn't not a rock slide. This is just a bait. I think that's what you're going to throw, and I'm putting it all on the line.
What an unbelievable call. Meteor Fallion did what he could, banking energy on the Blastoise, sending in the Corsola. Watch this, the Corsola, oh, just missed the Nightshade. It was so close. And the Moltres, he brought it in and caught onto the Clodsire, able to get that small energy head start on the Moltres, which would be helpful for later. And this, the no shield, calling the Bone Club bait. And that put him on the path to success as Galarian Moltres was able to take multiple knockouts.
And I think he probably did need to bait there, right? He wasn't going to reach 2 rock slides. He was only going to make 2 charged attacks with, or 2 charge attacks, 1 Bone Club, 1 rock slide with that Kanto Marowak. So if you throw the rock slide first, your opponent will know your energy counts going into the next one. So it's a very obvious no shield if you go Rock Slide first, Bone Club second, right?
Yes.
So that's why you generally want to bait first there, but LW Josh, recognizing this, is able to force a pivotal game number 5 here, and everything comes down to this. They're not going to be out of the tournament, but it is so much better to be in grand finals from the winner's side of things. Instead of 2 best of 5s, it's just 1 that you need to win in order to crown yourself champion.
If there's one constant, it's going to be the Blastoise. Thumbs up exchanged, the double simultaneous lock-in. We're a go. Game number 5 for a trip to the grand finals. It's going to be Galarian Corsola versus Credilli.
And I really like the Galarian Corsola lead for Meteor Falling in here, right? He's been reliant on the Blastoise so much, so I'm glad he left it in the back, because Blastoise into a Galarian Corsola from LW Josh would be incredibly bad. However, LW Josh has not brought the Galarian Corsola this time. Instead, he's leaned on that double ground strategy that we've seen from him time and time again.
I will be intrigued to see if this matchup plays out, because Corsola will typically lose this matchup in the Zero Protect Shield scenario, but either trainer could decide to bank a charge attack and look to switch out. Specifically for Meteor Fallion, that Blastoise, whether it's an aggressive safe switch or a soft loss in the lead to get energy, Blastoise energy could be the key.
And I think Meteor Fallion's actually best here if he plays out this matchup, right? If he soft loses this matchup, brings in Blastoise, gets an energy advantage, what Pokemon's LW Josh bringing in? It sure as heck ain't that Clodsire, right? He's going to bring in that Marowak, and now it's just such an awkward position for LW Josh. Actually pivoting out a bit early, Meteor Fallion is now allowing this charge attack to come through, and no shielding. The Grass Knot wouldn't knock out, but it would do so much more damage.
That's a nice call. In comes Clodsire, as Clodsire is able to absorb these super effective hits, especially when they are debuffed. The bulk of Clodsire will be clutch. LW Josh doesn't know it yet, but this means the Clodsire gets to avoid the Marowak, and that would have been a very big problem.
Blastoise reaching another Hydro Cannon here. LW Josh has the option to no shield here, except the issue is that if you are retaining all of your shields for a Kanto Marowak versus Kanto Marowak mirror match, you're just going to go for a fast attack down.
And a shield comes up here from Meteor Fallion, looking to invest in the Blastoise, and there's the switch out into the Marowak. Switch timer not up, and that's where desyncing the timers can be costly. Marowak gets a 30 energy head start, and now Josh has to bring in his own Marowak, but he's down energy.
And the catch attempts here are going to be incredibly difficult, right? You have a 3-turn fast attack versus a 3-turn fast attack, so it's incredibly safe to wait until your opponent starts that animation in order to throw your charged attack. So we'll have to see if LW Josh can trick Meteor Fallion into throwing a charged attack into that Credilli. I think that's going to be crucial for him in order to win this matchup.
The Bone Club thrown by the Marowak, the no shield by Meteor Fallion. We know these are, they were desync switch timers, but by Josh getting knocked out, they're not desynced anymore. There's the switch to the Blastoise, but he switches Credilli too early. He's getting farmed down. Blastoise exits with so much loaded energy, and this Marowak can't do anything.
Unfortunately, LW Josh needed to keep that Credilli for a catch. He could not counter swap it here, and Hydro Cannon coming through from big man Blastoise. Happy birthday to you, Blastoise. And we have Meteor Fallion taking his way into the grand finals here. Congratulations to him on his best performance yet.
Meteor Fallion with the Blastoise. The Bastiodon wasn't working. The Fearow was able to provide some nice results, but the constant throughout that entire game, maybe the true MVP pick, was the Blastoise. Blastoise offers incredibly neutral play into teams that don't really have a fighter. If they don't have a fighter, if they don't have something like a Thunderfang Steelix, Blastoise's energy can go everywhere. We saw it game after game. It just would not stop. The Blastoise, the rollouts. I feel the damage from the rollouts from here, Phoebe. Like, they're non-stop.
And I really do like the way that Meteor Fallion progressed over the course of this match, right? He had at first led the Blastoise, and he found that it was a little bit tricky if LW Josh was catching that with the Galarian Corsola. These later games, he was putting it in the back and allowing his own Galarian Corsola to shine through because LW Josh had been so hesitant to bring his Galarian Moltres, right? It's such a tough pick to bring into a team that has 2 Pokemon that bring rock type damage in the Blastoise and that Bastiodon. So utilizing that safer pick based on the team compositions, I think really allowed Meteor Fallion to dictate the course and the pace of this match.
And dictate the pace, he definitely did. That Blastoise, game after game, it was unbelievable. And in a very back and forth match, it was one win, then tied, one win, then tied. Meteor Fallion when it matters most. The Blastoise, which has just been unbelievable for him throughout today. Ended up taking 2 knockouts back-to-back to send him on to Grands and a guaranteed top 2 finish.
And I'm really excited to watch Losers Finals as well, right? You had mentioned before that we are going to be crowning a new champion here.
Yes.
So Pranav versus LW Josh is going to be really exciting to watch, given that they are both really going to want to make it to grand finals to have that position to fight for that coveted regional win. Speaking of wins and speaking of titles, we are going to have a very brief break here. We're going to be listening to a video about Pokemon GO's first champion, but you don't want to go anywhere because the action is coming up right after.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon GO World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon GO's inaugural season in the Pokemon GO Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon GO's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon GO established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon GO's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 European International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon GO's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon GO. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon GO's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset!
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, Both trainers were just one game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion, and we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godonhada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godonhada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godonhada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a bring 6 pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2026 Milwaukee Regionals for Pokemon Go. We started with over 100 competitors here, and now we are down to the final 3. I'm Caleb Pang, I'm joined with Heather, and we're about to get down into the losers finals.
Yeah, this is a really exciting matchup coming up. We have Pranav versus LW Josh. This is actually LW Josh's first day 2 ever, so it's crazy that he's made it this far. He's in top 3, potentially could still take it, right? He's still got a shot. We are still battling for that title. We are on the loser side, so it is win or go home. This is losers finals, so will be the best of 5. So whoever makes it to 3 wins first will be moving on into that grand finals.
Yeah, in a way, too, Josh is probably a little bit warmed up going the distance against Meteor Folly and in that winners finals, going all the way to 5 games. And you know Pranav is watching in the stands, trying to figure out how to play out these matchups. But he probably didn't even know who was going to take it until that 5th and final game, too. But if he wants to win it all, he's got to face both these players to do so. And this is going to be, this, like you said, first time ever for LW Josh to make day number 2. Last season was his first competitive season. And made world qualifications that season. And now in the second season, already getting at least a top 3 finish in his first tournament of the year. Really great stuff. Meanwhile, Pranav, he played back in 2022 in the first regional for North America, Indianapolis. In the second one was Milwaukee, and he got 5th place, tied for his best performance. Fast forward 3 years later, he gets 5th place again last season in Milwaukee and another 5th place in Portland. He's obviously broken the 5th place curse, but he's looking for even more. This is his first best of 5 series and has at least a top 3 finish here.
Yeah, Pranav is also kind of on a tear in this losers bracket. He is making a losers run here, and he is on a hot streak, so that momentum could potentially carry him forward into grand finals. I know both of these trainers want it so bad. They're looking at each other's teams, deciding which Pokemon they want to bring. What do we think about these teams, Caleb?
Yeah, we got the double flyer on the right-hand side, and we have the double ground on the left-hand side on LW Josh's team. I think that Clodsire is going to see a lot of play. Even the head-to-head matchup against the other ground type Unova Stumpus, the Clodsire, just the Earthquake to do so much more damage. Here we go, game number 1. It's going to be a Azumarill into Galarian Corsa. Pretty neutral matchup here, but overall, the bulk of Galarian Corsa usually overtakes precedence.
Yeah, it is pretty neutral. Both Pokemon are very bulky. Corsola will win this matchup in the zeros if they just play it out straight. We'll see both trainers are over farming a lot of energy. Neither one of them wants to be caught dry if they choose to swap out, something like that. So they always want to over farm and keep extra energy and not just throw right away. He goes to the back-to-back Nightshade before throwing his first Nightshade here. This will not threaten the Azumarill. Azumarill's a very bulky Pokemon. So he's going to go ahead and fire that off and probably look to keep over farming here.
Yeah, and I think LW Josh is ready for that Murkrow, bringing 3 really strong answers. His 3 strongest answers actually into the Murkrow. It's going to be the Zuma, which beats it, but then also you have the Clodsire, which beats it, and the Cordillera all on even shields that beats it. And here comes that Murkrow. In comes the Clodsire after farming a little bit extra energy here. Now the energy lead on Murkrow is going to be handy, but Clodsire is one of the Pokemon that can tank these Drill Pecks no problem.
Yeah, this is a lot of energy on this Murkrow though. Will he be able to pace to 3 Drill Pecks before Clodsire reaches the Stone Edge? No. So it looks like he will get to the Stone Edge very quickly. He's at the Stone Edge guy, is going to go ahead and throw it immediately. Pranav, however, over farming, trying to get to most likely back-to-back Drill Peck before he fires off. You always want to keep energy, especially on a Pokemon that does this much damage. He's over farming to 100 energy. He's loaded on this Murkrow. This Drill Peck is going to do a lot of damage. It won't quite KO the Clodsire, but it will come very close. Josh is going to go ahead and protect up this Clodsire to make sure that he gets this Stone Edge off into this Murkrow. Pranav uses his second shield in this match. Now he has no shields remaining.
This is pretty big for LW Josh as well, because I thought Pranav was going to throw the next Drill Peck on Charge Attack priority against the Stone Edge, but not going to be the case, allowing LW Josh to actually swap over to this Cordillera. And even though all 3 Pokemon have positive matchup, which shields up against the Murkrow, because it had such an energy lead, it's able to dance around these matchups so well, and I love what Pranav's doing right now, saving the Drill Peck for later, knowing he wins Charge Attack priority against all the Pokemon on the side of LW Josh, and we saw him play this strategy so many times in this losers bracket and throughout the tournament here, and just whittling down the health bars of everything progressively. Even though Murkrow doesn't have winning matchups, it has a way to win them.
Yeah, the other great thing about Murkrow here that makes it such a good pick for Pranav is that LW Josh doesn't have any fast move pressure into it. He doesn't have a Charmer. He's got no super effective fast move pressure into that Murkrow, so Murkrow's so safe, and it can just choose shield, keep health on it, and swap out with energy just like Pranav is doing. LW Josh actually pivots back to the Clodsire, trying to get a farm down here, or eat some energy. All right, Pranav is forced to throw this Grass Knot, otherwise the Clodsire will reach that Stone Edge. LW Josh does choose to shield this Grass Knot up. Pranav can potentially combo play with the Drill Peck. He does have it loaded. He doesn't. He should just continue. And he combo plays with the Corsola that still has that Nightshade banked.
So much energy on all the Pokemon for Pranav. Really great play there too. Maybe, you know, if he swapped in on the middle of a Stone Edge. Wait, hold on. The Clodsire hangs on to get the Stone Edge off. That's pretty huge for LW Josh, but I don't know if it's going to matter because there's not a move on the Azumarill. And on top of it, there's still Murkrow with a move. Trying to go for a slight undercharge there, but not going to be enough here. Murkrow going to pace super fast here. How does LW Josh play around this? The Drill Peck will put the Azumarill dangerously low, almost in KO range. Actually, it is in KO range. Could not get the catch. Had to go for maybe a pause there to pull it off, but not able to do it as Pranav and this Murkrow is continuing their wins here in this losers bracket. 1-0 so far.
That Murkrow put in so much work in that game. It took out almost all of the Pokemon on the other side. They got Drill Pecks on every single Pokemon there, and Pranav used it so well. He always had energy on Murkrow. He said, I have a plan. I'm going to 2-shield my Murkrow, and I'm just going to always over-farm, always have energy, and keep energy when I swap out. That way I can know that I can win that Charge Attack priority when I come back in.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, LW Josh, played well, but just gave a little bit too much leeway into that Murkrow. And like you said, no fast attack pressure. There's 3 Pokemon on LW Josh's side that do resisted damage with fast attacks. The other 3 just don't do enough damage. And so he has to throw these charge attacks, but if Pranav keeps spending all the shields on the Murkrow, spending both there too, he's in such a good position. Wasn't able to even debuff the Murkrow with the Credilli, which have made things a little bit easier for him, but not quite. And again, that's his 3 best Pokemon into Murkrow, and Pranav made that look easy.
Yeah, the pacing on Murkrow is just so fast to those drill pecks. It's just 5 pecks to a drill peck, whereas LW Josh is bringing Pokemon like Azumarill. That's 15 turns to its first move, right? To throw an Ice Beam. Clodsire, again, 14 turns, right? 7 Poison Stings to get to that Stone Edge. So it's just a crazy dismemberment of the pacing there, right?
Yes, yeah, there's really nothing on the side of LW Josh's side that paces as fast, and on top of it, you're losing charge attack priority with everything on your team into the Murkrow. I don't know how many Murkrow that LW Josh faced previously in this tournament, but Pranav is definitely the best Murkrow player here in Milwaukee, and he's trying to make that statement known. Game number 2 underway. It's going to be the Galarian Moltres into Corsa, a fantastic lead for LW Josh.
How will Pranav answer this? He'll probably pivot out. He safe swaps that Murkrow. Again, Murkrow is so safe. Are those sucker punches even resisted on that Murkrow, though? Oh. Those sucker punches were chunking.
And it looked like LW Josh, like, he might have even, I'm not sure if he paused there or what, but he got a full bubble through against Pranav's Murkrow, which is going to put him in a good position. But, again, there's so much energy on this Murkrow, it's going to make this Zero matchup pretty uncomfortable, too.
Yeah, and again, we see Pranav over-farming, not throwing a move here. He just wants to bank as much energy as he can before shielding up this move. And he'll probably look to just do 1 more peck and throw that move. This won't quite KO this Azumarill. He will have to throw another move into it to KO it, but he can continue to over-farm because of Azumarill's slow pacing. It's still another 3 bubbles away from that Ice Beam, so he can go ahead and throw another drill peck now. Now, LW Josh has a decision to make. Does he want to get this energy off? He does not. He just lets it go. That's a lot of energy to lose on that Azumarill. Now, how do you get rid of this Murkrow? Do you come back in with Moltres, farm it down? Come back in Credilli. He does choose to come in and acid the Murkrow down, but he will have to take a drill peck or shield to not take this damage. He just lets it go. He lets it go, indeed. In case if it's a stuff in the back, he pretty much loses. So he's banking on the fact that it's not going to be the case. And in comes that Galarian Corsa. Goes for the Rock Gym for the debuff. May swap back over to the Moltres now. With the shield advantage, this Moltres is in a pretty good position against the Credilli. Let's not forget, the Moltres has, I think, at least 6 or 7 Sucker Punch worth of energy as well. Maybe LW Josh going to take the move here. Tries to catch a Nightshade, not going to be the case. And now comes the Credilli, but you're coming into a Moltres loaded with energy. Yeah, Moltres is already at the back-to-back fly before Pranav can even get to a single Rock Tomb. So he cannot shield this move, he just has to take it. This is going to do a lot of neutral damage here. Pranav's 1 away from the Rock Tomb, still not there. LW Josh fires off that next, the fly. He's coming through. Yeah, fires the next
worries.
fly immediately there and pulls that last shield from Pranav. So now shields are down, and LW Josh still has 2 shields. He's going to expend 1 here. Yeah, he has 1 for the Power Gem for later, and I believe he's going to get to his next fly before the Rock Tomb is reached. With the Sucker Punch damage added up, it's going to be enough here. It's going to be Charge Attack priority, but the Moltres gets it off here first. That's huge for LW Josh. Can he get the Sucker Punch down before you get to maybe double Nightshade? Nightshade should be enough to KO from this range. You can also clear the debuff, but I think that's actually maybe even worse. Oh, it catches the Nightshade on the Credilli. Yep, keep in mind that Credilli was still back there. Pranav's going to undercharge this, try to get a farm down. How much energy does this Credilli have, and can it get to a move? It's 1 away from a move. It will land this Rock Tomb. Interesting that he'll go for the Rock Tomb here instead of going for the Grass Knot, which would hit just a little bit harder. Yep. I don't think you need to debuff this Corsola because you still have a shield, so you're not going to end up taking a move on your Moltres there. Yeah, either way, Pranav's not going to be able to reach double moves here, and you can see the Sucker Punch down is going to even up this series 1-1. LW Josh finding a way around that pesky bird that is Murkrow. Well played, yeah. He used a shield advantage to his advantage through the entire game, trying to just leverage the fact that he still had a shield advantage over Pranav, and honestly bringing the Moltres was a really good adjustment from him because that Moltres had a lot of play into Pranav's team, especially when he led it into a Galarian Corsola.
Yes. Yeah, really well played, and giving up switch advantage, banking on the fact that there's no Unova Sunfist in the back. If there was, that's pretty much GG's the moment he lost switch advantage, the moment that he took all that damage on his Credilli as well. And I think he was just banking on the fact that there was no Unova Sunfist, because if there was, he's like, you know what, there's not much I could do in this situation, and he is able to find a way around it. But it really could have been a Unova Sunfist, because the Murkrow's a strong answer, and then there's another strong answer, and for the most part, that's pretty much just Credilli or Unova Sunfist, but Credilli's not as clear of an answer as you can see from this game.
Yeah, Sunfisk is a little riskier to bring here. It does have some targets, but that Mud Slapper on LW Josh's side is really scary in case it gets aligned there. Also, it doesn't want to be lined up on that Credilli, and I think LW Josh is probably bringing that Credilli every game, because it's got a lot of neutral play across the board. So Pranav might think to counter that Credilli in some way. He does have a Fortress that could put a lot of work into it, but again, it could be alignment dependent, just depending on what Josh brings. But he was favoring the Credilli and the Azumarill, both of which are weak to that Fortress.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, we're going to have to see how LW Josh plays around this. The Murkrow is very, very strong, but I think he makes some good line calls, some good no shields. He could position himself quite well. It is hard for Pranav to bring that Unova Sunfist, and if you don't bring it, that Moltres has a lot of play into your team. Positive matchup against the Corsola, the Corviknight, you could dish out a lot of damage into the Credilli and the Fortress. The Murkrow has a shield as well. Yes, Murkrow outpaces, but if he chooses not to shield again and grabs the shield off your Murkrow, you're already down one of your shields for Murkrow. You only have one left. There's so much bulk on the side of LW Josh. Here we go, game number 3. It's going to be a Credilli mirror matchup. I believe this is the first time these two trainers are facing off in this tournament, so I don't think we know who's going to win Charge Attack priority yet. But it looks like both are reaching for the Rock Tomb, and LW Josh is going to have that Charge Attack priority, which is huge, because now debuffing the Credilli means that he's going to win this head-to-head.
Yeah, usually when you lose the Charge Attack priority here, you will look to bank some energy, potentially pivot out to avoid that cap tie later on. Or you could stay in and play out the matchup, but you will lose it neutrally since you were debuffed first.
Yeah, this is really tough though for Pranav, because you don't really want to catch this on a Fortress, right? It's going to do some neutral damage, but then you just give up switch advantage. You definitely can't catch it on the Murkrow. And LW Josh was maybe a little bit confused here, thinking that he was going to go for a cancel, chooses not to throw the move, but instead Pranav just throwing it right away, and now all of a sudden he's in a pretty good position. But going for the Grass Knot, I don't think this Grass Knot's enough. This is a double debuff Grass Knot.
Yeah, I think the Credilli will just barely live this and be able to get off another move. If he chooses to stay in, he could potentially pivot out, but no, just goes for it. Pranav's just gonna let this Credilli go and potentially look to farm down. I wonder if he's going to come in with the Murkrow or the Fortress.
I feel like it's got to be the Murkrow, right? In comes the Murkrow, yeah. But now comes the Azumarill. Azumarill will be hard counter, though. This Murkrow is so devastating for that back line. But the real question is, does Pranav know or not? Oh, and he saves the energy, and now comes the Fortress. This is going to be absolutely brutal for LW Josh, but the timers are misaligned, and the Fortress is not going to take out the Azumarill very quickly, and because of that, he could bank energy and dip out and bring in the Marowak, and that could spell trouble for Pranav, because if you start getting towards that rock slide, it's going to be really annoying for the Murkrow to call those baits.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where the shields are used here. I think LW Josh is just hoping that he can make something happen here, but this is looking a little dire for him. All of Azumarill's attacks here are resisted, so he's just going to continue throwing the stab play rough. Rather than Ice Beam, this is the correct move to throw. But again, it's just going to barely chip this Fortress, especially since he's already been debuffed.
And going to try to maybe bank the Ice Beam. He does, but in comes the Murkrow. He waited too long, and now the Murkrow is back in, having a fantastic matchup into this Marowak. I mean, if you let this go, this is tough. If you shield it, it's also tough because you're throwing resistant Mud Slap damage here, and you have to land the Rock Slide to do any meaningful damage. Although the Murkrow is quite low, so maybe you could go straight for the Bone Club, but the Drill Peck is reached. There's another one as well. If you go for proper timing, you're going to get hit by a Drill Peck for sure. Does LW Josh just full send it here? And no, he doesn't go for a Mud Slap, and now comes a third Drill Peck.
This is going to do massive damage. This Murkrow just got so far ahead on energy and then pivoted out and saved it all. And Pranav still has 2 shields as well. He's actually going to call this Bone Club. He said, you're not going to throw the Rock Slide. and that does nothing.
And here comes another Bone Club, though. Now he might shield. No, he chooses not to. Going to try to bug bite everything down. Murkrow is pretty frail, though, but it could hang on to the Bone Club, the first one. Maybe not the second one. In comes the Fortress and couldn't get the Mudslap damage to. That's huge for Pranav here. He has a lot of energy, and the bubbles don't do enough. The acid does even less here. Maybe you go for a catch, but no. Pranav not going to let that happen. Throwing the Rock Tomb in between the bubbles to prevent that. And Pranav's going to go up 2-1 in this series.
Yeah, what a fantastic call by Pranav to bring that Fortress, knowing that LW Josh was using that Azumarill and that Cradily, and they were both so weak to Fortress.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I mean, it's tough, right? Because there's two shields. If LW Josh did land a Rock Slide on that Murkrow, he could have gotten maybe one, maybe two Mudslaps onto the Fortress and maybe had a chance, but the Fortress just had a good chunk of health left. It was so close to move as well. Maybe if you catch a move on the Cradily on top of it, then you can bubble down. But it was a tough position, and really that game was just very kind of little respect for the Murkrow, right? The backline was pretty weak to it. I mean, we're talking about Azumarill here in the backline, and the Murkrow feels more favored in some ways in those situations, especially with how well Pranav's playing with that Murkrow, getting energy lead whenever he can. You know, like you said, he's like, I wonder if he's going to farm down with the Murkrow or Fortress, but you know, if he can farm down anything, it's going to be with that Murkrow.
Yeah, he definitely wants to get the energy lead on that Murkrow, and also LW Josh didn't even want to give him the farm down, so ended up pivoting out, which allowed Pranav to just bank up a bunch of energy, swap out, and then eat all of the Azumarill energy onto that Fortress, which was all resisted. So it was just perfectly played by Pranav. The fact that Josh just didn't want to give him that energy lead.
Yeah, and I think that's the tough thing, right, for Josh, because he doesn't want to give the Murkrow energy lead because he knows how bad it is, but because he did that, he took away his only answer, Murkrow, and allowed his Marowak to be locked into it, and we saw how devastating a matchup that was. Two shielding the Marowak, and unfortunately still barely taking out the Murkrow.
Right. It's tough when your Pokemon just don't pace fast enough. You can't keep up with the pacing of the Murkrow, right? I think he might potentially look to drop that Azumarill. It doesn't feel like it's been doing that much work for him. Ending up on that Fortress, all of that energy was just resisted, and it's so slow to pacing, even versus that Murkrow. We're locked in for our next match. We have Galarian Moltres into the Galarian Corsola.
I like this adjustment from LW Josh as well, too. In comes the Murkrow. You can throw potentially a fly or just do the same swap strategy like before. He comes in the Cradily, and now Murkrow is loaded, has the back-to-back Drill Peck. Do you ever shield? He is going to shield the first one, but the second one is not too far behind.
Yeah, he knows he can tank one Drill Peck, but it's good to shield up one. He will pace very quickly. He will throw it on Captai there. That way he guarantees this not debuff damage onto this Cradily. It's going to do a lot, but I don't think you can go down two shields here immediately, and Josh does not. He just lets it go. Fortunately, it was Captai on that Rock Tomb. He's actually going to look to undercharge this Rock Tomb, maybe trying to look to farm down the Murkrow, and he does get one Acid, so a little bit of energy coming out with that. He can debuff this Corsola, potentially, or he might choose to pivot out, bank that energy, but I think he might just stay in here because he really wants that alignment of the Moltres onto that Corsola, and he wouldn't want to find out what's in the back. It's potentially a hard answer to that Moltres.
Yeah, I like that Josh threw a little bit later there. Tries to get to the Rock Tomb, doesn't quite get there, but you have the Clodsire as a strong answer now. However, LW Josh, he's behind the shield, so it gets a little bit trickier. He's actually waiting out the timer. Now comes in the Moltres. Can you grab a shield? You do grab a shield. That's going to be pretty big for LW Josh because you have a lot of neutral play with the Clodsire into the Galarian Corsola as well, especially with the Galarian Corsola already taking some chip damage here. Does he try to swap here? It's a real question. Swaps over now. Doesn't catch anything, but either way, still leaving with some energy on the Moltres for later.
Yeah, desyncing the switch timers here is going to be tricky as it goes into the end game because this Clodsire is now going to get debuffed potentially multiple times here, and then Corsola can come back in and start throwing its energy because it did bank a Nightshade. I think it was a little over a Nightshade, in fact, so it can come in and kind of punish this Clodsire that'll now be debuffed.
This is a tough situation for LW Josh here. As you can see, the damage did register, if you see in the screen there too, and Nightshade is coming through. It is a debuffed Corsola, Clodsire. I wonder if 2 Nightshade will be enough is the real question, but the timers are not up for LW Josh yet. Just short here. Can he get the move off? Actually over farming is Pranav, not throwing the Nightshade, and now going to tank up an Earthquake, maybe expecting the Moltres to come back in. And that's going to be exactly what happens here. Moltres comes in here, does have the power gem, and you see LW Josh trying to get Sucker Punch down, but not going to do it. There's so much energy banked on this Galarian Corsola, and the Moltres is able to at least farm this down. Can't swap over right away, so you still have a slight chance here. No, but the Rock Tomb is there.
Yeah, he already has the Rock Tomb loaded on that Fortress, so I don't think that LW Josh is going to be able to take this one. But let's see. The Clodsire still has some health, so Pranav is going to overfarm here before he fires off this Rock Tomb. He's trying to overfarm as much as he can to try to get to this Sand Tomb to fire off at the Clodsire.
Yeah.
I don't remember how much energy the Clodsire swapped out with, but I don't think it had a move.
Not any.
It is dry.
And
so
here
that
comes the
Sand Tomb
Tomb.
will be reached.
It's going to be Pranav taking this series 3-1 over LW Josh. A dominant performance here on the backs of that Murkrow and that Fortress core here. And he has a spot now in the grand finals against Meteor Fallion.
Huge congrats to Pranav, and very well played there. Very good adjustments by Pranav to bring that Fortress. It looked very, very strong into LW Josh's team. I think I really like that adjustment from him. And now he is into the grand finals, top 2. Amazing performance. I think that's his highest performance yet.
Yes,
correct? Yeah.
This already was, and he's extending it even further. A fantastic performance from LW Josh as well, right? First ever Day 2 performance, second season competing, first tournament of the second season for him, and he's already made a huge improvement from his first year's performance. So I'm looking forward to see him perform in future tournaments as well. If people didn't know LW Josh before this, they definitely know him now.
Yeah, they will remember his name, absolutely. Top 3 is a huge achievement, so huge congratulations to him, and he will be getting a medal.
Yes.
That means, so that's amazing. Our next match is going to be the grand finals, which will be potentially 2 matches. There could be a grand finals reset, so it'll be a best of 5, which means that the first person to 3 games will take this. If it's Meteor Fallion, he will take the series and get the championship. However, if it's Pranav who gets 3 first, he will reset the bracket, and there will be another best of 5 to determine who wins it all.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Pranav definitely has his work cut out for himself with that Bastion, with that Blastoise. But let's look at the recap here on how he carved out the win against LW Josh in this Losers Finals. Even able to win a game in the end there with a Corsola lead into a Galarian Moltres lead on the side of LW Josh. It was really on the backs of this little bird right here that Murkrow came to play, and it did so much work for Pranav. And in that final game, he didn't even shield it, right? Which was a little bit different than what he was doing before, but recognizing that, you know what, I already lost the lead, I'm going to just put all my chips on this Fortress instead, and it really paid off.
Yeah, that was a very good play by him. There was no reason to shield his Murkrow at that point. It had already done its job. It had gotten so much damage off into those other Pokemon that he was like, okay, I'm okay with letting it go, and I'll just put everything on my Fortress now. It's loaded with energy already, and it can take the win home.
Yeah, and I noticed too, he didn't really bring the Corviknight at all in that game, just opting to rely on the other flyer for that series, and it really paid off. I thought that we could have seen a Corviknight come out, right? Great matchup into the Clodsire, into the Marowak, not bad into Corsola or even the Cordillera, and even the Zermo, right? It's really just the Moltres that it loses to, but opting to go with the Murkrow instead and the Corsola combination with that Fortress to close things out. Fantastic run so far from Pranav, and he's faced so many tough trainers all throughout the tournament, going down to that loose bracket on day number 1 and fighting through everyone he can in day number 2. Just a freight train here, taking out multiple people with multiple titles to their name, and now he'll be facing off against the final boss in Milwaukee, which is Meteor Fallion and that Bastiodon.
And the Fearow too.
And the Fearow, yes, you're right, yeah. We gotta fear the Fearow.
Gotta fear the Fearow, yeah. This is gonna be an interesting matchup. I'm curious that Pranav didn't actually run the double flyer like he had been previously. Yeah. He told us, you know, if there's not an electric type, usually I like that double flyer core. Maybe he thought Josh would predict that, and so he was like, well, I'm gonna try something else and bring other Pokemon to back it up and just leave the Corviknight on the bench. And it worked out really well for him, right? He won the series 3-1. So very, very well played by Pranav. I'm very curious to see the next matchup and see how that goes. If he will go back to that double flyer core, or potentially might be scared of the Bastiodon and might not bring the Murkrow as much.
Yeah, I mean, it was only a few weeks ago in the very last regional in North America that we saw Bastion in the grand finals. But the difference here between the Meteor Fallen team and the LNDST Steinar team is that Meteor Fallen team is much stronger into Murkrow. T. Steiner's team pretty much only had one winning matchup into the Murkrow. He had to kind of take it down by committee, and that was the Bastion, which is a lot harder to bring. But Meteor Fallen has the Blastoise. He has a Fearow that could kind of hang with the Murkrow as well. Fearow is going to be a little bit tougher, though, to bring into Pranov's team. It was really safe into LW Josh's team, but with the Corviknight, that's where the Fearow is going to fall a little short compared to the Murkrow. Both very hard-hitting, flying types. But with Drill Run and with Drill Peck, you're throwing only resisted attacks at that Corviknight. Corviknight's going to absolutely feast in that matchup. On top of that, you get the Bastion on the Corviknight afterward. It's still got play into the Bastion as well. So I'm very curious to see how Meteor Fallen is going to play around that Flyer core, especially the Corviknight on the side of Pranav.
Yeah, Pranav also has that Unova Stunfisk, which is scary for that Fearow as well. Fearow does have Drill Run, but it does not threaten to knock out the Unova Stunfisk, so you would have to chip it before to get that KO with that Drill Run. So it's really a bad matchup for Fearow there on
bad
even
for
energy.
Bad for Blastoise in a way too, right? So that Unova Stunfisk, I think, will definitely come out in that grand finals.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very tricky to use. I would expect to see Meteor Fallion bringing that Shadow Marowak in order to try to align it with that Unova Stunfisk.
Yeah, we're going to see how that plays out too, because the Shadow Marowak fantastic, right, in those matchups, but you're also playing into a guy with double flyers, right? And we saw what happened to LW Josh when he got that Shadow Marowak into the Murkrow. It was not a good time. And I feel like Meteor Fallen as well, if he's watching from the stands, from the audience, he's probably thinking, he really doesn't want to face Pranav, right? Because Pranav has a much better team into his, whereas I felt like Meteor Fallen had a much stronger team into LW Josh's. And, you know, when you have a strong team advantage like that, you're in a good spot. But sometimes some of these matches feel impossible to play, and in the hands of a trainer like Pranav, it could be a tough task for Meteor Fallen.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and hear from both of these trainers that have made it to our grand finals here, Pranav and Meteor Fallion. Nick is with them in the lounge.
Thank you, Heather. I am here with our grand finalists in the lounge, ready to quiz them a little bit about their thoughts on this meta, and as well as future thoughts for future metas as well. On my left, Meteor Fallion, a little bit farther, a little less adjacent to me is Pranav. First question I got for you, and we'll start with you, Meteor Fallion. This is the furthest that both of you have ever made it into a tournament. How are you feeling?
Oh, absolutely excited. So, totally a blast for the tournament, and I'm familiar with the city, with this tournament as well. So, very happy to be back, and hopefully I'll bring you the best of the best in the finals.
We would love to see it. Pranav.
I'd say I'm pumped. I have little to no words. I can't believe I'm here. I have school tomorrow, and we'll just see how this goes.
Second question, we'll start with you, Pranav, this time. What piece of advice would you give to someone who would like to be in your shoes? It's their first time making it this far. This is the furthest you've made it. If someone hasn't attended a tournament yet, or hasn't made day 2 yet, what would be a piece of advice you would give them?
I'd say the two biggest things are, I guess, find some friends. You know, if you're new, I think there's a lot of great people in the community who are willing to help out and willing to team build. So just find people, find good company that can help you along the way and help make this journey possible. And I'd say get as many reps as possible. I know Inadequence does a really good job with his practice tournaments. And so the more practice you get, the more comfortable you'll be with the matchups, and then you can go from there.
And Meteor Fallen, any advice for someone who's attending their first tournament or maybe making their first day 2?
Yeah, those are excellent advice we just heard from Pranav. And I'll just add that playing GBL is also a good way. And I actually see I'm playing with the Fearow, which is what I discovered from one of the cups in GBL this season. So it's super fun, and I liked it a lot. So. Yeah, with GBL, you can get a fair amount of practice, and it will be good to see how you transition into this show 6 pick 3. It has more tactics, but I feel it's a lot of fun at the moment.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Between your two teams, you have 3 separate flyers. That's something we've talked a lot about this regional, about the diversity that we have in our flying type Pokemon. We even saw an Altaria come back with Flamethrower and provide a lot of good fire type coverage. Going ahead into the future, I would like to hear a prediction from both of you, starting with Meteor Fallion, about the Pokemon that will succeed the most in Las Vegas.
Wow, it's kind of hard. I hope I bring up the popularity of Firo. So, yeah.
Pranav.
I'd say, yeah, maybe some of those flyers. I mean, I like that I'm showing Murkrow some love, and I think Firo was a really cool pick, and I was honestly debating it myself, but I went with a different bird instead. So I'd say maybe that and slappers, you know, whenever, regardless of how much time has passed, the slap will never go away, unfortunately, so.
The slap will never go away. Put that on a postcard and mail it. Final question before I let you have a chance for shoutouts. If you had to think about the tournament as a whole, not necessarily for this matchup coming up, because I don't want you to give away any details of your thoughts of this matchup, what has been the MVP for your team? Pranav.
I guess it's just been a team effort. Honestly, I think the one difference from this tourney compared to others is just the synergy. And the fact that I don't think no one person is an MVP, and I think that's just what makes a good team overall.
All right, so Pranav's answer is the corporate answer of synergy. Meteor Falian, what about you?
I would say mostly it's also the teamwork, but I would definitely pick the Firo if I have to pick one, because I'm super comfortable with it in this tournament so far. Has done a lot, and also Blastoise has been done a lot, surprisingly well this tournament.
All right, well, I've done plenty of waiting out the switch clock here. I've taken so much of your time. Could I get some final shout-outs from both of you, starting with Meteor Falian?
Well, I mean, thank my wife for always supporting me, love you. And also my testing buddies, mainly Rockhaven and Ghostmaker, who gave me really good advices. So thanks everyone, and everyone who's cheering on for me.
And Pranav, do you have a wife to shout out as well?
No, I do not, but I have a girlfriend, Megan. I love you. Besides that, shout out ETMs, shout out Legends United, shout out Martine, shout out Twitch community. I know I don't stream anymore, unfortunately, but I miss and appreciate each and every one of you guys. So hope you all are doing well, and take care.
All right, well, thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me in the lounge and for being accepting of me hassling both of you. Appreciate your time, and good luck in the grand finals. I'm going to send it back to the casters, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. That was an awesome interview. Glad to hear from both Meteor Falian and Pranav and their thoughts and advice to new community members who might just be starting out on their Show 6 journey. This is going to be a really exciting matchup that we're getting into, and we're just going to be a few minutes away while our players get set up on the stage.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, too, because I don't think either players have played any team similar to the ones they're about to face, right? Definitely, I don't think anyone had a team even similar to Meteor Falian, but he's made a crazy run with it. And again, I don't know if the Firo will have a lot of utility, but we'll see. Maybe he could prove us wrong. Meanwhile, that double flyer strategy with the Fortress, with Unova Stunfisk, that team is so strong for Pranav. He's found so much synergy, like he said, with that composition. And it'll be interesting to see how Meteor Falian will play around it. But I love it, too. Both these players, furthest they've ever made it in any tournament. First time ever, both of them playing best of fives at official tournaments as well. And you know, best of fives, there's a whole different mind game, right? You really have to, you have a lot of time to really think through your matchups, and no one accidentally ever wins a best of five, right? Sometimes maybe in best of three, you RPS them, and maybe you make a good call on the second game, you could win a matchup even against some of the best players in the world. But it's hard to win a best of five when you're not actually having the skills for it. So we'll see how these players do it here. Meteor Falian is coming in on that winner's side, which means that he only has to win one best of five to win it all. Meanwhile, Pranav has to beat Meteor Falian twice in 2 best of fives. We're going to see if he has what it takes to do it.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this match goes. I think there's a lot of neutral play on both sides. So we've got Pranav, of course, bringing that Corviknight and Murkrow core, which is so unique. Very excited to see. But on the opposing side, Meteor Falian has that Firo, the Blastoise core. I think those are going to be really strong here as well. There's just so much neutral play across the board. I'm really excited to see what Pokemon they choose to bring in these matchups.
Yeah, and one thing I forgot to mention, or I honestly just forgot about in general, is that Firo, with that normal flying type, it's resisting the bug bites from the Fortress. Fortress is actually a really solid counter to Murkrow because it just does so much neutral damage with a bug bite because of that part dark typing. But Firo actually has a pretty solid matchup into that Fortress, and unless he goes for some crazy Sand Tomb baits, like you can just shield with Rock Tomb and get so much energy out of it. So that could be a way that Meteor Falian taps into it. But if you look at the rest of the team, yeah, it beats a Galarian Corsola, but the Murkrow is going to win Charge Attack priority. You could tank a Drill Peck, but it gets very uncomfortable. If you tank one, you know that Pranav's going to shield the drill peck coming into him in the head-to-head matchup. So, again, I don't know if the Fearo's really going to come to play or not, but Mir Fallen was not scared to bring Bastion to the double ground team in the winners finals. I don't think he'll be scared to bring any Pokemon into Pranav.
Yeah, I think he's going to keep us on our toes with what he chooses to bring here. And also, it's going to be very interesting to see those birds go at it, because I feel like both of them are going to come at some point in this series. We're going to see Murkrow, we're going to see Fearow, and it's going to be a kind of a race to see who can get the most energy banked, right? Because Murkrow is going to win that charge attack priority tie by like 10. It's not even close. And so if the Murkrow can get ahead on energy, or if the Fearow can get ahead on energy, that might flip the entire match. And so it's going to be very, very tricky, and these players are going to have to be very precise with banking that energy, getting out, or potentially making catches, that kind of thing. It's going to be very dynamic, I'm sure.
Yeah, and there's a lot on the line, not just for the players, but for the history of Pokemon GO PvP. This could be the first ever tournament that a Murkrow wins the whole thing on, which would be pretty wild. It could also be the second back-to-back North America tournament a Bastion wins it all. And I know there's a lot of you at home that are really rooting for one over the other, but, you know, that's kind of how it goes. We'll see how it plays out in this matchup. Mir Fallen does have the advantage starting on that winner side. As you take a look at his team here, he got the Party Hat Blastoise, not on this graphic, but you'll see it when he gets into the game. And that's really been really solid for him, just like he said. Of course, he got the Bastion as well. And, you know, quintuple rock coverage, I was going to say. Right, you got the Power Gem, the Rollout, the Rock Slide, the Stone Edge, the Smackdown, and the Rock Tomb. So there are answers to the Murkrow. Corviknight, though, maybe a different story. You know what Stump is? I'm very interested to see if Pranav brings that a lot, but I think it could be really, really solid into the team as long as you avoid that Marowak and the Credilli.
Yeah, I do think, you know, Stunfisk looks really, really strong here, and it might make it a little difficult for Mir Fallen to come up with safe lines of 3 to run without running something that's ABA weak to that Unova Stunfisk and potentially ending up in a bad matchup where he can't necessarily swap out.
Yeah.
That Blastoise really doesn't want to see it because you're doing resisted rollout damage, and Unova Stunfisk can easily live a Hydro Cannon, will outpace to double discharge, so it would be really uncomfortable, but you might have to stay in that if he ends up in that matchup. It looks like our trainers are locked in for our first game of this grand finals. We have Bastion into Murkrow. This is an amazing lead.
Brutal lead.
Yep, amazing lead for Mir Fallen. Pranav immediately swaps into his Corviknight and is met by the Galarian Corsola. This is not the most comfortable matchup for Corsola because it can be hit with that super effective payback, which is going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised on this play from Mir Fallen. Does he call the bait or not? No, he calls the payback actually incorrectly, shields here. I mean, it's a little bit uncomfortable for Murkrow even into the Galarian Corsola because you have to shield the potential Power Gem, and you get a lot of entry on this. I thought he was going to come in Blastoise, actually, but Blastoise will be in the back for the Unova Stunfisk, and Pranav maybe going to put everything on the Unova Stunfisk here. Bring that double fire, and yes, they cover each other well, but it doesn't really matter, though, if you get the bad matchup in this specific situation. I think Mir Fallen going to go for Astonish down. He'll lead with a Power Gem, and that gets really, really awkward for Pranav afterward.
Yeah, I do think he's going to look to get the full Astonish down here. However, Pranav is going to get an Air Cutter, which is going to leave this Corsola very, very low. Pranav could potentially even snipe it down with something, but he might choose to just stay in. He does actually go for the peck on the Murkrow, but he locks the Murkrow into the Bastion now.
Yeah, however, this is a really tough position because, I mean, this is not the matchup you want, and on top of that, there is no switch timer on the side of Mir Fallen. The one with the switch timer is actually Murkrow and Pranav, and there's no way he gets out of this matchup before the Smackdowns completely eviscerate this Murkrow. However, he has a shield advantage, you know, Stunfisk in the back, and with the rollout damage from resisted from the Blastoise, it's actually not the worst matchup there. You know what's going to be hitting you. It's going to be the Hydro Cannon. Everything else is going to do very little damage to this Unova Stunfisk.
Yeah, that Unova Stunfisk is looking really, really good in the back. Bastion is loaded on energy, though, but Pranav also has a catch potential at some point. I don't imagine he does that very early on, but maybe as a last-ditch effort later on he could. However, Mir Fallen immediately throws the Flamethrower. I wonder if he was expecting something weak to fire coming in, which this is the correct move to throw as the Stone Edge would be resisted. So then immediate swap into Blastoise. He has chipped this Unova Stunfisk. I'm not sure if it's quite in Hydro Cannon range yet, though.
Yeah, and you can see Pranav getting a little excited. I think he was really scared it was a Marowak in the back, but instead, it's actually the Blastoise. And this is everything Pranav needs to have a chance here. You can even still go for a catch opportunity, and at this point in time, too, you going to have to shield the super effective discharge. Can you even catch here is the question, because that really puts Pranav ahead, but I don't think he even needs to here as the first Hydro Cannon is coming out.
Yeah, Pranav still has 2 shields, and Meteor Fallon is at back-to-back Hydro Cannon here. He does need to land a Hydro Cannon. Pranav might need to catch at some point because he is going to pace to these Hydro Cannons so quickly.
And this is a tough part too, right? Even if you catch a move somehow on Bastion, the problem is you can't come away with much energy. You're just going to get overfarmed with the Sunfish. Oh, and tries to catch it, but doesn't quite get there. And now the Mud Bomb is Screech. Pranav waiting until he has to back-to-back so that he can ensure that he has to discharge for the Blastoise as well.
Yeah, Pranav was not allowing that catch. Meteor Fallon tried to wait a turn there and catch. Pranav said, I'm not having it. I am watching every single move you're making, and I'm throwing when I see that fast move animation come through.
Yeah, if I may, as a Bastion expert here, I think the play that Meteor Fallon really had to do is chip the Corviknight. Throw a flamethrower at it. It's unlikely Pranav shields, and even if it does shield, he's down a shield, right? It doesn't matter if you get hit by the payback. The Bastion's still going to beat the Murkrow later, so the health you're taking, the damage you're taking from the payback is not a problem. That way, it's much easier for you to counter the Corviknight with either the Galarian Corsola or the Blastoise. I think Blastoise makes it even better because the Murkrow can't easily come into a Blastoise, and then you can play the even shields with the Corsola into the Unova Stumpers instead. I'm very curious to see if Meteor Fallon is going to make that adjustment, though, in this game number 2, because that just, unfortunately, even though you won the lead, you got the Murkrow locked in, the Unova Stumpers doesn't care about any of the energy on the Bastion. Anytime you have a ground type that bulky that can resist all the smackdown damage or take just a neutral flamethrower, you're going to be in a really good spot. And of course, the Unova Stumpus is a great answer to the Blastoise as well if you have an energy lead or a shield advantage.
Yeah, it's very curious that he didn't go Blastoise into that Corviknight safe swap. I think that would have been a much better matchup there because you're doing neutral rollout damage and neutral Hydro Cannon damage. And the Corviknight is not going to two-shot the Blastoise either, so it's a little bit of a more even matchup, whereas with the Corsola, you even have to shield the Corsola from the payback before you can get rid of that Corviknight. And then all that energy got wasted anyway because Pranav was able to snipe later with that Murkrow and just nullify all the energy on that Corsola.
Yeah, in my opinion too, right? Like if your opponent's team only has one really hard answer to something like a Bastion, you could safely bring Bastion into most of your games. You don't have to, but you can, right? Because the Corviknight, yeah, it can beat the Bastion, but it's not clean. The Fortress has some play, but you have to shield all the flamethrowers. Corsola as well, it's not great, but Bastion has a lot of play. So in that, keeping that in mind, Pranav does have to prepare for this Bastion. If he doesn't bring Unova Stumpus, it could be a problem. And here we go, game number 2. It's going to be the Bastion yet again. Meteor Fallon doubles down, and he finds a fantastic lead here, but this time he has 2 hard answers to that Unova Stumpus, and he didn't bring the Unova Stumpus this time.
Yeah, I wonder if Pranav just left it on the bench because he was expecting that Marowak to come out as an answer, since Meteor Fallon did go ABA weak to that Unova Stumpus, and it proved to be a huge core breaker for him last game. Figured he was probably going to bring some answers to it this game.
Yeah, and I think Meteor Fallon this time around is going to go for that chip and dip strategy. Grabs a shield too, that's absolutely huge. And now he could bring in that Galarian Corsola if he chooses to, and that's exactly what he chooses to do. And here's the tough part, right? You come in Credilli into this later, it's not the best matchup either, and you have the Marowak avoiding the Corviknight matchup. That's all you need. As long as you're not in any of the flyer matchups, you have a lot of play.
Yeah, I really like this bait from Pranav because he is expecting a shield from that Galarian Corsola because he shielded last time, right?
Yeah.
First game, Pranav full sent the payback and he shielded it up. So this time he baits and gets the shield the same way. Now he will get to a boosted payback here, but he chooses a bait again. And Meteor Fallon actually calls it. And he's going to let this go. He said, I'm not two-shielding my Corsola here. I'm saving a shield for likely my Marowak in the back. He can, however, get to another air cutter here. He got the double boost. But again, Corsola's going to easily tank this move.
Yeah, very curious bait on that one. I agree with you too, right? I didn't think that he was, Meteor Fallon was going to shield that one. And luckily it did pay off for him, not taking the boosted payback, just taking boosted air cutter, which wasn't doing that much damage. And here's the problem with Credilli. You can't acid this down, and you have to commit energy on top of it. With the health left on the Bastion, you have to throw the energy here, and you can't even leave it too much yourself, otherwise you're going to be in smackdown range. And you can see here too, throwing on charge like priority, great timing from Pranav, and Meteor Fallon going to let it go. And now he has the Marowak, which is a neutral matchup into the Corsola, but the Corsola is not really the best Bastion answer either.
Right, he has an entire Marowak in the back that's going to put in a lot of fast move pressure into that Corsola in the back. So this is a really uncomfortable matchup for Credilli. He does actually swap and catches the flamethrower on the Galarian Corsola. Interesting that he threw the flamethrower. I guess Meteor Falcon was maybe expecting something else in the back that was going to be maybe the Fortress that was going to be weak to that fire move, but he didn't throw the neutral move. Comes back in with K-Wack now.
I think that's a solid play if he was anticipating catch, because he's saying, you know what, if it's Stunfisk, it's the better move to throw. If it's not Stunfisk, my Marowak can beat it, right? And so that's kind of the thought process going there. And you can see here too, right? As long as you whittle down this Galarian Corsola, you're going to be in a really good position here. I think you actually take out the Galarian Corsola now, especially after laying the flamethrower. And because of that, I mean, you can't really ask this down. Look at the health on the Credilli, and you can see here too, great timing from Meteor Falcon. Oh wait, and he grabbed the final shield from Pranav.
Credilli did swap out with almost 2 moves loaded. It has so much energy, and he can come actually gets the acid down here on that Marowak. But his Credilli is so low, and Bastion still survives a Grass Knot here. It is not threatened by this.
Yeah, but the problem is, if you could get both Grass Knots off, it could be a problem here. Let's see if that's going to be the case or not. In comes another one. I like the play from Pranav. Not even going to try to go for the extra acid. Not sure if he's going to survive the smackdown. He has the Nightshade loaded now. I think this might be his game. Nightshade should... I actually don't know if it's KOs. It'll be pretty close.
It's going to be very close.
Yeah, it might be a simul KO, but there's no way Meteor Falcon wins that one. It could be a tie, though. Is it going to be a tie? And indeed, no, it isn't a tie. Pranav gets astonished through. Wow.
What a close end game there. Banking all of that energy on the Credilli and swapping out was actually huge, so you could come in and start threatening with those Grass Knots. He also banked that energy on the Corsola. Pranav has been so consistent this entire series with banking so much energy on every single one of his Pokemon and swapping out with it. He said, I always want to have energy I can throw and threaten something.
And this is the thing that's probably going to haunt Meteor Falcon later. If he just do the Stone Edge, that doesn't happen. You do more damage into the Corsola, you're not put in that position. A lot of things working out just perfectly for Pranav, but Meteor Falcon could probably maybe clean up some of these matchups himself as well here too, to make these games much more closer and have a chance for him to win it as well. This is really reminiscent of the Pittsburgh Regional, because kind of like Z's, he had a massive team comp disadvantage, and he only had one hard answer to the Bastion. So in that situation, it was a Gastrodon, and when he didn't bring the Gastrodon, he had to take down this bulky steel type by committee, right? With the Corviknights, with the Credilli as well. And we're seeing that play out here in Milwaukee on Pranav.
Yeah, and this is part of what Pranav was talking about earlier in that interview when he said it's a team effort. And he is using every single Pokemon on his team together to take down this Bastion and deal with this team from Meteor Falcon, right? He is not relying on one singular Pokemon, and he is just using every single Pokemon on his roster to try to take down this Bastion and switch out, misalign switch timers, right? Dance around as much as he can, get energy here, there, everywhere, and just go for it.
Yeah, it's, you know, Pranav is the one that looks the most stressed here, but he's already up 2-0, and Meteor Falcon's going to have to reverse sweep in order to win it in this first series. There's likely going to be a bracket reset, but who knows? Maybe Meteor Falcon can pull off some magic here. I feel like Meteor Falcon is kind of learning this matchup as he's going along, right? Playing it a little bit differently every time, and he has the room to do that because he could lose this series and come back and play it better the next time around. Pranav has to win this one to have a chance. He's ready in a great start though here, and he again decides to bench the Stunfisk, and this is actually going to be really problematic for him because the Credilli, the Murkrow, they are not going to do well in Bastion. Even 1v2, it gets pretty rough for those two.
Yeah, he was definitely hoping that Meteor Falcon would lead Bastion for a third time, and he did not. He changed it up, and it has the Corsola. I think Meteor Falcon just stays in and plays this out because Corsola is not on that Murkrow. So this is a decent matchup for him. He's like, okay, if I can just avoid that Murkrow on the Corsola, then I'm good. And Pranav's actually going to swap into his Credilli and start farming up some energy here and take a Nightshade.
This is going to be really bad for Pranav if Bastion comes in because you're going to get so much energy, and this energy goes everywhere into the team of Pranav. You would come out with Flamethrower, you come out with Stone Edge. Even if you try to go for a catch, you don't want to catch a Flamethrower on a Murkrow either, so you're put in such a tough position. situation. And the chip damage from Nightshade is really smart from Meteor Falling because now you know that you can just smack it all the way down and come out with almost 2 Stone Edge or 2 Flamethrower.
Yeah, and these acids are double resistant, triple resisted on this Bastion, actually. Double resisted by the steel typing, single resisted by the rock typing. So he is never aciding down. He has to continue throwing these grass knots, and those smackdowns are chunking through this Greydilly.
Yeah, and Pranav trying to do whatever he can, but he's got to suspect that there's a good answer to Murkrow in back with the Corsola in the lead, and that's exactly going to be the case. It's going to be that Blastoise, and Blastoise looks really strong. I think LW Josh actually brought in a Murkrow, or no, it was someone else that brought a Murkrow into Bastion. Actually, this Greydilly putting the Bastion quite low at this point, too. The problem is, how do you take out this Blastoise on top of the rest of the team?
Yeah, Bastion will only get 1 move here before it gets Sand Attack down. But this Flamethrower should take out this Corviknight. Oh, it's going to be close, but I think it will take out the Corviknight here.
Yeah, and now comes the Murkrow, but can you withstand the rollout damage is the real question. It is a non-Shadow Murkrow, but it looks like a Shadow one as Super Vector rollouts are coming through. I mean, you pretty much got to save all your shields for the Blastoise, right? I wonder if Meteor Fallen's going to go straight for a fast attack down at this point.
Yeah. If 4 charge attacks are thrown here, Pranav actually banked, or actually saved that Corviknight. He lived on 1 HP, so he could potentially go for a catch at some point as well. But Meteor Fallen still has a Corsola that's in the yellow, and it's going to take a move to knock that out. And then he also has a catch potential of his own with that 1 HP Bastion.
That's right. We'll see if what this plays out to be, because the Corsola might be able to maybe throw a Nightshade at the Murkrow later. So trying to strip the shields, realizing that the rollouts are not doing nearly enough. Non-stab rollout just doesn't hit very, very hard. Let's see if there's going to be a catch potential or not. Could also just throw on bad timing here. Oh, in goes the Bastion to try to catch it, but the catch swap from the Corviknight at the same time from Pranav. I think the Murkrow led with the move. Oh, and getting this is huge though, because yes, you have energy, but the Astonish starting to really add up. Can you get to the double drill back in time is the real question. First drill back is going to be reached. You can see Pranav feeling a little bit excited here. Can he get this drill back to take out the Blastoise? Blastoise has still a decent amount of health left, but I don't know if it's enough here. Blastoise has the move. Oh, and this drill back is coming through. Blastoise on the bulkier side, but I don't know if it can take it or not.
Yeah, this is going to be really close if it KOs or not. We see Blastoise does not survive, and Pranav resets the bracket with a 3-0 sweep. We are now going into bracket reset.
Wow. Wow, what a performance for Pranav so far in this series. I mean, choosing to bench the Unova Stumpfist after the fact, after seeing Bastion in every single one of these games, it is so hard to dance around these matchups, but he's playing it so well in these situations, just banking everything on the Corviknight, even using the Murkrow there in the end. Murkrow 2 shield into the Blastoise, paid off there too. I mean, generally speaking, you're thinking Murkrow probably should lose that, but this bird just hits so hard, and you can tank the rollouts and just outpace everything on the side of Meteor Fallen. What is the adjustment he needs to make here? Because I feel like, in a way, he has a strong team composition advantage into Pranav's team.
Yeah, it's been crazy to watch Pranav dance around and just somehow come out on top every single game. I think Pranav is just used to doing that kind of gameplay, or maybe it's not Meteor Fallen's style as much. We have seen him run that Bastion in the past. We've seen him run a lot of alignment-dependent Pokemon, so he's might be more used to just playing out matches straight up rather than dancing around like that. Yep. It's a little harder to keep track, especially with that reduced switch timer, when, you know, if you do stay in, throw a move, chip and dip, right, now your opponent can come back in later and get some farm on something, especially if it's that Murkrow. That energy is going to be going everywhere, and it's going to hit so hard. It's really hard to just keep track of all the dancing around.
Yeah, and I mean, Pranav's team, it's easy for him to dance around, right? Because things pace a lot faster. If you look at Meteor Fallen's team, a lot of it is very slow charging moves, right? Especially the Bastion, the Corsola. The Blastoise takes a little bit of second as well there too. The Marowak, obviously, if you're trying to throw the rocks, that's going to take you forever to get to. Greydilly's not the fastest either. You had the Fearow, and we saw Meteor Fallen rely on the Fearow a lot this tournament, but it just does not have as much play into Pranav's team, and because of that, he's leaning a little bit into his old ways of playing a lot more alignment-dependent teams, a lot of Bastion now, but his hand is kind of forced, especially with Pranav bringing that Corviknight every time. The Fearow just is completely walled off there, plus you have to worry about the Unova Stumpfist, and you lose charge type priority to the Murkrow, and because of that, he has to rely on these slower, long-haul Pokemon. to try to win him games. And he's coming kind of close, but just not close enough.
Yeah, I think the Bastiodon has underperformed a little bit because it's just so slow pacing. The only thing it's really having a lot of fast move pressure into is that Murkrow. But the pacing on Bastiodon has just been so slow. He hasn't been able to like really do much with it. It's just kind of sitting there and tanking 5 grass knots, right? Yeah. While he's trying to smack down through this Cradilly, but he just takes so much damage in the process and loses an entire Pokemon in the process. I think maybe leaning on that Fearow might be a good idea. Just pacing wise, you can pace to those drill pecks in 5 pecks, and you also pace to the drill run in 6. So that just speeds up the process a little bit more. But it can potentially pull those shields from Pranav earlier, and then his harder hitting Pokemon might come in and be able to sweep from there.
Yeah, something I would really like to see Meteor Fallen try to, you know, adjust to. Obviously, he can't hear me right now, so maybe he won't. But I think he is playing very alignment dependent. But, you know, with the Corsola in the lead there and the quick swap from Pranav, there's probably a good chance there's a Murkrow in the back, right? And because of that, what you can do is, you know what? In comes the Cradilly into the Corsola, just stay in. You know, just do what you can with the Corsola, and you avoid the Murkrow matchup. And now you have a Bastion, a Blastoise versus a Corviknight and a Murkrow, and it's way harder for Pranav to overcome that much of a hurdle, especially if Bastion is at full health.
Yeah, I agree. I think he probably decides to bring the Fearow. I would love to see it if he brought the Fearow. I think that's maybe the little piece that he's missing here. It's just having that pacing and be able to pressure those shields a little bit faster, and also have that hard-hitting charge attack. Even if you do lose Captai to that Murkrow, right? Pranav has not been leading it ever since he let it into that Bastiodon, right? He has been putting it in the back now. So maybe you could even lead Fearow potentially, bank up some energy, get out, and just kind of try to play around a little bit and start dancing and make Pranav dance, right? So far, Pranav has been kind of leading the dance, and Meteor Fallen has been responding to it. But maybe if he takes charge in a different way and he starts to lead the dance, then he can get up and make Pranav respond to his changes.
Yeah, both players kind of switching it up a bit throughout the games too. Sprinkling a little bit, you know, Stun Fist in that first game, and just relying on that double flyer core. I mean, like in theory, double flyer with Corviknight into Bastion is not bad, but still not comfortable, you know, for the Corviknight user. And I'm just really impressed with Pranav's ability to still find wins with pretty much anything on his team for the most part, right? I mean, this does not look like a great matchup. It's not the best, you know, game for some of Meteor Fallen's Pokemon, like that Marowak and maybe the Fearow to a degree, but his other 4 Pokemon have a lot of utility, and it's just so impressive to see Pranav dance around and find win conditions on it. I think Meteor Fallen maybe mentally was like, you know what, a reverse sweep here might be kind of hard, so I'm just going to just, you know, test the waters a bit and lock in for this bracket's reset. Here we go, the bracket is reset. This is going to be the final series of the Milwaukee Regional. The winner of this will be crowned the champion. Game number 1 is underway. Meteor Fallen versus Pranav.
Trainers are locked in. We are just waiting for the screens to load. Looks like we might have some sort of technical issue going on, though. The game's not starting, so we might have to stall a little bit longer before we actually get to see what the players are running in this game.
My apologies, got a little excited here early on, but yeah, the players are going to reset a little bit here as they're thinking through their teams. I mean, I think they already thought through the team, so it should be a quick, easy reset. But again, a lot on the line here. Both these players would be their first tournament title, and you know, getting all the way to a grand finals is no easy task, right? Sometimes you look at some of the best players in our circuit, right? Especially in North America, we got Out of Pocket, Elam, you know, Rise Occasion, Elite. Some of these players constantly in these grand finals having, you know, usually a championship once every season, maybe multiple. But it is no easy feat to get to this grand finals. And for some of these players, this may be the last time either of these players or both of them make it to grand finals in a long time. So you need to absolutely do your best here and lock in for this final best of 5, because who knows when you'll ever get a chance here. And again, there's so much at stake too. Not only will you be crowned champion, but you will be earning your world qualification directly to World Championships here in San Francisco this year. And I mean, this is the second tournament of North America. It's kind of like SJ from one of his videos in the segments earlier. He just won a regional early on, and he said, you know what, I'm pretty chill. I'm just gonna you know, wait around for Worlds, and that's totally fine. Whereas, you know, if you don't win this, you still have to go to tournaments, try to get as many points as possible, because it is no guarantee that you qualify for Worlds yet.
Yeah, even if you do top cut, you get points. There's no guarantee unless you actually win the tournament, right? Then you get that direct invitation and you are guaranteed a spot in Worlds. But if you don't, you could potentially get points here and then not get points at other tournaments, and you're still like hungry for those points, trying to get into that top 75 here in North America to try to get that Worlds qualification, and you won't actually know until after NAIC, which is like in June, right? So that's when all of the points get finalized and you know the top 75.
Yeah, you're absolutely right here too, and you know it could be stressful, right? Because I remember last year at North American International Championships, a lot of people refreshing the leaderboards, right? Trying to see how close they were to that World's qualification, especially if you're on the cusp. But these two players are already getting a lot of points here, making it to this top 2, right? But one of them will be getting a little bit more, and of course that also plays in a factor of travel awards too, so there's a chance that one of these trainers will be heading to an international or even world travel award, as well as they rack up all these points.
Yeah, that's a very good point. People are competing for travel awards as well. You see a lot of the top players who want to consistently make those top cuts and compete in so many tournaments because they get those travel awards, and their travel is paid for, right? So yes, they get essentially paid to go to these tournaments and compete even more. And so you see that a lot. Now we are finally locked in. We have Galarian Corsola into Fortress. This is a really good lead for Meteor Valiant.
Yeah, and you know, and having a lot of answers to Bastion this time around, to recognizing that Pranav's like, you know what, this guy's not going to stop bringing Bastion. I'm going to bring 3 of my better answers to it. Fortress has some play there, but you know, Stunfisk and Corviknight do beat it as well. However, the alignment's pretty important for Meteor Valiant because he really wants to make sure. Oh no, he comes in the Blastoise into the Corviknight instead. There goes his strong answer to the Stunfisk. It's not even the strongest answer for what it's worth. The Galarian Corsola can still have play into the Stunfisk, so it's definitely not over yet, but drawing out the Blastoise is going to be a little bit better for Pranav here, because now Stunfisk has a lot of play into the backline of Meteor Valiant.
Yeah, he could potentially be thinking that there might be a Murkrow in the back, and maybe that's why he wanted to save the Bastion for that, knowing that that Blastoise did not have a comfortable matchup into it last time. However, the Stunfisk doesn't really want to deal with that Corsola either, because it's going to take a lot of Astonish damage, and those Mud Bombs do not do very much to it. So still on pretty even playing field here, and Pranav does get this parting payback. Will Meteor Valiant choose to shield it? He does. He actually wants to keep alignment here, which makes sense. You do want your Ghost type on the Bug type, because those Bug bites are resisted damage. So this Blastoise is not going to be easy to get rid of either, because he's got a Hydro Cannon loaded and he's got a lot of health. Pranav is going to choose to shield up this Hydro Cannon, would be super effective damage. He's probably going to look to save health on this Stunfisk.
Yeah, this could be the opening that Meteor Valiant needs, because now he knows the entire backline of Pranav, and now he knows that there's no way, shape, and form he's going to bring in the Bastion into this Stunfisk. Corsola's going to come in here, and that could spell trouble for Pranav. In comes Corsola, and Corsola has fantastic matchups against both. I mean, it's slightly better into the Fortress, but definitely need this on the Stunfisk. Pranav, maybe he's thinking, wait, maybe there isn't a Bastion. He just lost 3 games in a row with a Bastion. Maybe it's something else, so maybe I have some play here. But no, not the case. Meteor Valiant quadrupling down here, bringing Bastion 4 games straight despite losing the previous 3. And the Galarian Corsola just completely outbulking this Stunfisk and trying to do whatever it can to take it out.
Yeah, you can see on Pranav's face, he's questioning. He's trying to think, what is in the back? I don't know. Something that doesn't want to see the Stunfisk, since Meteor Valiant brought this Corsola back in. Now he's going to snipe with the Rock Tomb. He does get this off. This will KO the Corsola. And Meteor Valiant chooses to shield this up. We'll probably look to pivot out and save this energy for later.
Yeah, absolutely crucial energy here. And here's the thing with the Bastion, still full health. What you need to do is just farm this down as much as possible. And the thing is, Stunfisk is going to win Charge Attack Priority against the Galarian Corsola. So if Pranav leads with 2 moves, he could be in a good position. However, these flamethrowers at the health range that Stunfisk is in is going to start threatening a knockout. If you get to 2 flamethrowers, you are definitely in trouble for Pranav here, as he doesn't actually have a move banked yet. And you need at least 2 Mud Bombs to take this out. This is a really tough position now for Pranav to be in.
Yeah, it is. Like you said, that Stunfisk will win the Charge Attack Priority over the Corsola, but Meteor Valiant can potentially get out after the next move is thrown. so he could potentially snipe with it, but he's going to sit here and force this energy. I think he will still live this Mud Bomb, though. Even though he is one stage debuff, Bastiodon should still survive and can get this Flamethrower off. Pranav will have to throw immediately to get rid of this Bastiodon, and he doesn't. Goes for the extra, and is sniped with the Glaring Corsola. I think this Nightshade will come close to KOing.
Yeah, Meteor Fallen doesn't like to throw moves on the optimal timing a lot of times, and that will throw a lot of these players off, right? Just saying, you know what, I don't care if I give away a free turn here or there, I'm just going to go for the knockout and find a win condition. And there you go, Meteor Fallen finally finding a win here, and in the most crucial situation on this bracket reset, its score is now 1-0. If he won a game in the previous series and still, you know, lost it, you know, that win essentially was kind of useless, right? But this win is what he needs. He's now 2 wins away from being the champion of Milwaukee. And Pranav, he's just like, this guy's not messing around. He's bringing Bastion every game. I have a Unova Stumpus, I have a Corviknight that's okay, and he even brought the Fortress that has some play into the Bastion. But when you don't have 2 hard answers, this is what happens.
Right, and unfortunately for Pranav, that Fortress has Sand Tomb, which although it's super effective, does essentially nothing, and those Bug Bites are resisted by that Steel typing of the Bastiodon. So he has to land so many Sand Tombs to do any kind of real damage there, and that he's just missing that hard-hitting Earthquake, which it also learns. So that would do a lot better into the Bastiodon matchup, but unfortunately Fortress is not a Bastiodon answer in this case with that moveset that he's running.
Yeah, we'll see how Pranav adjusts here too. I mean, even though he's in the grand finals, it doesn't look like he's having the best of times because this is a stressful matchup. I feel like everyone else he's played this tournament, you know, a lot of weaving in and out, banking energy, swapping around, stuff like that. He can play comfortably, but this Rock Steel type Bastion makes it so hard for him to play the style he wants to because he can't just bank energy on the Murkrow, swap out. He's taking too much damage from the Smackdown, even from the rollouts as well. He has to adopt to a completely different playstyle in order to have a chance to beat Meteor Fallen once again. And here we go. We bring the Murkrow and finds a perfect lead. It's going to be the Murkrow into the Corsola, and in comes the quick safe swap from the Credilli.
Yeah, he did tap a little to the side of it first before he actually managed to tap the Credilli. So he did get one Astonish through. Unfortunately, that put this Murkrow way ahead on energy here. But Meteor Fallen is going to choose to shield up the first Drill Peck.
And this is an interesting position for Pranav to be in. I think he knows that there is a Bastion on the back, but on top of it, this Credilli is pretty annoying for his backline. So he wants to just make as much use as possible of this Murkrow, knowing that he's not going to have a great spot for it later into a potential Bastion. I mean, there's no way there's not a Bastion, right? He just faced it 4 times in a row, and with the quick swap from Meteor Fallen, he knows what's in the back. The question is, even with that knowledge, is it enough? Oh, and he catches the resistant Rock Tomb on the Unova Stumpus. This is huge for him, but the timers are so misaligned, and now the Corsola could come right back in, giving Meteor Fallen exactly what he wants, even shields. But here's the thing, Corsola come out with energy and threaten a knockout on the Murkrow as well.
Yeah, the Murkrow did not leave with a lot of energy. He had to throw into that Credilli in order to get some chip damage. But yeah, like you said, the switch timers got so misaligned, Meteor Fallen could just swap right back out and bring in his Corsola into a much preferred matchup for him. And Pranav is essentially sacking his Unova Stunfisk, which is his best Bastiodon answer. And there's a Bastiodon lurking in the back.
Yeah, and Meteor Fallen has so much energy now, even becoming the Murkrow. Murkrow, I think, is 1 peck away from the foul play, but you know, the Power Gem is loaded, and now comes the Corviknights. But Pranav got his hand on his forehead. He knows what's coming in. It's going to be roaring down. It's going to be the Bastion coming into this Corviknight, avoiding that Unova Stumpus matchup. And look at the Unova Stumpus. It has so little health in the end there, too. It's going to be really awkward even for this Bastiodon at this point in time. And yes, Corviknight can win the matchup versus Bastion if it's at full health, but it's not at full health. That Nightshade puts it in a range where the Bastion could have so much play here. And I think Meteor Fallen is going to try to farm down or do as much damage as possible here. And Pranav just trying to do whatever he can. I mean, he's got to do the payback, right? Leaving with entry doesn't really even make sense because he needs his entry for the Bastion.
Yeah, these switch timers are slightly misaligned. I think Pranav can get out after this move, and he can. Does he choose to stay in and just force the energy? He actually snipes with the Unova Stunfisk and gets a charge attack priority.
Wait. Yeah, so Meteor Fallen, 100 energy just gone. He doesn't even care.
This will take out the Bastiodon. He just sacks the energy. He said, I don't need this. I'm not shielding. I have to save my shield for the energy that's on that Murkrow. Because Murkrow, like you said, is 1 away from another move.
Yeah, and this is going to put him pretty low, too. I wonder if he comes in Mercury, or, yeah, there's no way he can sand attack down from this range here. Oh, you see the swap attempt from Meteor Fallen. I don't know if this is even necessary if he has the power chip. He's either at the power chip or one way. No, he is at the power chip. He throws a Nightshade instead. We get the instant shield from Pranav here. He has the Drill Peck loaded now, and I think we're going to see an instant swap from Meteor Fallen. Does he swap for it? No, he actually doesn't.
He's going to give him the full farm down. That is troublesome because now he is so close to 2 Drill Pecks, and Cradilli is in Drill Peck range. Pranav's now at the back-to-back. Doesn't matter that Meteor Fallen still has 1 shield left because Pranav can just throw a second Drill Peck, which will KO this Cradilli. Yeah, really tough situation for Meteor Fallen. Maybe a miscue there, trying to just fast that down, thinking that he can't outpace, which is the case. But let's not forget, he let a Bastion go with like 100 energy, and that energy goes somewhere to everything. Yeah, it's not great to stuff, but at the health it was at, you could take that out. There's no easy way to finish off that Bastion. I mean, maybe a foul play, but you're gonna have to take some damage at that point in time too. And I think it was just a little bit unfortunate that he had to just let that entire Bastion go at that point. Yeah, I think he wanted to keep banking up energy on Bastion, but just waited too long to actually throw into that Corviknight. If he had thrown earlier, he could have pulled a shield from Pranav or potentially gotten a flamethrower onto that Corviknight, which would have done massive damage. It would not have quite KO'd, but it would have put that Corviknight in a much more manageable position there. But instead, he lost all that energy and it went nowhere. Yeah, it did not go anywhere at all. Meteor Fallen, try to think it through here. This is 5 straight games with a Bastion. If people didn't like Bastion before, they certainly do not like it now. But it is all over the screen here. But these have mostly been victories for Pranav, finding really great ways to play around it too. Catching the resist Rock Tomb. I thought it looked pretty dire for him in that situation, but swapping out, saving the energy, and now coming in with the Corviknight and just dancing around these matchups here too, right? Kind of playing his game. This is the kind of game that he was playing and trying to find a way to play that game into a Bastion user on top of it. Yeah, that's been really tough to adjust for both players, honestly. I think they're both trying to adopt their gameplay to each other's styles and try to fit more into each other's niches there. So it's really interesting to see how that gameplay evolves as the series continues, because now we are 7 games in, I think, and we are still going. We are 1-1 tie series. We still need 2 more wins on one of these sides to go ahead and see who's going to win the grand finals here. All right, players are locked in here, and I have a special surprise for you all. There is no Bastion in this game. Meteor Fallen trying to switch out the strategy. He brought the Firo. If he wins, I don't know, this is really tough, because how do you take out the Corviknight now, right? I think this is the tough part with the Firo, completely switching up the strategy, trying to catch a Stumpus in the back. Even if you win this lead here, I don't know how you take out this Corviknight in the back. Yeah, he finally brought that Shadow Kanto Marowak to answer that Stunfisk. He said, I've had enough of that Stunfisk. It's caused me enough trouble. I'm going to bring a hard counter to it, especially because Pranav, I believe, safe swapped it last time. Yeah. And so he didn't have an answer to it, really. He was like, I thought Corsola was a good enough answer. Nope, we're bringing the Marowak this time. It's actually probably better if Pranav brings the Corviknight, because then you can see it for the side of Meteor Fallen. And Pranav may be a little stressed because he's thinking, all right, there's probably a Bastion somewhere in the back here. And he's trying to figure out how to play around that situation. And we get another debuff coming through, but it looks like Meteor Fallen's not going to shield us up. This is going to be a really tough matchup because that Corviknight just completely beats the backline. Oh, and he saves off the Firo, but now comes Corviknight. Yeah, he's met with that Corviknight, and the Corviknight does resist everything that Firo throws. We talked about it earlier, how it's one of the best answers to this Firo, actually. So it's funny that he brings the Firo, and then it's immediately met by the Corviknight here. That air cutter did chunk. Looks like he will have to land 3 air cutters here to knock out this Firo, though. And these drill packs are going to do a substantial amount of damage, even though they are resisted. You know, the game is not completely over, because with the Marowak on the Fortress, he could be in a good position, but you really need to bring the health bar of this Corviknight to a manageable position for the Marowak to have a chance. I don't know if this Firo has what it takes here, but I mean, I thought this was a bad matchup. It doesn't even look as bad as I thought it did. Yeah, those double sand attacks are not doing anything to this Firo. You have to land 3 air cutters here to actually KO this Firo or land a payback at some point. He does get to a 3rd drill pack here. This is going to put the Corviknight actually very low. So not as comfortable of a matchup as Pranav might have thought initially. I don't know if he's ever played that out before. It was actually a charge attack priority, so he is going to go ahead and KO this Fearow now, but then Meteor Fallon come in, farm down with something else.
Yeah, probably gonna come in with the Marowak, and in comes the Marowak, and now comes the Fortress. Not what Pranav expected. For the first time, it is not the Bastion. And this is kind of a weird matchup. With shields up, it's not terrible for the Fortress. You either throw resisted Rock Tomb to debuff them, or you could throw sand attacks to debuff them in a separate way. But you have a way to clear the debuffs. However, if you swap over to the Cordelia, oh, he calls the Sand Tomb as well. Can this be a miscue, though? It's a real question, because does it put it in a range where you can bug bite down?
Yeah, these bug bites are gonna chunk this Marowak. I think he had to shield that, because he has a Credilli in the back that doesn't have all that much HP either. So he's just gonna, I think Pranav can just bug bite through everything at this point, unless Credilli can potentially get to a move here, which it's nowhere near a move. He's just gonna bug bite down and come out with a bunch of energy and start debuffing the Marowak even more.
Yeah, I mean, if you thought Acid doesn't do much to Bastion, it doesn't do much to a Fortress as well. I think Pranav has the solution for success here. Going to debuff this Marowak yet again and try to bug bite through all the way. Even if you don't take it out, you still have another Pokemon back. 3-ball flex here is going to be Pranav taking another win. He is one game away from winning the entire championship here in Milwaukee.
Wow, insane gameplay for Pranav, and keeping those shields was huge there, because if those shields were down, Marowak would win that matchup. But 2 shields up, Fortress can just bug bite straight through it and just go straight debuff, right? Just keep throwing those Sand Tombs, and you have to shield them because those bug bites are what's doing all the damage, not the Sand Tomb. You can't shield the bug bite damage.
No, you cannot. It's a tough situation. I mean, the Fearow in my... It didn't do as bad as I thought it would, right? I thought it was going to be a way harder matchup.
Yeah.
It's that Corviknight. Obviously, if you get into Stumpus, it's way worse, although you do have the super effective drill run, so you could opt for that, but you get completely outpaced in that situation. If you got it onto the Fortress, it could have been pretty good. And it looked like it was Meteor Fallen that actually swapped out, despite the fact that he was winning the lead situation and he had charge attack priority in that mirror matchup. So, I mean, that's important information to have now for the future game, or maybe next 2 games, if Meteor Fallen's able to find a win here. The real question is, how does he adjust in this situation? I really think that the Bastion is fine, but he just needs to play around it a little bit better and just chip around and, and chip the Corviknight, swap over, chip and stuff like that too, right? Because he's finding ways around it. But here we go. He is going to lock in for maybe one final game. Pranav's still trying to think it through a bit. I mean, he looks kind of stressed, but I feel like he's playing this matchup really well. He's only dropped 1 game out of 6 so far.
Yeah, so we are locked in and ready. Potentially our last game here, unless Meteor Falcon can squeeze out the win here. And we have the Corsola Mirror to start us off. We're gonna see who's gonna win this charge attack priority. I'm expecting they'll either both go for the charge attack priority initially, or they might just keep over farming. Just depends on how they like to play this matchup. Meteor Fallon actually goes for it right away. Maybe he's confident that he would win that charge attack priority, whereas Pranav waits and doesn't throw immediately. He'd rather just take that Nightshade and keep farming.
All right, and I think Meteor Fallon, I was going to say he's going to shield it and try to staunch down, but instead letting this go as well. Maybe going to try to go for a catch on the next staunch. You can see the health bar's a lot lower in that situation here. Does he go for a Nightshade to dip out? He is going to reach it, and it's going to be the Corviknight, though, that wins that charge attack priority. This is really brutal for Meteor Fallon. He's going to let it go. He doesn't really want to spend a shield on an air cutter, but a chance for a boost, which would not be a great time. No boost, and now comes the Blastoise. This is pretty good for Meteor Fallon to avoid the Corviknight versus Fearow matchup. However, there's still the Credilli in the back for the Fearow, and Credilli is going to beat Fearow in all the even shield situations.
Yeah, and Corsola still has some health on it. You will have to throw a move at it at some point to get rid of it before it gets to a move. So that could potentially get to a power gem against that Fearow later on as well.
He calls the air cutter bait as well. This is pretty big for Meteor Fallon. Maybe trying to bank everything onto this Fearow, which I think is the recipe for success here. Oh, and tries to go for a catch. Doesn't quite get it. However, still throws a Hydrogen for the chip damage. I actually like this play a lot because, again, that's not an easy matchup for the Fearow. So if you chip it down, it makes it a little bit easier here. I think the pacing now is on charge attack priority, which means that this Fearow should be able to get the drill back off. Yes, at the same exact time, but does Pranav spend his final shield now? This is brutal for him because if he does, he's in such a tough position, but if he doesn't, he's also in a tough position as well because there's no health left.
Yeah, that drill pipe did a lot of damage, but Meteor Fallon can safely shield up this Rock Tomb. This is going to be the hardest hitting move left in the game. Can Corsola potentially get to another move later on? He's going to get the full peck down here, though. Pranav cannot make it to another move. This is a lot of energy onto this Fearow. He can come in with Corviknight and soak it, though. But again, at some point, that Fearow might end up pecking down that Corsola in the back, too. You can never astonish it down.
Exactly. In comes the Blastoise. Oh, he catches
the air cutter
and gets a full rollout through as well. That's absolutely huge for Meteor Fallion. Playing really well in this pivotal game for him. He needs to win this to have a chance. We do get the boost coming through on the Corviknight. Final shield is going to be spent. And here's the thing. We're talking about how there's lack of fast attack pressure. There's no fast attack pressure on this Fearow. Double resisted Sand Attack, double resisted Astonish. I think Meteor Fallion is going to put everything. Oh no, he actually spends final shield.
Shields the Blastoise, which is very interesting. I would have expected him to save that shield for Fearow, but maybe he just really wants to get this Hydro Cannon off. However, Pranav will get to another air cutter that's going to come really close to knocking out. He did get a boost, so this might actually knock out this Blastoise. Could also potentially, yeah, it does actually just knock it out. He loses that entire Hydro Cannon. Now, he is boosted. Can he land a move? He actually catches the Drill Peck on his Corsola. This is massive. Can he undercharge enough to potentially get to another Drill Peck here and outpace that Corviknight to a payback? He does have to land a payback.
Going to be
He's
super
very,
close.
very close.
It's going to be
outpace
for the
Drill Peck.
priority.
This will KO the Corviknight. We know it's in range. He will not get that payback off.
And we have a game 5 here in Milwaukee.
Game number 5.
Meteor Fallion digging deep there, putting everything on the Fearow to win it. Who would have thought? Bastion for what? 6, 7 straight games, and finally he's like, you know what? I'm gonna play the style that I've been playing all tournament long. And this is the thing with Meteor Fallion, right? For the past couple years, especially early on, even when he made those top cuts in either 2022, 2023, didn't make many top cuts in 24 or 25, but he was relying on the RPS strategy of Bastion, Shadow, Victory Bell, right? A lot of the fast attack pressure teams. And this time in Milwaukee, what impressed me the most is that he has adopted a completely different play style, right? And he's playing more energy-oriented. Yes, he has the Bastion. Once in a while, he'll bring it, but he's relying a lot more on the Fearow and just shows that he's a much more well-rounded player. Leaning more into his roots early on, it didn't really pay off for him. And honestly, I doubted the Fearow as well, but you got to fear the Fearow here. I mean, like I said, this was history in the making. It's potentially the first ever tournament of Mirko wins, but this is also the first potential tournament of Fearow wins. And I don't know if we ever even had a top cut with the Fearow, let alone one in the grand finals and one potentially winning the whole thing.
Yeah, he has been playing this Fearow so well for the entire tournament. All of yesterday, we saw it a lot. And then he ran to Pranav and was like, I'm just going to bring Bastion on. And I was shocked. So I was like, I think the Fearow could be the answer here. And now he's bringing the Fearow. This is the adjustment he needed to start winning these games. And we are locked in for a decisive game 5. We have Fearow into Murkrow. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, if this is not a signature pick for either trainer, I don't know what is. Murkrow is going to win the charge attack priority. Both throwing Peck, both throwing Drill Peck as well. And Meteor Fallion going to shield this up too. Wants to save the energy maybe for later, but I mean, honestly, this is probably the best it's going to go. Let's see what happens. Maybe going to go for the overfarm here instead and going to throw this first before seeing if he's going to shield again.
Caleb, let's take a look at this back line.
Yeah,
he ran triple weak to this Murkrow. He has to stay in here.
Yeah, and you know, you could win the zero shield here. Do you ever try to peck down? It's super awkward. I don't think you'll get to it, but maybe you could try to catch a Drill Peck on
Corsola.
Corsola? I mean, it's super weird.
Could potentially catch a Drill Peck here after he gets the last shield. Or Pranav could potentially just let this go and take shield advantage here, which might be the play. He actually does shield his Murkrow.
All 4 shields spent already in the first few seconds of the game. Oh, he goes for the foul play. This is not too bad, though, because now you have neutralized the threats of the Murkrow. Maybe you astonish down. Mudslap down would be pretty ambitious, too. But the problem is you have a Credilli in the back, and if Pranav makes the right decision here, he brings in Corsola. There's nowhere for this Marowak to go, and he does exactly that. He's only a couple matchups away from potentially winning it all. Meteor Fallion's going to have to pull off some absolute magic here to win out this back line.
Yeah, he does need to land at least 2 Nightshades plus the Astonish damage, and he is going to take a payback, which is going to put this Corsola extremely low. He does reach for that Nightshade, and Pranav gets the payback right before he gets there. Will Pranav look to swap out? Will he just stay and take the Nightshade? Nightshade is not even going to threaten a KO here. Corviknight will live this. I'm guessing he's got to pivot Marowak here. He can't allow the Corviknight to get more energy and get to a potential air cutter against something else.
Here comes the Marowak as well. Pranav comes in, and here's the thing, right? You can tank one of these grass knots, no problem here, and that way you might be able to put this Credilli in a lower range. It's not completely over yet. Pranav's going to go for the grass knot here, but he's going to have to throw 2 moves or throw a lot of acid to do that.
Yeah, the grass knot's going to come dangerously close to KOing this Marowak, though. It is potentially just barely going to live it. After those acids, it is going to come very, very close. Puts it in deep in the red. He does get this one last Mud Bone Club off onto this Credilli. It will not knock out. The thing is, his Corviknight in the back still has a move loaded.
The Simon KO! This is going to be so close. Can you astonish out?
He gets the air cutter. Will it knock out? Is it enough damage? Will that astonish KO? Will the air cutter KO? This is going to come down to the wire.
Here. Air cutter. Wins that.
He lives.
No, it's not. Wins his first ever tournament here in Milwaukee. 1 HP in a dream here. The first ever tournament for him. The first ever tournament for Firo. And back-to-back North America regionals with the Fascia on the team. It does not get closer than that.
Oh my goodness. That came down to the literal wire. 1 HP and a dream on that Corsola. If he had any worse of a Corsola, he loses that game, but he survives the air cutter, gets the Astonish through. Meteor Fallon is your 2026 Milwaukee Regional Champion.
Wow, what a series here. I mean, it looked absolutely dire for Meteor Fallion in that first series. 3-0 with the bracket reset from Pranav. Looks like these players are going to shake hands too. Obviously, Pranav a little disappointed. What a fantastic first series, and what a fantastic tournament from him, fighting all the way from that loose bracket on day number 1. But Meteor Fallion, who would have predicted a Firo would win a tournament? Who would have predicted he would have won a tournament as well after not making multiple top cuts throughout the years? But the prep paid off, and this might not be the last we ever see of that bird Firo.
That Firo was unstoppable. I think that was the change he needed to make. He needed to drop that Bastion, bring the Firo. The Firo was just so flexible. The pacing was so fast. I kept saying it over and over again. He couldn't hear me though, but I believed in that Firo. I chose it as my MVP pick, and it actually won the entire regional.
Yeah, the Firo in the hands of Meteor Fallion, absolutely incredible there in that finals. And I mean, again, we saw the backlines, right? It did not look great, but the mud slap damage from the Marowak in a type of disadvantage was enough for the Simo KO, and then the air cutter, just a sliver, but was not able to do it. I was glued to the screen. I think everyone was maybe pulling out the binoculars to see how much HP was really, truly left there on the Corsola, and wow, came down to the absolute wire. What a crazy tournament here, and a fantastic performance from all the players, especially Pranav and Meteor Fallion.
Yeah, we could not have asked for better grand finals. We had a bracket reset, and we went down to decisive game number 5, and down to 1 HP and a dream. Oh my gosh, that was so close. I know, we were both staring at the screen, just bent over like, oh my gosh, is he gonna live it? Is he gonna live it? Will the Astonish KO?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Honestly, too, like if the Marowak didn't Simo KO the Credilli, that would have also been a problem. So everything working out just perfectly for Meteor Fallion. As we take a look at that first grand finals bracket, Pranav played absolutely out of his mind there for the 3-0 victory. And Meteor Fallion kind of just trying to figure out how to play around this, falling back to his roots here in the Bastion. But what got him here to this grand finals, what got him here so far in this Milwaukee Regional was that Firo, and he made that adjustment in the bracket reset to pick up the wins he needed.
Yeah, that Firo, just unmatched play, honestly. And he even was so weak to that Murkrow in that game, but once he got rid of it, he knew his backline was going to have a lot of play. Again, Pranav chose to drop the Sunfist because he thought that Marowak was coming. He was correct on that prediction, right? He brought his Credilli, but it just wasn't enough. That Simul KO with that Marowak was just perfectly crafted for Meteor Fallion to take that win.
You know, for the Bastion haters, at least it wasn't really the Bastion that got any wins in the grand finals. You know, it got Meteor Falling a couple wins, but it was really the Furo that you gotta respect and look into if you are a player here and trying to figure out what do I do. I mean, maybe the Bastion Furo core is a strong core. I don't know. I mean, there's stuff is outside of Pranav, so maybe not so much the case. But Pranav playing really well around that Bastion. The Furo was really not what I thought would come in clutch for Meteor Falling, but it really did, right? You have losing matchups against the Murkrow, the Corviknights, the Cradilli, the Unova Stumpus, but he's just like, you know what? If I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out my way, right? And his way is no longer the Bastion way, it's the Furo way. And he is now going to be crowned your champion and gets that qualification to World Championships in San Francisco later next year.
Yeah, that direct qualification is going to be amazing for him. I'm so excited to see if he decides to bring that Furo to Worlds. We have a few meta shifts before then, so it might not be meta anymore, but I think Furo's meta now. I mean, it's just so good into this current meta, and the pacing's just so good. Drill Peck is so good. The drill run coverage also amazing. I know he threw a lot of drill pecks in those games. I don't think we saw a single drill run because he never had it lined up on that Sunfisk. It was funny, as soon as he started bringing the Furo, seemed like Pranav benched the Sunfisk.
yeah. I mean, and again, looking at those backlines, it didn't look great for Meteor Falling in that last one, but finding a way, what an exciting finish to that series as we take a look at that bracket reset, right? Meteor Falling finding a win condition in that first game. He did manage to find one win with Bastion, but winning once and losing 5 times with Bastion is not a great ratio for Bastion here, and he realized that himself too, finally benching that Bastion after that one performance it had. And that was really because, Pranav brought in, Stumpus, maybe thinking that there wasn't a Bastion on the back, but indeed there was one. And, that's tough too, right? When you get swept in the first bracket, 0-3, it's hard to mentally come back into it. But Meteor Falling, he didn't miss a step. He was just like, you know what, I lose, but he just kept going with it.
Yeah, I think you made a comment earlier that, it seemed like he was trying to learn the matchup as they went on, and each game he learned a little bit more, and then was able to piece it all together finally in the bracket reset to actually go ahead and claim the victory and win those 3 games that he needed. But what a series. We had so many games there.
Yeah.
They played 8 games in a row. They must be exhausted after that. That is so much back and forth mentally and just deciding what am I going to bring? Am I going to bench this Pokemon? Am I going to do this? What do I think my opponent's going to do, right? It's so many mind games, and to just stay focused and locked in for that long is amazing to see.
Yeah, I mean, not only just 8 games in this grand finals, but 5 games from Meteor Falling in the winners finals. I don't know how many games Pranav has played today in day number 2, and also combined around the weekend too. So definitely something to be proud of. I know that he was hoping to win it all, but honestly, not even breakout performance. People have known Pranav for years, but definitely the second place finish that he maybe didn't expect, but earned here in Milwaukee this weekend.
Yeah, very impressive play from both trainers, and dealing with teams that were just so tricky into each other, right? Having to adapt, and is he going to bring the Murkrow? Is he not going to bring the Murkrow? Oh no, he brought the Murkrow. I'm triple weak to the Murkrow. What do I do, right? I have to stay in, neutralize it somehow with these pecks, and those pecks did eat away at that Murkrow quite a bit in that initial matchup. I really like that we also saw how the Furo into the Corviknight matchup played out, and it wasn't as close as you thought it would be.
Yeah.
You thought it was going to be a dominant win for Corviknight.
I thought so.
And Furo held its own just fine there with those pecks, and those 3 drill pecks put it into the deep red. Corviknight was barely able to survive there.
Yeah, I mean, and Pranav had the option to throw the payback, right? Because, usually you don't throw payback into the common flyers of Galarian Moltres and Murkrow, but because it's normal and flying typing, you could go for the harder hitting payback. But sometimes even if you throw the payback, you can't stand attack down afterward, right? If they came in with full health, so it still gets kind of awkward. Option to go for those air cutters instead, and Meteor Falling just dancing around these matchups so well as we take a look at this final game here. And you can see both players trying to see, is it enough? The Staunch did come through right before the air cutter was taken out, and you see in slow motion, the Corviknight goes down. You can see the excitement on Meteor Falling's face. What a fantastic performance from him too, and honestly, LW Josh as well, right? That's like a winner's rounds that no one probably would have predicted, but both playing so well. Meteor Falling not making day 2 in multiple years, and then LW Josh second season, first ever day 2. What a performance from him. Pranav, I think a lot of people aren't surprised, right? They know how good he is, and they're like, hey, he's going to win one day, and I really think he will. Rise to Gage in 4th place, maybe not what he was hoping for, but a fantastic performance for him, and Dapper just as well, another 5th place finish. Teddy Bear, 6th place, Elam 7th, and Out of Pocket in that top 8. He was trying to get more consistent, and this is one way to get it. I think he's got back-to-back top 8s now in the first 2 regionals of the season.
Yeah, there were a lot of hard hitters in that top 8 on both sides of the bracket, winners and losers. So let's take a look at our 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place champions here. Event winners in Milwaukee. They will be given medals very soon.
Absolutely.
Let's take a look at their teams, see if we see any themes here. I feel like there's a Cradilly, there's a Cradilly and a Corsola on every team.
Yeah.
Which those were our top 2 usage Pokemon. I'm not surprised at that. But the Mudslappers fell off a little bit. 2 of them have Mudslappers. Pranav did not. He dropped that Mudslapper and went with the double flyer instead, which is very interesting choice.
4 different flyers across the top 3 players. Well, speaking of the top 3 players, we are ready to crown them with their medals. Henry, take it away.
Thank you so much, Caleb and Ashira. My name is Home/Henry, live here on the stage for our medal ceremony. So many trainers came to Milwaukee vying for the title of regional champion, and we have several of them walking away with medals. Now, first off, in 3rd place, making an incredible run, getting all the way up to the podium. Please give a big round of applause for LW Josh. All right, I gotta know, coming into this weekend, did you have this in the back of your mind, like I could be up here on stage, or did this end up just kind of exceeding your expectations? Because this is an amazing accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, it's never an impossibility, right? But after sort of bombing out of Worlds, bombing out of Pittsburgh, I kind of thought I was going to show up today, maybe get top 64, get some points, and kind of just trudge along towards trying to qualify for Worlds again. But no, this is crazy. I'm so happy to be here, and the outpouring of support from the community, like all the messages that I'm getting are just really reassuring, and no, it's been amazing.
I'm so happy to hear that. We do have an amazing community. This definitely feels like a statement performance for you, where taking down big name after big name. I want to talk to you about your team a little bit. So the team process. Did you end up like collaborating and working with people on building this team? Like who, because I know this is a very collaborative game, who helped kind of provide advice, scrims, and guidance? Like people, shout outs you want to give, who helped make this performance a reality for you?
Yeah, big thanks to Nighttime Clasher. He kind of helped me build the team. I had a pretty decent foundation. I wanted to get back to Mons that I was like really comfortable using, like the Azumarill, the Clodsire, the Marowak. He kind of helped me round things out, and we built this together. But yeah, this is like sort of just a really comfortable team for me, and I think I played it pretty well.
And the results speak for themselves. Once again, LW Josh. Next up, a trainer who has always been incredible in grassroots tournaments and has had unbelievable battles today, constant back and forth 1 HP victories. Please give a massive round of applause for our finalist here in Milwaukee, Pranav! So Pranav, I want to talk to you about the big crowd of people that's out there. You have so much support in this community, so many people who have been here to support you and cheer you on. Talk to me about what it means to get to play a game like this and have such community support around you as you do it.
I guess I can only say I'm blessed. I put a lot of time into the Twitch community, and they've been a big part of my journey. They're like a family to me, and I'm just glad that they could support me during this epic grand final. So thank you all.
And it's been an unbelievable grand finals at that. And one question that I have that a lot of the viewers at home might wonder as well is with regards to team construction. Some said it was impossible to do well without a Mudslapper. You said Gastrodon, Marowak, no thank you. Instead of running the bold choice of Unova, Stunfisk, and the 2 flyers. So talk to me about, was there ever a Mudslapper on a draft? Or from the start were you saying, I'm not running a Mudslapper?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say K-Wack is my MVP. I really liked it a lot in Worlds, but honestly, I didn't have the heart in me to run a Slapper. I just thought that I could outplay other people by not running a Slapper, and so I'm glad I didn't cave. I mean, I think K-Wack is really good. Gastro is cope, and that's my take.
Once again, please give a big round of applause for Pranav. And what started
Saturday morning, so many trainers with the hopes of being crowned the 2026 Milwaukee Regional Champion. At the end of Sunday, after a long day of battles, there can only be one. Please give a big round of applause for your new Milwaukee Regional Champion, Meteor Fallion! Meteor Fallion, this is your first regional champion win. Talk to me about the emotions, because I know it has to be a really incredible feeling.
It has been an incredible weekend and super excited experience already, and I just couldn't believe I win on that last second. So I'm feeling super good, and yeah, my whole body is shaking. It's super excited game, very good series from all of my opponents.
That was as close as it can get. And a Pokemon that I really feel like you put on the map with your performance today was Fearow. There's been so many flyers that got buffs this season, whether it was the Charizard, the Togekiss, the Murkrow. Talk to me about Fearow, because it felt like time and time again, Fearow was really able to be a neutral presence in a lot of lines for you, and its energy just consistently was good across basically every matchup.
Yeah, so as I said yesterday in the interview, originally I had the Togekiss, but it struggles against Acid and also doesn't do well against Scizor, so I made the adjustment and I really liked it. And as I said, I knew it from a cup in Go Battle League, so I mean I encourage everyone to play Go Battle League to discover your own new favorites.
That's awesome to hear that playing with it in the Go Battle League turned into a regional champion win and a medal. Final question for you here to our new regional champion. I know this game, it's a very collaborative process. Do you have any shout outs or thank yous you want to give scrim partners, people who provided advice to the team that helped make this moment come true for you?
Yeah, so for something as big as a champion, emotional support is the most important, I would say. So big shout out to my wife, Yuxin. Love you so much. And also to my testing buddies, Rockhaven and Ghostmaker. I'm even discussing with them as of today, and Rockhaven was driving and he kept discussing with me. So really thank you so much both for the help and everyone who's cheering me on. I love you all. Thank you so much. And all of my opponents, really good series throughout the weekend. It's incredible and I will remember it forever.
That's all you can ask for out of a weekend playing competitive Pokemon Go. One final time, please give a warm round of applause for your new Milwaukee Regional Champion, Meteor Fallion. And now we'll send it back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Henry. And what an emotional interview from Meteor Fallion, really thanking the friends around him. I'm AlphaPhoebe, joined by my co-casters, Caleb and Heather, and we are here to close out the rest of the show. First off, we have in front of us some pumpkins. So a handful of us carved some pumpkins this weekend, and on the right, we have a Guzzlord, and on the left, we have a unknown M for Milwaukee, and also potentially for Meteor Fallion. So make sure you're voting in Twitch to make sure that you tell us which one is your favorite. But aside from that, we've had a lot of action this weekend. I want to hear both of your thoughts. What is the highlight from this weekend from each of you, starting with Caleb?
Yeah, I mean, this meta is just all over the place in the best way possible, right? 4 different flyers in that top 3, different grounds of choice. You know, we saw a lot of Gastron, a lot of Marowak in some of the earlier regionals, but now people adopting for the Quadsire, you know, Stunfisk. So a lot of variety, even the Steelix, and it just makes this meta really fresh and exciting with that 45-second timer as well too. It just, anything could happen, right? Especially that final game, anything really could happen, and I'm just very excited for this entire season.
Heather.
Yeah, it's hard to pick one thing to highlight, but I think that 45-second switch timer has just been so pivotal in trainers winning like so many matches that wouldn't have been won, you know, a few seasons ago with a longer switch timer, right? It just gives you so much more flexibility and allows you to run squishier Pokemon that aren't as bulky, right? We see a lot less bulk in the meta, actually. Like Azumarill, with one of the bulkiest mons, kind of fell off in usage. We saw a few of them in Top Cut, but not very many, that used to be on almost every team in Top Cut. So I feel like just the flexibility level and the skill expression has gotten so much better because of that shortened switch timer.
I'm going to take the things that both of you said and kind of combine them and push it forward. I'm really excited to see how the meta develops for our next tournament in Vegas. But before we go there, let's take a look at our losers bracket, and we can see Pranav had a really long and arduous journey. Leo Geo, BJ, Elam, a top contender as well. Teddy Bear with a really solid performance, but knocked down by Pranav. Rise to occasion in the losers semis. He just had a gauntlet of a day. And on the winner side of the bracket, take us through that, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the winner side, this is so different than usual because we see a lot of repeat champions on that loser side, but on the winner side here, we have so many players that have not won a regional before, except for now, Meteor Fallen has now won it too. A really great up-and-coming battlers as well to see, you know, Delusion, LW Josh, first ever day 2, making it all the way into that top 3. So many other names here as well. So excited to see what these players bring to future tournaments.
We had a lot of new names, we had a lot of old names. In addition, we had a lot of new Pokemon and a lot of old Pokemon. Heather, take us through the day 2 uses that we saw here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, Cradilly running our top runner. We've seen that in the past few tournaments. Almost everyone brings a Cradilly on their team at 81% usage. Galarian Corsola following very closely behind at 56% usage. We've got Clodsire, which made an appearance here. We haven't seen that in top usage in quite some time, so that's an interesting new old Pokemon to see back in the meta. We've got Corviknight and Fortress as our steel types of choice. We've got Gastrodon and Marowak, still 50% Mud Slap usage across the meta. We've got a lot of Wigglytuff as well, a few Azumarill making it in day 2, as well as some Furrets.
Yeah, so a lot of diversity in flyers and a lot of diversity as well. So at the beginning of this all, we like to make a few predictions ourselves. Let's go ahead and take a look at how we as casters did with our predictions in Pokemon with most likely to succeed. And I have to say, looking through these, I don't think I see a singular Fearow.
No Fearow. I regret not putting the Bastion. Usually I would, but I didn't think it could win back-to-back North America regionals. I was sadly mistaken. I'm not sad, but I was mistaken on that. I'm sure some people might be sad about that.
We might not have had Fearow on our caster predictions, but we did have it on our MVP pick. Heather, I think that might have been you.
Yeah, I did love to see Meteor Falcon's Fearow play yesterday. Caleb and I were able to cast some of those matches where we saw that Fearow, and it just did so much work. And a lot of teams just don't have a hard check to it, which was awesome to see. It's got so much flexibility. So I chose that as my MVP Pokemon, and it actually won the whole tournament, which is amazing.
Yeah, my pick, unfortunately, in Greninja didn't do so hot. I think it was knocked out in losers round 1 of today, so it didn't even make stream. I had mentioned it before, I'm really excited to see how this meta progresses into the next regional. Of course, that is going to be in Las Vegas in not too long of a time. Afterwards is Sao Paulo, another regional in Toronto, another international competition in London, Seattle, a handful of unannounced locations, looking forward to where those are, and New Orleans and San Francisco, of course, to wrap up. Caleb, talk to us a little bit about our European next championship coming up.
Yeah, we got Lille Regional on October 25th to the 26th. I know a lot of European trainers might be tuning in to see, hey, what should I bring to this meta? And I think a lot of them might not love the fact that Bastion is so prominent, but I actually don't think that was that relevant for Meteor Fallen's team. Fearow, though, however, looked pretty good. So excited to see maybe more of that bird in action in Lille.
And Heather, talk to us about the regional championship in North America that I've been going on and on about.
Yeah, let's talk about Vegas. So Vegas coming up November 14th through November 16th, and that will be still in this same meta, but we've seen the meta shift even 3 weeks ago in Pittsburgh. From then till now in Milwaukee, meta has shifted drastically, right? We had 100% Mud Slapper day usage in day 2 in Pittsburgh, but in Milwaukee that dropped to 50%. The meta can shift so much over the course of a couple of weeks, and we have another month to wait until we see what happens in Vegas.
We have 2 different regionals coming up in 2 different regions. However, they're all going to be in one single location. Visit Pokemon.com/broadcast in order to find all of the action, all of the info, and everything you need to follow along. As well, you can use that hashtag #PlayPokemon on Twitter as well as on Instagram to make sure that you are sharing your stories, your information, and follow these channels /Pokemon on Twitch as well as YouTube so that you don't miss a minute of the action. It's where it happens every single regional, every single time. We want to go ahead and take a very very quick look at each of these pumpkins. Of course, we spent a good amount of time carving them. This here is going to be Guzzlord, the pumpkin that is carved on the right, and on the left we have that unknown M. So as we pan over to it, you can see that is the unknown M for Milwaukee, or perhaps Meteor Fallion. So make sure you're going to go into that Twitch chat. Oh, and we do actually have a winner. Sorry, I thought we were still voting. And the winner is going to be Guzzlord, and I tried my best to not be too biased, but that was carved by none other than yours truly, Alpha Phoebe, otherwise known as Professor Willow, otherwise known as Nick Livesey. So congratulations to me on winning. I have absolutely no idea what my prize is.
I got a pumpkin for you out back. I can give it to you.
Perfect. I can't wait to put that in my suitcase.
Yes.
In addition to the giant yoga mat that I had to lug along all the way for my cosplay yesterday. Thank you for voting. Appreciate the support. And as we wrap up things, can I get some final thoughts from each of you about today, or maybe the season in general, starting with Caleb?
Yeah, absolutely incredible season so far, to all the changes regarding the meta, the switch timers as well, and also all the creativity from these players, right? Just building all these very unique teams. I remember years ago where there would be like back-to-back regional with the same exact 6 Pokemon winning these tournaments, but that is of the past. Yes, there's a lot of Credility, but there's a lot of flexibility and all the other things people are bringing. So I'm very looking forward to seeing the next few regional and see what people create there, and make sure you bring your Furo counters.
Heather, any final thoughts from you?
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited to see where this meta goes, and even after the meta shifts, right? We have, I think, one more regional, Las Vegas, in this current meta, but it could shift again, right? We saw the rise of Clodsire from Pittsburgh until Milwaukee, and we could see another rise in a different Pokemon potentially. So I'm very excited to see where this meta takes us, and also to see those move changes and updates coming in December, and those will be reflected in our Toronto regional coming up in January.
So it's been a long couple of days here in Milwaukee. As our trainers here are wrapping up, we had a friend or co-caster in maybe one of the other games have a sort of conclusion to one of their journeys. We have a bit of a clip for you after the credits, so make sure you're staying tuned to catch it. That's going to be it from us from here in Milwaukee, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome, trainers. I'm here with a very special guest, someone that a lot of people know in Pokemon. It is Necra. She's a VG caster, but has also casted some Pokemon GO tournaments as well. How are you doing today?
I'm doing amazing because today I'm gonna hit level 50 in Pokemon GO, something I have been grinding for since they announced the new leveling rebalance that they're gonna have for trainers. And so like, I've been on it. As soon as they announced it, I was like, okay, I'm level 48 now, but I will get there. We will make it.
Yeah. Well, and I know how much you had to get, right? But explain to people watching it how much you are aiming to get XP-wise every single day to reach this goal.
So when they announced the trainer level rebalancing, I was freshly level 48. So when you add all of that up, I think it's something like 55 million XP. And so divide that by 45 days I had to actually hit that October 15 deadline. I needed like 1.2 million XP a day in order to hit it. And we're getting there a little early, which I'm super happy about, so I don't have to start stressing about it anymore. But it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, well, and also in a short time too, right? Because you really grinded out. So ahead of schedule too. So Necra is a true gamer of sorts. Can you tell us about, why you play Pokemon GO for your daily activities and stuff? And there's also connection to VG as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I love Pokemon GO because I just love collecting all of the Pokemon. There's so many things that you can do, like shinies. You also have all of the XXL and XXS Pokemon, so I think that's really fun to collect. But one of the main reasons why I like Pokemon GO is because I get all my VGC Pokemon from it. Since you can transfer your Pokemon you catch to home, I've had a bunch of like legendaries banked that I can utilize in some of those restricted formats. And so it's nice. I get to have the socialization aspect of playing Pokemon GO, but the additional benefit that I have all of these Pokemon I can now use in competitive.
Yeah, I love the crossover too. And I see a lot of VG players, TCG as well, playing Pokemon GO, on the go as well at these tournaments with so many spawns. And, it's great to see that it has benefit too to other games. I think we're pretty much ready though, right? You are just about to hit it and you have some experience to claim right here, and we'll show it off to everyone at home so we can see this momentous occasion happen and have it all recorded.
Okay, see, I've saved some of this research from the XP celebration timed research. So we've got that. It should be 100K.
Oh, here we go.
And we're level 50!
That's incredible. And I know you get that level 50 jackets.
I really wanted the jacket, Caleb. That's what I really wanted.
I'm going to be checking your avatar after to see that you put it on. But I'm sure you will, and you'll be repping that level 50 well. You also have some really cool catches on your account and a recent hatch, right?
Oh my gosh. I'm so glad that you brought that up because in 9 years of playing this game, had never had a Shundo. And I finally got my first one, and I am so excited about it because not only is it pink, which is one of my favorite colors, but it's also the Toxel. It's an extra large Toxel. There's just so many things about it that I really love. And so we got our first Shundo in our journey to level 50.
Yeah, Necra has quite the collection. So for those Pokemon GO PvPers at home, quit slacking off. Necra's already catching a lot. You probably have a bigger Master League roster than some of these players. I know you have a Shadow 100% Mewtwo as well.
I do.
Which you're welcome to show a camera if you like. Why not?
Sure. I mean, this one is actually really special to me as well because it's one of the OG Mewtwo's. When it first released from Giovanni, very first Shadow Mewtwo I had ever caught. And so that's been really special for me to level. I've just leveled it up to level 50 as well. It took so much candy and Stardust. So that was one I was chasing to get all the way up to level 50.
Well, if you're grinding as much as you did to level 50, I'm sure you got a lot of Stardust and candies along the way. Congratulations on level 50. Super excited to see you hit it. You also caught a shiny Solosis Double XL with the background just now. And hey, that's what happens when you play the game a lot, right? It sure pays off.
It does, and I just want to thank everybody so much too. It's been amazing to see the community rally behind everybody that is determined to make this level 50 push, and all the friends that have opened gifts. Like, you guys are real ones, you guys are amazing. But really my favorite aspect of this really has been everybody supporting each other. So I've seen so many people hit level 50 on my friends list, and I love that there's that collective effort from everyone to make this final push. So wishing everybody else best of luck to hit level 50 before October 15th rolls around, and hopefully we can all do it.
And I love seeing your daily updates as well on how far you're going, and you are well ahead of the curve as well. So thank you so much for taking the time and showcasing, and congrats again to level 50. Maybe next time around, we'll do this again when you hit level 80.
Okay, but you're probably going to beat me there first, so maybe I'll have to interview you when you hit level 80.
Okay, we'll make that happen. Well, thanks all for tuning in, and let's get back to the Pokemon action.